Super Devouring System Chapter 3079 to Chapter 3158. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Snatch. Long Kue? Long Kue? How arrogant. How tyrannical. After ending his seclusion, Xian ordered the Devouring System to activate his personal intergalactic communication system and connect to the heavenly underworld planet's intergalactic network to find out what happened next. He immediately found out about the arrival of the two subsequent edicts, as well as the Federation's Chief Inspector Long Hui sending an investigation team to the heavenly underworld planet, overthrowing Naples, arresting the Purplish Warbler, injuring the Xianyuan family head, and so on. A surge of anger and resentment instantly surged from Yi Xian's chest. This time, he was completely enraged. Yi Xian was actually not very interested in his identity as Prince Xian. In the Demon Star sector of the First Universe, Yi Xian had decided to replace the real Prince Xian after he had fallen and obtained his bloodline imprint. One reason was because he was about to return to the Third Universe. On the human side, it was very difficult to change the fact that he was Prince Xian. Even if Yi Xian tried to explain, it would be useless. Instead, it would bring him more trouble. In addition, Prince Xian's identity was indeed very convenient for him to search for the source of devouring in the Third Universe, and even the Second Universe. Therefore, in the end, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and forcefully accepted the identity of Prince Xian. Unfortunately, while this identity brought him great convenience, it also brought him a great deal of trouble. Putting everything else aside, as the prince of an eternal dynasty, and one whose reputation was like the sun in the sky, he could not avoid the struggle for the throne within the imperial family no matter what. Yi Xian had a foundation, so he was not afraid. He just found it troublesome. However, there was no reason for him to only want benefits and not find it troublesome, therefore, he was already mentally prepared for this kind of annoying fight for the throne. However, Yi Xian had a bottom line when it came to this matter. Since I've gotten the convenience, I can play with you guys no matter how annoyed I am, but you can't touch my bottom line. Otherwise, I won't play anymore. It was fine if he didn't have the identity of Prince Xian. After all, the fragment of the superbrain in the corner of his personal space communication system had already entered its infancy stage. Its search range and ability had greatly increased, and it was only a matter of time before it grew into a real superbrain. When that time came, Yi Xian wouldn't need to rely on the superbrain on the immortal star to obtain convenience and search for information on the devouring origin. As for personal strength and foundation, Yi Xian's cultivation had broken through again and again, and he was no longer a weakling. As long as he maintained this state of rapid growth, Yi Xian would soon become a true starry sky master. Furthermore, he did not lack the hardware and software required to maintain this kind of rapid growth. He had plenty of Yi Xian for devouring systems and various cultivation resources. This was only in terms of personal strength. When it came to foundation and overall strength, with the Thunder Origin bead and the headless infant corpse in hand, even in this vast third universe, who would he be afraid of? It could be said that the identity of Prince Xian was convenient for Yi Xian. Although he had to endure and deal with some troubles, all of this was definitely not to the extent that it could be considered a restriction to him. It was still the same old saying. If he was annoyed, he could just break up and quit playing. Therefore, this time, when Consort Mei suddenly issued an edict for Yi Xian to immediately return to the Immortal Star to complete the marriage ceremony with Ying Tai, he felt no pressure and left without giving any face at all. It was because there was no need to force himself to compromise. Similarly, since Yi Xian had already regarded Naples and the Purplish Warbler as his own direct subordinates and friends, then they were also Yi Xian's bottom line. Yi Xian could not accept that he had implicated Naples and the Purplish Warbler because of his own matters. The severity of this matter was enough for him to turn hostile. At least, that was what Yi Xian thought. Long Kue had been arrested by Naples and the Purplish Warbler. Not only did he injure the Purplish Warbler's father, but he was even prepared to take him to the Federation's Overwatch Council on the Immortal Star. This clearly showed that no matter what, even if it was a false accusation, the two of them would be taken down. Yi Xian could not tolerate this matter. Long Hui was the imperial uncle of the dynasty and the supervisor of the Wanluo Federation's headquarters. He was indeed powerful, but the other party had already made it clear that they were bullying him. If Xian did not show his sword and blindly retreated, allowing Naples and the purplish warbler to be taken away by his assistant, Long Kuei. Who would dare to draw close to Prince Xian in the future? After this incident, to what extent would Prince Xian's reputation be suppressed? In reality, Yi Xian did not consider these factors. The only thing in his mind right now was that he was unhappy, extremely unhappy. He was going to flip out. Didn't you want to bully me? That's fine, we'll just hurt each other. On the surface, his foundation and strength are indeed not as good as yours, but isn't this just a fight? How big of a deal is that? Even if I can't beat you, I dare to fight you head-on. Besides, I have the competence to win. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately issued an order to the Devouring system. It immediately began to analyze the general position of the Wanluo Federation's headquarters and not the Immortal Federation's stronghold. The analysis results came out quickly. The Federation's stronghold had not left the heavenly underworld star for long, only half a day. Furthermore, when they left the heavenly underworld star, it seemed that they did not intend to go straight to the nearest wormhole and use the wormhole to quickly return to the immortal star. Since that was the case, it was naturally impossible for them to travel at full speed. As such, the distance between the Federation's stronghold and the heavenly underworld star was not considered far. It's obvious that he wants to settle all the confessions on the way. Then, as soon as he arrives at the immortal star, he will immediately accuse me of framing him. That's a good plan. What a cruel heart. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and guessed Long Huai and Long Kuei's plan. He was so angry that he laughed and muttered a few words to himself. Then, he activated the Dongshu shuttle and rushed toward the nearest wormhole in the direction of the immortal star. Although he left half a day later than the other party, since the other party was not in a hurry, Yi Xian only needed to enter this wormhole to close the distance. In reality, according to his estimation, by the time the Dongshu shuttle rushed out from the other end of this wormhole, if there were no accidents, they should have already arrived in front of the Federation's stronghold. This would allow him to make some necessary arrangements in advance on the star path that the other party had to take to reach the immortal star. Since they were robbing people, there was obviously no need to be polite. This time, Yi Xian was even mentally prepared to use the Heavenly Legacy clan's stronghold. When he was just a commoner, he was not afraid of power. He even dared to provoke the Demon Scout Corps, let alone now that he had the identity of a prince on the surface. Fully prepared, although Yi Xian was infuriated, he wasn't so angry that he would lose his head. Their target this time was an interstellar fortress. If they wanted to take back Naples and the purplish warbler, they had to use their trump cards. However, Yi Xian had to consider clearly what could be used and what couldn't be used. Of course, that couldn't be used here didn't mean that they absolutely couldn't be used. Rather, it was best not to use them unless they had no other choice. For example, the Headless Infant's corpse or the Thunder Origin Pearl. Either one of these two existences could be used to deal with this Federation fortress. However, if that happened, the consequences would be truly difficult to bear. On the one hand, Yi Xian's trump card would be exposed. On the other hand, if they used the Headless Infant's corpse or the Thunder Origin Pearl, this Federation fortress guarded by Long Kuei would most likely be lost. That would be a major incident. Furthermore, Naples and the purplish warbler were still in this Federation fortress. If they really did leave them be and accidentally hurt them, Yi Xian wouldn't be willing to do so. As the Dongshu shuttle rushed into the wormhole, these questions quickly turned in Yi Xian's mind. He fell into deep thought. After muttering to himself for a while, Yi Xian quickly set the tone for this operation. Since they were rescuing people, it could also be said that they were robbing people. In that case, this operation would be considered a robbery. The purpose of a robbery was to rob, not to kill or destroy. Thus, in terms of strength, they had to intimidate. In terms of methods, they also had to be intimidating. Now that he had decided on this theme, it was easy to arrange the next step. It was nothing more than one sentence: display a sufficiently intimidating force and force Long Kuei to hand over Naples and the purplish warbler. The other party only had one battleship, but it was a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. If Yi Xian wanted to form a sufficient deterrence against a force of this level, he would have to have at least one starry sky fortress. In other words, the Heavenly Legacy clan's fortress in the bank would have to be revealed this time. Yi Xian didn't care about this. This starry sky stronghold wasn't in existence like a trump card in his hands. Sooner or later, it would be exposed. This time, it was just a little earlier. In addition, the Black Mosquito, Black Wind, and Saint, the three interstellar fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters, could also be used. The fact that he had these three interstellar fortresses was no secret to the Myriad Federation and the Eternal Dynasty. Apart from that, the 10 million mosquito beasts and the 100,000 unkillable void soldiers could also be deployed in the void. However, there was no need to take out Prince Xueben, 8-star Wanghua, and the other high-end forces. Long Kuei was also a supreme existence in the profound light realm. The Bloodbend Prince was only at the origin realm, and the 8-star Wang Ladle was the same. The origin realm was only the 9th great realm, while the profound light realm was the 11th great realm. With a difference of 2 great realms, it was useless to mobilize them. It was even possible that the other party would use them as a method to attack Yi Xian and kill them first. In addition, Yi Xian's Naboshan, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, and the other demon experts were only at the 8th realm of the Black Hole realm. The strongest, Mo Nuzwafeng Tai, was only at the 4th level of the origin realm. They couldn't be used this time either. Even if they were used, they would die. Furthermore, they were demons. It wasn't convenient for them to be exposed in this kind of situation. On the other hand, although the 10 million mosquito beasts and the 100,000 void soldiers were weak individually, they had the advantage in numbers. As they spread out in the void, they still had the visual effect of deterrence. Moreover, even if Long Kuei wanted to rely on killing these mosquito beasts and soldiers to deal a blow to Yi Xian, and he did indeed have the ability to do so. However, as a supreme expert with the cultivation of the profound light realm, how could he disregard his status and attack these mosquito beasts and soldiers? In short, using the mosquito beasts and void soldiers could achieve a deterrent effect and prevent too many losses. It was definitely worth it. Of course, this wasn't enough. Although the Headless Infant's corpse and the Lightning Origin Pearl couldn't be used, Yi Xian could use the Weeping Soul Blood Horn. Back then, the 9-star Ladybird Empress was a Grotto Heaven Realm existence at the 10th level, but she was still suppressed by the Weeping Soul Blood Horn. She couldn't even resist. Just from this point alone, it could be deduced that the Weeping Soul Blood Horn should be able to suppress Mystic Light Realm or even stronger existences. Apart from that, Yi Xian had to show some kind of powerful ability. This way, he could use this opportunity to create a deterrent effect that would be beneficial to him. However, the demon person's mental energy secret techniques and abilities, such as the Annihilation Spear, Destructive Whirlpool, Mental Lightning Technique, Mental Suppression, Mental Charm, and so on, weren't suitable to be used. With Yi Xian's current level of mental energy secret techniques and abilities, he wouldn't be able to threaten a Mystic Light Realm expert. The elementary demon soul pupil only had the ability to see through one's source. It was a support-type ability, so it wasn't suitable either. As for the Golden Divine Dragon's Bloodline Body Tempering Technique, it wasn't an offensive technique. Instead, it was a body tempering technique. Even the Giant Dragon's Roar and the Demon Dragon's Eye that he obtained after mutation were limited by Yi Xian's own strength. They weren't very strong right now, so it wasn't good to use them too early. Although the Rai-D seal in the center of his Sea of Consciousness contained large amounts of green lightning and golden lightning, it would be very difficult for Yi Xian to control it once it was used. Even if it wasn't as terrifying as the Lightning Origin Orb, it would still be impossible for that universal fortress to remain undamaged. There was still the possibility of accidentally injuring Naples and the Purplish Warbler. Only the Fallen Skybow was an exception. The Fallen Skybow originated from the Desolate Era Xianxia. It was originally an imprint of a Desolate Era divine ability that was left in Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness. Unlike the Black Gold Dragon scales and his Sea of Consciousness that represented the bloodline of the Divine Dragon and the Demonic Dragon, as well as the other secret techniques and divine abilities of the demonic humans, this kind of primordial divine ability was not divided into elementary, intermediate, and so on. From the very beginning, the Fallen Sky Bow didn't have any grades. Once it was used, it would absorb a large amount of the host's energy, including cultivation power, mental energy, life force, physical energy, and even the mysterious aura released by the Void Marrow Crystal. All of this would turn into a golden energy arrow that shot towards the opponent. Of course, the more powerful Yi Xian was, the more energy the divine ability imprint could absorb. The golden energy arrow that shot out would be even more powerful. However, even with Yi Xian's current strength, as long as he controlled his speed and used a large amount of his cultivation power, mental energy, physical energy, and so on, this arrow might not be completely harmless to Mystic Light Realm experts. The only problem was that if he didn't control his speed well, and the golden arrow absorbed too much energy, Yi Xian would probably faint on the spot like the previous 2 times. However, if he stored up energy in advance and used a large amount of multi-pupil thought crystals and star core origin to charge the arrow, this problem could be resolved. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Long Kuei's lobbying the Dongshu shuttle only stayed in the wormhole for 2 hours before it rushed out from the other end of the wormhole and stopped on one of the paths leading to the Undying Star. The distance covered by this 2-hour wormhole jump would take an entire day even at the normal speed of an interstellar fortress. The Federation fortress that Naples and the Purplish Warbler were in had only left the heavenly underworld star half a day earlier. In other words, it would still take half a day to reach the space where Yi Xian was at. Moreover, it would definitely pass through here as long as it wanted to return to the Undying Star. In the vast universe, there were star paths everywhere. Every path led to Rome. Originally, there was no such thing as a path that had to be taken, but what kind of existence was the Undying Star, the imperial capital of the Undying Dynasty, one of the 2 great human factions, was where the headquarters of the Myriad Net Federation was located. Every year, countless warships would head there from all directions of the Undying Star. However, in general, there were only 3 fixed star paths that were the best choice. These 3 star paths were the fixed paths that led to the Undying Star from the imperial capitals of the 3 great empires. At this moment, Yi Xian was on one of these star paths, the main star path that led from the imperial capital of the heavenly underworld star to the Undying Star. In the void, there were many star paths that had been explored and confirmed to be safe, but most of the time, these star paths were very quiet. Although there were many fleets going back and forth between the various administrative planets, the universe was too big, resulting in such a situation. However, this kind of desolate atmosphere was almost impossible to see on the 3 main planets. Sailing on the 3 main planets, it didn't take long for them to see 1 or 2 fleets of various sizes. Some belonged to some forces, and some were merchant fleets. At this moment, when Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle appeared, there were fleets that could be seen from far and near. Yi Xian didn't care about these at all. Apart from rescuing Naples and the Purplish Warbler, he also had another purpose in robbing the Federation fortress. That was to show that he was domineering and not to be trifled with. Therefore, after stepping out of the Dongshu shuttle and waving his hand to keep it in his undying world, Yi Xian didn't care and directly brought out the Black Mosquito, Black Wind, and Holy Child Scout fortresses. Some of the fleets in the nearby void were shocked. There was still a difference between the Demonkin Scout Fortress and the human race's Great Fortress. Those with discerning eyes could tell at a glance. This group of people thought that the Demonkin had attacked Universe 3 and had even attacked the Heavenly Underworld Empire. They were so scared that they were in a panic. They quickly fled and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian didn't mind. With a wave of his hand, he activated the concealment formation of the 3 scout fortresses. Then, he took out the Thunderbolt Star Fortress that was 100,000 meters in diameter and stood in front of the 3 scout fortresses. He also activated the concealment formation. The Federation's fortress, in nearly a day, Long Kuei had finished interrogating Naples and the Purplish Warbler. At this moment, he was using another kind of conciliatory plan to persuade the 2 of them. Since it was a conciliatory plan, he naturally couldn't use isolation and interrogation that would easily make the 2 of them reject him. Long Kuei even arranged a sumptuous feast in the resting area of the command cabin on the top floor of the Federation's fortress. At this moment, he had just opened a bottle of 100-year-old red wine and planned to have dinner with Naples and the Purplish Warbler. He wanted to use this opportunity to persuade the 2 of them to cooperate with him and give a better testimony. Just at this moment, a Federation communications officer in the fortress sent an instant report. What was recorded was the feedback of the sudden appearance of 3 demon scout fortresses about 2 hours ahead of them. This was clearly the news spread by the merchant ships that were startled away. Long Kuei glanced at the report and immediately smiled. He casually put it down and poured the red wine as he said to Naples and Xianyuan Ziying, "To be honest, Even I feel that it's not worth it for the two of you to be so insistent. Do you know why? Because the guy you insist on protecting has proven with facts that he is just a kid who is still wet behind the ears. He is not worth investing in at all. In front of us, about 2 hours away from the main star, there are 3 demon scout fortresses. Of course, this can't be because the demon scout army has already reached the heavenly dark empire. Those 3 demon scout fortresses are clearly the Black Mosquito ship, Black Wind ship, and Saint Child ship. Hearing this, Naples and the Purplish Warbler were stunned at first, then their expressions changed at the same time and became gloomy. Long Kuei took in all of this, and the complacent look on his face became even more apparent. He felt extremely good about himself as he continued, "Pardon my bluntness, but if I were that Prince Xian of yours, what I would do at this time is to secretly return to the immortal star and find his recently favored mother. Perhaps I could even put in some pillow talk with the immortal emperor and escape this calamity. Unfortunately, this kid is too impulsive. 3 demon scout fortresses that I don't know how he got his hands on, and he dares to intercept a Federation fortress? Ha ha ha. Let's not talk about how arrogant and ridiculous his actions are. Just this action of openly going against the Overwatch Council of the Federation is enough to confirm some of his crimes. The two of you can be considered to have a bright future. One is a 3-star general of the Undying Army, and the other is a direct descendant of the Xianyuan family in the Heavenly Underworld Empire. But you met the wrong person and were fooled by this guy's false reputation and chose to be loyal to him. This is really, sigh, what a pity. But it's not too late to turn back now. As long as you record a testimony according to my instructions, then, dream on." Without waiting for Long Kuei to finish, the Purplish Warbler immediately interrupted him with a cold laugh. He then said, "Do you think Prince Xian is as childish as you say? In addition to the 3 demon fortresses, he also has a star fortress that is no weaker than yours. He also has an army of millions of mosquito beasts and tens of thousands of space-swallowing beasts. You should know about the space-swallowing beasts, right? They are terrifying creatures that exist in the space-swallowing black holes of the demon star sector. Even the super-star destroyer cannons of a normal fortress cannot damage them. They can even swallow the void of the universe. An army of tens of thousands of space-swallowing beasts is enough to gnaw your Federation fortress into a rotten watermelon." These words were actually what Yi Xian had said to Naples and the Purplish Warbler in the Shijian fortress in Naples. It was just that the two of them didn't believe it at that time. In fact, even now, Naples didn't believe it. The Purplish Warbler was the same. She only said this because she didn't like Long Kuei's face and mouth. She just wanted to vent her anger. As for Long Kuei, it was obvious that he wouldn't believe Yi Xian. After hearing the Purplish Warbler's words, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he raised his head and laughed. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. This prince is robbing. In the void in front of him, 3 10,000-meter-tall demon scout fortresses suddenly appeared. However, this clearly wasn't the reason for Long Kuei's astonishment. He was astonished because in front of these 3 demon scout fortresses, there was clearly a silver cosmic fortress. It was the kind with a diameter of 100,000 meters. It was definitely a true cosmic fortress, just like the Federation fortress he was currently in. In addition, the huge death ray cannon of this silver fortress had a diameter of 20,000 meters. At this moment, a dark light so dark that it could cause one's soul to sink into it was clearly flashing. This was clearly the signal that the enemy's death ray cannon had finished charging and could shoot out a terrifying black beam of light at any time. Although the Federation fortress under his feet also had a 20,000-meter-long death ray cannon, it had yet to charge up. In order to fully charge up, it would take at least 10 minutes. This amount of time was enough for the enemy to blast a 20,000-meter-wide hole in this Federation fortress. This wasn't all. What shocked him even more was that in the 3 demon scout fortresses behind this silver cosmic fortress, there was clearly a large number of mosquito beasts and void-devouring beasts charging out from the main passageway of the fortress. After charging out, they gathered at the left and right sides of the fortress. The void-devouring beasts were in front, and the mosquito beasts were behind. In the blink of an eye, 2 seas of ferocious beasts had formed. It was a frightening sight. Looking at the scale, there was definitely more than 100 mosquito beasts. There was definitely more than 10,000 void-devouring beasts. Similarly, there was also more than 10,000 void devouring beasts. In the void in front of the silver fortress, Prince Xian's figure stood on the back of a 30-meter-long void devouring beast. The latter's aura was that of a mid-stage origin realm expert. However, Prince Xian stood with his hands behind his back like his master. With a carefree expression, he said indifferently, "Long Kuei, right? This prince was bored, so I came over to rob you." Pfft. Shan Yuanziying's face was originally filled with a sluggish expression. At this moment, when she heard these words from the sound transmission system of the Federation stronghold, and then looked at Yi Xian's incomparably annoying face on the screen, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even Naples chuckled foolishly. A warm feeling flowed through his heart. At least, Prince Xian had not given up on him. He would rather bear the crime of robbing the official stronghold of the Federation Overwatch Council to come rescue him. Although Naples didn't think it was a wise move, and if possible, he would definitely try his best to stop it. But it really happened, and the ambiguity in his heart couldn't be suppressed. Following such a master, even if she was impulsive and ended up achieving nothing in the end, at least he would have no regrets in his heart. It was worth it. At this moment, a communications officer staggered into the lounge. His face was pale as he read the analysis report that he had just received. The enemy's interstellar fortress has been confirmed. It's the Deva butterfly of the Heaven's Legacy race. The main cannon has already finished charging. Also, the approximate number of mosquito beasts has been calculated. There are more than 10 million of them, and those above the black hole realm, there are more than 10,000 of them. As for the void-swallowing beasts, gurgle gurgle, more than 100,000 of them, at least 5,000 of them above the black hole realm. Oh, these are the void-swallowing beasts that even the fortress's super-meteorite cannon couldn't kill. They can even eat up the void. If these 10,000 void-swallowing beasts swarmed forward, at least a quarter of the entire Federation's stronghold would be eaten up before our death ray cannon finishes charging. The key is that even if our death ray cannon finishes charging, we won't be able to attack. All the void-swallowing beasts are already close to the walls of the stronghold. We won't be able to hit them. As he spoke, the communications officer of the Federation stronghold was on the verge of tears. He had never even thought about such a battle, let alone seeing it with his own eyes. It was too frightening. 10 million mosquito beasts? 100,000 void-swallowing beasts? Oh my god. Hearing this, the purplish warbler was so shocked that he sucked in a breath of cold air. His face was filled with shock. So what this guy said before was the result of compressing the numbers by 10 times. I thought he was just bragging, but now, it seems like he really is keeping a low profile. More than 15,000 black hole realm beasts? Oh my god, how did His Highness do it? Naples was so scared that his entire body trembled. Even though he was a mystic light realm expert and it wasn't impossible for him to kill 10 million mosquito beasts and 100,000 void-swallowing beasts, it would definitely tire him out. At this moment, he couldn't understand Prince Xian. Putting aside that origin realm mosquito emperor, that void-swallowing beast with 8 stars on its back is clearly at the origin realm as well. Adding on the fact that there are more than 15,000 black hole realm beasts. Even I can kill them, but if I want to subdue them, I won't be able to do it even if my cultivation breaks through another realm. His Highness is really a god. Long Kuei also fell into a daze. He had only casually glanced at the screen before. Even though he knew that there were many mosquito beasts and void-swallowing beasts, he didn't know that there were so many of them. This was the result of the Federation's scanning system being scanned and quickly analyzing the capabilities of the Federation's fortress, which was why the final result could be obtained so quickly. Normally, when a person's numbers reached a certain level, they would only think that there were a lot of them. However, when this a lot was turned into actual data, that kind of terrifying feeling would surface in one's heart. However, after being shocked for a while, a trace of ecstasy appeared on Long Kuei's face. He raised his head and laughed. Ha ha ha. I finally caught your tail. You finally showed yourself. 10 million mosquito beasts. 100,000 void-swallowing beasts. Among them, there are more than 15,000 black hole realm beasts and above, even a supreme existence that surpasses the mystic light realm, such as the experts of the dynasty's elder generation, wouldn't be able to subdue such a large army of beasts. How could Long Xian do it? Just this point alone is enough to make him unable to explain himself clearly. He won't be able to wash away the suspicion of being a spy of the Tianji race. Not to mention, he even took out a fortress of the Tianji race. That's a fortress that only the upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race can use. Only the mystic light realm upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race can control such a fortress. Could it be that he has the strength to kill a mystic light realm upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race? Everything that he has revealed at this moment has proven beyond doubt that he was bought over by the Heaven's Legacy race. As a prince of the dynasty, his reputation is like the sun in the sky, and he even made it to the Heaven ranking. So, all of this was an investment of the Tianji race's spy? Unfortunately, what this idiot did today will probably make the higher-ups of the Tianji race vomit blood and die from anger. Ha ha ha. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Taking Action Robbery? Long Xian, do you know what you are doing? With a cold smile, Long Kuei stepped into the Federation's fortress and hovered in the air in front of the fortress. He scanned Yi Xian from head to toe and threatened, "In the Imperial Court, I am your uncle. In the Federation, I am the Deputy Supervisor of the Federation's Overwatch Council. You are robbing me. Are you rebelling against the Imperial Court and the Myriad Federation? Oh, right. You have done this a long time ago. Originally, we were still investigating you in secret. After all, this is related to the Imperial Court's reputation. But now it seems, After returning to the Federation's headquarters, I will immediately submit a report. The Federation will open a public investigation into the fact that you are a spy of the Tianji clan. We, the immortal Imperial family, will never tolerate spies. Even if it hurts the Imperial family's reputation, the Imperial family will never cover it up for you. If you know what's good for you, if you have even the slightest bit of remorse, surrender immediately and hand over all the warships and pet army resources you obtained when you were bribed by the Tianji clan. Who knows, we might even be able to atone for your crime and leave you with an intact corpse. This way, at least the immortal Imperial family will retain some of its reputation. For this reason, I can make the decision to plead with the immortal Emperor to spare your mother's life and not implicate her. Bah! Dog, you think you are worthy? Yi Xian was so angry that he laughed. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other. He raised his hand and pointed at the 20,000-meter diameter death ray cannon on Thunderbolt behind him. He sneered, "You saw it too. It has already finished charging and is just waiting for you to come. I can see that the fortress behind you is also charging, but it still needs 7 or 8 minutes, right? Hand over Naples and the purplish warbler within 5 minutes. Otherwise, I will step aside and the thunderbolt behind you will immediately shoot a hole through the fortress behind you. Of course, if you think you can stop it, then you can. I won't stop you." As for Naples and the purplish warbler, after saying that, Yi Xian's gaze swept towards the Federation stronghold behind Long Kuei. He grinned and said, "General Naples, as a mystic light realm expert, it shouldn't be a problem for you to protect that little girl Ziying when you're prepared, right? After all, I will choose to aim at the middle section of the fortress when I shoot the hole. You should be at the top cabin, right?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the Federation officers and soldiers in the command cabin on the top floor of the Federation fortress immediately changed. They knew about Prince Xian's ruthless methods on the Heavenly River planet. If he said he would do something, he would really do it. This was especially so for the Federation officers and soldiers who happened to be at the middle section of the fortress. Every one of them had goosebumps all over their bodies. A death ray cannon with a diameter of 20,000 meters was fired at them at such a close distance. Although they were also in a starry sky fortress, they would still be shot through even if their energy shields were fully activated. The other party had already nodded and would aim at the middle section of the fortress. That was clearly where they were at the moment. When the time came, that position would become a hole through. Would they be able to leave anything behind? If it weren't for the strict rules, these Federation officers and soldiers would have fled long ago. Long Kuei's expression instantly turned gloomy. Based on his understanding of Prince Xian, this guy would definitely do what he said he would do. In fact, since the other party had already shown his strength and revealed all the pet armies and even the starry sky fortress that he had obtained from the Heavenly Legacy race, it was obvious that he was determined to win today. If he didn't hand over the people, then this matter would definitely not end peacefully. As far as Long Kuei was concerned, he couldn't wait to hand over the people. That was because in that case, it would be no different from confirming the fact that Prince Xian had attacked the Federation's fortress and kidnapped his comrades. When that time came, not only would Prince Xian never be able to clear his name, but even Naples and the Purplish Warbler wouldn't be able to clear their names after they were rescued, even if they didn't know that he was a spy from the Heavenly Legacy race. It was precisely because of this that Long Kuei couldn't wait for Yi Xian to succeed in this robbery. However, he couldn't be too obvious in order to facilitate this matter, either. If he was too obvious, people would criticize him. At the same time, it would be detrimental to his own official career. He would leave behind a stain that he was timid and easily let a suspect in custody be rescued by a spy from the Heavenly Legacy race. Therefore, he had to hand over the people, but he had to at least pretend to struggle for a while. It would be best if he could make it seem like he had no choice but to bear the humiliation and hand over the suspects in custody after considering the big picture. Then, everything would be perfect. With this thought in mind, Long Kuei's heart immediately calmed down. He thought to himself that since it was going to be an act, he might as well make it more realistic. Why was Prince Xian's reputation so great? Wasn't it because he was fighting alone in the first universe of the Heavenly Legacy race? The times needed heroes, and he just happened to be born, so he hit the jackpot. Of course, this unexpected birth had now been proven. Everything was the result of the Heavenly Legacy race's manipulation behind the scenes. He had already exposed Prince Xian's identity as a spy of the Tianji race, which was already a great achievement. If he could perfect his performance further and display the image of a hero, he might be able to take advantage of this opportunity to replace Prince Xian and become the new hero idol in the hearts of the Federation's citizens. It wouldn't be impossible for him to do so. Thinking of this, Long Kuei's heart was immediately moved. While he was secretly delighted, his face revealed a righteous expression, as if he was facing death with equanimity. He waved his hand and said, "Long Xian, you crazy guy, do you really dare to open fire? Fine, go ahead and open fire. As the deputy supervisor of the Federation, I will never compromise with a villain like you. You can try, but this deputy supervisor won't move a single step and will stand here. If you want to attack the Federation's fortress behind me, you'll have to step over my dead body first." "Are you sure?" Yi Xian saw through his thoughts and was instantly speechless. He didn't really want to blast a hole in the Federation's fortress. After all, he still had to clean up the mess afterward. It wouldn't be good to make a big deal out of it. But now, Long Kuei wanted to show off and said in public that he wouldn't move a single step. In that case, he wouldn't open fire and just give him a shot from the fallen skybow. If the Federation's fortress was destroyed, it would be difficult to clean up the aftermath. But if Long Kuei died or was severely injured, he was a collateral member of the Imperial family. As long as the Imperial family didn't pursue the matter, the Myriad Luo Federation headquarters would naturally avoid trouble. And this would be enough for Yi Xian to vent his anger. Even if he only severely injured this guy, Yi Xian's anger would be more or less appeased. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately raised his left hand and grinned. "Deputy Supervisor, you spoke so righteously just now. You won't be a coward when the time comes, right?" Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What should be done is done. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, he raised his hand high up and pointed at Long Kuei. However, the palm of his left hand, which was originally empty, suddenly burst forth with a golden light. A golden bow in the form of energy appeared without any suspense. To Yi Xian, all of this was very familiar. At both ends of the ancient and ferocious bow, the two humanoid creatures that formed the semi-arc of the bow opened their mouths wide in anger, just like how Yi Xian was roaring madly at this moment. A bowstring that was clearly made of countless fine golden threads twisted together extended out from the wide mouths of the two roaring creatures at the same time. Very soon, it condensed into a bowstring. On it, there was clearly a golden energy arrow that quietly appeared, and the arrow was already on the bowstring. Before this, Yi Xian had thought about it and felt that he had to use this attack. His cultivation base was still only at third-order planet warrior. Although no one in the Myriad Luo Federation really thought that his cultivation base was that weak, he could not be completely sure that no one would be suspicious. After all, no matter how shocking everything he did in the Demon Dweller Star Zone was, in this third universe, no one had seen it with their own eyes. But now, if he used the Heaven-Falling Bow's divine ability, even if it was only to severely injure Long Kuei, then the loophole in his cultivation base would at least be delayed for a long time before anyone would suspect him. In order to prepare for this attack, Yi Xian had invested a large amount of multi-pupil consciousness crystals and star core origins. Of course, they were all low-grade goods. He had too many of these two resources in his hands, and as Yi Xian's cultivation base increased, their usefulness had gradually decreased. It was just right to use them here. However, even though he had used a large amount of multi-pupil consciousness crystals and star core origins as the energy source for this attack, at this moment, when Yi Xian used the Heaven-Falling Bow again, the small golden bow that was originally suspended above his sea of consciousness still absorbed a large amount of Yi Xian's physical strength, blood, cultivation base, spiritual power, and life force. It was not that he did not prepare enough energy, but that this divine ability had been branded in his flesh and soul. To activate it, most of the energy consumption could be prepared in advance, but to activate this small golden bow in his sea of consciousness, Yi Xian still had to rely on his own strength to complete it. A strong sense of weakness hit Yi Xian. Although it was not as extreme as when he used the Heaven-Falling Bow's divine ability the previous 2 times, he still had the illusion that his soul was dizzy. After paying such a price, if he still could not kill or severely injure Long Kuei, all of this would not be worth it. As this thought flashed through his mind, a fierce light burst out of Yi Xian's eyes. He suddenly said in a cold voice, "This bow is called the Heaven-Falling Bow. Today, this prince will use the power of this bow to send you to heaven." As these words rang out, wisps of strange golden brilliance began to burst out from the depths of Yi Xian's eyes. He raised his right hand, grabbed the arrow's tail, and suddenly exerted force, instantly drawing the bow to its full length. At the same time, a huge illusory figure appeared behind him. It was almost as tall as the sky and was 100,000 feet tall. It seemed to be a little smaller than the 100,000-meter wide starry sky fortress. However, for some unknown reason, this ferocious illusory figure gave off a feeling of disdain and a terrifying pressure that seemed to be able to destroy the world. This illusory figure was the ancient Xianxia that Yi Xian had seen in the inheritance picture of the Heaven-Falling Bow. The previous 2 times Yi Xian had used the Heaven-Falling Bow's divine ability, the ancient Xianxia illusory figure had not appeared behind him. This time even Yi Xian was greatly surprised by its unexpected appearance. He did not think too much about it and simply attributed it to his own growth and strength and the fact that he had reached the planet realm. As for whether it was true or not, now was not the time to delve into it. He would think about it later. In any case, it was not a bad thing. At least, the Xianxia illusory figure behind Yi Xian had boosted the momentum of his attack to the extreme. This illusory figure was simply too terrifying and sinister. It had a pair of huge wings on its back like a demon, and it exuded a thick and ancient aura from head to toe. There was also an incomparably sharp murderous aura that rushed toward him as soon as the illusory figure appeared. It made Long Kuei's heart beat violently, and a strong sense of life or death crisis surged in his heart. What is this? You. Long Kuei, who had originally held his head high and looked as if he was about to die, suddenly changed his expression, and his body began to tremble. He even stuttered as he cried out involuntarily. A coward was ultimately just a coward. In the face of the ancient Xianxia illusory figure and the inexplicable sense of life or death crisis, Long Kuei finally shrank back. Buzz, a murderous light flashed in his eyes, and a rapid buzzing sound rang out. The giant energy bow in Yi Xian's hand instantly emitted a blazing golden light. In the blink of an eye, it quickly condensed and poured into the arrow on the bowstring without missing a single drop. It whistled through the air and instantly traversed the boundless void, closing in on Long Kuei and shooting out with a loud bang. The golden energy arrow from the fallen sky bow whistled out from Yi Xian's hand as if it had teleported. In the next instant, it had already traversed a vast distance and appeared in front of Long Kuei without any suspense. This is impossible. Although he knew that Yi Xian's cultivation was definitely not as simple as the 3rd level of the planet realm that he revealed on the surface, but now, the other party had only casually attacked from afar, and it gave Long Kuei, who was a mystic light realm expert, a sense of danger that he would die in the next instant. How could he be so strong? This was illogical. Unwillingness and doubt flashed through Long Kuei's mind in an instant, and he let out a miserable howl as if he had gone mad. In fact, before the golden arrow left the fallen sky-bowing Yixian's hand, he had already turned around. As the deputy supervisor of the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation, and as a member of the imperial family of the Eternal Dynasty, Long Kuei obviously had many life-saving treasures. Just as his body suddenly turned around and fled for his life, a green soul crystal appeared behind him. A drop of soul blood was clearly flowing within the translucent green soul crystal. Soul crystals could be formed by experts above the black hole realm. Once successfully formed, it was like a substitute for death. However, the price to pay for that drop of soul blood was extremely heavy, and ordinary experts rarely formed one. Those who truly formed one were either so strong that they did not care about losing a drop of soul blood, or they were extremely afraid of death. Long Kuei obviously belonged to the latter. At this moment, the aura of this soul crystal instantly surged and replaced Long Kuei's body, attracting the aura of the whistling golden arrow to lock onto it. At the same time that the aura of the soul crystal surged, Long Kuei happened to step into the Federation's stronghold. This guy seemed to have forgotten the impassioned words he had said half a minute ago and was running away like a stray dog. No matter what, he had lost a lot of face this time. At this critical juncture of life and death, the turtle head that should have shrunk back had shrunk back. Boom. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Run. This Cyan Soul Crystal was Long Kuei's life replacement item, and it was extremely precious. However, it was destroyed today. This matter made his heart ache. After all, the Cyan Soul Crystal contained a drop of his soul blood. Even Mystic Light Realm experts didn't have much soul blood. Every drop of soul blood he used was a great loss. Furthermore, this kind of soul crystal was extremely complicated and painful to refine. It was impossible to refine another soul crystal after using one. However, even though his heart ached, he couldn't care less at this moment. Yi Futian had expected that Prince Xian's current level of cultivation was definitely not weak. He was at least at the origin realm. After all, the Tianji clan was willing to spend so much on him. They couldn't just sit by and watch his cultivation level be too low. Even if Prince Xian didn't work hard, the Tianji clan would definitely think of ways to raise his cultivation level. Even so, Long Kuei did not expect Prince Xian to be so strong. Although the arrow just now could not kill him in an instant, it was completely possible for it to cause him to be seriously injured and on the verge of death. Although part of the reason for this was because the divine ability Prince Xian had used was too strange and too powerful, Long Kuei believed that Prince Xian's current cultivation was at least in the Grotto Heaven realm, even if he hadn't reached the Mystic Light realm yet. Damn this guy. He's in the 10th Great Realm, but he only shows the cultivation of the 4th Great Realm, the Planet Realm. What a jerk. With such resentment, the moment Long Kuei stepped into the federal fortress, he roared and gave the order, "What are you still standing there for? Are you waiting for the enemy to blast you? Jump, start jumping now." At this moment, there was only one thought in Long Kuei's mind. Run. Run, the faster the better. In fact, when he stepped out of the Federation's fortress, he had already given the order to start charging the space jump. Even the charging of the death ray cannons was compromised because of this. It was just for show. At that time, Long Kuei had already analyzed the situation clearly. No matter what, Prince Xian had revealed his trump cards at all costs. This was enough to prove that he was a spy from the Tianji clan. Just this point alone made Long Kuei undefeatable. In that case, there was really no need to stay here and waste time with the other party. At most, he would put on a show and immediately perform a space jump, bringing the Federation fortress away and returning to the Undying Star as soon as possible. The other party was also a starry sky fortress, which was of the same grade as the Federation fortress that he was in charge of. As long as he took the initiative and jumped through space first, it wouldn't be easy for Prince Xian to catch up to him even if he immediately chased after him. In fact, it might even be impossible. This guy was a lunatic. This could be seen from the fact that in order to rescue Naples and the purplish warbler, he had completely revealed his background. This kind of lunatic could go crazy at any time. Wouldn't it be a waste to take a shot from him? It was precisely because of this consideration that Long Kuei had already changed his decision before he stepped out of the Federation fortress. The charging speed of the death ray cannons was slowed down to the minimum, just for show. However, the space jump system of the Federation fortress was secretly charging at full power. Space jump, as a life-saving method, charged very quickly. Although it had only been a minute, in reality, the entire charging process had just finished. The Federation fortress immediately began a space jump. As a dim light flashed, the huge starry sky fortress disappeared in an instant. The starry sky void where it was originally located trembled slightly and let out a faint buzzing sound. He actually ran away? After all this time, it turns out that the words of the deputy supervisor of the Federation are also farts. This result surprised Xianxia greatly. The other party's identity was there. No matter whether it was in the Wanluo Federation Overwatch Council or in the Undying Dynasty, he was extremely prominent. However, the words he had just said were farts in the blink of an eye. No one would have expected such a situation. He could only blame the other party for being too shameless. He was simply too shameless, unwilling to accept this. Xianxia immediately gave the order for all the mosquito beasts and soldiers to return to their nests. After that, with a wave of his hand, the Black Mosquito, Black Wind, and Saint were all stored into the undying world within his body. Xianxia stepped into the lightning fortress and immediately gave the order to pursue at full speed. With a buzzing sound, the lightning fortress immediately began a space jump and rumbled away at full speed. An hour later, tens of millions of miles away from the wormhole entrance where the two starry sky fortresses were previously facing each other, in a vast galaxy void, the originally calm and waterless universe void suddenly seemed to be disturbed by an external force. Suddenly, a layer of invisible ripples appeared. Faintly, there seemed to be a buzzing sound of space trembling extremely violently. A starry sky fortress with the insignia of the Wanluo Federation engraved on its hull suddenly appeared in this void without any warning. Without stopping for a moment, it immediately sped towards the nearest wormhole entrance at full speed. This ship was the starry sky fortress that belonged to the Federation's Overwatch Council and was commanded by Long Kuei. Even for a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, not to mention the wormhole jump, if it only used the starry sky fortress's jumping ability to launch an extreme distance space jump, it would still not be able to continuously perform it. Just like how a cannon barrel needed to be cooled down, after the starry sky fortress's space jump equipment had been fully operated once, it also needed a buffer period before it could perform a second jump. This buffer period, after a full load extreme jump, would be at least 12 hours, which was half a day. Therefore, after completing an extreme jump, this Federation fortress could only use this method of traveling at full speed to rush towards the nearest wormhole. Although it was very likely that the Tianji Ray Silver Fortress chasing after them was of the same grade as Long Kuei's Federation fortress, the enemy's death ray cannon had long since finished charging. The terrifying death ray energy beam with a diameter of 20,000 meters could be fired at any moment. However, Long Kuei's Federation fortress was different. The entire starry sky fortress's kinetic energy was already in a state of full operation. In order to ensure full speed travel, it had no time to charge the main cannon of the starry sky fortress. If it chose the latter, its speed would definitely decrease greatly. At that time, before the main cannon of the starry sky fortress could finish charging, the silver fortress chasing after it would have already caught up. At that time, when that crazy Long Xian fired his cannon, even a supreme existence like Long Kuei, who had the cultivation of the mystic light realm, would feel extremely uncomfortable even if the terrifying death ray cannon energy beam brushed past him. Even if he did not die, he would lose a layer of skin. The two starry sky fortresses were of the same level, but because the silver fortress had the upper hand and was already prepared, it was able to completely control the situation as soon as they met. Right now, Long Kuei was filled with resentment, but there was nothing he could do. Right now, he had no other choice but to escape. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Uproar, as the Federation fortress commanded by Long Kuei suddenly appeared in the void, it continued to move forward at an extremely high speed without stopping for a moment before quickly disappearing. About 10 minutes later, not far away, the void of the galaxy, which had just returned to normal, once again rippled with a layer of formless ripples. The same buzzing sound of the void trembling rang out. Immediately after, Yi Xian's lightning fortress appeared. It paused for a few seconds to confirm the direction, then immediately swept out with a loud rumble, turning into a silver ray of light as it chased forward at an extremely high speed. The position it had locked onto was precisely the direction of the void where Long Kuei's Federation fortress had disappeared 10 minutes ago. Although the two interstellar fortresses were of the same level, both were entry-level standard fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. The Federation fortress commanded by Long Kuei was somewhat different from Yi Xian's lightning fortress. After all, the former was built by the human race's science and technology camp in the third universe, while the latter was a product of the Tianji clan in the first universe. Although the general configuration and functions were similar, there was still a slight difference in the performance index. The official members of the Tianji clan were all intelligent robots that had developed self-awareness. True members of the Celestial clan couldn't do the hard work of building battleships, space fortresses, and interstellar fortresses themselves, but the technology was still under their control. The actual execution was done by the highly intelligent robots that hadn't yet developed their own sentience. There was no doubt about the creativity of the human race. Among the thousands of races in the universe, there was a reason why the human race could be called the leader of all living things. However, when it came to mechanical manufacturing technology, the human race was really no match for the intelligent robots of the Tianji clan. Apart from the human pioneer of star-sky technology, Xing Bo, among the current human race experts, even the imperial preceptor of the everlasting dynasty, Dr. dared not say that he was superior to the Tianji clan in this aspect. In fact, Dr. was also an intelligent robot. Usually, no one would pay too much attention to the slight difference in mechanical manufacturing between the human race and the robots. Even the existence of such a slight difference could not be truly confirmed. However, at this moment, as the two starry fortresses that belonged to the human race and the androids, which were respectively built by the human race and the androids respectively, were chasing each other in the vast void of Universe 3, this originally extremely weak gap was vividly displayed like never before. The two space fortresses had used all of their kinetic energy to increase their sailing speed. They were moving at full speed in the void. However, the distance between the two was constantly shrinking, and Lightning Fortress, which was closely following behind, was getting closer and closer. After only a day's time, the void distance that was originally 10 minutes at full speed was shortened to about 8 minutes. At this rate, Lightning Fortress would be able to catch up with the Federation Fortress in another 4 days. As for the Federation Fortress, even if it entered the universe wormhole again and again, it would not be able to reach the immortal planet in 4 days. The two interstellar fortresses, which had a diameter of 100,000 meters, were as if they had gone crazy. They displayed extreme speed, chasing one another endlessly in the void of the galaxy. Such a scene could not be said to be unprecedented, but at least it had not appeared in the third universe. Along the way, all of the strong men of the Federation, or the existences in the commercial fleet, after seeing this scene, without exception, had a shocked and stunned expression on their faces. The interstellar fortress in front of them was clearly engraved with the emblem of the Overwatch Council of the Federation. Could it be a dream? In the third universe, there was actually someone who dared to chase after the interstellar fortress of the Overwatch Council, the headquarters of the Wanluo Federation, as if they were chasing a dog. It was as if they would not give up until they killed it. When did such a fierce person appear in the third universe? In the command hall on the top floor of the Federation Fortress. Bah! Damn it! It is clearly the same standard entry-level fortress. Why is that little bastard behind us getting closer and closer? This is too much of a bully. Long Kuei fiercely slammed the analysis report in his hand on the table in front of him, gritting his teeth and cursing endlessly. This report was the result of the analysis that the Central Intelligence of the Federation Fortress had just obtained after rigorous calculations. It clearly stated the exact time that the interstellar fortress behind them would be within the firing range of the death ray cannon. If the speed of the two interstellar fortresses did not change, then it would only take 3 days, 10 hours, and 47 minutes for the enemy fortress to be within the firing range of the death ray cannon. I must ask for help from the dynasty. Even if I use wormholes again and again, I will definitely not be able to reach the immortal star in less than 4 days. Long Kuei, who was full of anger, forced himself to calm down as his chest violently heaved up and down. He said to himself, however, if the headquarters of the Federation receives the request for help and immediately sends the interstellar fortress fleet over, it will be enough to meet up with me before that madman behind us gets within the firing range of the interstellar fortress. Then, there will be nothing to be afraid of. Thinking of this, Long Kuei's eyes suddenly lit up. He turned his head and gave a new order to the communications officer beside him. Immediately contact the Federation's main network and request the headquarters of the Federation to immediately send the interstellar fortress fleet over to help make the situation more serious. Just say that this deputy supervisor has already verified that Prince Xian has betrayed the dynasty and was bought over by the Tianji clan. Not only does he have the interstellar fortress that the Tianji clan gave him, he even has an army of 10 million mosquito beasts and 100,000 void-swallowing beasts. The so-called genius of the dynasty, the so-called pride of the human race, and the idol of the Federation, is just a typical example of the opposite that the Tianji clan deliberately supported at all costs with ulterior motives. As for this supervisor, it was precisely because I discovered this shocking secret that I was desperately ambushed and hunted down by Prince Xian. Although this supervisor is not afraid, considering that this information must be sent back to the headquarters of the Federation, including witnesses, I could only choose to endure and flee all the way back to the dynasty. Let's put it this way. That's the gist of it. You can think of the specific wording carefully. After he finished speaking, Long Kuei waved his hand, and a relieved smile finally appeared on his face. Although he was quite frightened this time, at least with this great contribution, everything was worth it. At the side, the communications officer, who had hurriedly finished his statement, immediately turned around and rushed toward the interstellar fortress's main control hub. Looking at his face, it was obvious that his forehead was full of black lines. Clearly, he was quite shocked. Half a day later, a heavy bomb was suddenly thrown into the official website of the Wanluo Federation without warning. Prince Xian was actually a spy of the Tianji clan. At this moment, he was on the Starry Sky main route from the heavenly underworld star to the imperial capital, the Immortal Star. He was desperately chasing after the Federation's deputy supervisor, Long Kuei, who had dug out the shocking secret. He wanted to silence him, although this matter only appeared and spread in the form of gossip. The source was said to be from the federal headquarters, the Overwatch Council. Therefore, in the shortest amount of time, it blew up countless powerhouses of the human clan in the entire third universe. They were all fried on the outside and tender on the inside. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio 4th Order Planet Warrior. As this shocking secret spread rapidly, countless powerhouses from the three universes were all stunned in an instant. Needless to say, there was no need to mention the human race of the third universe. Now, Prince Xian's reputation was so great that he had almost become the pride of the entire human race. The Tenju Celestial Palace of the Cultivation Camp was slightly better, but on the Immortal Dynasty of the Science and Technology Camp, almost all of the young generation of Starry Sky Masters were fans of Prince Xian. Such a monstrous change was obviously unacceptable. As the news spread, the countless administrative planets in the three empires of the entire Immortal Dynasty and the territories of a large number of small countries were completely thrown into chaos. Doubts, protests, and angry curses resounded through the sky. Most of them were in support of Prince Xian. The same scene occurred in the Cultivation Camp and the Second Universe, but it was far from being as intense as it was on the Immortal Dynasty's side. The officials of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe seemed to be enjoying the show. On the surface, they didn't make any comments, but in private, the higher-ups of the various races were probably overjoyed. Regardless of whether this was true or not, this time, the human race had lost a lot of face. After all, although Long Kuei was the deputy supervisor of the Overwatch Council of the Federation, he was also a human and a collateral member of the Immortal Dynasty. It seemed that Prince Xian would have to call him uncle when he saw him. If he revealed such shocking secrets with such a sensitive identity, it would only be the human race and the Eternal Dynasty that would be embarrassed if the truth was not verified. Nobody would deliberately consider his position as the deputy supervisor of the Federation, compared to the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe, who were gloating. The Tianji race of the First Universe and its hundreds of slave races were obviously even more confused. The hundreds of slave races in the First Universe, including the demon race, were still fine. However, whether or not Prince Xian was a spy that the Tianji race had secretly nurtured and supported was something they couldn't be sure of. their hearts were filled with suspicion. At most, they could only make wild guesses and nothing more. But the Tianji race was different, especially some of the higher-ups. After suddenly hearing this news, almost all of the core higher-ups of the Tianji race were dumbfounded. What was the human race playing at? Had the infighting of the immortal dynasty's royal family reached such a deranged state? Even Prince Xian, who had such a great reputation and was the pride of the royal family of the three universes, dared to slander him? And say that he was a spy of the human race bribed by the Tianji race. The hole in his brain was simply catching up to the skylight. Less than half a day later, after a period of shock and not knowing whether to laugh or cry, the Heavenly Legacy Race's base camp suddenly issued an edict, informing all the administrative planets of the First Universe's Servant 100 races that the First Universe's arrest warrant issued against Prince Xian was completely cancelled. Hope that Prince Xian could escape from the human race and turn to the embrace of the immortal dynasty. The gate of the immortal dynasty race, the immortal dynasty, Xian, that Prince Xian Li, this was the news, was realm race realm. World Xian Zhou Xian realm, Xian Studio, and Xian was Xian Studio news. Xian to say, X. Even some of the prince's fans were shaken and fell into silence. But even more people were still supporting Prince Xian, pointing out that this was just the Tianji race's deliberate plan to confuse the public. They wanted to make the Third Universe, and even the entire Myriad Luo Federation, even more chaotic. However, no matter what kind of opinion they held, at this moment, the gazes of the countless human clan masters in the Third Universe were all focused on the same star field. In that star sector, Prince Xian and the Federation's supervisor Long Kuei were having a great time chasing after each other. They were chasing after each other as if they had gone mad and didn't give up. Those who fled were chased like stray dogs, and they were in a sorry state. In fact, the gazes that were paying attention to that star sector were not limited to the human race in the Third Universe. Even the various races of the Federation in the Second Universe, as well as the Tianji race and their servant races in the First Universe, were all paying close attention to all the news from the Third Universe that was related to this star sector. No one knew what kind of situation this sudden incident would develop into, but this question had unwittingly tugged at the heartstrings of countless experts in the three universes. As the person involved and even the instigator of this incident, Yi Xian was completely unaware of all this. He didn't even know that Long Kuei had already officially reported the conclusion that he was a spy of the Tianji race to the Federation's Overwatch Council while he was running for his life. Of course, even if Yi Xian knew all this, he didn't care. When he decided to use such a high-profile and tough method to rescue Naples and the Purplish Warbler, he had already anticipated that such a situation would occur. From a certain point of view, all of this was actually what Yi Xian wanted to see. His goal was to use the final result of this incident to make a statement to his royal brother, who had been eyeing him covetously, and most likely had been secretly plotting against him for a long time, as well as the upper echelons of the royal family that supported him behind the scenes. If one had to insist on saying that it was a show of strength, it was actually not impossible. At least, Yi Xian would not deny it. As for what the final result of this incident would be, on this point, perhaps countless experts in the three universes were secretly guessing and analyzing, but for Yi Xian, he had already confirmed it without a doubt long before he officially launched the operation. Right now, what he needed to do, and what he was doing, was to turn this result, which could not possibly have any suspense, into an established fact bit by bit. In this regard, Yi Xian had a well-thought-out plan. Therefore, in the past 1.5 days, although Thunderbolt had been chasing at full speed like a madman, Yi Xian, who was in the Commander-in-Chief cabin on the top floor of Thunderbolt Fortress, had been extremely calm and collected. Even the control of Thunderbolt Fortress had been temporarily handed over to Zhuofeng Tai. As for Yi Xian himself, he sat cross-legged on the sofa in the Commander-in-Chief's resting area as if no one else was around. He took out a small pile of Star Core Origin and took a break from his busy schedule to start cultivating. According to the calculations and analysis of the Devouring system, under the premise of maintaining the current speed, it would take at least 3 days to catch up with that stray dog in front of them and get within the range of the fortress's antimatter death ray cannons. For other human experts, 3 days would pass in the blink of an eye, so it was meaningless to cultivate or not. But for Yi Xian, 3 days of all-out cultivation was enough for him to make another small breakthrough in his cultivation realm. Since he had nothing to do, why not chase after the dog and raise his cultivation realm to 4th order planet warrior at the same time? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Body Odor. Previously, when Yi Xian had used the primordial super ability Skyfall Bow once again, he had been prepared. He had used a large amount of Star Core Origin and Multi-Pupil Essence Crystal as the energy source to absorb them in advance and store them in the Devouring system. When the Skyfall Bow was activated, it was immediately transferred out and injected into the small golden bow. Therefore, the amount of cultivation, spirit power, chi and blood force, life force, and so on that had been taken away from his body was actually not much this time. It was far from the level where he was able to achieve a breakthrough like the last time in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land. However, there was still the effect of digging out his potential. It was precisely because of this that Yi Xian took advantage of this opportunity to cultivate. For Yi Xian, this was the best time to make another breakthrough, and it was indeed so. When the last 2 hours of the 3rd day had passed, the Star Core Origin energy from the Devouring system completely stopped. Yi Xian relaxed and opened his eyes. The next moment, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, your realm has increased. Current realm, 4th order planet warrior. Only a few more hours, and I will be within the range of the death ray cannon? After getting up from the sofa, Yi Xian took back the temporary control of Lightning Fortress from Zhuofengtai's hands. He summoned the Dongshu shuttle and ordered it to enter it. After all, he was the commander of the demon tribe's foreign tribe. He was considered to be one of the higher-ups of the demon tribe. Even though he had become Yi Xian's demon slave, it was still not suitable for him to show up in Universe 3. At least for now, anyway, he was not the only Origin Realm subordinate under Yi Xian. There was no regret or helplessness in temporarily hiding him. After putting away the Dongshu shuttle, Yi Xian turned around and glanced at the huge virtual screen of the command cabin on the top floor of Lightning Fortress. On the screen was a dark and endless void of the galaxy. It was dotted with countless stars of varying brightness. Right in front of him was a huge mysterious star that looked like a nebula vortex. That was one of the more than 10 wormholes on the main space route from Heavenly Underworld Star to Immortal Star. In the past 3 days, Long Kuei's Federation Stronghold and Yi Xian's Lightning Stronghold had completed a total of 3 wormhole jumps. The distance was both short and long, but at the very least, it was far beyond the limit of what the Starry Sky Stronghold could reach. Otherwise, it would have been meaningless to enter a wormhole and perform a space jump in this kind of space. The nebula-like vortex in front of them was the entrance to the 4th wormhole. In fact, it should be the 5th wormhole that was not included. The closest wormhole to planet Heavenly Underworld Star was not included in it. That was the start of the chase from there. At this moment, Long Kuei's light blue fortress happened to arrive at the edge of the wormhole. Without any hesitation, it dived into the wormhole and disappeared. Lightning Fortress followed closely behind. After 1 minute and 23 seconds, it also entered the wormhole entrance. Although a wormhole jump was not a normal interstellar travel, the speed of the jump was also related to the performance of the warship. Regardless of whether it was a warship, a fortress, or a space fortress, or the same wormhole, it was impossible for 2 warships of the same level to spend the same amount of time in this process. There would always be a difference in speed, even if the difference was very small. Currently, the distance between Lightning Fortress and Long Kuei's Federation Fortress was only 1 minute and 23 seconds at full speed. According to the analysis of the Devouring system, this 1 minute and 23 seconds difference could be completely erased by Lightning Fortress during the current wormhole jump. It might even exceed it by a little. The jump distance of this wormhole was not close. Even if it was a space fortress, with its jump equipment operating at full capacity, the time it would stay in the wormhole would still be close to 6 hours. Although the performance of the space jump equipment of Lightning Fortress was only slightly better than that of Long Kuei's Federation Fortress, to the point of being negligible, the entire 6-hour jump only shortened the distance between the two by 1 minute and 23 seconds. This was obviously no pressure at all. The analysis of the Devouring system actually gave it 2 minutes and 3 seconds. In other words, although Yi Xian's Lightning Fortress entered the wormhole right after Long Kuei, when this wormhole jump was completed and they arrived at the exit on the other side of the wormhole, Lightning Fortress would silently overtake Long Kuei and rush out of the wormhole exit 40 seconds in advance. 40 seconds was enough for Xian to complete some necessary arrangements in the space near the exit on the other side of the wormhole. Let's see how you escape this time. A light flashed across Xian's eyes. As he spoke softly, a faint smile slowly appeared on his face. He did not rest for the last 6 hours. His mind was spinning rapidly as he reorganized everything. After confirming that there were no oversights, Xian immediately began all kinds of preparations. 40 seconds was really not a lot of time. Wang. The space vibrated at a terrifyingly high frequency. It was far beyond the limits of the space oscillator equipped on the 10,000-meter diameter space fortress. This was clearly the space oscillation effect produced by the super oscillator equipped on the space fortress. Moreover, it was at full power and at full capacity. The space oscillation effect of this intensity would cause even a 10,000-meter diameter space fortress to feel as if it had fallen into an extremely sticky swamp. Normal navigation would be difficult to continue. An ordinary 3,000-meter-long stellar-level warship could even be directly shaken to the point of being extinguished. Needless to say, a 1,000-meter-long planet-level warship would be even more so. If the quality of the warship was slightly lower, it would probably disintegrate before long. As for a 10,000-meter-long space fortress of the same level, although it would not be so difficult to move, if it was caught off guard and accidentally entered a space with such a strong oscillation effect, even if it was originally flying at full speed, once it entered the area of oscillation, its speed would instantly drop by 70%. The remaining 30% of its speed would also be undulating like a small boat floating at the mouth of the storm. Long Kuei's Federation fortress was in such a situation at this time. He had just rushed out of the wormhole when he encountered such a situation. This made him so angry that he was about to explode. In this kind of situation, even a fool would be able to guess who was waiting outside the wormhole and activating the stronghold-level space oscillator. It wasn't that Long Kuei hadn't thought that Xian might be able to overtake him in this wormhole jump. He'd even made some preparations to deal with it, but he never thought that the other party would actually use such a harmful move. What was the difference between this and pouring a large pot of oil in front of someone's house? The moment they stepped out of the wormhole, they would fall flat on their backs. This was simply too dirty. In addition, because they had just rushed out of the wormhole and immediately entered the area of oscillation, their speed dropped by 70%. The effect was clearly like the sudden break of a starry sky-level warship. Therefore, while the entire Federation fortress came to a halt, a large number of Federation supervisors in the top-floor command module were thrown off their feet and rolled on the ground. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Certain death. As the Federation fortress charged out of the wormhole, its extreme speed encountered the effect of the space oscillation and was momentarily stopped. As a result, it suddenly came to a halt. The entire Federation fortress was in chaos. Even the command cabin on the top floor was like a pot of porridge. Everyone was rolling around on the floor and squeezing into a pile. However, this chaos did not last for too long. After all, this was a starry sky fortress. Although it was still under the effect of the space oscillation, the initial panic caused by the sudden stop disappeared in a few short seconds. The entire fortress was still shaking, but it was not to the point where people could not even stand steadily. After the green-faced Long Kuei climbed to his feet, the first thing he did was roar, "Damned Tianji clan! Damned Long Xian! Also, who among you has body odor? Damn it, stand up and get out of the top floor immediately. Otherwise, when I find out later, humph." Hearing that the first thing he investigated after climbing to his feet was this matter, all of the Federation officials around him looked at each other, their faces full of shock. The purplish warbler and Naples rolled their eyes and did not pay him any attention. Their gazes swept toward the giant virtual screen not far away at the same time. They clearly could not understand how Long Kuei had almost reached out to strangle himself and kill himself just now because of the smell. Although the sudden stop had caught them off guard, because the two of them were sitting on the sofa and had their backs to the Federation fortress, their bodies were blocked by the sofa. They were not like most of the other people who were thrown to the ground by the terrifying force of inertia and rolled into a pile. In the crowd, a Federation official quickly withdrew from the top-floor command cabin with his neck shrunk. This was clearly the unlucky person with body odor. Looking at his deathly pale expression, he presumably also realized his end. It was clearly impossible for him to just leave the top-floor command cabin. This matter had to be carefully calculated later. If it was serious, he would not be able to keep his life. If it was light, he would be expelled from the Overwatch Council. In any case, it was over. Following this person's departure, Long Kuei, whose chest was still rising and falling violently, temporarily put this matter to the back of his mind. His gaze quickly swept toward the holographic virtual screen. Then, he was slightly startled and immediately laughed sinisterly. That little bastard is quite bold. He actually dared to use this move. Did he really think I was scared? The giant virtual screen displayed the scene of the void in front of them. Thousands of miles away, a silver Tianji clan fortress was blocking the front. Behind it, 3 demon scout fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters were lined. In the void on the left and the right Warbler, the Federation fortress, which had just rushed out of the wormhole, was completely surrounded, the Federation fortress. They could either retreat and return to the wormhole. Otherwise, no matter which direction they chose to break through, they would encounter resistance. Coupled with the effect of the extreme vibration of space, the possibility of escaping from this area was basically zero. The current situation was exactly the same as the one that had happened before. Unfortunately, the same method could be used the first time, but the second time, the effect might not be the same, at least for now. Long Kuei did not care. He already had a plan in mind, calculating the time. The inspection fleet of the Federation Overwatch Council on the immortal planet should have arrived. If there were no accidents, they would be here in at most 4 to 6 hours. At that time, with the arrival of the inspection fleet, everything would be easily solved. What Long Kuei needed to do was to delay the time as much as possible. You should be able to guess. On the immortal planet, the fleet of the Federation Overwatch Council is rushing here to help. If there are no accidents, they will most likely arrive immediately. Stepping out of the top cabin of the fortress, Long Kuei's figure stood in the void and looked at Xianxia, who had been waiting for a long time in the void. His tone was full of ridicule and confidence. So, I advise you to get the hell out of here before they arrive. You are about to lose your life. Why are you still so pretentious and worried about the life and death of others? Don't mention the death ray cannon to me. No matter where you hit, I can guarantee that Naples and the purplish warbler will not be spared. This kind of threat has already appeared once. How can I not be prepared? Besides, although the magic you used before was amazing and could seriously injure me, the deputy supervisor, this kind of magic must consume a lot of energy, right? At least, it will not be completely recovered in a few days. Don't try to use it to scare people. I can see that you are bluffing. You should end this as soon as possible. Humph, if it were not for the fact that I am too lazy to waste my energy to deal with a dying man and delay the time, I would not have said these words to you. This imperial uncle is too lazy to even say these words of advice to you. My good nephew, this time, you are completely finished. Ha ha ha. Speaking of which, Long Kuei could not restrain himself. He raised his head and laughed wildly. This time, he had made a great contribution. In the future, his position in the headquarters of the Federation would be improved. When the time came, he could remove the word deputy in front of his official hat and become one of the few supreme elders in the headquarters of the Wanluo Federation. Then, even the everlasting dynasty would not be able to do anything to him. You are right. On the opposite side, in the void thousands of kilometers away, Xianxia was still standing on the back of the 8-star imperial ladle. He had his hands behind his back and looked calm. After listening to Long Kuei's words, he even grinned and shrugged. Apparently, he was not stressed at all. But there is a slight difference. I don't dare to use the death ray cannon, and I don't want to use the heaven falling bow again. But the latter is not my trump card. Even the method that will send you to the Western Paradise is the same. You want me to use my trump card? You are not worthy. Whoosh. When the last word left his mouth, Xianxia waved his hand. A faint blood-red light rushed out from his palm and instantly shot out. The sound of it breaking through the air was deafening. This blood-red light was the Weeping Soul blood horn. During the last wormhole jump, Xianxia had obtained a mysterious mark from the headless baby corpse that could control the blood horn. It could be said that Long Kuei's death was already predestined at that moment, after the blood-red light rushed out from Xian's right palm, it grew with the wind. Its speed was so fast that it was basically no different from breaking through the void and descending directly. In less than an instant, a gigantic blood-colored horn had already appeared above Long Kuei's head. A terrifying pressure that caused even his mind to shatter enveloped him with a rumble, instantly imprisoning his body. Not to mention walking, the reason why he was able to stand straight and not lie down was actually because all the muscles in his body had completely stiffened, and his knees could not bend down. This. Boom. Screech, an incomparably shrill shriek resounded. The weeping soul blood horn that was like a ferocious creature of the heavens and earth suddenly shook above Long Kuei. Boom. At practically the exact same time, Long Kuei, whose figure had been completely restrained by the pressure of the bloody horn, exploded into a mist of blood and flesh without any suspense. Before he died, he didn't even have the time to say a complete sentence of his last words. Immediately after, the mist of blood and flesh that had been rapidly exploding suddenly shrank, as if there was a huge suction force that appeared and sucked all of them into the weeping soul blood horn. Whoosh! After doing all this, the blood horn didn't stop at all. After circling for a moment, it immediately returned the way it came. In less than a breath's time, it once again turned into a faint blood-colored light and entered Xian's body from his chest, completely disappearing. The whole process took less than 3 seconds, like a fleeting glimpse, but the result of the weeping soul blood horn in less than 3 seconds was enough to shock the world. A supreme existence with the cultivation of the mystic light realm, which was the 11th realm, was gone so easily. It was so easy and casual that it couldn't even crush an ant to death with such ease. Even Xian was greatly surprised by this. Although he was sure that Long Kuei would definitely die this time, it was still a little too shocking that the weeping soul blood horn could kill a mystic light realm expert so easily. After all, the strongest expert it had crushed before was the 9-star Ladybird Emperor in the Black Hole of Life, who was an existence of the Void Transformation Realm. Although the difference between the Void Transformation Realm and the Mystic Light Realm was only one realm, the further one went, the more obvious the difference between the two adjacent realms was. Even the difference of a small realm within the same realm was like heaven and earth. Crushing a Void Transformation Realm expert and crushing a Mystic Light Realm expert were two completely different concepts. It seems that this prince's estimation of the strength of the Weeping Soul Blood Horn was a little too conservative. After being stunned for a moment, Xian shook his head with a bitter smile and muttered to himself. However, the opponent changed from the Void Transformation Realm to the Mystic Light Realm, but it still crushed him without any suspense, and the time it took was even shorter. This is clearly not scientific. Could it be that the power of the blood horn has increased? The infant corpse has been refining it all this time? In addition, the 9-star Ladybird Empress didn't seem to absorb like this before. Today's method is a bit brutal. It directly caused the opponent's divine soul and body to explode, turning them into a bloody mist and swallowing them like a whale. Could it be that this is also due to the influence of the infant corpses? In the meantime, in the command cabin on the top floor of the Fortress of the Federation in the void up ahead, a lot of gasps were echoing non-stop. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared blankly at the giant virtual screen on the top floor of the command cabin. Through this virtual screen, they saw a Mystic Light Realm expert being crushed to death in less than 3 seconds like an ant. Their souls were destroyed, turning into flesh and blood to fuel the Slayer's ferocious flames. Not even a strand of hair was left behind. Heavens, he's in the Mystic Light Realm. After being stunned for a full 4 to 5 seconds, the purplish warbler finally closed her mouth. However, the look in her eyes became even more complicated. As she muttered to herself, she shook her head and sighed incessantly. She suddenly felt a strong sense of self-mockery. Prince Xian could even kill a supreme existence in the Mystic Light Realm in an instant. With such terrifying strength and methods, he didn't even have the slightest bit of danger in the Demon Dweller star zone of the first universe. Was her previous worries in vain? Naples, who was at the side, clearly felt the same. When the purplish warbler sighed, he also recovered from his daze. The expression on his face quickly turned awkward, and even slightly red. It was obvious that he was a little embarrassed. Previously, he had been complacent about having saved the Emperor this time, but now it seemed that he was just deceiving himself. The strongest expert in the Demon Dweller star zone, the Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian, was only at the 10th realm, the Profound Void realm. As long as Prince Xian didn't go to the central region of the first universe and cause trouble, no one would be able to easily take him down. Even if an upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race with cultivation above the mystic light realm came to the Demon Dweller star zone, even if the prince couldn't beat them, couldn't he just run away? Just that stunning blood-colored horn from before was enough to buy some time. After all this time, this so-called rescue mission is completely meaningless in the eyes of the prince. He might even feel that we interrupted and didn't have enough fun. Naples turned his head and looked at the purplish warbler. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and an invisible force wrapped around the former's body. With a step, he brought the former out of the Federation fortress and appeared in the void outside the ship. The only mystic light realm expert in the entire Federation fortress was Long Kuei. Now that he had died, there was no one left here who could stop Naples. In reality, he could have left at any time before, but because Long Kuei was also at the third level of the mystic light realm like him, Naples wasn't confident that he could successfully take the purplish warbler away under Long Kuei's obstruction. Furthermore, Long Kuei didn't have solid evidence that Prince Xian was a spy of the Heaven's Legacy race, so there was no need for the two of them to forcefully leave. If they did, it would be like running away for fear of punishment. However, it was different now. They had to immediately meet up with the prince and discuss a follow-up plan. Not only was Long Kuei an upper echelon of the Thousand Luo Federation and the vice-head of the Overwatch Council, he was also a descendant of the royal family of the Eternal Dynasty. If one thought about it carefully, he was clearly Prince Xian's uncle. With his death, this matter had completely blown up. Deeply worried, Naples stepped out of the command cabin on the top floor of the Federation fortress and didn't stop at all. He immediately spread his body and rushed toward the void in the distance. After a short while, he arrived in front of Yi Xian. The three of them met again, but they didn't say anything. Naples smiled bitterly, and the purplish warbler sighed. However, Yi Xian acted as if nothing had happened. He grinned at the two of them and said, "How many days has it been? Don't tell me you've developed feelings for Long Kuei so quickly? He's dead. Do you have to be like this?" Naturally, this was a joke. Furthermore, Yi Xian didn't say much. Before he finished speaking, he had already turned his head and swept his gaze toward the mosquito beasts and the army of soldiers in the void in the distance. He gave the order to retreat. His goal was only to rescue Naples and the purplish warbler. Although it was more or less to kill Long Kuei along the way and draw out some future hidden dangers ahead of time, he had resolved everything in one go. Now that Long Kuei was dead, the effect was enough. Naturally, there was no need to continue making a ruckus. It was fine if Long Kuei died, but the Federation fortress in front of them could not be touched. Otherwise, even if he could resolve it afterward, it would probably leave behind the impression that he had killed indiscriminately. It was very unwise. In short, what needed to be done was done. Let's retreat first and talk later. Boom. 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 Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Semlin Fleet. Although the headquarters of the Wanluo Federation was located on the Immortal Planet, in reality, the Federation's status was above that of the Immortal Dynasty. The entire Wanluo Federation was a colossal entity formed by the countless other races in the first and second universes. Even without mentioning the second universe, just in the first universe, it nominally ruled over the human race's technology and cultivation camps. The purpose of the Wanluo Federation's existence was to fight against the Tianji race. During times of war with the Tianji race, the Federation had the right to transfer military power from all the races in the alliance. However, during times of no war, whether it was the human race's technology and cultivation camps or the countless other races in the second universe, they all minded their own business. The Federation would not interfere too much. However, even during times of no war, the Wanluo Federation still controlled a powerful fleet. The Wanluo Federation was just a federation. It did not have its own territory. Even the Federation headquarters in a certain area on the Immortal Planet was only borrowed. The authority to own it did not belong to the Wanluo Federation. Of course, it could also be said that the entire first and second universes could be considered its territory. It was just a matter of opinion. An organization or power, regardless of whether it had territory or not, had to ensure the existence of an independent military force. Otherwise, the organization would not be able to continue existing and would not be able to effectively display the purpose of its existence. The Federation fleet in the hands of the Wanluo Federation was formed at the beginning of the Federation's establishment based on the ratio of strength between all the races in the two universes. The size of the entire Federation fleet was not bad, and its combat power was strong. Although all the battleships in the fleet, including the service personnel on the battleships, came from the countless races and powers in the two universes, the command authority belonged to the Wanluo Federation. Only the Federation headquarters could mobilize them. No other race, even the Immortal Dynasty headquarters, could interfere. The Federation headquarters had 8 academies. The Overwatch Council was one of them, and it was one of the more powerful academies. After all, it was a supervisory department, and its authority was there. The Sunlan fleet was a branch of the entire Federation fleet. It was under the control of the Overwatch Council and was equivalent to an independent internal inspection force. The reason it was called the Blue Fleet was because in this powerful fleet that only followed the orders of the Federation's Overwatch Council, all of the battleships, including the uniforms of the soldiers in the fleet, were blue and black. It was an extremely deep blue. Furthermore, since they were from the internal inspection force, they would either not make a move, or once they did, they would definitely be ruthless, giving off a cold and merciless feeling. This was where the name Sunlan came from. Turning his head, he saw a huge battleship in the distance. Without exception, the hull of the battleship was a deep blue. This was enough to explain their origins. It was one of the small action teams of the Sunlan fleet in the hands of the Overwatch Council. Since they belonged to the Overwatch Council of the Federation, their sudden arrival was clearly because they had received the instructions of the head inspector, the great imperial uncle, Long Huai. Neither the Federation headquarters nor the Everlasting Dynasty had the right to interfere in this matter. In other words, all of this was still an independent action of the Overwatch Council. It did not represent the attitude of the Wanluo Federation, much less the position of the Everlasting Dynasty. As long as this premise existed, the situation was still within the scope of control. At least, this was what Xianxia believed. Thus, even at this moment, he was still as calm and steady as ever. There was no sign of panic. 2 strongholds in the sky. 8 small strongholds of the cosmic level with a diameter of 50,000 meters. TSK, TSK, TSK. That old devil Long Huai is really generous. If we add in the one in front of the wormhole, won't I have to fight 1 against 3 and also add in 8 small strongholds with the nature of harassment? Looking at the Sunlan fleet in front of him that had just completed a space jump and was now approaching in formation with a rumble, the corners of Xianxia's lips slowly curled into a mocking smile. He continued with a cold laugh, such an iron-blooded and ruthless suppression. How much does that great imperial uncle of mine want me to be finished before he can do this? Unfortunately, I'm afraid that this time his old eyes are blurred and he's about to kick an iron plate. I'm not a soft persimmon that anyone can squeeze. At the very least, these few strongholds in the sky are far from enough. Xianxia was only muttering these words to himself. There was no emotion in them at all. However, when they reached the ears of Naples and the purplish warbler beside him, it was no different from a series of claps of thunder exploding. It immediately made them open their mouths wide. They turned their heads to look at Xianxia with faces full of shock. They were earnestly persuading him with words of advice. Prince, you're not thinking of staying behind to fight head-on with them, are you? My goodness, let's not talk about whether we can win or not. Just the consequences of doing this will definitely pierce through the sky. That's right, we can't continue like this. Right now, only Long Kuei is dead, so we can still salvage the situation. But if we start a war with the Sunlan fleet, it will be tantamount to completely breaking off relations with the Federation. Although the third universe is big, there will be no place for you to go. Impulse is the devil, you'll regret it after you do it. Your Highness, restrain yourself. You must restrain yourself. Let's hurry up and leave. If we don't leave now, it will be too late if they open fire first. We have to guard against them using this kind of dirty trick. Who knows, maybe that Sir Supervisor is planning this kind of scheme. No matter what, he will first forcibly accuse them of framing us. Yes or no, although we're not afraid, the key is that we can't be tricked, right? That would be too unfair. The purplish warbler's bold speculation made Naples deeply agree with it. He immediately nodded like a chicken pecking rice, as if he was worried that Xian would not fall for it. His words were actually roundabout, and he even prepared a way out for Xian. But the latter had no intention of backing down at all, not even a little bit. That's right, it really doesn't feel good to be tricked by others. We can't suffer this kind of loss, it's too sullen. So. The expression on his face remained the same as before. Xian smiled as he turned around and glanced at Naples and Xianyuanziying respectively. The words that came out of his mouth instantly caused the hearts of the two of them, which had already reached their throats, to instantly calm down by more than half. Unfortunately, the style of the second half of the sentence changed in an instant. Xian spoke while panting heavily, which shocked the two on the spot again. It was as if they had just been struck by lightning, and they were in a bad mood. That's why we can't let them open fire first. If we want to fight, we have to make the first move. We can't let them get the upper hand. After he finished speaking, Xian's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. He stepped into the lightning stronghold. This was clearly the rhythm of giving orders. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Hongdu Liefeng. This blue fleet was indeed sent by the head of the Federation's Overwatch Council, who was Long Xian's great imperial uncle, Long Huai, personally signed an order to come to their aid. However, Long Huai was the head of the Overwatch Council, a pillar of the royal family of the Eternal Dynasty, and a transcendent being who had surpassed the mystic light realm and stepped into the 12th realm, the void realm. Naturally, he couldn't personally lead a team. The temporary commander of the fleet in charge of this rescue mission was another deputy supervisor of the Overwatch Council. That's right, Long Kuei was only one of the deputy supervisors of the Overwatch Council. For a colossal organization like the Wanluo Federation, its headquarters were only in the 8 great departments. The 8 heads also had transcendent statuses. Basically, they only expressed their opinions and made decisions on important decisions. The specific matters were actually handed over to the deputies to complete. Therefore, no matter which school the headmaster was from, it was absolutely impossible for them to only set up a deputy headmaster position. They had to at least ensure balance. With a few more deputies, they could check and balance each other. Only then could the headmaster be at ease. Not to mention the other 7 great departments of the Federation, just in the Overwatch Council of the Federation, Long Huai had set up as many as 6 deputy supervisors. One of them was basically vacant for a long time. Naturally, this was done deliberately. Leaving an empty position there would only further incite all the officials in the Overwatch Council below the deputy supervisor level. It was good to quench one's thirst by looking at plums. Among the 5 actual deputy supervisors, Long Kuei was one of them. The deputy supervisor who was entrusted by Long Huai to lead this blue fleet was Hongdu Liefeng. This person's appearance was that of a middle-aged expert in his 40s. He had a short beard and long hair. He was quite handsome. He didn't like to talk, but he always gave people an incomparably steady and mature feeling. His cultivation was also not bad, slightly stronger than Naples and Long Kuei. He was at the 5th level of the mystic light realm. Among the 5 deputy supervisors, Hongdu Liefeng was ranked first. If one really counted carefully, he could be considered Long Huai's most trusted aide. Even Long Kuei, who was also a descendant of the Eternal Dynasty like Long Huai, was not as powerful as this person in front of Long Huai. Just this alone was enough to show his means and ability. Similarly, from the fact that Long Huai had sent Hongdu Liefeng over this time, it was obvious that he was determined to obtain Xianxia, and he seemed to be deeply afraid that if it was any other assistant, Xianxia would allow his imperial nephew to escape. At this moment, Hongdu Liefeng was standing in the command cabin on the top floor of Grim Wind, the flagship fortress of the Blue Fleet. Frowning, he watched the playback of a holographic image. The video lasted for only a dozen or so seconds, starting from the moment the Weeping Soul blood horn appeared above Long Kuei's head, until the moment when Naples and the purplish warbler stepped out and followed Xian into Lightning Fortress and disappeared. At that time, although the Fierce Wind battleship was tens of thousands of miles away in the distant void, it wasn't difficult to record this holographic image through some secret means. Don't forget, this is Universe 3, the territory of the Wanluo Federation. This was the 13th consecutive playback of this short holographic image. In the previous 12 replays, Hongdou Lifeng watched it seriously, as if he wanted to find some kind of clue from this short holographic image. Just this point alone was enough to prove that Long Hui's high regard for him was not accidental. A cultivation base of Mystic Light Realm level 5 might not be much in the headquarters of the Wanluo Federation, but there were definitely many people stronger than him. But when one's cultivation and position reached such a level, they were still able to maintain a calm heart like him. No matter what kind of situation or unforeseen event they faced, they were like a pool of stagnant water without any ripples of emotion. There was absolutely no one else like them. If it were any other deputy supervisor, they would be a little surprised when they suddenly saw the scene of Long Kui being killed in an instant. However, Hongdou Lifeng had watched this scene 13 times in a row, and the expression on his face and aura were as calm as ever. Even his eyes did not flicker in the slightest. At this moment, just as the 13th playback was about to end, a bright light finally burst out from the depths of his eyes, with a hint of joy. It was clear that he had obtained something. Immediately connect to the main network of the Federation. After that, directly contact the Overwatch Council. Say that I have important information that needs to be reported to the supervisor personally. As this bright light flashed in the depths of his eyes, Hongdou Lifeng turned his head to look at the communications officer beside him and issued a new order. But, the communications officer was startled and unconsciously glanced at the other holographic screen. Without thinking, he asked, "What about the silver fortress up ahead? We have just entered the range of the main ship's cannons. Furthermore, the death ray cannons need a certain amount of time to charge. What if the other side opens fire first?" The meaning behind his words was clearly a tactful question to Hongdou Lifeng as to whether or not he would also give the order to immediately begin charging at full power at the same time. Although he was a little worried and even suspected of overstepping his authority, he was, after all, a person in the situation. He was worried about his little life, so it was understandable for him to be more careful. Do as I say. There is no need to ask any more questions. Go and carry it out. Hongdou Lifeng's face still did not have any expression. He only turned his head again and swept a glance at the communications officer, but he quickly moved it away. His gaze was still the same, and his tone was still calm. Also, this is the last time you will carry out an order personally given by me. After you complete it, leave the command cabin on the top floor. In the future, don't appear in front of me again. This way, you should be able to live a few more years. The communications officer's body froze, and he shuddered. The existence in front of him, in such a calm tone, said words that were undoubtedly murderous. Although this was not the first time he felt this kind of strange feeling, this was the only time it was related to him. The feeling of fear was naturally far different from the past. Under the chill all over his body, the communications officer did not wait for the trembling to finish. He had already turned around in a panic and left in a hurry as if he was running for his life. Soon, the Federation's main network channel was successfully connected, and the Star Network signal was connected to Hongdou Lifeng's personal communication terminal. Almost in the next moment, Hongdou Lifeng waved his hand and cast a simple isolation barrier. All the images and sounds in the barrier, including even the aura, completely disappeared and could not be detected. 27 seconds later, when the isolation barrier was removed and his figure reappeared, the mysterious Star Network communication had clearly ended. Hongdou Lifeng's face still did not show the slightest change in emotion. He immediately gave a second order. Immediately send a communication request to the fortress in front of us. Remember, it's a request. Don't forget, the other party is Prince Xian, who is at the peak of his power. This time, there was a very faint hint of mockery in Hongdou Lifeng's tone. The communications officer, who had just taken over from the previous communications officer, was dumbfounded. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The smell of conspiracy. Xian had no idea what was going on in the command cabin on the top floor of the Grim Wind Fortress, nor did he have any interest in it. At this moment, he had just finished dealing with Naples and the Purplish Warbler's incessant persuasion and was about to give the order to open fire immediately, giving the other side a death ray energy beam as an appetizer. Meanwhile, the communication request from the Grimwind Fortress was received by the Star Supercomputer in the control center of Lightning Fortress at this moment. As mentioned before, Lightning Fortress was a product of the Heaven's Legacy race. Under normal circumstances, the entire fortress only needed one Heaven's Legacy race clansman who had developed self-awareness to oversee it. This would also ensure that all functions of the fortress would operate normally and efficiently. Therefore, the command cabin on the top floor of Lightning Fortress did not have the existence of a communications officer at all. At most, there were some highly intelligent robots. The entire fortress was basically always in an automatic mode. In this mode, Xian, who had already refined the supercomputer that was the main control center of the fortress, could send out any order with just a thought, even if he was outside the fortress. But similarly, when the main control center of Lightning Fortress received any signal from the galactic web, no matter where it came from, and no matter whether Xian was willing to receive it or not, as long as he did not specifically notify Xian in advance, the supercomputer would immediately relay the received signal to Xian. In addition, the supercomputer of Lightning Fortress had also automatically completed the automatic reading of the request along with the signal. At this moment, it had also been transmitted and appeared in Xian's mind without missing a word. It was impossible to reject it even if he wanted to. Damn. I actually forgot about that. I almost let the other side take advantage of the loophole. The signal and postscript directly appeared in this prince's mind without even asking. Fortunately, they didn't open their mouths and curse. Otherwise, this prince would have been caught off guard and suffered such a calamity. Wouldn't I have died on the spot? Xian rolled his eyes. While muttering, he also sent a new order to the fortress supercomputer. Then, he suddenly changed the topic and looked at Naples. Do you know Hongda Lifo? This guy just sent a communication request over, and there were a few postscripts in the signal. His tone was extremely respectful. Not only did he lower himself and take the initiative to reveal his identity, but he also addressed me as Your Highness. He even said the purpose of his visit. He was only representing the supervisor of the Federation headquarters to ask this prince to cooperate with the investigation. He definitely did not mean to offend. In the end, he even sincerely asked this prince to be understanding. Hongda Lifo? Naples was stunned when he heard this. He sucked in a cold breath, and his expression immediately became more serious. If it was someone else, it would be fine. But if it was him, there's no way he would lower himself and be so respectful. I'm afraid there's a conspiracy behind this. This person is the head of the 5 deputies of the Federation's Overwatch Council. Although he's not a member of the royal family, he's highly regarded by Long Huai. He's the most shrewd, and the expression on his face hasn't changed for thousands of years. Even the light in his eyes is almost the same. It's said that in these hundreds of years, no one has ever seen any change in emotions like joy or anger on his face. He's definitely a highly dangerous guy. Oh? If that's the case, then it's a little strange. Once he heard that the other side was such an existence, but he had to lower himself in front of him. Moreover, the aura revealed in these postscripts was so obvious. As long as one had a little understanding of him, they would be suspicious. This was something that the other side could not possibly not understand. But he still did it. Could it be on purpose? Then, what was the purpose? Xian did not know that this was just a small misunderstanding unintentionally made by an insignificant communications officer. But at this moment, his curiosity was precisely because of this small misunderstanding. Given his personality, this communication request would have been directly ignored. Without saying anything else, he would have fired a cannon first. But now, as Xian's interest was successfully attracted, the idea of being the first to fire a cannon was immediately thrown to the back of his mind. After muttering to himself for a while, Xian quickly made a decision and immediately sent a new order to the stronghold Star Brain. That was to accept the other side's request and temporarily activate the restriction authority to allow the other side's communication signal to enter and complete the communication connection. Hongda Lifeng, is it? Hehe, I'd like to see what kind of medicine you have up your sleeve. With a grin, Xian immediately walked to the command cabin's resting area and calmly sat down on the sofa, waiting for the other side's communication signal to be transferred. At the same time, Xian's mind was rapidly calculating. In fact, according to his original plan, no matter the result of the confrontation with Long Kuei, no matter whether the reinforcement fleet would arrive or not, and no matter what their attitude was, he would still have to return to the immortal planet in the end after dealing with all the minor details. Only when he reached the immortal planet would everything officially begin. Everything that happened on the way was just an appetizer. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happened, after this communication was over, Yi Xian's trip to the immortal planet would most likely begin immediately. So what if the other side has a conspiracy? This prince also has a plan long ago, and victory is already in my grasp. It's just scheming against each other. Who's afraid of who? A faint smile slowly curved up the corners of Yi Xian's mouth. There was clearly a strong sense of treachery and playfulness in it. As for all of this, Yi Xian didn't have time to clearly explain it to Naples and the purplish warbler. After all, it was still early. Even if they set off immediately and jumped through as many wormholes as possible, it would take at least a few days to arrive. When they returned, there would be plenty of time to explain it in detail to them. With a strange expression, Naples and the purplish warbler turned their heads to look at each other. They quickly followed him to the resting area and sat down on the sofa on either side. Although this matter was strange, it was better than not saying anything and directly firing a cannon at the other side first. It could be considered a blessing in the midst of misfortune. Far away in the immortal planet's east, in the endless galaxy and void, there was a vast plain that had been indefinitely and unconditionally lent to the Wanluo Federation. In the center of the plain stood a large modern steel city. This steel city was the headquarters of the Wanluo Federation. The Overwatch Council, one of the 8 great academies of the Federation, was located on the west side of this majestic headquarters. At this moment, in a building deep in the Overwatch Council, a cold harangue full of endless viciousness rang out without the slightest scruple. Immediately after, the slightly proud voice of the supervisor, Long Huai, floated out intermittently. Humph. A hero of the human race? An idol of the Federation? Bah. He's just an audacious impostor. Nothing more than a spy from the Heaven's Legacy race. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Making a pair like the demonic royal star, the immortal star was the capital star of a dynasty and the core of the government. However, the latter could not be compared with the former. Even though the demonic royal dynasty represented the entire demonic race, and the immortal royal dynasty was only one of the 2 camps of the human race, the demonic race was much more prosperous than the demonic race. The demonic race was only a servant race of the celestial fate race, the overlord of the first universe. Speaking of population, the demonic race was not even 1/1,000,000th of the human race. The demonic royal star was a relatively large star, and it was protected by 2 satellites. However, as the core of the human race's science and technology camp, the immortal star was also much more powerful than the demonic royal star. In terms of the diameter of the star, the immortal star was several times larger than the demonic royal star. If an ordinary administrative star was an apple, the demonic royal star was a slightly smaller watermelon. As for the immortal star, well, you could imagine the size of the basket used to hold the watermelon. That was the approximate ratio. In addition, around the immortal star, there were a total of 9 satellites, all of which were habitable planets suitable for human habitation. This situation was almost impossible in the vast Milky Way. 10 planets, 1 big and 9 small, crowded together, all of which were rare habitable planets. How could it be possible? In fact, the 9 satellites of the immortal star were all outsiders. It was said that when the dynasty was just established, the first-generation immortal emperor of the immortal royal dynasty gathered some top-notch strong men and worked together to move them from other star areas. The 9 satellites, some near and some far away, formed a huge star formation in the Milky Way void around the immortal star. This star formation was the first layer of the immortal star's huge defense system. It was worth mentioning that this formation of void stars was changing almost every second. After all, the 9 satellites were orbiting the immortal star over and over again. As the 9 satellites moved, the entire formation of void stars changed almost every second. Based on this, it was not difficult to analyze how complex and terrifying this formation of void stars was. The 9 satellites were the first layer of the defense system of the imperishable star. They were also the 9 auxiliary formation eyes of the void star formation. As for the main formation eye, it was naturally the imperishable star in the center. There was no need to elaborate on the importance of the main formation eye. but the 9 satellites that served as the secondary formation eyes were equally important. The highest-ranking commander in charge of these 9 satellites was the imperial uncle. They could be said to be the cornerstone of the entire undying imperial family. The dynasty had been established for many years, and the royal family had reproduced generation after generation. The size of the bloodline descendants was probably unimaginable. Not to mention the large number of collateral family members, just the number of direct descendants that represented the royal family was extremely terrifying. There were many direct descendants of the immortal emperor in each generation. For example, Long Xian was known as the 18th prince of the immortal emperor. In fact, there were many younger brothers behind him. The current immortal emperor's generation was the same. The pillars of the royal family that guarded the 9 satellites were all his brothers, and they were all relatively powerful existences in the entire royal family. For example, the second uncle Lan Tianba, who went with Naples to the demon sector in the first universe, was the commander of one of the satellites. Not to mention the elders of the royal family who rarely showed themselves. The 9 imperial uncles who oversaw the 9 satellites, as well as the great imperial uncle Long Huai, who represented the immortal dynasty stationed in the Federation headquarters and was then the head of the Federation's Overwatch Council, were the most authoritative existences in the entire royal family. Although the current immortal emperor had many princes, only 5 of them had obtained his approval and had the qualifications to fight for the throne. The great imperial prince Long Xiang, the second imperial prince Long Shao, the 6th imperial prince Long Yuan, the 9th imperial prince Long Qian, the 13th imperial prince Long Shu, these 5 princes were the most powerful of the direct descendants of the royal family in Long Xian's generation. They were extremely active, and the resources of the royal family were also provided by the 5 of them. After all, before the dark horse Prince Xian appeared, almost everyone had already determined that one of the 5 princes would become the next immortal emperor. As for the other princes, even if they were not completely unknown, they were at least extremely low-key. Even if they occasionally appeared in public, they would not take the initiative to mention their identities as princes. The 10 imperial uncles had already chosen a supporter from these 5 princes. Among them, the great imperial uncles supported the great imperial prince Long Xiang the most, with a total of 4 people. The other 6 imperial uncles supported the other 4 princes respectively. Regardless of whether it was the open struggle between the 5 princes or the secret confrontation between the 10 imperial uncles, after these years of adjustment, they had gradually stabilized. The various powers that fought for the throne restrained each other, forming a delicate balance. However, with the appearance of Prince Xian, these powers that fought for the throne could no longer remain calm. Regardless of whether it was the 5 princes or the 10 imperial uncles, all of them were worried about their gains and losses. However, other than Long Huai, who supported the great imperial prince, and Lan Tianba, who supported the second imperial prince, who made a move, the other princes and the other imperial uncles all maintained their silence and observed the changes. Until a few days ago, when news spread from the Federation's Overwatch Council that Prince Xian was a spy from the Tianji clan, these fellows seemed to have been collectively injected with chicken blood. Suddenly, they became spirited and returned to their usual liveliness, appearing frequently. Just at this moment, an even more shocking piece of news exploded out of nowhere. Prince Xian, who had appeared out of nowhere and quickly become popular, was not the real Long Xian at all. He was an imposter. This news also came from the Federation's Overwatch Council, but it was different from the previous rumor that Prince Xian was a spy from the Tianji clan. This time, the news came from the mouth of the great imperial uncle Long Huai. Furthermore, it was reported to all the members of the royal family through official channels within the royal family. Although it had not been announced to the public, the entire royal family was thoroughly stirred up in an instant. This was especially so for the 5 princes. Each of them was jumping up and down in excitement. Their excitement was not something that could be achieved by a few shots of chicken blood. This was especially so when they found out that the imposter Prince Xian had fallen into their trap and had been tricked by the great imperial uncle Long Huai's people and was heading to the immortal planet to receive the news. They were instantly even more excited, rubbing their palms and stretching their necks, waiting for the imposter to arrive so that they could vent their anger. On the other hand, the immortal emperor did not have any reaction to this news for some reason. He maintained his silence and did not even have the intention to make a statement. In fact, as soon as the news spread, the immortal emperor immediately went to the imperial advisor's hall. Afterward, the imperial advisor D'Air's light laughter was heard. Whether it is or not, we will know at a glance when the time comes. Anyway, there is already one in the harem. Making a pair. Haha, isn't that more interesting? Achoo. In the back garden of Concubine May Palace, Ingtai suddenly sneezed. Her beautiful brows furrowed slightly, and she suddenly had a bad feeling. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio 5th Order Planet Warrior Yi Xian was completely unaware of everything that happened on the Immortal Star in the Imperial capital. At this moment, he was indeed on his way back to the Immortal Star and would arrive at the Imperial capital in 4 or 5 days at most. A few hours ago, after ending the short communication with Hongdo Lifeng, Yi Xian pondered for a moment and made a decision. The 3 major fortresses, including the Lightning Fortress and the Black Mosquito Ship, were all kept in the Undying World in his body. Then, together with Naples and the Purplish Warbler, he entered the flagship fortress of the Sunlan Fleet, where Hongdo Lifeng was in charge. After entering the fortress, Hongdo Lifeng only accompanied them for a while out of courtesy. Then, he excused himself and did not appear again. Yi Xian and the other 2 just happened to have some peace and quiet. After entering an independent suite cabin specially arranged for them, the door was closed, and Naples waved his hand to set up an isolation barrier that enveloped the entire cabin. Then, they could speak freely. Since Hongdo Lifeng did not make a move just now, his purpose is obviously only to bring us back to the Immortal Star. No matter what schemes Long Huai has, everything will only be revealed after we arrive at the Immortal Star. After sitting down on the sofa in the living room, Long Xian turned his head and glanced at Naples and the Purplish Warbler. With a relaxed face, he said with a smile, "There are still 4 or 5 days before we arrive. Do you intend to keep a straight face like this? You'll get cramps." The Purplish Warbler immediately rolled his eyes and did not respond at all. However, Naples shook his head and smiled bitterly. He sighed worriedly and said, "Isn't this old minister worried? I really didn't do it on purpose. This time, when we return to the Immortal Star, Long Huai will definitely make things difficult for us. Moreover, with his style, he will either not make a move, or he will definitely make a move. Forget about Wen Xing. No matter how he framed us, the truth is the truth. We don't know his true identity. Besides, who knows if he's in that big fortress? The key is still Long Kuei's death. This is not a small problem. After all, that guy is the deputy supervisor of the Overwatch Council of the Federation. He can be considered a high-ranking member of the Federation. Long Huai will definitely not let go of this matter and make a big fuss about it. However, this is a matter of the Wanluo Federation. Even the Imperial Court cannot interfere. This makes him even more unbridled. After saying that, Naples once again shook his head with a bitter smile and let out a long sigh. Whether it's Wen Xing or Long Huai's death, it's not a big deal. Don't worry, I have my own plans. The more Long Huai tossed and turned, the harder he fell in the end. In short, you don't have to worry about anything. Just wait and watch the show. In the next few days, this prince will be cultivating in seclusion. If there's nothing important, don't call me." After saying that, Yi Xian got up and walked to the inner cabin of the suite at the side of the living room. He shook his head and sighed. "Sigh, I'm really worried about his old body. What if he falls and breaks it?" In the living room, Naples and the Purplish Warbler both opened their mouths wide at the same time. They looked at Yi Xian's back as he left, their faces full of shock. After returning to the cabin and closing the cabin door, Yi Xian immediately issued an order to the Devouring system to connect to the internal network of this flagship fortress, invade the core of the star brain, and start a search for information. As for the information to be searched, it was naturally everything related to Long Huai, including the recent communication between Hongdo and Lifeng on the Immortal Star. The reason he did this was not because Yi Xian lacked confidence. What he had just said to Naples and the Purplish Warbler was all true. This trip to the Immortal Star this time, he had a card up his sleeve and was not afraid at all. However, Long Huai was not an ordinary existence after all. Yi Xian did not dare to underestimate the enemy. If he could find out what the enemy's scheme was in advance, at least he would know himself and his enemy. Unfortunately, this idea was obviously not going to work. The system's reply came out very quickly. However, it was not the search information Xian wanted, but a confirmation request. This starry sky fortress that belonged to the Federation's Overwatch Council did not seem to be easy to deal with. As the control center of the fortress, the core of the star brain was set up with a special defense layer. Although Xian's personal starry sky communication system could be hacked, he could not come and go without leaving traces. He would definitely leave some traces. If it was any other starry sky, it would not be a big deal even if he left traces of invasion. However, this was not the case in the immortal starry sky fortress because there was an immortal-level superbrain here. The central star brain of Xian's personal starry sky communication system was also immortal level. Previously, it was just a fragment, but now, because it had absorbed a large amount of energy from the cognition crystal, it had entered the growth stage. Even so, it still could not be compared to the mature immortal-level superbrain on the immortal star. If the latter were to be seen as a lion, then the immortal superbrain in Xian's hands that had just entered the growth stage was at most a wild rabbit. Starry sky superbrains could also devour each other. A matured immortal superbrain was simply the best supplement for the other party. Even if it devoured countless ordinary superbrains, it could not compare. Therefore, no matter what traces Xian's immortal superbrain left behind, it could be detected by the lion on the immortal star. When that time came, the lion would definitely use all its strength to hunt the rabbit. With the abilities of the matured immortal superbrain, it could follow the clues to find the melon, and the result would be obvious. In addition, the energy of the multi-pupil consciousness crystal was also very tempting to the immortal-level starry sky superbrain. If the other party knew that Xian's starry sky superbrain was an immortal star brain in its growth stage, even he would be implicated and schemed against. This was because the immortal superbrain in Xian's hands left behind traces of the cognition crystal's energy. After all, the energy it had absorbed recently was all from the multi-pupil cognition crystal. There were many kinds of energy that the superbrain consumed on a daily basis. Planetary core sources and gene cultivation fluids could be used, but those were only consumable energies. It was like the daily diet of humans. No matter how much one ate, it would not have any effect on the evolution of life form. However, the cognition crystal's energy contained in the multi-pupil cognition crystal was different. It could greatly increase the superbrain's growth and evolution speed, but this kind of thing was very rare even in the Demon Devil Star region, let alone the third universe of the human race. If the other party really found out, it would be quite troublesome. All of this was the result of the devouring system's analysis. After understanding the pros and cons, Xian could only sigh and choose to give up. This matter was quickly thrown to the back of his mind. Immediately after, Xian took out some planetary core sources from his undying world and gave them to the devouring system to absorb. Then, he sat cross-legged on the bed in the cabin and closed his eyes to enter a closed state of cultivation. After an unknown amount of time, Xian finished absorbing and refining all the energy. When he opened his eyes after finishing his cultivation, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, your realm has increased. Current realm, 5th Order Planet Warrior. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Imperial Capital. Moments later, when Xian, Naples, and the purplish warbler walked out of the inner cabin and arrived at the command cabin resting area on the top floor of the flagship fortress, Hongdo Lifeng, whom they hadn't seen for a few days, was already waiting there. Seeing Xian arrive, Hongdo Lifeng nodded slightly. Prince Xian, in an hour, the fleet will directly dock at the Northern Region Star Dock on the Immortal Planet. At that time, a small ship will take us into the Immortal Planet. The inspector intends to send you directly to the Federation's headquarters. Of course, I will also be accompanying you. When he said this, although Hongdo Liefeng's face was as expressionless as usual, there was clearly a hint of coldness. Even his tone was different from a few days ago. There was clearly no longer that respectful tone, and it was as cold as water. It was clear that he was certain that Xian couldn't escape this time. However, they hadn't even arrived at the Immortal Planet yet. Wasn't it a little too fast to change faces? With this thought flashing through his mind, Xian turned around and exchanged glances with Naples and the purplish warbler. His expression darkened, and he said sarcastically, "Yo, it's only been a few days since we last met, and the vice commander's entire person has changed. You're practically flipping pages faster than a book." No wonder your face is as stiff as a corpse's. Your facial muscles and nerves will probably be injured by you every few days. What a sin. Pfft. These words were truly sinister. How much force would it take to injure one's facial muscles just by changing faces? At the side, the purplish warbler pondered for a moment, and couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud on the spot. Even Naples' eyes twitched a few times, and his neck turned red. He finally managed to hold back his laughter. Prince Xian really knows how to joke. Excuse me for a moment. I'll come back when the fortress docks. After he finished speaking, Hongdou Lifeng turned around and left. Yi Xian's derogatory words seemed to have caused even him to be unable to bear it. There was clearly a trace of anger in the depths of his eyes. For nearly an hour after that, Yi Xian was admiring the galactic void outside. His gaze passed through the large one-way transparent wall at the edge of the command cabin and into the depths of the void outside the ship. Not long after, 1 big and 9 small stars appeared in the void in front of him. Some were far, some were close, but they were all within their field of vision. They had finally arrived at the undying star of the Undying Dynasty. Hongdou Lifeng, who had left not long ago, reappeared. He didn't pay attention to Yi Xian and the other two. Not far away, he was giving orders to some of the gathered Overwatch Council officials. Very quickly, the fleet sailed into a giant star dock outside the atmosphere of the Undying Star. When the main passageway to the command cabin on the top floor opened, Hongdou Lifeng walked over. Prince Xian, we should move. The supervisor is still waiting. Yi Xian couldn't even be bothered to reply. He turned around and walked toward the exit of the passageway with Naples and the purplish warbler. Hongdou Lifeng followed closely behind with a few Overwatch Council officials. On one side of the star dock outside the flagship fortress, a small battleship had long been prepared. After exiting the passageway, Hongdou Lifeng walked quickly to the front and led Yi Xian and the other two into the small battleship. He then gave the order to set sail. They left the corner of the star dock and quickly passed through a public checkpoint in the star defense formation. They entered the Undying Star's atmosphere and headed straight for the vast plain where the Federation's headquarters was. Almost at the same time that the Blue Fleet entered the star dock and returned to the port, the news that Prince Xian had finally arrived on the Undying Star was quietly learned by many existences from all sides. Among them included Yi Xian's royal brothers in name, as well as most of the royal relatives. However, no one in Imperial concubine Mei's palace dared to reveal a single word. After all, the Prince Xian who had returned this time was clearly a fake. Once Imperial concubine Mei heard this news, she would probably collapse on the spot. The fake had dared to come to their door. Was there any need to say the real thing? Most likely, he had been cleaned up long ago. For the members of the royal family who wanted to make things difficult for Yi Xian, this was the best excuse. With this excuse as a reason, even if they gathered in groups and swarmed toward the Federation's headquarters to make a ruckus, they wouldn't have to worry about being punished afterward. No one would investigate. Secure in the knowledge that they had backing, the 5 princes all gathered some of the younger members of the royal family and rushed toward the Federation's headquarters with a murderous aura. In particular, the great Prince Long Xiang gathered the most trusted aides and royal family members. There were over 100 of them. A large group of royal family warriors swarmed together like a swarm of bees. It was very eye-catching, but Long Xiang felt no pressure. The head of the Federation's Overwatch Council, Long Huai, had always been his main supporter. This time, they were going to the Overwatch Council, their own territory. There was no pressure no matter how they made a ruckus. The reason the 5 princes were so concerned about this matter was not only because of Prince Xian's recent rise in popularity, but also because today's opportunity was rare. They could take revenge and vent their anger. The more important reason was, to put it bluntly, the battle for the royal power. Although Prince Xian was useless and had died in the outer realms during the trial, his death still had some value. After all, he was a direct descendant of the immortal emperor's bloodline. He had been silently killed by an outsider. This matter had already damaged the royal family's reputation. The 5 princes all wanted to perform well in this matter. They could at least make a good impression of themselves in front of the immortal emperor and the royal family's resident elders. In reality, other than the 5 princes, even among the 10 royal uncles, a few of them had brought trusted aides and were hurrying toward the Federation's headquarters. At this time, the small shuttle carrying Xianxia had finally arrived at the vast plains. Without any delay, it plunged into the steel and majestic city of the Federation's headquarters. In the depths of the Federation's Overwatch Council, on the 8th floor of a large, ancient-style building, a certain figure was standing by the window. He was a tall and sturdy man in his 50s with a dignified aura. He had a square face and a short beard. He appeared very serious and cold. This person was the head of the Overwatch Council, the cornerstone of the royal family of the Immortal Dynasty, and the supreme warrior whose cultivation had reached the 12th realm of the Void Realm, Long Huai. Have we finally arrived? Before the small shuttle Xianxia was in had entered the steel and majestic city of the Federation's headquarters, Long Huai's gaze had already locked onto the shuttle. It was not until it plunged into the majestic city that Long Huai, who had been expressionless until now, finally revealed a faint smile. As he muttered to himself, he seemed to suddenly think of something. Unconsciously, he swept a glance in the direction of the immortal royal city. The smile on his face inexplicably became complicated and unpleasant. At this moment, Old Eight's heart is most likely in his throat. Unfortunately, his last glimmer of hope will soon be destroyed. When that time comes, what can he do even if he is unwilling? Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Here comes the opportunist. Although the Federation headquarters allowed these small shuttles to travel at low altitudes, the 8 great departments of the headquarters each had different rules on this matter. The Overwatch Council was the organization in charge of law enforcement among the 8 departments of the Federation headquarters. Just from the perspective of maintaining a certain dignified image, it was impossible for the chaotic scene of large numbers of shuttles flying about in the internal areas of its departments. Thus, the Overwatch Council strictly prohibited all shuttles from entering, even at low altitudes. However, the small shuttle Xianxia was in did not even slow down in the slightest after arriving at the outer area of the Overwatch Council. It charged directly into the depths of the council. This was the intention of Long Huai, the head of the Overwatch Council. It could be considered a precedent. A dozen seconds later, the small shuttle slowly landed in a large square deep within the Overwatch Council. Xianxia, Naples, and Purplish Warbler walked out of the cabin door. Behind them were Hongdo Lifeng and a dozen other Federation supervisors. Across from the square was a large building. It was the headquarters of the Sky Department of the Overwatch Council's 4 major supervision systems. Hongdo Lifeng bringing Xianxia here already demonstrated the severity of the problem. Purplish Warbler and Xianxia did not understand the situation and did not have much of a reaction. However, Liefeng's expression immediately changed. Although he was not a member of the Overwatch Council, he had always been on the Undying Planet. Even if he had never been to the headquarters of the Sky Department, he had long heard of it like thunder. Within the Federation's Overwatch Council, the Sky, Earth, Xian, and Huang departments were responsible for different kinds of supervision tasks and areas with different levels of security. The Huang department was the lowest, and the Sky Department was the highest. Generally speaking, to be able to alarm the Sky Department of Supervision, it had to be at least a case or mission that concerned the survival of the Federation. It had the highest level of security. Furthermore, the Sky Department of Supervision was the only one of the 4 departments that had the right to make arbitrary decisions. The cases they were responsible for could be decided without a trial if there was a special reason. Thus, when a case fell into the hands of the Sky Department, it was basically the final word. There was no need to argue or struggle. Hongdo Lifeng, what is the meaning of this? You actually dared to bring His Highness to the Celestial Faction's headquarters. Could it be that you dare to forcibly convict a prince? Under the shock of his heart, a look of anger instantly appeared on his face. He immediately turned his head to stare at Hongdo Lifeng and roared. Xianxia and the Purplish Warbler were startled at the same time. The former frowned and immediately asked Naples. Beside them, Hongdo Lifeng didn't intend to explain anything at all. He was still expressionless as he turned to look at the Heaven Department headquarters building in front of the square. Very soon, the infuriated Naples explained the uniqueness of the Heavenly series in just a few sentences. Xianxia was suddenly enlightened and his anger rose. And here I thought that the Tianji clan spy this time was some kind of 3-headed, 6-armed character. To think that he would be so arrogant as to disguise himself as a prince and sneak into the imperial court. Now that I've seen him, he's just SOSO. As these words full of ridicule and contempt sounded, a group of dozens of figures walked over from the main hall of the Heavenly Series headquarters at the edge of the square. The one in the lead was the dean here, the chief inspector of the Federation, Long Huai. When Xian and the others turned to look, Long Huai's figure was already standing on the stairs of the headquarters building in front of them. His gaze swept past Xian and quickly looked at Naples and the purplish warbler. A bright light flashed in his eyes as he sternly reprimanded, "The matter between the two of you will be investigated carefully later. Now, leave quickly. If you don't make a decision within 3 seconds, take both of you." Tianji clan spy, impersonating a prince, Naples and the purplish warbler were startled at the same time. Their expressions changed slightly as they subconsciously glanced at Xian. Forget about being a Tianji clan spy, they were already aware of this accusation, but what was with the accusation of impersonating a prince? They were already on the immortal planet. There were only a few people in the entire imperial city who could prove Prince Xian's identity. Putting Consort Mei aside, just looking at the other members of the imperial family, one could easily find a handful of them with one's eyes closed. Could Long Huai have lost his mind? How dare he frame such a childish and stupid accusation? This didn't make sense, could it be? As these thoughts flashed through their minds, Naples and the purplish warbler's expressions finally changed again. Their heartstrings instantly tightened to the extreme. The last bold guess that appeared in their minds almost scared them out of their wits. 3 seconds have passed. I hope you don't regret it. Xian took in all the changes in their expressions, causing him to sigh in his heart. However, Naples and the purplish warbler ultimately chose to stay where they were and didn't waver from leaving. This made him feel a little warm in his heart. When it came to this matter, he didn't intend to hide it. Similarly, he couldn't help it. Everything was caused by a coincidence. It could only be said that this was the will of the heavens. Since you're so stubborn, then take both of you down. It'll save us the trouble of investigating you later. As soon as Xian finished speaking, Long Huai's voice rang out from the stairs of the Sky Association's headquarters. Halfway through his words, his gaze swept towards Xian again as he sneered and continued, "You're still so calm in the face of death. Your mentality isn't weak, but unfortunately, it won't change anything. I know you have some tricks up your sleeve. You can even instantly kill Long Kuei, who's at the 4th level of the Mystic Light Realm. Although you relied on an external object, it's enough to be proud. However, this is the Overwatch Council of the Federation's headquarters. I'd like to see how powerful that external object of yours can be. Take him down." Long Huai roared out the last sentence. Before he finished speaking, among the dozens of experts of the Overwatch Council standing behind him, 3 figures had already rushed out at the first possible moment, heading straight for Xian, Naples, and the purplish warbler. The auras of their cultivations were vast and boundless, and when they leaked out, it caused a dull rumbling sound to ring out in the air. They were all terrifying cultivations of the 6th level of the Mystic Light Realm. The expressions of Naples and the purplish warbler changed again. Facing a 6th-level Mystic Light Realm expert, they had no ability to resist at all. Needless to say, the purplish warbler, even Naples, was only at the 4th level of the Mystic Light Realm. Wait a moment. Right at this moment, an unexpected shout suddenly sounded out. Over 100 figures appeared in midair in the distance, and they were rushing over swiftly. The person in the lead was the first prince, Long Xiang, whom Long Huai supported. At this moment, when he saw that everyone had turned their heads to look over, and that the 3 figures that were charging towards the plaza had stopped abruptly, Long Xiang cupped his hands towards Long Huai from afar and said, "Lord Supervisor, this person dares to impersonate my 18th brother and act wantonly. I'm afraid he has already. This is the great enmity of the imperial family. Even if we don't kill him first, the matter of taking him down should be done by me, an Emperor Realm expert. This is not a small matter, and it concerns the dignity of the imperial family. I hope that the supervisor will allow it." Well said. As expected of the leader of the princes, you should bear such responsibility. I allow it. Playing the target, the words "head of the princes" directly revealed the identity of the person who had come. Xian, who was originally muttering about who this person was from the imperial family, instantly understood, and an expression of disgust appeared on his face. Among the 10 imperial uncles, first imperial uncle Long Huai had always supported first Prince Long Xiang. These two people were practically on the same side, but now they were acting as if they didn't. Especially Long Huai. It was one thing for him to be accurate, but he actually instantly got into the act and cooperated with Long Xiang on the spot without any trace of connection. He spouted nonsense like how he was worthy of being the head of the imperial family. This was originally not a big deal, but the key was that aside from himself and the purplish warbler, who didn't know what the two of them were doing, to be able to act so wholeheartedly in this kind of situation, there was really no one with such thick skin. No, it wasn't just thick skin. He was clearly shameless, especially the first prince, Long Xiang, who was rushing over. He could even rush over to take advantage of this kind of situation, and even mobilized hundreds of people. There was probably nothing that he wouldn't do. Thank you for your help, Academy Master. Just as Yi Xian was looking down on him and didn't hide the strange expression of disgust on his face, Long Xian had already led the hundreds of imperial family members behind him to the other side of the square. Everyone's gazes immediately turned towards Yi Xian. Bold thief, the crime of falsely using the identity of the imperial family is enough for you to die 100 times. If you let this prince investigate and prove that you plotted to kill my 18th brother, this prince will definitely make you beg for death. At the head of the group, first Prince Long Xiang stood with his hands behind his back, puffing out his chest and looking very righteous. As he spoke to this point, his tone turned sharp, and he raised his hand to point at Yi Xian and the others as he roared, "Quickly capture them." Among the hundreds of figures behind him, 3 royal experts in their 40s and 50s walked out. Their auras were all at the Mystic Light Realm, but only one of them was at the rank 6 Mystic Light Realm. The other 2 were at the rank 5 Mystic Light Realm. Seeing this, Yi Xian grinned in amusement. As if returning the favor, he raised his hand and struck the first Prince Long Xiang from afar. He purposely raised his voice and mocked loudly, acting like a calf. After all this fuss, it turns out that you still want others to take action. I guess the 3 of them are just collateral relatives of the imperial family, right? You're the head of the direct bloodline, yet you only care about putting on an act when it comes to saving the face of the imperial family. You're all talk and no action. You're taking advantage of her when she's putting in the effort. You're amazing, my brother. Long Xiang was so angry that his neck was thick. Just as he was about to flare up, 4 other figures appeared in different directions around the square. Prince Ming and a few of the 10 imperial uncles appeared one after another. While they were still quite a distance away, the voices of the imperial uncles could already be heard from afar. Humph. What a smooth talker. When we get back, this old man will definitely cut open your gallbladder and pull it out to see how big your head is. Why waste your breath on him? Just take him down quickly. Hee, why don't we brothers take action? To be able to be personally taken down by the direct bloodline imperial uncles, this brat has taken advantage of us. As these words rang out one after another, nearly 10 groups of people arrived one after another. They landed in different directions around the plaza and instantly surrounded Yi Xian and the other 2 in the center of the plaza. They all glared at Yi Xian and the other 2 with angry gazes. Seeing this, the first Prince Long Xiang and the first imperial uncle Long Huai's faces darkened at the same time. There was even an undisguised cold snort coming out from their noses. They seemed extremely dissatisfied. With the help of the imperial uncles who supported the other princes, the first prince's idea of taking advantage of the situation to gain some impression points was completely out of the question. In the blink of an eye, the 5 great princes and nearly half of the imperial uncles in power had all arrived. There were even 300 to 400 other members of the imperial family. However, no matter which one it was, they were all glaring at Yi Xian. Naples' heart trembled, and he finally panicked a little. He nervously turned his head to look at Yi Xian again. This guy was obviously frightened. Not only was his voice trembling, he even stuttered a little. What's going on? Your Highness. Your Highness, this, why are they all saying this? None of them can recognize you? This shouldn't be. Why don't we just revert to our original appearance? Don't make this a big misunderstanding. On the other hand, although Purplish Warbler's brows were tightly knitted, she only glanced at Yi Xian thoughtfully in the face of this obviously problematic situation. She did not say a single word. If one can prove one's identity with just a face, with so many people here, including your Ziying, who doesn't know the art of changing one's appearance. Wouldn't anyone be able to say that they are Prince Xian just by changing their face? Yi Xian immediately rolled his eyes. As he spoke, he suddenly thought of something. He raised his hand and pointed at the stairs of the Sky Association's headquarters in front of the plaza. That's right, except for that guy. He definitely can't change his face. He's already spoiled it by himself. Pfft. Hongdou Lifeng's body swayed. A mouthful of old blood was stuck in his throat, unable to come up or down. His neck had turned blue from holding it in. His expression finally changed as he gritted his teeth. His face was full of anger. Even at this time, Yi Xian did not forget to stab him in the back. No wonder he was so angry. Also, don't you think it's a bit too coincidental that this group of people arrived in the blink of an eye? Not one of the 5 princes was missing, and more than half of the 10 great imperial uncles were here in person. Without waiting for Hongdou Lifeng to spit out blood, Yi Xian had already retracted his gaze and changed the topic. They even revealed such a magnificent lineup. In their eyes, does it make a difference whether Prince Xian is real or not? Hearing this, Naples was stunned. He instantly understood the meaning behind Yi Xian's words. All the factions that were fighting for the imperial power had temporarily joined forces, and the first imperial uncle, Long Huai, was the one leading the attack. Taking advantage of the fact that Prince Xian hadn't entered the palace yet, although this was a bit daring, it was not completely impossible. After all, the identities of the participants were not to be underestimated. With existences of this level joining forces, it was not a big deal to make the sky of the undying star turn dark for a short while. Impudent. Full of nonsense. Take action immediately and quickly take him down. This brat's mouth is too powerful. Every word he says is heart-wrenching. He can even bring the dead back to life. The expressions of the group of princes and imperial uncles, including Long Huai, changed. They immediately roared furiously. Yi Xian's words shocked them. After all, there were many Federation supervisors watching coldly from the sidelines. Some of them had not even seen Prince Xian's face before. After hearing such words, who could guarantee that they would not overthink? What if someone secretly spread this news after this impostor was executed? Wouldn't all the members of the imperial family present today die an unjust death? Yellow mud fell into one's pants. Even if it wasn't sh*t, it was sh*t. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Atavism. Are you trying to silence us? Are you all angry now that you've been stabbed in the back? With a glint in his eyes, Yi Xian added another stab. The imperial uncles, who had just leaped into the air, trembled at the same time. They were so angry that they almost fell back to the ground. Some of the Federation inspectors, who were secretly watching from afar, had obvious changes in their expressions when they saw this scene. They clearly believed Yi Xian's words, or at least began to suspect him. However, this was clearly far from enough for Yi Xian. His words were still ringing in their ears when he spoke again. Since all of you are unanimous in saying that this prince is a fake, then I might as well make a big fuss today and let all the imperial officials on the Immortal Star judge whether this prince is real or fake. Dragon's roar. He had clearly roared the last 4 words. At the same time, Yi Xian's cultivation power was fully activated at this moment. It surged wildly through all the meridians in his body, both inside and outside. The black gold dragon scale that was suspended in the air above his sea of consciousness was also pierced by a strand of level 6 spiritual power from his spiritual power source core. In the next instant, as the power of the black gold dragon scale was suddenly activated to the limit by Yi Xian, a strong and ancient power surged out from his sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, it merged with the cultivation power that was madly circulating in his body without regard for the cost. In an instant, it completely activated a certain bloodline brand in his physical body and blood and merged with it. All of this took a long time to describe, but it was completed in the blink of an eye. The mutated divine dragon power of the black gold dragon scale, the cultivation power of Yi Xian's own incomplete infinity insight technique. Finally, there was the immortal royal bloodline power that had merged with Yi Xian's bloodline after devouring Long Xian's immortal blood crystal. These 3 powers were fully activated by Yi Xian at all costs and successfully merged with each other. Then, they surged out of Yi Xian's body like a violent flash flood. Roar! Yi Xian suddenly looked up at the sky, clenched his fists, and raised his arms high. His expression suddenly became even more ferocious. He opened his mouth and roared, letting out a loud and clear dragon's roar that pierced the clouds. The bloodline power that surged out from his body seemed to respond and instantly transformed into a gigantic black gold dragon. As Yi Xian's furious dragon roar pierced through the clouds and tore through the air, it appeared behind him and soared into the sky. At this moment, countless imperial citizens in the human cities on the immortal star subconsciously did the same thing. They all looked up at the sky, then opened their mouths, and their expressions quickly became sluggish. Bam! Bam! Even the few imperial uncles that had just soared into the air and were shooting towards Yi Xian were all shocked by the dragon's roar. The second after the dragon's shadow appeared, their bodies suddenly froze in midair, and then fell from the sky like dumplings. As for the other experts inside and outside the square, no matter whether they were near or far, including the Neapolitan and purplish warbler, without exception, all of them had their mouths wide open and were collectively petrified. All of their faces were filled with shock, horror, or stupefaction. It was as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight, in the imperial city, in the imperial advisor's hall. The imperial advisor, Dr. and another middle-aged man who exuded a formless aura also exclaimed at this moment. Where did the dragon's roar come from? SSS, what a pure aura of the royal blood crystal. It can actually manifest a huge dragon shadow. Who is it? He has actually entered the bloodline reversion realm. Black gold dragon scales? This is clearly the rhythm of a mutation, but the bloodline is extremely pure, without any impurities. Could it be the mutation of the bloodline itself? Before the exclamations had died down, a slightly thin old figure quietly swept out from the imperial advisor's hall. After stepping into the void, he shook his shoulders and disappeared without a trace. Sigh. At this moment, the middle-aged man who was suspected to be the current immortal emperor in the imperial advisor's hall spoke again. Although there were no words, only a long sigh, there was clearly a strong sense of bitterness and helplessness. After a few breaths, as Yi Xian loosened his fists and lowered his arms above his head, the clear dragon's roar that had resounded through most of the immortal star from his mouth came to an abrupt end. The huge black gold dragon shadow that had rushed into the sky also quickly faded and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, all the petrified experts around the square finally came to their senses. Their bodies trembled slightly, and their eyes immediately converged on Yi Xian. After that, exclamations sounded one after another. Some were confused, some were shocked, but most of them revealed a deep sense of unwillingness and despair. How is this possible? He is actually real? Such a pure aura of the royal blood crystal is enough to prove his identity as a direct descendant of the royal family. It doesn't matter whether he is the 18th elder or not. If he is not the 18th elder, then he is the wild. Oh my god, even the dragon shadow has manifested? This is clearly the sign of the bloodline reversion realm. After thousands of years, the second bloodline reversion realm in the royal family has finally appeared after the old monster from the old pavilion. His name has shaken the 3 universes. He is close to the top 10 on the heaven list. In addition to the direct descendants bloodline reversion realm. The word freak is not enough to describe him. How can we play this game? Sigh. God is making fun of us. Along with these exclamations of surprise, the expressions of the few imperial uncles in power, including Long Huai, became even gloomier, whereas, the 5 princes including Long Xiang were even more unbearable. The expressions on their faces were either despair or ghastly pale, but the gazes that shot out from their eyes were filled with dense unwillingness and resentment. Lord Inspector, it has already come to this, shouldn't you say something? At least let me know who exactly I am. With his hands behind his back, Yi Xian grinned as he turned around to look at Grand Imperial Uncle Long Huai who was on the steps of the Sky Association's headquarters, and at the same time, he ridiculed Long Huai at the same time. Even though I don't know how you did it, but if I say you are the 18th elder, then I'll say the same thing. Impossible. The corners of Long Huai's eyes trembled slightly as he stared at Yi Xian with an expressionless face. His tone was calm, but his gaze was sharp like a blade, and it was as if he wanted to see through Yi Xian completely. He actually spoke bluntly, and he still didn't approve of Yi Xian's identity as the 18th prince, Long Xian. So, in this way, not only is the imperial bloodline in this prince's body pure, it's even reversion realm is fake? Yi Xian puckered his lips and pressed Long Huai once more, and he seemed as if he wouldn't budge an inch until the end. Even if Long Huai only wanted a way to save face, Long Huai would absolutely not compromise. This time, Long Huai was angered to the point his face twitched fiercely a few times. He was unable to answer this question and could only maintain silence, and he held it in to the point his eyeballs were on the verge of squeezing out of their sockets. If looks could kill, then Yi Xian would have probably died countless times in this short period of a few breaths. Yi Xian goes crazy. This person was Hongdou Lifeng. The reason he'd suddenly stepped forward at this moment was actually because he had no other choice. Long Huai's silence clearly indicated that he intended to give up, so he had no other choice but to do this. He had been in contact with Yi Xian all this time, so he had already offended him. If he allowed the other party to leave safely today, he would not be able to escape this calamity sooner or later. He might as well grit his teeth and fight head-on while he still had a chance. It was precisely because of this thought that when Hongdou Lifeng took a step forward, he had already hardened his heart. Without any trace of politeness, he raised his hand and pointed at Yi Xian, reprimanding him harshly. So what if you can prove that you are a direct descendant of the Eternal Dynasty's imperial family? If a prince breaks the law, he will be punished the same as a commoner. Even the laws of the everlasting empire support this point, let alone the fact that your crimes have already affected the Myriad Net Federation. Leaving aside the fact that you impersonated a prince, the Overwatch Council has the right to arrest and imprison you for killing Wen, and Deputy Supervisor Long Kuei. Wen's unexpected fall can be said to be a heavy loss to the Federation. Even if you have a glib tongue, the 10 billion contribution points deducted by the Federation's main network is still a fact, right? Could it be that the central hub of the main network has wronged you? As for Deputy Supervisor Long Kuei, there's no need to talk about him. He was killed by you in front of everyone, and there's even a real-time video of it. The evidence is irrefutable. Even if you are a prince, do you dare to resist arrest? Could it be that he wasn't afraid of being exiled by the imperial family? Don't tell me that you think you can do whatever you want in the Myriad Luo Federation. Hongdou Lifeng had been thinking about this string of words for a long time. Now that he roared them out, not only was his train of thought clear and impassioned, each word piercing the heart. While he questioned endlessly, even his grasp of the rhythm was rather subtle. With just a few simple words, he had unknowingly pushed Yi Xian to the opposite side of the Eternal Dynasty and the Myriad Luo Federation. For a moment, Yi Xian was caught unprepared by his stern questioning. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Every cloud has a silver lining. The eyes of Long Huai, the other imperial uncles, and the 5 princes lit up at the same time, and they were instantly excited. Since they couldn't kill him, it was good to lock him up. It was the same as thinking of other methods later. When he thought up to here, Long Huai's face immediately sank, and he sneered as he glared at Yi Xian while cold lights flickered within his eyes. Did all of you hear clearly? Since there is evidence, I have the right to arrest you. No matter how you defend yourself, that will be after you are arrested. Give me. Take my ass. I haven't even said anything yet. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Just as Long Huai raised his hand and gestured as if he was about to give the order to arrest Yi Xian again, the latter rudely retorted and interrupted him. He even rolled his eyes. That's right. I did kill Long Kuei with my own hands. I don't like him. What's wrong? As for that old bastard Wen Xing's death, although I am somewhat involved, that's all. Even if I have to bear some responsibility, the 10 billion points deducted from me are enough to offset it. Whether you believe it or not is your business. I have to make myself clear. Besides, even if I admit to this matter, what can I do? I don't like him, so I killed him. It's not a big deal. Why are you so agitated? Silence, a deathly silence. As Yi Xian finished speaking, all the experts around the square fell into a state of shock again. They stared at him with slightly open mouths, and collectively lost their voices. They had seen unreasonable people, but they had never heard of such unreasonable people. In the entire Immortal Dynasty, there was probably no one other than the person in front of them who dared to say such words in front of the Federation's Heavenly Overwatch Council headquarters. What was the point of playing with one's life at the slightest disagreement? He played with one's life at the slightest disagreement. Your Highness. Your Highness, we were just joking, right? After being stunned for a few moments, Naples, who was beside Yi Xian, was the first to come back to his senses. He could be considered quick-witted. He swallowed his saliva and stuttered to find an excuse for Yi Xian to smooth things over. If he had gone along with this, he could have just barely managed to deal with the bold words just now. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had no intention of doing that. He waved his hand and directly denied it. What kind of joke is this? Who's joking? Didn't we just kill that old bastard Wen and Long Kue? It's just a fart. Who has the time to joke about it? If we killed them, we killed them. If we don't like them, we'll feel uncomfortable if we don't kill them. Can't our hands itch? Naples was completely at his wit's end. He covered his face and let out a pained groan. He finally understood. After all this time, there was something wrong with the prince's head, and it was intermittent. It suddenly flared up. You're courting death, so don't blame me for this. At this time, Long Hui finally came back to his senses. The cold smile on his face surfaced again. His right hand, which was raised halfway, finally swung down fiercely. He sternly rebuked, "Those who are arrogant and obstinate will be punished severely. This is clearly stated in the Federation's laws. Take them down immediately and put them in prison." Wait. Before the dozens of Federation inspectors behind Long Hui could react, Yi Xian's shout suddenly rang out. I'll say the same thing again. Whether it's old bastard Wen or Long Kue, this prince doesn't like them, so I'll kill them. But you, Sir Inspector, I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to hold the prince accountable for this matter. Don't even mention the obstinate things. It doesn't exist at all because this prince is just stating a fact. It has nothing to do with arrogance or obstinacy. This time even the purplish warbler couldn't help but raise his hand to cover his face. The others seemed to have seen the problem as well. How was this still arrogance? This was clearly abnormal. It most likely had something to do with the brain. As they thought of this, the expressions on everyone's faces immediately became a little strange. Even the look in their eyes changed. Do you know what this is? At the same time, Yi Xian's words changed. As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved. In the blink of an eye, a huge starry fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters appeared. It was bright silver in color and floated above the Overwatch Council, completely covering the entire large square below. Without waiting for everyone to sort out their thoughts and follow his rhythm, Yi Xian stretched out his hand and pointed up, saying again, a starry fortress. The Tianji clan's starry fortress. Do you know where it came from? It was given to me. This prince's future wife gave it to me. Don't doubt me, she can barely be considered a high-ranking member of the Tianji clan. She's at the middle stage of the mystic light realm. Can't she afford a starry fortress? At this point, all the powerhouses present, including Long Hui and the purplish warbler, were certain, without exception, that this guy in front of them was absolutely crazy. A second ago, he was still talking about killing Long Kue, and a second later, he was talking about the starry fortress that his future wife had given him. The change of topic was so fast and silent, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. There was no sense of wrongness at all. If this kind of person wasn't crazy, where was the justice? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Enough to offset. Looks like you guys still don't believe me. If there's no other way, I can only call her here to prove it. She's in the Imperial Harem anyway. She's probably with my mother right now. She's been on the immortal planet for quite some time now and even entered the Imperial Harem. Haven't you heard? Oh, right, my future wife from the Tianji clan has 2 words. Ying Tai. At this point, Yi Xian finally shut his mouth. However, the surrounding members of the royal family instantly changed their expressions and exclaimed in shock. Ying Tai? Are you sure she's from the Tianji clan? Long Hui gasped. He was so shocked that the white hairs on his back were about to break out. Previously, he was sure that he was unlucky to have met a lunatic and had to play with him for half a day. However, this was instantly overturned because a woman called Ying Tai had indeed come not long ago. Moreover, this woman had indeed claimed to be Prince Xian's confidant. More importantly, this woman's cultivation was clearly at the mystic light realm 4th level. How could it be possible for so many coincidences to be piled up together? After all this time, you knew? If you knew, why did you pretend? She's already here, and she's in the imperial harem. Why would I lie to you? Yi Xian immediately rolled his eyes and took the opportunity to mock him. Also, I'm not from the Tianji clan, but you insisted that I was. Now that I'm telling you that Ying Tai is from the Tianji clan, you still don't believe me. Are you crazy? What are you trying to do? With that, Long Huai immediately believed 80% of it. A look of ecstasy quickly appeared on his face. Almost all the other experts in the surroundings were the same. Long Xiang and the other princes were even more surprised. They felt that they had been saved from a hopeless situation and that the light of hope had suddenly returned. Naples and the purplish warbler were also quite shocked. Both of them were present when Yi Xian obtained Lightning Fortress. Only the part where they entered the lightning tomb in the middle was known from Yi Xian afterward. Previously, they had always thought that Lightning Fortress was obtained by Prince Xian after he killed a member of the Tianji clan. However, based on Long Huai's reaction, it was extremely likely that the woman called Ying Tai in the royal palace was a mystic light realm upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race, as he said. If that was the case, then the Lightning Fortress was definitely not the spoils of war that he had obtained from killing a member of the Tianji race. It was clearly a gift from that female robot of the Tianji race called Ying Tai. This alone was enough to prove his identity as a spy of the Tianji clan. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the expressions on the faces of Naples and the purplish warbler changed. Although they did not immediately question him, the doubts in their hearts grew stronger. Ha ha ha, what a Prince Xian! You should be proud of yourself for being able to make my emotions fluctuate so much in just half a day. However, no matter what your purpose is, today's matter can no longer be settled peacefully. Just based on your ambiguous relationship with that female Tianji clan member, Ying Tai, and the fact that you even accepted her generous gift and helped her infiltrate the immortal star, the crime of colluding with the enemy is already confirmed. As for whether you have become an enemy spy, we will know when we come back. Speaking to this point, Long Huai's expression darkened. He suddenly shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Quickly take him down. Can you still speak properly? Let me say it all in one go. Will it kill you to be agitated again?" Just as Long Huai's shout fell, Yi Xian spoke again. Halfway through, he suddenly sighed. A one-track mind is really scary. His brain doesn't even know how to turn things around. I've already said it so clearly, but he still hasn't reacted. With this kind of desperate IQ, I don't know how he managed to trick his way into the position of supervisor, although he did not mention any names in the latter half of his sentence, as if he was talking to himself. The word supervisor had been mentioned. Even a fool would know who he was talking about. Many gazes subconsciously swept toward Long Huai. There was more or less a hint of strangeness in their flashing gazes. The latter was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. It was really too infuriating. Thinking back carefully, he realized that in less than half a day, he, as the head of the Overwatch Council, one of the 8 great academies in the Federation's headquarters, had cried out several times. Quickly take him down. However, every time he cried out, he would immediately be played a dirty trick by this brat in front of him. Either that, or he would pretend to be crazy and directly ruin it on the spot. If this happened a few more times, he was afraid that the root of his illness would be left behind. Thinking of this, the killing intent in Long Huai's heart couldn't help but become stronger. Just as he steeled his heart and did not hesitate to personally take action, he only wanted to immediately take Yi Xian down and end today's matter as soon as possible to prevent more problems from arising. Yi Xian suddenly shook his head and sighed. Forget it, I'll just say it directly. I originally wanted to be tactful. After all, this kind of thing where I take the initiative to take credit for myself is really a little difficult to say. Do you know why I suddenly mentioned Ying Tai and even took out Lightning Fortress to prove that what I said was true? Because she is 10 times better than old devil Wen Xing. Even if Long Kuei is added in, he is still far inferior to her. The Tianji clan must have secretly bought many spies in the human clan and the other clans of the Wanluo Federation, right? But among the spies that the human clan or the Wan Luo Federation bought and placed in the first universe, other than those hundreds of servant clans that are not presentable, have there been even one true Tianji clan member? Furthermore, Ying Tai is far from an ordinary Tianji clan member. With her strength of the mystic light realm, even if she is not a true core giant, she can at least be considered a high-ranking member, right? This prince helped the Federation abduct from the heavenly legacy race, persuaded such an astonishingly valuable member of the heavenly legacy race to surrender. Even if this is a bit of a mistake, this merit should make up for it, right? Sir Inspector, what do you think? At this point, Yi Xian did not say anything else. He glanced at Long Hui playfully, and then waved his hand as if no one was present, and the lightning fortress in the sky returned to the undying world in his body. During this time, the sound of cold air being sucked in continuously sounded from all around the square. Everyone, including Naples and the purplish warbler, suddenly understood everything at this time. They finally understood that Yi Xian had a card up his sleeve from the beginning to the end. No matter how the situation developed, he had long been in an invincible position. Let alone a mystic light realm member of the Heaven's Legacy race, even an ordinary planet realm member of the Heaven's Legacy race would have an inestimable significance to the human race or the myriad Luo Federation. With such a heaven-shaking contribution in hand, what is a small mistake? Thinking of this, most of the experts present blushed, especially those who had once angrily accused Yi Xian of being a spy of the Tianji clan. They were so embarrassed that they could only hope to find a hole to hide in immediately. Their faces were burning with pain, as if they had just been ruthlessly slapped by someone. What nonsense. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations DR. For some reason, Ying Tai felt that something was not right today. It was not from the outside but from herself. Since half a day ago, her eyelids had been twitching from time to time. Later, when she was relaxing in the back garden of the Lady Rose Palace, she suddenly sneezed. This was not a big deal for normal people, but even for a mystic light realm expert, it was impossible for this to happen. Not to mention that she was a robot from the Heaven's Legacy race. Since then, Ying Tai had doubts in his heart, and he didn't feel good about it. However, at this moment, her eyelids suddenly started to twitch again. Moreover, they were twitching non-stop, even more so than before. No. This is too strange. I can't let this continue. Ying Tai's expression changed slightly as she stood up in shock. Her face was gloomy as she turned around and walked out of the room while muttering to herself. She decided to leave the immortal royal city and wait for a few days to see the situation before making a decision. It wasn't that she was a coward. The key was that this was the Immortal Star, the headquarters of the technology faction, one of the two factions of the human race. Even the headquarters of the 10,000 Luo Federation was here. It could be said that experts were as common as clouds in the sky. Although her mystic light realm cultivation wasn't considered weak, she wouldn't even be able to struggle for her life on this immortal star. Just in this immortal royal city, although the immortal emperor seemed to be the strongest on the surface, his cultivation had only surpassed the void realm, which was the 13th realm. Compared to Ying Tai, who was at the 11th realm, the mystic light realm, he was only 2 realms stronger. However, how could the immortal royal family be so simple? Those old monsters of the royal family, who had not shown themselves for who knew how long, were the truly terrifying existences. They were the foundation and support of the entire immortal royal family, not to mention, even the immortal emperor, who had surpassed the void realm, was an existence that she could only look up to. If the immortal emperor could surpass her status, he could crush her with a flick of his finger. There was no need to even mention the imperial teacher of the immortal royal family called Dr. Ying Tai had once seen his back in the imperial palace. This Dr's cultivation seemed to be on the same level as the immortal emperor, which was the 13th realm. But Ying Tai always had an intuition that the truth was far from that. The name Dr was simply too capable of evoking her endless imagination. No, it should be said that any member of the Heaven's Legacy race who heard this name would be like her, subconsciously forming some sort of association and guess. Although this association was just a baseless guess, Ying Tai's intuition told her that this Dr definitely had something to do with the clan leader of the Tianji clan, De. If that was really the case, with De's terrifying cultivation, no matter how weak Dr, who was somewhat related to him, was, he should not only be at the 13th Great Plane, right, In short, ever since she came to the immortal planet and entered the royal palace, she suddenly realized how overconfident she had been. Here, the only thing she could do was keep a low profile with her mystic light realm cultivation. Unfortunately, Immortal Imperial City was not a place that just anyone could come and go as they pleased. In addition, she still had some hope in her heart that her identity as a member of the Heaven's Legacy race would not be easily discovered. As long as she was careful, she should not be in danger. In addition, Prince Xian had already returned to the Third Universe and had even reached the imperial capital of Tianming. Concubine Mei's order had been sent out. Although Prince Xian had not returned to the immortal planet yet, in any case, her sudden departure at this time would definitely arouse suspicion. But she had no time to care about all this now. Today's matter was too strange. If she stayed any longer, she was afraid that unforeseen events would happen at any time. Even if she was willing to take the risk, she had to leave. After making the decision, Yingtai sneaked out of Concubine Mei's palace immediately. After leaving the inner city, she smoothly arrived at the edge of the outer city. After a little more, she could be considered to have successfully left the imperial city. As for the even larger immortal imperial city outside the imperial city, Yingtai did not care at all. With a little joy, Yingtai moved forward again. After a while, she finally passed the last checkpoint and left the immortal imperial city. Unfortunately, just as she took a step forward, her figure crossing the edge of the outer city's defense array and officially stepping into the territory of the imperial capital, an incomparably powerful and mysterious force had already descended without any warning. It instantly locked onto the chi around Yingtai's body, causing her to be unable to move in the slightest. Air. The sudden change caused Yingtai's expression to change wildly. Her beautiful face turned pale as she cried out in alarm. With luck in her heart, she instantly realized that she had been targeted long ago. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that she had just left the imperial city and hadn't even taken a step before she was discovered in an instant? Wouldn't it be better to just stay in the imperial city? You forced me to take action, sigh. As soon as Yingtai's exclamation fell, Air's helpless voice sounded in her ears. Then, without waiting for her to recover, her vision suddenly turned black and she completely lost consciousness. However, her figure did not fall to the ground because of fainting. Instead, as if she had been teleported, she disappeared into thin air without any warning. Immortal Imperial City, the Imperial Preceptor's palace in the outer city area. To be precise, this was actually the underground of the Imperial Preceptor's palace. What appeared in front of them was a huge underground hall. The entire hall was incomparably vast. No matter which direction one looked at it, one could not see the end of it. In addition, although it was underground, when one looked up, the bluestone dome of this vast underground hall was at least 10,000 meters high. An underground space of such a scale was not a small project, and it was even more impossible for it to appear under the immortal imperial city. Therefore, this underground hall should have been built using space folding technology. The hall was originally empty, but at this moment, because this place was too vast, there was no way to distinguish the direction of the hall. With a flash of green light, a relatively independent small room appeared on the floor of the originally empty hall in the blink of an eye. There were even 4 walls and a dome. It was squarish and about 100 meters long. Some large precision instruments could be seen everywhere in the room. In the center, there was a green platform that looked like an operating table. However, it was not material. It was clearly in the form of energy. Yingtai, with her eyes closed, was lying on this green energy platform at this moment. From time to time, there were rays of green light of different shapes scanning her body from top to bottom. This process lasted about 10 minutes. The green light, which had been flashing non-stop, finally disappeared. The next moment, a thin old man suddenly appeared on the side of the green energy platform as if he had teleported. It was Air, who had rushed out of the Imperial Preceptor's palace not long ago and seemed to be going to the headquarters of the Federation. I knew it. How could De be so careless? He even forgot to implant the trigger mark in the source code. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Machinery Race, that must be it. As soon as all the Tianji clan members are born with intelligence, De will leave a trigger mark in their intelligence center. Once they have the intention to betray the Tianji clan, the mark left behind will immediately be triggered. the source code will be disrupted, which is equivalent to self-destruction. Because of this, the real members of the Tianji race cannot be bought over by the human race or the Federation. Since this girl also has a trigger mark in her source code, this can only be the result. Either she has tricked the brat outside, or the brat is boasting. The possibility of the latter is obviously higher. Hehe, this tester is quite interesting. Compared to the last one, he is much more clever and flexible. Moreover, the testing system in his body seems to have grown to a higher level. Although its aura is a little mixed, it exudes a mysterious aura. Even with my current sealed state, I can't see through it at a glance and see everything. Should I undo the seal and see the secret? Forget it, forget it. Let's wait and see. Even if it's just undoing the primary seal, the price is too high. This brat still needs to grow, but his potential is huge. I can help him again. While muttering to himself, D'Er's gaze swept over Ying Tai, who was lying on the green energy platform. After thinking for a while, he raised his hand and waved. In an instant, the cyan energy platform burst forth with brilliance. Ying Tai, who was originally just lying on the surface of the platform, suddenly sank down and entered the interior of the energy platform. His entire body was enveloped by the energy. At the same time, countless crisscrossing green threads burst out from the inside of the green energy platform. They were of different shapes. Some swept across Ying Tai's body like the previous scan, while some directly entered Ying Tai's body. After a long time, they came out from another location. This process lasted for a full quarter of an hour. Finally, the countless threads bursting out of the green energy platform gradually came to a stop. Ying Tai, who was immersed in it, slowly rose up and finally returned to the surface of the platform. He was still lying there with his eyes closed. It seems that Di's realm has increased again. It took me 15 minutes to undo the trigger mark in the intelligence center source code of a mysterious light realm member of the Tianji race. Although it's only in a sealed state. In just a short 15 minutes, D'Er's face had become slightly paler. At this moment, he muttered to himself and waved his hand again. Fortunately, I've finally succeeded. Now, this girl is no longer a member of the Tianji clan. Her source code has been changed and the trigger mark of my machinery clan has been left behind. From now on, she'll be a member of the machinery clan. Yes, she'll stay by that brat's side. Although it's impossible for her to become his wife, she's qualified to be his personal maid. At this moment, Ying Tai, who was lying on the green energy platform, suddenly opened Tai, who was lying on the green energy platform. Ying Tai, who was lying, was race, Ying's was race. Then, she rolled and got up from the green energy platform. When she saw D'Er, she greeted him, clan leader. Then, she respectfully stood aside with her hands clasped behind her back. She lowered her head slightly and didn't say anything. She looked like she was waiting for orders. Both D'Er and De were robots created by the human race's technological pioneer, Xingbo. They were self-aware and had a new life. However, De betrayed the human race and killed Xingbo. At that time, he induced a large number of intelligent robots to be born. Gradually, the Tianji race formed a certain scale. In the end, they fought the human race. In the first universe, they started a war that lasted for tens of thousands of years and swept across the entire universe. In the end, the human race was defeated. They left the first universe and entered the third universe to develop. The first universe became the territory of the Tianji race, and De became the overlord of the first universe. This was a matter of the past tens of thousands of years ago. Apart from De, D'Er was the other first-generation robot created by Xingbo who was self-aware. He was always grateful to Xingbo and never left the human race. Later, he became the imperial advisor of the immortal dynasty of the human race's technological camp. Over the years, there had been several generations of immortal emperors in the immortal dynasty, but the imperial advisor had always been D'Er. Under D'Er's command, there was also a robot race. De's robot race was called the Tianji race, while D'Er's robot race that had self-aware was called the robot race. The Tianji race was the enemy of the entire Wanluo Federation, while the robot race was the human race's ally. However, the robot race rarely appeared. They also had their own base camp, but it was not exposed to the outside world like the Tianji race in the first universe. No one knew where the robot race's base camp was. Only the patriarch, Dr. knew. Now, Yingtai, who was originally a member of the Tianji race, was no longer a member of the Tianji race after Dr. spent a lot of effort to change her core source code. Now, she had become a member of the robot race. Therefore, after waking up, she called Dr. the patriarch. Now, you have nothing to do with the Tianji race. The trigger mark that Dr. left in your core source code has also been erased by me. However, your original memories have been retained by me. This is originally impossible, but seeing that I have obtained some useful information from your core source code, and that I need you to follow that kid, I'll make an exception this time. Also, if you want a horse to run, you naturally have to feed it grass. I have also increased your cultivation to the peak of the mystic light realm. Whether or not I want to hide a part of it is up to you to decide. In short, in the future, your mission is to stay by that brat's side and help him grow. I won't interfere with the specific details. My only request is that you don't casually reveal what happened today to him. I don't plan on meeting that brat yet. Even if I do, it will only be as the imperial advisor of the everlasting dynasty, not as the patriarch of the robot race. The testing system in his body has not grown to the point where it can let me reveal everything. Go. That brat is in a bit of trouble right now. Go and help him solve it. Although he is a fake prince, since he has the pure everlasting royal bloodline, this prince's identity is confirmed without a doubt. I can deal with the everlasting emperor, but as for those old fogies in the dynasty's resident elder pavilion, before the seal is unlocked, even I can't force them to submit. If there are no accidents, even if we can make them accept this prince's identity, it is impossible to avoid a disguised attack. Follow that brat and be mentally prepared for this. Just protect his safety. If you encounter any difficulties, don't try to ask me for help. In times of real danger, I naturally won't sit and do nothing. After all, he obtained a testing system that I spread out, so he can be considered one of my disciples. The dust has settled, husband. Yingtai has been waiting for you for a long time. Since you're already here, why don't you return to the palace? What are you doing here at the Federation headquarters? As soon as Grand Imperial Uncle Long Huai finished speaking, he was just about to make a move to capture Yi Xian when an exceedingly delicate voice of a woman that clearly carried dense resentment suddenly resounded out at this moment. Yingtai's face was filled with hidden bitterness as she flashed through the sky, and as she spoke, she'd already descended not too far away from Yi Xian. She looked at him with pity and didn't say anything else. Yi Xian was immediately stunned. The Neapolitan and purplish warbler beside him were the same, especially the latter. After being stunned for a moment, his eyes flashed with hostility and vigilance. He stared closely at Yingtai's face, examining her from head to toe. All the surrounding federal supervisors and members of the royal family were also stunned. Yingtai's initiative to come here was unexpected to everyone. Peak of the 9th level of the Mystic Light Realm? You were actually concealing your cultivation before? Even First Imperial Uncle Long Huai's expression changed slightly when he saw the cultivation aura that Yingtai revealed at this moment. Although he was an expert at the 12th Great Realm, the Void Stage, there were not many people in the imperial family who revealed such a level on the surface. At the very least, more than half of the 10 great imperial uncles were at the 11th Great Realm, the mysterious light stage. At this moment, Yingtai revealed his cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of the Mystic Light Realm. He was only one step away from the 12th level, the Void Realm. Once he took this step, it would be equivalent to Prince Xian having a supreme existence of the Void Realm by his side. To him, this was extremely significant, and it was truly eye-catching. Apart from that, Yingtai did not conceal his cultivation base this time. Even the essential aura of the machine race was revealed. It had to be mentioned that the mech race and the Heaven's Legacy race were essentially the same. They were both intelligent robots that had developed their own consciousness. The only difference was their internal core source code. However, their external auras were completely the same. In addition, although Dr's machinery tribe was a companion of the human tribe, he had always been hidden by Dr and had never shown himself. Therefore, at this moment, when Yingtai revealed his aura, coupled with Yi Xian's previous words, almost everyone instinctively thought that Yingtai was from the Tianji tribe. Although there were many experts present, including inspectors from the Federation headquarters, important members of the Immortal Imperial clan, and even 3-star generals of the Immortal Imperial Army, none of them had ever come into close contact with a member of the upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race. Even though Naples had entered the First Universe many times to engage in battle with the Heaven's Legacy race, those battles had always taken place in the shadow of the starry sky. Even if the enemy camp had a true upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race, they had never had the chance to get close. Therefore, at this moment, when Ying Tai appeared and revealed an aura that was different from that of a human without any scruples, everyone present regained their senses. Their expressions immediately became strange. This was especially so for the 5 princes and a few imperial uncles. Their expressions were uncertain, and a dark light flickered in their eyes. No one knew what they were scheming in their hearts. You are indeed from the Heaven's Legacy race, and you even concealed your cultivation to infiltrate the immortal star. It seems that you have ulterior motives. After a flash of light in his eyes, the first imperial uncle Long Huai suddenly laughed coldly. Since that brat said that you are a member of the upper echelon that he persuaded from the Heaven's Legacy race to surrender, then what harm is there in believing him? Whether this is true or not will be known after a trial. If you can't provide important information about the Heaven's Legacy race, then this will undoubtedly be false. When that time comes. Humph. In other words, this was clearly a prelude to detain Yixian for interrogation. Furthermore, it was not just Yixian, but Ying Tai as well. If she could provide enough information about the Heaven's Legacy race to prove her sincerity, then it would be fine. If she couldn't, then today's matter could forget about coming to an end. Yixian's earlier words of persuading a member of the Heaven's Legacy race to surrender would be completely overturned. Sir Inspector, I'm sorry, but your Federation's Overwatch Council does not have the authority to interrogate me. Or rather, if you want to interrogate me, I'll have to trouble you to obtain permission from the dynasty first. In the face of the first imperial uncle Long Huai's words, Ying Tai calmly took out an item and directly raised her hand to show it to Long Huai. This is the Imperial Advisor's order. I have already surrendered to the Immortal Dynasty and am now a spy of the dynasty. If your Federation wants to obtain any information related to the Heaven's Legacy race from me, it is not impossible. However, please negotiate with the dynasty. Hearing this, the first imperial uncle was immediately dumbfounded. The Imperial Advisor's order that Ying Tai took out could not be fake, and the meaning of this Imperial Advisor's order was very clear. It meant that the Immortal Dynasty had already acknowledged her identity and accepted her. Now, even if she was a member of the Heaven's Legacy race, she was already a spy of the Immortal Dynasty. If the Federation wanted to investigate her as a spy of the Heaven's Legacy race, it was tantamount to slapping the Immortal Dynasty's face. This was absolutely impossible. It would cause internal strife within the Federation. In reality, even Yixian was a little dazed at this moment. His previous plan was to force Ying Tai to go along with his words and admit that she had already been persuaded by Yixian to surrender. After all, she was a member of the Heaven's Legacy race. Following this identity being exposed by Yixian, cooperating with Yixian was already the only choice. Otherwise, on the Immortal Star, only death awaited her. In this way, not only did he resolve the matter of Wen Xing and the killing of Long Kuei, he even resolved the crisis that Ying Tai had brought to him. No matter what the other party's goal was in using her identity as a member of the Heaven's Legacy race to enter the Immortal Star under the guise of his fiancée, when all of this was exposed, and it was exposed by Yixian himself, Ying Tai could not continue to cause a ruckus. She could not do anything. She could only be passive. However, everything in front of him was a little unexpected. He did not understand how things had suddenly developed to this point. Had Ying Tai obtained the recognition of the Immortal Dynasty long before he had arrived, she had even obtained the Imperial Advisor's order. Could it be that she had come to the Immortal Star to voluntarily admit her identity as a member of the Heaven's Legacy race? But what was the purpose of doing so? Could it be that she really admired him and did not hesitate to surrender to the Immortal Dynasty in order to start a so-called butterfly love with him? Thinking of this possibility, Yixian immediately shuddered. If this was really the case, then this girl was clearly crazy. How could she do such a thing? If she continued to pester him like this in the future, thinking of this, Yixian did not feel good. He had a feeling that after tossing and turning for so long, in the end, he had still fallen into her trap. At this moment, as Yingtai raised her hand and flashed D'Air's Imperial Advisor's order, the surrounding Federation supervisors all breathed a sigh of relief. However, the members of the Imperial family, including the Imperial uncles and the 5 great princes, all sighed. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio 18th Prince's Manner. No matter how unwilling Long Huai was, in the end, Yi Xian, Naples, and the Purplish Warbler still swaggered out of the Federation's Overwatch Council. Oh, right. Other than the 3 of them, there was also Yingtai. Just as Yingtai had said, the Imperial Advisor's token in her hand was enough to prove her identity as a defector of the Tianji clan. She had already been accepted and acknowledged by the Eternal Dynasty. Even the Wanluo Federation could only negotiate with the Eternal Dynasty and request for assistance if they wanted to obtain any information from her, a defector of the Tianji clan. As for whether the Eternal Dynasty would agree or not, that was another matter altogether. In short, with the Imperial Preceptor's token, even if Yingtai was truly a member of the Heaven's Legacy race, the Myriad-Sifting Federation would not be able to touch her. Her body had already been marked with the mark of the Immortal Dynasty. From now on, she was a member of the dynasty. Furthermore, she was an imperial concubine, the 18th prince's concubine. When he thought of this, Yi Xian immediately felt a headache. If Yingtai's identity was revealed by him and she had no choice but to follow Yi Xian's words and cooperate with him, then Yingtai would undoubtedly leave something in Yi Xian's hands. Without mentioning anything else, at least in the future, he would no longer have to worry about her bothering him with words like a butterfly's love. But now, it was different. Long before Yi Xian returned to the Immortal Star, he had already taken the initiative to confess his identity to the Immortal Empire. In this matter, Yi Xian couldn't control him at all. In this way, if Yingtai continued to pester Yi Xian with the excuse of a butterfly's love, other than being depressed and vexed, there was nothing he could do. Don't forget, she was a supreme existence at the great circle of the mystic light realm. Even Naples could only be crushed in front of her. Yi Xian did not even know if the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn could crush her like Long Kuei. Long Kuei was only at the 4th level of the mystic light realm, while Yingtai was a supreme existence who was only 1 step away from entering the 12th great realm, the Void Realm. There was a difference of 5 whole levels. At the 11th great realm, 1 level was often the difference between heaven and earth. The difference of 5 levels was truly a completely different concept. Unlike Yi Xian's heart Aya, after leaving the Federation's Overwatch Council, Naples and the Purplish Warbler were completely relaxed and their moods were they? Were clearly in a good mood. Was his Daybreak Studio? Was studio? Was studio? Was studio? Was studio? In addition, the marriage between the prince and the Xianyuan family was also resolved. Yingtai was a robot. Even if she could be given the position of concubine, it was impossible for her to become the first wife. From the looks of it, the news of the so-called marriage was purely a way for the dynasty to appease and rope Yingtai in. Since she was a robot, how could there be any ambiguity between her and Prince Xian? Regarding this point, Xianyuan Ziying no longer needed to verify it to be certain in her heart. At this moment, she had already determined that everything that had happened before was just a misunderstanding. No matter how jealous she was, the target should not be a robot. As for Yingtai, after leaving the headquarters of the Federation, she did not say a word. She followed behind Yi Xian obediently, as if she was his servant. This made Yi Xian feel quite relieved. At least this girl knew how to judge the situation. She knew that this was the Immortal Star, not a place where she could jump around. She did not dare to be as arrogant as she was in the Demonkin Star area. After the 4 of them left the Wanluo Federation, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and summoned the Dongshu shuttle. After the 4 of them stepped into it, they headed straight for the Immortal Royal Capital. The Immortal Star was where the Immortal Royal Capital of the human race's technological faction was located. Not to mention the 9 satellites, just the Immortal Star in the center was enormous. The vast plain loaned to the Wanluo Federation for the Federation's headquarters was only a very small area of the Immortal Star. There were many cities in the other vast areas. These cities were all located around the everlasting imperial capital, scattered like stars in the sky. The Immortal Royal Capital was the largest city on the Immortal Star. The Immortal Royal Capital was located in the depths of the Royal Capital. The royal capital was divided into the outer city and the inner city. The inner city was where the immortal royal capital lived, while the outer city was where the officials of the royal capital attended court, as well as the prince's residences, the imperial preceptor's hall, and the elder dormitory. Of course, the elder dormitory and the imperial preceptor's hall were restricted by formations. Most people couldn't enter without being summoned, not even the princes. The residences of the princes and the residences of the many members of the royal family were located in the ordinary areas of the outer city. Among them, only the princes of the immortal emperor's direct line of descent could have their own residences. Although the other branches also had residences in the outer city, they weren't princes' residences. As for the 10 royal uncles and the like, they had long moved out of the outer royal capital to oversee the 9 satellites. There were dozens of princes of the immortal emperor. Some of them were underage and were not allowed to have their own princes' mansions. These underage princes were all arranged in a place called the Prince's Academy. There were specialized instructors in charge of cultivation, etiquette, and knowledge in science and technology. Currently, there were only 28 people who had grown up and owned a prince's manor. In other words, there were a total of 28 princes' manors in the outer imperial city, and Prince Xian's manor was the 18th prince's manor. Although Prince Xian had left the Undying Star to participate in the royal family's ultimate trial, as long as it wasn't proven that he had died outside, the 18th prince residence that belonged to him would continue to exist. The group of old servants and maids who were in charge of managing the residence were all present. However, before Prince Xian left the Immortal Star to participate in the royal family's ultimate trials, he wasn't outstanding among the 28 princes. He was even looked down upon because of his cowardly personality. As such, not only was the 18th prince's residence not in a good location, but it wasn't grand either. As for the old servants and maids in the residence, there was no need to talk about them. When Prince Xian was still around, there might not have been a lack of housekeepers or maidservants. However, ever since Prince Xian left the Undying Star, these old servants and maidservants had all left through various channels. Most likely, they had all left. As servants of the royal family, they also needed to consider their own futures. Following a cowardly prince like Prince Xian only sounded good on the surface. In reality, everyone knew that there was no way they would be able to make a name for themselves. As a result, there was only one loyal old servant left in the 18th prince's mansion to take care of everything in the mansion. The rest of the servants went their separate ways and tried their best to join the other princes' mansions. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Dragon's Den and Tiger's Den. This is your 18th prince's mansion? Isn't it a little too shabby? Also, it's so bleak. The purplish warbler rolled his eyes and said as he looked at the 18th prince's mansion that was so quiet that it made people speechless. As the 18th prince's mansion, there was no problem with the basic foundation of the mansion in front of him. It occupied a large area, and the courtyards were connected to each other. Most importantly, it was too quiet. At a glance, the courtyards within sight were overgrown with weeds. After all, there was only one old servant who stayed here to take care of such a large courtyard. It was impossible for him to even clean up the weeds. Creak. At this moment, the double-riveted door of the 18th prince's mansion slowly opened. Just by listening to the creaking sound, one could tell that the door had not been opened for a long time. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. As the door opened, an old man with white hair and a beard but a stocky build entered the 4 people's line of sight. The old man's mental state was quite good, and his cultivation strength was also decent. He was actually a level 4 black hole realm expert. When he saw Yi Xian, he was stunned for a moment. Following that, as Yi Xian deliberately activated the royal bloodline, a trace of the bloodline aura that originally belonged to Prince Xian faintly spread out. This old servant with a black hole realm cultivation immediately had tears in his eyes as he choked with sobs. Xianzi. It's you. It's really you. This old servant has finally waited for this day. Yi Xian secretly sighed in relief. It seemed that the old servants that the 18th prince acknowledged were different from the members of the royal family like Long Huai. They only acknowledged the aura of their master. As for other things, they were too lazy to ask, and they didn't have the right to ask. The 4 people stepped into the 18th prince's mansion, and what appeared in front of them was a huge main courtyard overgrown with weeds. Yi Xian frowned, and the old servant hurriedly explained, Xianxia. No, Prince Xian, after you left, those fellows all left one after another. All these years, the entire 18th prince's mansion has been taken care of by this old servant alone, so, it's fine. From now on, you'll be the chief steward of the 18th prince's mansion. Just call me Xianxia. Yi Xian was slightly touched. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he found out the old servant's name. His surname was actually Long, and his name was Long Kong. He was a member of the branch family of the Eternal Dynasty, and there was a weak royal bloodline flowing in his body. He was an elder of Consort Mei's bloodline. Ever since Prince Xian came of age, he had been following Long Xian until now. Xianxia, after you came out of nowhere and became the Feisheng Federation, those fellows were like stray cats that smelled blood. All of them wanted to come back, but this old servant stopped them all. This bunch of ingrates. Some of them are even currently servants in the 5th prince's mansion. They suddenly want to come back, and they have ulterior motives. This old servant can't let them come back to harm you. At this moment, Long Kong spoke again with a choked voice. Originally, the 18th prince's mansion had a total of 18 courtyards, and there were no such weeds. Although this old servant is only one person, I'm still in the black hole realm. Although it's tiring to take care of a mansion, I can still do it. It's because those fellows came every day and wanted to trespass, especially those guards. Among them, there were a few commanders and vice-commanders who were also in the black hole realm. This old servant was no match for them, and I was seriously injured by them. This happened a month ago, and I haven't recovered yet. That's why, this courtyard is overgrown with weeds. This old servant, I, have failed in my duty. What? Those fellows actually injured you? Yi Xian was instantly enraged when he heard this. Long Kong had said very clearly that those fellows, including the guards in the 18th prince's mansion, had all gone to seek refuge with the other princes after Long Xian left. Some of them even went to the 5th prince's mansions to listen to their orders. But now, after knowing that Prince Xian had appeared out of nowhere, these fellows actually wanted to return. If it was said that the 5 princes hadn't instructed them to plant spies by Prince Xian's side before he returned, Yi Xian wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. However, those fellows actually dared to injure Long Kong, the only person who was loyal to the 18th prince's mansion. This was already beyond what Yi Xian could tolerate. Forget it, let bygones be bygones. Although this old servant was outnumbered, at least I didn't let those fellows take a single step into the 18th prince's mansion. Seeing the indignation on Yi Xian's face, Long Kong was comforted and tears appeared in his eyes. With a comforted expression, he choked on his sobs and quickly wiped away his tears. He forced a smile and said, now that the prince is back, it's a big matter. However, this is such a big mansion, we will definitely need to recruit some servants to take care of it. This old servant only has one thing to say, this matter must be handled by this old servant. Not a single one of those ingrates who left before can be let back. That would be a slap in your face, child. Naples, Purplish Warbler, and Ingtai were also filled with righteous indignation at this moment. Their long, shapely eyebrows furrowed. On the other hand, Yi Xian frowned and pondered for a moment before grinning. He waved his hand and said to Long Kong, don't worry, Uncle Kong. You don't need to worry about this matter. I don't want any of the people in this imperial city. At this moment, Yi Xian had already made up his mind. Everyone inside and outside the 18th prince's mansion would be his own subordinates. Even if most of them were demons, so what? Even Ingtai, a true upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race, could walk openly in the immortal imperial city. What did a few demon dweller guards and servants count for? This old man wants to see if those ingrates and the people from the 5th prince's side dare to behave atrociously in the 18th prince's mansion. After making up his mind, Yi Xian immediately sneered, as long as they dare to come, no matter if they are in the open or in the dark, this prince will throw a sentence here. Anyone who dares to come will not be able to return. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and summoned the Dongshu shuttle, the Black Mosquito, the Black Wind, and the Saint Child. Immediately after, with a thought from him, a large number of devil cultivator and magical beast experts walked out of the Dongshu shuttle and the 3 space fortresses. They didn't say a word as they quietly stood around Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, thousands of troops came to meet him. Not to mention Uncle Kong, even the purplish warbler and Naples were shocked. This was clearly the rhythm of turning the 18th prince's mansion into a tiger's den. This is going to be fun. The whole mansion of the 18th prince is full of demons and magical beasts. Once this formation is set up, those who don't know will think that they have been teleported to the demon star area of the first universe. That's right. That's right. The 18th prince's mansion is full of demons and magical beasts. Once this formation is set up, those who don't know will think that they have been teleported to the demon star area of the first universe. Despicable slaves due to the fact that this was a special period and he was currently at the peak of his power, even Ying Tai of the Tianji race could move freely in the imperial city. There was nothing else to worry about. As such, the demonic beast experts Xianxia mobilized from the Void Hole shuttle and the 3 demonic beast fortresses were extremely powerful and luxurious. First was the internal affairs. In this regard, in the command cabins on the top floors of the Black Mosquito and Black Wind fortresses, there were many professional demons who specialized in this matter. The male attendants were all extraordinarily handsome, and the female attendants were all top-notch beauties. Their professionalism was impeccable. In this regard, Xianxia mobilized 200 demonic beast scouts from each of the 2 fortresses. In total, there were 400 demonic beast scouts, half male and half female. In the future, they would be in charge of the internal affairs of the 18th prince's residence. As for the head of internal affairs, Xianxia arranged for 2 people. One was Uncle Kong, who would be in charge, and the other was Le Mosquito, who would be his assistant. Apart from that, there was also the guard team of the 18th prince's residence. In this regard, Xianxia put in a lot of effort. It was divided into the Demonic Beast Army and the Demonic Beast Army. The Demonic Beast Army was a hidden force, made up of 1,000 mosquito beasts and 1,000 soldier ladles. The mid-stage Origin Realm 8-star Wang Ladle was the commander of the Demonic Beast Guard team. The Demonic Beast Army was the force on the surface, led by Gui Hai Dao and 1,000 demonic beasts to patrol the residence. At the same time, the Origin Realm 4's Wafeng Tai was the commander of the Demonic Beast Guard team. Apart from that, the wretched mosquito butcher was also released by Xianxia. As the head of external affairs, this guy was smooth and slick. His words and actions were often unexpected, and one sentence from him could make someone faint. In the following period of time, the 5 princes would probably attack the 18th prince's residence openly and covertly. With the wretched mosquito butcher at the front, even if he couldn't do anything substantial, it would be enough to annoy the princes a little. When Xianxia waved his hand and stored the Void Hole shuttle and the 3 demonic beast scout fortresses into his undying world, the hidden guard team of 1,000 mosquito beasts and 1,000 soldier ladles was nowhere to be seen. The Magical Beast Guard Legion's Origin Realm expert, 8-star Wang Chao, was the same. Xianxia had given him the authority to directly take down any expert who came to invade the 18th prince's mansion. If the other party secretly invaded the 18th prince's mansion, there was no need to report it. As for the 1,000 demon slaves under Gui Hai Dao's command, they had split into several patrol squads in a short amount of time. They began to patrol the surroundings of the 18th prince's estate. When this Origin Realm demon slave team was first established, all of them, including Gui Hai Dao, were at the first star core realm. However, so much time had passed, and Xianxia had unconditionally provided them with all kinds of cultivation resources. Most of the time, he was busy with the other forces and basically didn't disturb them. All of the demon slaves were fully focused on cultivating and breaking through. Now, they were basically all at the 2nd star realm, the meteor realm. Some of them, such as Gui Hai Dao, had already reached the 3rd star realm, the satellite realm. Compared to Xianxia, they were only 1 realm away. This was an impressive improvement. Back then, Xianxia was also at the star core realm like them. Although Xianxia was now at the 4th star realm, the planet realm, they were only 1 realm lower than Xianxia. This showed how hard they had worked. After all, Xianxia had been able to reach the star realm in such a short time because of many coincidences. It was also very difficult for Gui Hai Dao and the others to have such achievements. At this point, the arrangements in the 18th prince's residence were finally completed. The originally lifeless 18th prince's residence was full of vitality in the blink of an eye. Uncle Kong had witnessed the entire process with his own eyes. Gui Haidao and the other demonic experts looked no different from humans on the surface. However, anyone could tell at a glance that the 1,000 mosquito beasts and the army of soldiers were definitely not from the third universe's human race. They definitely came from the outer domain. But even so, Uncle Kong still didn't say anything. Seeing that the originally empty 18th prince's matter was full of life in an instant, he had an expression of great joy. As for the wretched mosquito butcher, when he heard that Yi Xian had appointed him as the external director of the 18th prince's residence, he would personally take care of all matters related to the outside of the residence. His status was on the same level as Uncle Kong's, and in an instant, it was as if he had been injected with a shot of chicken blood. He was just short of howling, so he immediately pulled Uncle Kong and directly entered the residence, as if he was about to start his official business and understand the situation from Uncle Kong. Keep a close eye on this old thing. Remember to send a few people. They don't need to do anything else. Just follow behind him in shifts and keep an eye on everything about him. Of course, in name, they will be the external chief's personal guards. After the wretched mosquito butcher left with Uncle Kong, Yi Xian turned his head to look at Gui Haidao and gave a new order. In his opinion, he would have to stay in the 18th prince's mansion for a period of time. In any case, Yi Xian had nothing to do during this period of time, so he could take the opportunity to carefully investigate the problem of the wretched mosquito butcher. The entire 18th prince's residence occupied a vast area with 18 courtyards. Each courtyard had several rooms like a maze. Therefore, even though Yi Xian could assign a lot of people with a wave of his hand, it was still possible for these people to settle down in such a large residence. Although Yi Xian was a prince and the owner of the 18th prince's residence, he didn't know the rules here. Of course, he could have used his personal communication system to invade the starry sky network of the immortal star and search for everything. However, due to the existence of the immortal star superbrain, this method was no longer possible. Yi Xian didn't dare to use his personal communication system here, so he could only give up on this idea. In fact, he didn't need to worry about any of this at all. As the head steward of the residence, Uncle Kong took care of everything in an orderly manner. Without waiting for Yi Xian to ask, the male and female demon servants he assigned to Uncle Kong to take care of the residence's internal affairs had already figured out all the rules in the residence. Naturally, someone would come and lead Yi Xian to his residence. As a prince, Yi Xian's residence was the last courtyard. It was extremely exquisite. According to the rules, even the purplish warbler and Ing Tai, who were close friends yet to be married, were arranged to stay in the front courtyard. As for Naples and the other male guests, they couldn't even enter the 3 inner courtyards and could only stay in the middle courtyard of the residence. After everything was settled, Yi Xian heard a commotion coming from outside the residence. If he guessed correctly, it was most likely those ignorant lowly servants who knew that Prince Xian had returned and recklessly came looking for him. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The prince is wise. Why can't we go in? We are all old officials of Prince Xian's mansion. Who the hell are you guys? Why are you acting as guards in the prince's mansion? This is originally our duty. You are overstepping. We have to report this to the Imperial Clan Court. Hehe, you probably don't know, right? Guards and maids in the prince's mansion must register with the Imperial Clan Court before they can. That's right. You guys are all unorthodox. Get out of the 18th prince's mansion. This is our territory. Let us in. If you stop us, we will immediately turn around and report this to the Imperial Clan Court. At that time, we will drag you to prison. None of you can escape. Get out of the Imperial City. This is not a place you can stay. Ing Tai, Purplish Warbler, Naples, Uncle Kong, and the wretched mosquito butcher followed behind. Yi Xian had just entered the second courtyard of the 18th prince's mansion when he heard the noise in the courtyard. The words were extremely arrogant. Even he could immediately hear the anger in them. He frowned and sneered inwardly. Listening to these guys, it seemed that he couldn't make decisions in his mansion. He had to listen to the arrangements of his family members in the Imperial Clan Court. In addition, these guys outside were so arrogant. Judging from the noise, it seemed that there were 200 or 300 people gathered. After receiving the news that he had returned, they actually gathered at the door as if they had made an appointment. They opened their mouths and shut their mouths as if they were the masters of the 18th prince's mansion. They actually wanted to drive away all the guards he had arranged. Amazing, if it wasn't for the instructions of his 5 imperial brothers, how could this group of servants be so bold? It seemed that these guys still hadn't given up. After failing to act openly, they planned to stab him in the back. If the 18th prince's mansion was really infiltrated by their people and completely controlled, Xian would be surrounded by spies. It would be difficult for him to do anything. He was a dignified prince, yet he was unable to pass down a single order in his own residence. When he encountered something, he had to personally do it. This was a huge loss of face, and it would undoubtedly cause Xian to become a laughingstock in the royal family. At that time, the original momentum would instantly change, and he would probably be ridiculed the moment he left the residence. Thinking of this, Xian's heart was filled with murderous intent. He didn't matter about those 5 princes. There would be a day when he could settle the grudge with them. There was no rush. However, no matter what, he couldn't let these traitorous dogs off easily. Otherwise, the entire immortal imperial city would think that he didn't live up to his name. No matter how great his reputation was outside, he was still the weak and incompetent old 18th when he returned home. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xian led the group of people behind him to the first courtyard of the 18th prince's mansion. The door of the 18th prince's mansion was wide open. There were 200 to 300 people crowded outside. The ones with their heads up were obviously some guards. They should be the previous guards of the 18th prince's mansion. The 3 people in front of them were all at the Black Hole Realm. The rest were basically at the Planet Realm and Star Realm. Facing them across the gate were 3 teams of demon guards led by Gui Haidao. They were basically at the second major realm, the Satellite Realm. Overall, they were weaker by more than 2 major realms. It was no wonder that the other party dared to be so arrogant. They were clearly bullying the new guards of the 18th prince's mansion because they were weak. As for the mosquito beasts and soldiers, although they were at the Galaxy Realm and Black Hole Realm, they didn't reveal themselves because they were hidden sentries. Although Zhuofengtai was also present, he concealed his cultivation and no one could see that he was at the Origin Realm. Otherwise, these guys wouldn't have dared to be so rude and overbearing. Just as Xian led the few people behind him into the first courtyard, the sharp eyes of the group of fellows who were looking in from the front door of the prince's mansion immediately saw his figure. Immediately, a few people began to shout loudly. "Your Highness, what's the meaning of this? We are all old people of the 18th prince's mansion. Why are we not allowed to enter our own mansion now? Where did these foreign slaves come from? They are all unfamiliar. I'm afraid they haven't even registered when they entered the imperial city, right? Don't mention reporting to the imperial clan court. This is against the rules. Reporting to the imperial clan court will take at least half a month to investigate such a large group of people. What will happen to the security of the 18th prince's mansion during this time? What if some rascals sneak in at night? Your Highness, this will be a great loss of face for you. Your Highness, for the sake of our reputation, let's chase these fellows away and let us, the older generation, serve you instead." Although these words sounded reasonable on the surface, there was clearly a threat in them. They were afraid that if Xian didn't agree, they would disguise themselves as rascals and sneak into the mansion to cause trouble at night. This was most likely the follow-up plan of the 5 great princes. They were really arrogant. Realizing this, the killing intent in Xian's heart was already extremely dense. With his current status, it was naturally a small matter to kill these few slaves. However, if that was really the case, he was afraid that his 5 brothers who were unwilling to give up would not have to worry. Thinking of this, Xian's anger couldn't help but gradually dissipate. A smile appeared on his originally gloomy face. He grinned and waved his hand at Gui Haidao. "All right, don't guard the gate. There are all the old people of the 18th prince's mansion outside. If they want to come in, why stop them? Just let them in." Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment. Only the wretched mosquito butcher didn't seem to be surprised in the slightest. Instead, he laughed sinisterly. This fellow had a good understanding of Xian's methods. He knew that Xian wasn't that easy to get along with. There must be a deeper meaning behind his words. Gui Haidao was stunned for a moment before he frowned. In the end, he waved his hand, and the demon slave guards that were blocking the entrance of the manor immediately retreated to the sides, opening up a path for the two of them. The people outside obviously thought that Xian had given in. They immediately looked at each other and grinned. The three Black Hole Realm guards at the front laughed heartily and led the people behind them into the mansion. Ha ha ha, like I said, your highness is wise, wise. Isn't this a happy ending for everyone? However, since these people are so insensible, we should chase them out of the imperial city as soon as possible. As they spoke, these people had all entered the mansion and stood in the first courtyard of the 18th prince's mansion. There were nearly 300 of them. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio break their legs and throw them out, close the door. Clear the area. Gue Hai Dao, all of you stand guard outside. You'll be the coolies who carry them out later. All the secret guards will be in charge of the rest. Every single one of you, break the legs of every single one of you, and throw them out the door. After saying that, Xian turned around and looked into the distance with his hands behind his back as if he was admiring the scenery. Gue Hai Dao and the other guards were stunned for a moment before they retreated to the periphery of the courtyard with ferocious expressions and gloated at the group of people. As for the close to 300 people in the courtyard, their expressions changed drastically. The three Black Hole Realm Guard commanders even started cursing loudly. Your Highness, what do you mean by that? This joke isn't funny at all. Yes, yes, yes. You're too disappointing. We're all old people in the residence. What's the matter? You're turning your back on us immediately after making a name for yourself? The world is so cold. He just got a little bit of ability and he's making an example of us old people. How unkind. We won't accept this and swear to resist. We'll report it to the Imperial Clan Court and ask them to make the decision. That's right. We must expose this matter and let the world see what kind of ugly face the Prince Xian they're talking about is. He's a master who burns bridges after crossing the river. He's forgotten how we used to serve him, screech. Without waiting for these people to finish speaking, the surroundings of the first courtyard suddenly rang out with a series of dense buzzing and whistling sounds. A large number of mosquito beasts and void soldiers appeared out of thin air. Their cultivation bases were mostly at the 8th major realm, the Black Hole Realm. Some of them were at the 7th major realm, the Galaxy Realm. There were about 200 of each. This was the result before all of them arrived. Xian had arranged for the mosquito beasts and the void soldiers to form a secret sentry army in the 18th prince's residence. There were about 1,000 of both types of ferocious beasts. Now, only 1/5 of them were mobilized. But even so, the group of people who were hooting in the first courtyard were still scared to the point that their legs went soft at the first moment. Thump, 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 thump. All of them cried out in shock and fell to the ground. There were only 3 Black Hole Realm experts among them. However, hundreds of Black Hole Realm experts suddenly appeared around them. Moreover, they were all ferocious beasts. They had never seen a mosquito beast or a soldier ladle before, so they didn't know what these 2 ferocious beasts were. However, there was one thing that they were certain of, and that was that once these ferocious beasts attacked, they were definitely more terrifying than human experts of the same realm. Could it be that the ferocious beasts knew when to stop? With this thought in mind, some of these people immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. They cried and shouted that they wanted to die. Every one of them was crying. The moment this group of ferocious beasts appeared, they realized that the situation today was far from good. Prince Xian was no longer the Prince Xian of the past. How could he allow these unruly servants to bully and humiliate him? Your Highness, please spare our lives. We were forced to do this. It wasn't our idea to come here and cause trouble today. Yes, 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 Your Highness. We were muddle-headed and were tricked by others. Please have mercy on us, Your Highness. Seeing that we have served you before, please spare our lives, Your Highness. For a moment, the entire first courtyard was filled with cries and begging for mercy. The group of mosquito beasts and soldier ladles that had already surrounded these people were all prepared to attack. Their eyes glowed with blood-red light as they stared fixedly at these people, looking as if they were going to devour them alive. This prince knows better than any of you who is tricking you behind the scenes, so there's no need to say more. As for sparing your lives, as I said earlier, I'll just break your legs and throw you out of the door. Don't worry, you won't die. In addition, in order to prevent you from spreading rumors outside, I'm sure that the people who tricked you here won't sit idly by and do nothing even if your legs are broken. If you meet a benevolent master, he might even help you heal your legs. Of course, if some people are more black-hearted and find it troublesome, it's also possible that they'll kill you to prevent future trouble. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, it's up to fate. Speaking of which, it was your own choice to leave the 18th prince's residence and seek refuge with them. Therefore, I'm sure you know what will happen to you in the end. No matter how miserable it is, you can't blame others. Do it. Xian shouted the last sentence. At the same time, he used a spiritual power to give the order to all the mosquito beasts and soldier ladles. In an instant, buzzing and whistling sounds rang out. All the mosquito beasts and soldier ladles rushed towards these people. Immediately after, the first courtyard was filled with miserable howls. This group of people were scared out of their wits when facing hundreds of mosquito beasts and soldiers. They didn't dare to fight back at all. All of them were rolling around on the ground, but the result was, without exception, that all of them had their legs broken. Those who fell into the hands of the mosquito beasts were better off. They were basically cut off by the mosquito beast's sharp mosquito arms. However, those who fell into the hands of the ladle soldiers were miserable. Without exception, their legs were nibbled away by the ladle soldiers bit by bit, all the way to their knees. More than half of them fainted on the spot due to the torture. In the end, Gui Haidao led a few squads of guards in the manner to carry all the wicked servants and their broken legs out of the door and threw them to the ground on the other side of the street. As for whether these people lived or died, it was not up to them to care, nor were they interested. When these groups of guards returned, the remaining groups of guards had already washed the first courtyard clean with clean water, and not even the slightest trace of the smell of blood remained. All the mosquito beasts and soldiers concealed themselves once more, and everything returned to normal. It was as if everything from before had never happened at all. Xian was calm about all of this. As a 3-star general of the Immortal Army, Naples had naturally seen many things. Even the purplish warbler was not a big deal when he went out to train. What surprised Xian was that Uncle Kong, an old servant in the residence, was not afraid at all even though he had clearly seen the entire process. His expression did not change at all. He could not help but click his tongue in wonder. After pondering for a moment, Xian turned to look at Uncle Kong and asked gently, "Uncle Kong, I've been away for a long time, so I don't know much about the matters in the Imperial City. May I know who's in charge of the so-called Imperial Clan Court now?" The so-called Imperial Clan Court is actually a supervisory agency within the Imperial family. It does not receive any salary from the Imperial Court, so it is not an agency of the Imperial Court. It's an independent department within the Imperial family that is only under the jurisdiction of the resident Elder Pavilion. Imperial Clan Court. Upon hearing the first 2 sentences of Uncle Kong's explanation, Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but have a strange expression on his face. Even though Prince Xian had been away from the Imperial City for a long time and didn't know who was in charge of the Imperial Clan Court, he couldn't possibly have forgotten the basic situation of the court, right? Yet, Uncle Kong had chosen to go through the unnecessary details from the beginning. This clearly showed that he was certain that Xian didn't know anything about this. In other words, Uncle Kong clearly knew that the person standing in front of him right now wasn't the real Prince Xian. Even though his bloodline and aura were completely identical, this person was no longer the same person. That was why he was so meticulous in his explanation. With this thought, Xian couldn't help but glance at Uncle Kong a few more times. However, the latter's expression remained the same, and his tone was calm as he carefully explained everything about the Imperial Clan Court to Xian. The main responsibility of the Imperial Clan Court is to control and supervise all members of the Imperial family. Including the 5 princes and the 10 Imperial uncles, the Imperial Clan Court has the right to interfere in all matters. It even has the right to inquire about matters within the harem. Of course, this requires the Immortal Emperor's permission in advance. In short, the Imperial Clan Court has the right to inquire about all members of the Imperial family and all matters related to them. Its status is transcendent. Although the Immortal Emperor is the direct leader of the Imperial Clan Court in name, in reality, when required, the imperial clan court can completely bypass the immortal emperor and directly report to the imperial family's resident elder pavilion. All the guards and servants of the prince's residences do indeed need to register with the imperial clan court. They naturally don't have the right to alarm the imperial clan court, but the imperial clan court has the right to manage everything related to the princes. The current governor of the imperial clan court is named Xianxia. He is a clan uncle of the current immortal emperor. In terms of seniority, Your Highness should call him grand uncle. This person's cultivation is extremely extraordinary as well. Just like Grand Imperial Uncle Long Huai, he's a supreme existence at the 12th level of the Void Realm. Of course, Grand Imperial Uncle Long Huai doesn't dare to make a move against him. Not to mention the position of governor of the Imperial Clan Court, Grand Imperial Uncle still has to address him as Clan Uncle when he sees him. It's precisely because of their extraordinary status that no one in the entire Eternal Imperial family dares to oppose them. In fact, everyone in the Imperial Clan Court, even the most ordinary of inspectors, is a member of the Imperial family. They are chosen from the younger generation of the Imperial family by an Imperial Elder dispatched by the Imperial Elder Pavilion. Each year, they are chosen from the younger generation of the Imperial family. At this point, Uncle Kong paused and looked up at Xian before continuing, "Your Highness, please don't mind this old servant for speaking too much. Since your 5 Imperial brothers have resorted to such underhanded means, I'm afraid they've already made up their minds to drag you down at all costs and regardless of the consequences. Therefore, there's no way they won't put an effort into the Imperial Clan Court. Of course, the Imperial Clan Court's status is extraordinary. They don't have the ability to mobilize them at will, but they can make use of them. For example, the matter just now is enough for the Imperial Clan Court to intervene and investigate. If nothing unexpected happens, this old servant estimates that they're already on their way and will be here soon. Could it be that they're going to arrest me and interrogate me?" Hearing this, Xian frowned. His eyes couldn't help but light up. In fact, the anger in his heart had inexplicably surged out again. Although he was an imposter, his identity as Prince Xian had been recognized on the surface. Even so, ever since Xian had come to this undying star, nothing good had happened to him. First, there was the Overwatch Council at the headquarters of the Heavenly Federation. Then, when he returned to his own manor, his 5 brothers were disgusting. They sent a group of servants to make trouble. Then, the Imperial Clan Court came to question him. Could it be that he was raised by a stepmother? He was clearly returning to his own home, but they made it seem more dangerous than the Majin Galaxy behind the enemy lines. No one could be happy about this kind of situation. Uncle Kong clearly saw Xian's displeasure and immediately laughed bitterly. He shook his head and continued to explain, "Your Highness, please don't be angry. You must not blame the Imperial Clan Court for this matter, and you must not go against them. Otherwise, you'll be falling into the trap of your brothers. In fact, even if I were to speak, I would not say a single bad word about the Imperial Clan Court. It's just an organization within the Imperial family. Even if it did come here with the intention of denouncing you, it's only because your Imperial brother seized its authority and used it. But your Highness may not be entirely at fault. After all, the Imperial Clan Court has its rules. Without rules, wouldn't a large Imperial clan be thrown into chaos? The matter of those servants is one thing. But your Highness, you suddenly summoned so many strong people, and even mosquitoes. And none of them are weak. This is the undying royal capital, and within the Imperial city. How can the Imperial Clan Court not do anything? Not just you, even if this happened in the Great Uncle's manor, the Imperial Clan Court would still take action. They have their authority. There is no need for your Highness to be angry about this. In addition, although the Imperial Clan Court is filled with members of the Imperial Clan, this old servant dares to say that even the most ordinary of them can't possibly be bribed by your 5 brothers. The first rule of the Imperial Clan Court is that none of the members of the Imperial Clan Court are allowed to participate in the struggle for imperial power. Otherwise, if they are found to be guilty, the resident Elder Pavilion will send an elder in charge of punishment to deal with them personally. At that time, the punishment won't be as simple as losing one's life. 1,000 years ago, someone once committed this crime, and it is said that he is still struggling at death's door, enduring torture every day. all for the sake of intimidating the members of the imperial clan court. That's why there can't be any injustice in the imperial clan court. Even if they want to take action against you, Your Highness, it's because Your Highness made a mistake and gave the other princes a chance to use the imperial clan court against you. The anger that had just surged up in Xianxia's heart instantly dissipated. He wasn't an unreasonable person. Since the imperial clan court was such a fair organization, everything they did was done impartially. What resentment could he have? If he had to blame someone, he could only blame his brothers for forcing him. According to normal procedures, Xian only needed to create a roster and report it to the imperial clan court. However, those royal brothers didn't give him the chance at all. They didn't even have the time to catch their breath before they started to stir up trouble. In addition, the commotion caused by the hundreds of people breaking their legs wasn't small, which was why the imperial clan court was alarmed. Humph, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to play dirty with me. Translator, Audiobook Studio Editor, Audiobook Studio. The dark-faced man Long Shua, hearing Xian's order, the wretched mosquito slayer immediately turned around and left. As for Uncle Kong, he'd already said everything that should be said. As for the specifics of how this matter should be dealt with, it wasn't something that an internal chief manager of the prince's estate like him could decide. Thus, he silently took 2 steps back and stood silently at the side with a posture of waiting for instructions at any moment. Among the 3 people behind Xian, Yingtai also did the same. She did not say a word. Although she had obtained the approval of the imperial tutor and even had an imperial tutor token in her hand, she was not a member of the imperial family. She was not even human. Therefore, she had no right to speak on this matter. At most, if Xian needed her to do something, Yingtai would do her best to do it. On the other hand, Naples and Xianyuan Ziying immediately frowned after exchanging glances with each other. They had worried looks on their faces. Unfortunately, the 2 of them were also not members of the royal family. It was inconvenient for them to interfere in this kind of matter, and they even hesitated to give Xian a suggestion. The battle for imperial power could be said to be incomparably dangerous. Any small mistake could lead to eternal damnation. They didn't dare to speak carelessly. As if feeling the heavy atmosphere, Xian turned around and looked at everyone. He then grinned. "Why are you all so serious? Isn't it just the imperial clan court? Since it is an incomparably fair internal organization of the imperial family, this prince is also a direct descendant of the imperial family. How big of a mistake did I make? They can't just directly push me out and behead me, right? If that is the case, I'm afraid that the imperial clan court's prefect Long Shua might be a spy of the Tianji clan. He beheads a direct descendant of the imperial clan at the slightest provocation." This joke was not good at all. Naples and the purplish warbler were fine when they did not hear it, but when they heard it, they immediately rolled their eyes. However, Yingtai and Uncle Kong were still expressionless, as if they did not hear it. At the same time as Xian finished his joke, a resonant middle-aged man's voice suddenly came from outside the gate of the 18th prince's mansion. "There were people who scolded me in private. Half a year ago, there was even a descendant who scolded me for being a dog after getting drunk, of course. After that, the first thing this person did every day after waking up was to lie in front of his own courtyard and bark 100 times. Counting the time, there's still half a year left. It should be over. But this is the first time I've heard someone call me a spy of the Tianji clan. It's still fresh. Most importantly, you did it in front of so many people. Prince Xian is indeed extraordinary. At the very least, your 5 useless brothers wouldn't dare to do such a thing." As these words rang out one after another, a middle-aged man with a burly figure, a round, tanned face, and a long beard all over his face, walked in through the gate of the 18th prince's mansion. There were not many people following behind him, only 2 of them. They were also dressed in black and gold. They were expressionless, but their cultivation auras were not weak at all. They were both at the peak of the 9th level of the mystic light realm. As for the person walking at the very front, his identity was clear from his words. He was the imperial clan court's deputy Long Shishou. Even the current immortal emperor had to call him uncle when he saw him. However, he did not reveal any aura of cultivation. At a glance, he looked like an ordinary citizen of the dynasty. Xian was dumbfounded. Naples and the purplish warbler behind him sighed and rolled their eyes at Xian. Ying Tai was still expressionless. As for Uncle Kong, he was obviously shocked by this coincidence. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then, he cupped his fists and bowed slightly to the dark-faced man. Long Kong greets the prefect. What made Yi Xian's jaw drop was that the prefect of the Imperial Clan Court, Long Shishou, who had an unusually high seniority, reacted a little too strongly when he saw Uncle Kong bow to him. Although he only cupped his fists and bowed slightly, his reaction was a little too big. He actually jumped to the side, as if he didn't dare to accept Uncle Kong's greeting. He even rolled his eyes in anger. Alright, you're always acting like this. In terms of seniority, this magistrate has to address you as Uncle Kong. What's the point of acting like this? You're scheming against me the moment we meet. Fortunately, I was smart and jumped to avoid it. At this moment, not only did Yi Xian open his mouth wide, but Naples and Xianyuan Ziying also looked at Uncle Kong with dumbfounded expressions. Even Ying Tai, who was standing to the side with an expressionless face, couldn't help but raise her eyes to take a few more glances at Uncle Kong. As for the wretched mosquito butcher, who was holding a small booklet in his hand and was rushing over from the second courtyard of the manor, after seeing this scene, his eyes darted around, and he swept his gaze over Uncle Kong twice without batting an eyelid. Then, before Uncle Kong subconsciously turned his head to look, he coincidentally shifted his gaze away, and the strange light in his eyes was also restrained, not revealing the slightest bit. "Master, the roster is here." When he came close, the wretched mosquito butcher waved the roster in his hand and retreated to the side, no longer saying anything. Uncle Kong did not pay attention to the words of Long Shishou of the Imperial Clan Court, as if he did not hear it at all. However, at this time, he glanced at the wretched mosquito butcher with a smile that was not a smile. The latter was a well-behaved person, his eyes lowered, as if he did not feel anything at all, quietly standing to the side. "Boy, you're also smart. In such a short time, you've already prepared the roster?" Long Shishou's gaze swept over Yi Xian a few times. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and the booklet in the wretched mosquito butcher's hand immediately flew into his hand. Without even looking at it, he casually threw it to one of the two experts behind him. Then, he continued, "If I'm not wrong, those mosquito beasts and void-swallowing beasts should all be your pets, right? As for the thousands of demons in the court, even the Tianji clan has been brought over by you, and you've also obtained the approval of the state preceptor. The state preceptor's order has been bestowed upon you, so what are thousands of demons? With your intelligence, you must have already pointed out their identities in the roster. Not bad, boy, well done." As soon as these words were said, the expression on Yi Xian's face suddenly became strange. Everything was exactly as the other party had said, there was not the slightest difference. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that in such a short time, the other party had already grasped the entire situation of the 18th Prince's court. The Imperial Clan Court of the immortal royal family was indeed worthy of its reputation. As for those wicked slaves outside who have missing arms and legs, not to mention sparing their lives, it's fine even if you kill them. This old man does not dare to say that the court of the Imperial clan is in the hands of others, but as long as it is in the hands of this Long Shishou, no matter who it is impossible for them to use the rules of the court of the Imperial clan to do things for them. A treasure training ground. After Long Shishou arrived and said a few words, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Their impression of this Imperial Clan Court magistrate was also very good. Only Uncle Kong shook his head and smiled bitterly. Sure enough, just as Yi Xian and the others put their hearts back into their stomachs, the other party immediately changed the topic. The latter half of the sentence directly changed the flavor of the conversation. Today's matter shouldn't have alarmed this magistrate, but this magistrate still came. Of course, even if there wasn't, this magistrate would still come. "You brat, recently you've been in the limelight." This magistrate also wanted to see how many heads you have on your neck. "AI, after all this time, you're just like me, too disappointing." Just as Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, Long Shishou rolled his eyes and said again, "Let's get straight to the point. Originally, this matter wasn't a big deal, but you brat, as soon as you came back, you used an iron-blooded method. You made the Imperial City cry like ghosts and howl like wolves for half a day. An old monster in the Elder Pavilion couldn't even find peace in his closed-door cultivation. In a fit of anger, he said that this matter must be investigated. This magistrate is only following orders. I can't afford to offend those old monsters, they can kill me with a single finger. So, why don't you give this magistrate some face? Cooperate with me and put on a show. It's best if you make it sound a little sad, so that the old ancestor won't be angry. This matter can be turned into a small matter, and a small matter can be turned into nothing. Hearing this, Xian almost fainted and fell to the ground. What happened to being fair and honest? What happened to being upright and honest? Uncle Kong's words were still ringing in his ears. Now that the head of the imperial clan court said such words to him in front of so many people, it was as if he was treating the strict rules of the imperial clan court as a child's play. Such a huge disparity was a little hard to accept for a while. Look at your black face, do you think this magistrate will harm you? Even though challenging the clansman tower isn't a good thing, with only 3 or 4 out of 10 people going in, and 1 or 2 of them being half-crippled or scared out of their wits, it's still an important inheritance ground of my immortal royal family. As long as you're lucky, you'll still get some benefits. Seeing Xian's dark expression and frequent frown, Long Shishou immediately rolled his eyes and urged, "Are you going to do it or not? Brat, give me a straightforward answer. If you do, we'll leave right now. If you don't, then I'll take you and leave right now. It's all the same anyway." He was probably the only one with such a straightforward personality. Hearing this, Xian rolled his eyes again, then turned to look at Uncle Kong. This was the first time he had heard of the ancestral tower. He didn't even know what it was. Hearing Long Shishou's words, it seemed that although it was dangerous, there were some benefits. If he wanted to go, he had to at least figure it out. At this time, he saw something fishy. With Prince Xian's status, it was impossible for him not to know about the ancestral tower. However, Xian turned to look at Uncle Kong, clearly wanting to ask for advice. When this scene entered Long Shishou's eyes, a wisp of light clearly flashed through his eyes. However, an even more interested smile appeared on his face. He sized Xian up from head to toe and grinned. There was no need to say much about Uncle Kong. From the time he explained the ancestral tower to Xian was sure that he wasn't the real Prince Xian. However, he didn't care. At least, his pure immortal royal bloodline couldn't be faked. If he wasn't Prince Xian, then he was the illegitimate child of the immortal emperor. If he really wanted to talk about it, there was no difference at all. Therefore, Xian was like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. If Uncle Kong knew, then so be it. In any case, he had the confidence, so there was nothing to be afraid of. If he acted a little more carefree, he wouldn't attract any suspicion. The ancestral tower is actually the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda of the royal family. It was built by an immortal emperor and has a total of 9 floors. Each floor has a different fortune. All members of the royal family have the right to apply to enter the tower to train. Of course, basically no one would take the initiative to do so. This is because although the fortune in the 9th level of the pagoda is not small, the torment required to go through is truly too perverse. Basically, if 10 people enter, at least half of them will die in there. Over time, there were almost no juniors who took the initiative to apply to challenge the tower and receive the inheritance. In order to ensure that the bloodline inheritance of the imperial family was not severed, the court of clansmen began to make use of this tower. They gave it another name, the Clansman Tower. If any royal family member has done something wrong, they would often be punished to enter the pagoda to train. Although it's called a punishment, it's actually an excuse to force the royal family members who don't dare to enter the pagoda to train. Of course, if one doesn't have the ability, this so-called disguised training would become a real punishment. It's very normal to die in there. Hearing this, Xian suddenly came to a realization and understood everything. What kind of nonsense disturbed the cultivation of some old monster in the Elder Pavilion? This was all an excuse. It was obvious that those old monsters saw that his bloodline had reverted to its ancestral roots, so they turned a corner and forced him to enter the pagoda to train. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that some old monsters knew his identity and wanted to use this opportunity to kill Prince Xian, who was clearly a fake but couldn't be exposed, in the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. This way, the fake would die, but Prince Xian's reputation would be preserved. To the immortal royal family, this was the best of both worlds. At this thought, Xian's heart sank. It seemed that he had to enter the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda no matter what. Just at this moment, Uncle Kong, who was at the side, continued speaking. Although the Grandmaster Pagoda is dangerous, it's the place of inheritance of the immortal royal family. There are obviously many benefits. The Grandmaster Pagoda has a total of 9 levels. Every 3 levels is a stage. In other words, once you enter the pagoda, you have to rush to the 3rd level before you can choose to exit the pagoda. Of course, if you choose to continue, you have to reach the 6th level before you can exit the pagoda. After that, you have to complete the entire pagoda and exit the pagoda from the 9th level. However, ever since this pagoda was built by the first immortal emperor, no one has successfully exited the 9th pagoda safely. Although it's not like there haven't been any monstrous skyprides of the royal family who made it to the 9th level, only 2 skyprides of the royal family ever made it out of the 9th level. What they transported out of the 9th level were merely corpses. Even the members of the royal family who made it out of the 6th level in tens of thousands of years only numbered in the tens of thousands of years. Apart from those who died of old age, the rest are now in the royal family's elder pavilion. Oh, by the way, there are 2 people outside of the elder pavilion. One is the current immortal emperor, and the other is the governor of the Grandmaster Court. As for your 5 royal brothers, they all chose to exit the pagoda from the 3rd level and didn't dare to continue upwards. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Entering the tower. In addition, the 3rd and 6th levels of the pagoda have some inherited bloodline divine abilities that belong to the immortal ancestral dragon. As long as one succeeds, one will be able to obtain one from the 3rd and 6th levels. Of course, the bloodline divine ability inheritance obtained after each level is different. As for what kind of fortune lies on the 9th level, no one knows. Although 2 people have reached the 9th level, it was obvious that they failed and were only transported out as corpses. Uncle Kong did not say anything else. His gaze was fixed on Yi Xian's face as he quietly waited for his decision. As for the latter, great waves had already surged within his heart at this moment. Successfully breaking through a level would allow one to advance by 1 level. Damn, this was simply the best place to cheat and train. Okay, this sounded ridiculous, but when one thought about how the pagoda was the inheritance ground of the entire immortal dynasty, everything was not difficult to understand. Advancing 1 level by 1 level must have been achieved through the accumulation of energy in the pagoda over countless years. In that case, wouldn't one directly advance by a large realm after breaking through all 9 levels? Yi Xian was currently at the 4th major realm, the 5th order planet realm. If he could walk out of the 9th level unscathed, his cultivation would directly leap to the 5th major realm, the Stargrade 5th order. Such a miraculous speed was something that he had never experienced before. It was definitely an unprecedented temptation. Furthermore, he could also obtain 2 bloodline abilities from the immortal ancestral dragon on the 3rd and 6th levels. As for the 9th level, as the final destination, the reward would not be as simple as just 1 bloodline ability. In short, as long as one could successfully break through this so-called clansman pagoda, the benefits would definitely be shocking. Even Yi Xian could not ignore it. With his devouring system, which was a cheat, it would take a long time to advance by 9 levels. Especially now that his foundation was already at the 4th major realm, the planet grade. The further he advanced, the harder and slower it would be to advance. This time, there was a rare opportunity to advance by 9 levels, which was a major realm, right in front of him. Given Yi Xian's character, he would definitely not miss this opportunity, no matter how dangerous it was. This clansman pagoda, I will break through. Clenching his fists, Yi Xian immediately made his decision in a clear voice. On the side, Uncle Kong nodded his head and smiled in relief. Ying Tai was still expressionless, but Naples and Xianyuan Ziying exchanged glances. They both frowned slightly, obviously worried. The clansman of the clansman office, Long Shishou, immediately raised his head and laughed. Ha ha ha, kid, you better think carefully before you make your decision. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Don't blame me for not reminding you, regardless of your cultivation, but you can't bring any external objects in, including the beast ring. Including the beast ring on your ring. No one can stop you. That is to say, after you enter, don't count on external help. You have to rely on your own ability to break through the tower. Otherwise, the death rate of those who enter the tower would not be so high. have you thought about it? Hearing this, Yi Xian immediately rolled his eyes. You are talking as if I can decide whether to go or not. Who was the one who said that he would force me to enter the tower? Now you are pretending. What's the point? Long Shishou was a straightforward person, and Yi Xian did not have the habit of beating around the bush when talking to such a person. Ha ha ha, kid, you are interesting. Although you are not polite with your words, it suits my temper very well. How about this, if you can come out of the third level alive, I will personally invite you to have a drink. Ha ha ha. Who said I am going to come out of the third level? Without waiting for Long Shishou to finish laughing, Yi Xian rolled his eyes again. Such a good opportunity. Every time I clear a level, I'll be able to level up by a small level. This prince is currently at the 5th level of the planet realm. When I clear the 9th level, I'll be at the 5th level of the star realm. Although you didn't say it, I have guessed it. This tower is not a place that can be entered just because you want to, right? Hearing this, Long Shishou was stunned for a moment. Then, he nodded and said, that's right. Every member of the royal family only has one chance to enter the tower in their lifetime. If you come out of the 3rd level this time, even if you think you can pass the 6th level next time, there is no way you can enter the tower. See, it is indeed so. Yi Xian's eyes lit up and immediately said, there is only one chance. If you come out of the 3rd level, won't you give up the opportunity to advance 6 levels in a row? Only a fool would do such a thing. In other words, all the members of the royal family who chose to leave from the 3rd or 6th level after entering the tower were fools. This included Long Shishou, who also left from the 6th level and didn't continue to the 7th level. However, Long Shishou didn't care about the disrespect in Yi Xian's words. His expression was strange as he looked at Yi Xian from head to toe. Then, he asked in a muffled voice, Kid, do you really want to go all the way to the 9th level? Let me remind you, don't forget that the people who came out of the 9th level were all 2 corpses. You don't want to become the 3rd one, do you? Listen to my advice. At most, you should let go at the 6th level. The last 3 levels really aren't as simple as you think they are. In history, the 2 people who were teleported out of the 9th level as 2 corpses didn't have a single reputation. Right now, all of them are the most monstrous geniuses in the history of the immortal royal family. But they also died on the 9th level. While saying this, Long Shishou's expression became very serious. Stinking brat, this is not some kind of pretense. It's rare for me to meet someone among the younger generation of the royal family that I like, no matter what those old monsters are thinking, at least on my side. I really don't want you to die. Hearing these words, Yi Xian's heart warmed. With Long Shishou's temperament, he naturally wouldn't say such hypocritical words. What's more, with his position and status, there was no need for him to be so friendly in front of Yi Xian. Everything could only come from the heart. It was indeed a congenial temperament with Yi Xian. Governor, don't worry, this prince's life has always been very tough. No matter how dangerous that immortal ancestral dragon pagoda is, it won't be easy for it to take my life. While speaking, Yi Xian cupped his fists towards Long Shishou and asked the governor to lead the way. This immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, this prince will either die or walk out of the 9th level, ha ha ha, good. Good Prince Xian. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. The mysterious Kong Bo. His words made it clear to Yi Xian that his entry into the pagoda was no longer just a matter of his life and death. The lives of Naples, Shanyuan Ziying, Ying Tai, the mosquito beasts, soldier ladles, Gui Hai Dao, and the other demon experts in the 18th prince's mansion all rested on his shoulders. Although Yi Xian had the pure bloodline of the imperial family, the fact that he wasn't Prince Xian was already known to all the core members of the imperial family. Under such circumstances, coupled with the fact that Prince Xian was in the limelight, even the imperial family couldn't deny this matter openly. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to slapping themselves in the face. However, this didn't mean that the core members of the imperial family, especially the pedantic and old-fashioned Su Lao Go, would be willing to swallow this insult. This time, forcing Yi Xian into the clansman pagoda was equivalent to punishing him. As long as Yi Xian died in the clansman pagoda, the knot in their hearts would disappear. Prince Xian's reputation would be preserved, and more importantly, the imperial family's reputation wouldn't be damaged in the slightest. At most, after this incident, Xian would be posthumously given the title of imperial family's elite. Throughout history, regardless of the political power, this kind of trick had always been played to perfection. Although Long Shishou didn't say all of this explicitly, his words, which were stirred by Xian's heroic spirit, had already hinted at this point. Therefore, after hearing Long Shishou's words, both the Naples and the purplish warbler shook their heads and laughed bitterly after being stunned for a moment. Now that the situation had developed to this extent, if they still hadn't reacted, then they were simply donkeys. The Prince Xian in front of them was indeed not the real Prince Xian. Otherwise, why would the upper echelons of the imperial family force him so bitterly and want to kill him immediately? Even Prince Xian's birth mother hadn't shown up until now. Perhaps the immortal emperor had already sent word, and Consort May had already known everything. At this moment, she probably only had deep hatred for Xian. It would have been fine if she hadn't shown up, but once she did, Xian really wouldn't be able to escape death. Consort May wouldn't show up until that moment. Could it be that she was supposed to suppress the anger in her heart and show Xian a kind of filial piety on the surface? After realizing all of this, the Naples and the purplish warbler once again exchanged a glance. Only they knew the complicated meaning in their hearts. I give it to. It's obviously a fake, but he can still force the entire immortal royal family into such a situation. His Highness is really a god. After lowering his voice, the Naples knew that there was no way out. He simply made up his mind and laughed bitterly. This time, if His Highness were to die, then so be it. Even with the protection of the prefectural magistrate, there's no point in living. What can I do if I follow His Highness? But if His Highness can really turn the misfortune into a blessing and walk out of the 9th floor of the Clansman Tower, then I'm afraid even the Elder Hall of the immortal royal family won't be able to do anything to him. When that time comes, His Highness will soar into the sky, and from then on, the fake will become the real thing. Needless to say, I, Naples, will sacrifice my life and do it vigorously. Even if I die, I won't regret it. The purplish warbler listened to the emotional words of the Naples and smiled faintly. Although his words weren't fierce, his resolute tone didn't back down at all. The daughter of the Shenyuan family has never had a precedent of changing her mind. Although the marriage contract hasn't been set, since my father said so himself, it's already set. In life, I'll be his, and in death, I'll be his soul. Ha ha ha, Naples raised his head and laughed. For a moment, a heroic aura surged around him endlessly. Even the clansman courtesan Long Shishou, who was leading Xian out of the 18th prince's mansion, couldn't help but cast a sideways glance. Xian also stopped in his tracks and turned around. With a gentle look in his eyes, he said, although I don't know what you're talking about, I can roughly guess. Let's go, follow this prince. Let's see how I'll fight for you to be admired by thousands. Rest assured, Your Highness. This old servant will lead them there soon. Although the Clansman Tower is an important place in the inner city, no one dares to stop this old servant. Without waiting for Naples and the purplish warbler to speak, Uncle Kong had already stepped forward and expressed his opinion. These words didn't sound like the words of an old servant of a prince's mansion at all. It seemed that Xian's heroic spirit had infected him as well. He didn't have the intention to deliberately hide his origin at all, even though his true identity was still a mystery in Xian's heart. Alright, since Uncle Kong has already said so, what else are you worried about? If he really wants to go to the inner city, even the current immortal emperor wouldn't dare to stop him. You brat, you're really lucky to be able to make him take the initiative. Hearing Uncle Kong's words, Long Shishou's face revealed a hint of surprise. He turned to look at Xian with envy. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. It seems that if you don't die, no one in the imperial family will dare to do anything to you in the future, including the elder Su Go. What the f***ck? Uncle Kong, this thanks you here. Xian cupped his hands towards Uncle Kong and bowed deeply. This time, he didn't refer to himself as this prince, but as Xian. Everyone knew what he meant. Ha ha ha, with just this sentence, everything this old man has done is worth it. Uncle Kong laughed, then waved his hand as if he was swatting a fly. Go go go, isn't it just going to take a walk around the tower? Even if you don't have the ability, that person. Hee hee, this old man will prepare the celebration wine and immediately lead people to cheer you on. After saying this, Uncle Kong turned around and walked towards the inner city. For some reason, when he said the word "that person," Yi Xian clearly felt the corpse lamp tattoo on his chest heat up. Could it be that the person Uncle Kong was talking about was this tattoo? If this was really the case, then this Uncle Kong's mysteriousness would increase by another level or two. Yi Xian had come into contact with many strong people, but if he thought about it carefully, before this, only Mad Mosquito knew about the existence of the headless infant corpse, but now, there seems to be another. Uncle Kong. In fact, the only reason why Yi Xian was so confident was because of the headless infant corpse. No matter what the objective of the infant corpse was, at least it was now a parasite on Yi Xian's body. Therefore, as long as it was present, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't die. Of course, other than this, Yi Xian couldn't use any external forces after entering the tower. Even the Demon Scout Fortress and Lightning Fortress in his Undying World couldn't be used, according to Long Shishou's words. However, everything in Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness shouldn't be included in this category. After all, being able to enter his Sea of Consciousness was equivalent to a part of his foundation and strength, and couldn't be separated. Other things couldn't be used, but what about his own divine abilities and secret techniques? Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Uproar. Prince Xian was going to challenge the Clansman Tower. Once this news spread, the entire imperial city was in an uproar. Countless members of the royal family came from all directions with different thoughts, but all of them were extremely excited. Immediately after, the entire immortal imperial city was in an uproar. The news continued to spread. In the end, it wasn't just the immortal star that was shocked. Even the countless elites on the 9 satellites of the immortal star were shocked. Most of the ordinary imperial subjects on the immortal star and the 9 satellites had no idea that Prince Xian had returned to the immortal star. Only a few people had received news of what had happened at the Federation's Overwatch Council before it was sealed off. And now, Prince Xian had returned to the immortal star. Not only was he going to challenge the Clansman Tower immediately, but he had even said that he would either die inside or walk out of the 9th level. The reason why the news spread so quickly was because the immortal imperial family had secretly added fuel to the fire. For the core upper echelons of the imperial family who truly held power, they couldn't wait for the news to spread to the world. When that time came, once Prince Xian died in the Clansman Tower, everything that had troubled them would be completely resolved. The fake prince would be executed, but Prince Xian's reputation would be preserved. He had died in the process of challenging the immortal ancestral dragon tower of the imperial family. This matter would only benefit the imperial family and not harm them. As one of the members of the imperial family, challenging the tower was his duty. Prince Xian had said that he wouldn't leave unless he reached the 9th level. This matter would raise his reputation to another level. At the same time, once Prince Xian died in the tower, the reputation of the imperial family's immortal ancestral dragon tower would reach its peak. Even a monstrous existence like Prince Xian couldn't pass the 9th level. From this, it could be seen how high the immortal ancestral dragon tower of the imperial family was. All of this was a secret scheme and plot. Not many people knew about it, but to all the ordinary subjects of the dynasty, the only thing they knew and were concerned about was that Prince Xian was going to challenge the Clansman Pagoda. To challenge the tower, one step led to life and one step led to death. If one died, one's reputation would remain, and everything would be for naught. If one lived, one would reach the heavens in one step. From then on, no one in the entire immortal imperial family would be able to suppress Prince Xian. Perhaps, the next immortal emperor would be him. After all, in the entire history of the immortal imperial family, no one had ever truly stepped out of the 9th floor of the Clansman Tower alive. The immortal ancestral dragon pagoda was located in the inner city of the immortal imperial city. It was an area between the inner city harem and the Dormelder Pavilion. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary 9-story tower, but in reality, even if the old monsters in the Dormelder Pavilion who had surpassed the 12th realm, the Void Realm, attacked this tower with all their strength, they could not shake it at all. Although the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda looked ordinary, it was actually the spiritual symbol of the entire immortal royal family. However, because the pagoda itself was a heaven-defying treasure, it wouldn't budge even if supreme existences beyond the Void Realm attacked it with all their might. As such, the immortal royal family didn't send anyone to protect it. It was purely superfluous. At this moment, the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda was surrounded by a large number of members of the royal family. Only the members of the royal family could come here. Even Imperial Preceptor Dr. didn't have the qualifications to get close to the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability, but that it wasn't convenient for him to do so. Otherwise, it would cause a misunderstanding in the Dorm Elder Pavilion. Among the members of the royal family gathered around the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, the 10 imperial uncles had all arrived, including the Federation's Inspector General Long Huai and Yi Xian's earliest acquaintance, Long Tianba, were all present. The 5 princes were even more so. They were surrounded by members of the royal family who supported them. They vaguely formed 5 groups, each occupying an area. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian followed behind Yin Long Shishou of the imperial court from the outer city of the royal family. He approached the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda step by step. He stood only 100 steps away from the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda and raised his head to observe this seemingly ordinary green stone pagoda. A thick desolate aura rushed toward him. Yi Xian instantly understood that this green stone pagoda was definitely a treasure from the desolate antiquity era. It belonged to the same era as the golden divine dragon and the giant starry sky tortoise. At this moment, Uncle Kong, who was leading a few people behind him, slowly walked over from the outer city area. There were only a few people behind him: Naples, the purplish warbler, Ying Tai, the wretched mosquito butcher, and Gue Hai Dao. On the surface, Uncle Kong's identity was clearly just an old servant of the 18th prince's estate. However, at this moment, there were a few people behind him. Along the way, he encountered all the members of the royal family, whether it was Long Xian's generation, first imperial uncle Long Huai's generation, or even those who were a generation older than Long Huai. When they saw Uncle Kong, their expressions changed one after another. They hurriedly made way for him. Everyone lowered their heads slightly and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. This scene made Naples and the purplish warbler behind him open their mouths wider and wider. Following behind Uncle Kong, they felt even more pressure. Unknowingly, they were sweating profusely. Of course, the wretched mosquito butcher was an exception. This old fellow seemed to feel that this situation was a good opportunity to show off. At this moment, he held his head high and puffed out his chest, looking insufferably arrogant. He strode forward, his arms almost reaching the sky. This made the members of the royal family who saw this scene stunned at first. Then, when they understood that this old fellow was pretending to be powerful, their expressions immediately darkened. They all gritted their teeth and remembered him. In the distance, at the peak of the Imperial Advisors' Hall between the inner city and outer city, the Immortal Emperor and the Imperial Advisor, Dr., stood side by side. Although they were quite far from the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda in the depths of the inner city, everything in the distance was reflected in their line of sight. The Immortal Emperor seemed to be extremely surprised by Uncle Kong's arrival. His face was full of astonishment. After a long time, he said, "I didn't expect Uncle Kong to officially show up. That brat. He's quite capable. Even I am greatly surprised and have a new level of respect for him. Also, who the hell is that demon behind Uncle Kong? Why do I feel that he's even more arrogant than Uncle Kong?" At the side, the Imperial Advisor, Panner's gaze was originally fixed on Yi Xian, who was standing in front of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. After hearing this, he subconsciously glanced at the wretched mosquito butcher's back. At first, he didn't seem to care. He curled his lips and said, "It's just a fox pretending to be powerful." Eh? No, this old fellow. It's actually him? Who? At the side, the Immortal Emperor was obviously shocked. Based on his understanding of the Imperial Advisor, Dr., an existence who was qualified to be called out so lightly was definitely not simple. At least, it was definitely not simple compared to Uncle Kong. It's getting more and more interesting. I didn't expect that shameless old fellow to also come. He's actually following that brat as an old servant. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Level 1. Hearing Imperial Preceptor Dr's words, the Immortal Emperor's expression changed. He took a deep look at the wretched mosquito slayer, who didn't look like an expert at all. Although he didn't continue speaking, he deeply remembered this figure in his heart. There weren't many people who could make Imperial Preceptor Dr. give such an evaluation. Even Uncle Kong seemed to be slightly inferior. The key was that this person was more mysterious, so the immortal emperor couldn't help but pay attention to him. At the same time, because this person came to the immortal dynasty with the so-called Prince Xian and appeared as an old servant, the immortal emperor couldn't help but feel even more complicated about the so-called Prince Xian. In this world, there was no such thing as a father or mother recognizing the wrong son. Even the old monsters in the Elder Pavilion and the first imperial uncle, Long Kuei, had a certain understanding of this Prince Xian's background. Naturally, the immortal emperor didn't need to worry about it. However, the immortal emperor's feelings were far more complicated than the former. The first emperor, Long Huai, couldn't refute this because the aura of the other party's pure royal bloodline couldn't be faked. However, the Elder Pavilion of the royal family didn't care about this. Although it wasn't convenient for them to directly question Prince Xian's identity, they could use a roundabout way and use a tactful method to erase his existence. For example, Prince Xian was currently challenging the Clansman Tower. In general, the Elder Pavilion of the royal family didn't have much objection to impersonating Prince Xian. The mainstream opinion was that he had to be erased. However, the immortal emperor was different. In his eyes, from a certain point of view, whether Yi Xian was the real Prince Xian or the fake Prince Xian wasn't important. What was important was the immortal royal bloodline that flowed in his body. It was real. No matter how he obtained it, even if he killed the real Prince Xian and used some unknown method to steal his bloodline, the immortal emperor still didn't care. Even so, Fang Qi had stolen the bloodline of the real Prince Xian. But now, he had returned with Prince Xian's bloodline. From a certain perspective, what was the difference between this and the return of the real Prince Xian? At this level, it was no longer a narrow-minded view. Immortal Emperor might not be as good as those old monsters in Su Lao Gu in terms of cultivation strength, but since he could become the immortal emperor of this generation, he had his own unique vision and vision. This was also something that those old monsters in Su Lao Gu could not understand and could not achieve. Unfortunately, even though he was the current sovereign of the everlasting dynasty and his words were law to the outside world, it was not the same within the imperial family. At least, the opinion of the Su Elder Pavilion was not something that he could casually influence. A mature regime was just like that. Even the most powerful heavenly gods on the surface had powers that could restrain their heavenly gods in the dark. To the immortal emperor, the Elder Pavilion was an internal power that restricted the immortal emperor. Therefore, the immortal emperor's attitude towards Yi Xian was complicated. He knew that Yi Xian was not his own prince, but at the same time, he knew that the bloodline in Yi Xian's body belonged to Prince Xian. From a personal point of view, he hoped that Yi Xian would die. However, from the perspective of the imperial family's righteousness, he also hoped that Yi Xian could soar into the sky. After all, it had been too long since the immortal imperial family had produced such a stunning genius. In addition to the influence of the imperial preceptor, Dr., the immortal emperor was now vaguely inclined to support Yi Xian and nurture him. He wanted him to use Prince Xian's identity to create another glorious era for the immortal imperial family. Unfortunately, even he did not expect the Su Lao Gu to suddenly launch an attack this time, let alone stop it. He could only follow the orders. "Don't worry, old friend. That kid doesn't look like he'll die young." As if he could feel the immortal emperor's complicated feelings and bitterness, the imperial preceptor, Dr., turned to look at him and sighed. He then continued, "Apart from that shameless freak I recognized just now, that kid has an even more mysterious aura. Even I can't see through it. Perhaps the reason why that old fellow, Uncle Kong, unexpectedly supported him so much has something to do with this aura. You also know that Uncle Kong is far more knowledgeable than I am. He's a true 1,000-year-old monster. If that's the case, the chances of that kid dying in the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda are very slim. Even though you and I both know the difficulty of the 9th level, and in our opinion, there's almost no chance of him surviving, but, aren't there still miracles in this world? Who knows? Maybe this time, a miracle will really happen. If that kid can survive this ordeal, I'll find a chance to talk to him later. No matter what, you can't keep this knot in your heart. Although he's not the 18th prince, at least he has the pure bloodline of the imperial family. What you want is an explanation from him." Sigh. At the end, the imperial preceptor, sighed faintly. The immortal emperor's face was also filled with bitterness as he shook his head and laughed bitterly. At the same time, in front of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda in the inner city of the immortal imperial city. The first prince, Long Xiang, the second prince, Long Xiao, the sixth prince, Long Yuan, the ninth prince, Long Qian, the 13th prince, Long Shu, all the members of the royal family were basically gathered in these 5 camps. The rest were scattered in 2s and 3s, and those who were not in a position of power. At this moment, everyone's gazes fell on Yi Xian as if they were looking at a dead person. Behind Uncle Kong stood Naples, the purplish warbler, Gui Hai Dao, and the wretched mosquito killer. They did not approach. Although no one dared to stop Uncle Kong from bringing a few outsiders into the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, he clearly did not intend to take advantage of his seniority and tactfully stood at a distance. "Kid, haven't you noticed? These fellows are looking at you as if you're already dead. I've been tainted with your bad luck as well." He didn't reply and went straight to the point. He raised his hand and pointed at the green stone tower in front of him, then said, "All right, you've been standing here for so long. Open this broken tower, go in early, come out early." Yi Xian was stunned. He stretched his neck, rolled his eyes, and glared at him in annoyance. He didn't reply and went straight to the point. He raised his hand and pointed at the green stone tower in front of him, then said, "All right, you've been standing here for so long. Lousy pagoda? You're really asking for a beating, aren't you? If those old monsters in the Dorm Elder Pavilion heard you, I'm afraid they'd kill you on the spot." Long Shishou also rolled his eyes and pointed at the pagoda. This is the immortal imperial family's bloodline inheritance pagoda. It originated from the primordial age. Only you would dare to say that. Go on. There's no need to talk about opening the pagoda. As long as you're a descendant of the immortal imperial family, a beam of light will take you in when you reach the pagoda. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Planet Realm Level 8 He's finally gone in. This kid is definitely going to die this time. He has no one to blame but himself. Seeing Yi Xian disappear, the 9th Prince Long Qian immediately grinned with a smug look on his face. He thinks he's so great just because he's a little famous outside? Humph, he's still far from being comparable to the 2 historical geniuses of the royal family. That's right. Even those 2 died on the 9th floor and only their corpses were sent out. This kid obviously has no chance at all. The 2nd Prince Long Xiao nodded and smiled faintly, looking very relaxed as if he had gotten rid of a big problem. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that this kid is destined to not be able to reach the 9th floor. Only the corpses of those who have reached the 9th floor will be sent out. The rest will be decomposed and their cultivation will be turned into nutrients for the clansman pagoda. What a pity, otherwise it would be good to chop them up and feed them to the dogs. Humph, 2nd Prince, aren't you afraid that father will hear you? Regardless of whether he's the 18th prince or not, there's nothing wrong with his pure royal bloodline. Chop them up and feed them to the dogs? If Imperial Father were to find out, he would definitely skin you alive. Before the 2nd Prince Long Xiao could finish speaking, the 1st Prince Long Xiong snorted coldly and poured a bucket of cold water on him. Seeing that Long Xiao did not speak again, he felt that he had won a small round and smiled proudly. He did not continue to harp on this matter and changed the topic. Besides, that kid said that he wants to go to the 9th floor. Does he have to go? How can there be such a stupid person in this world? If he realized that he couldn't do it, would he not even care about his own life? If this prince is not wrong, by the time we reach the 3rd level, those who should come out will still come out. But that doesn't matter. He's a liar. The 18th prince's reputation will be tarnished from now on. The other princes were stunned at first and then nodded one after another. At the same time, on the 1st floor of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, the space on the 1st floor was very vast. It was a misty green world, and no matter which direction one looked from, they couldn't see the end of it. The moment Yi Xian was sucked into the space on the 1st floor of the pagoda, he was certain that the origin of this green stone pagoda must have originated from the primordial era. This was because they were only on the 1st floor of the pagoda, but they were already overwhelmed by a thick, ancient aura. It was the same aura that Yi Xian had sensed from the fallen sky bow and the Dongshu chapter. In addition, the desolate cage that was connected to the Forbidden Valley in the depths of the demonic Imperial City also had the same aura. The only difference was that although the first floor had a strong, ancient aura, there were no stars. It was clear that it was not in the boundless Milky Way, nor was there any land. It was clear that it was not in the interior of a star. It was empty all around. There was no sky or earth. There was only a monotonous misty green light, which seemed very mysterious and empty. In addition, the moment he entered this place, the immortal royal bloodline in Xian's body was fully activated. Because the immortal royal bloodline was passed down from the golden ancestor dragon of the Desolation era, the power of the black and gold dragon scale in Xian's sea of consciousness was also activated. It automatically emitted a layer of black and gold light that shrouded his body. Behind him, a black and gold demon dragon phantom of about 100 feet long appeared. As the black and gold demon dragon phantom appeared, the misty green light around them suddenly stagnated. Then, like water, it all rushed toward Xian. After entering his body, he directly broke through the bottleneck of his cultivation with a boom. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the next realm. Current realm, planet 6th order. As the familiar system prompt sounded in his mind, Xian was completely stunned. This misty green light was obviously the energy accumulated in the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda for hundreds of millions of years. When it entered his body, it was just right for him to advance by a small level. This was not surprising. However, didn't they say that they would only give him benefits after he passed the first floor? He had just arrived and had not even started, but they had already given him benefits. What the hell was this? Could it be because he had already passed the first floor, F***ck? Wasn't this too fake? How could he be done without doing anything? He had to bend down to pick up dried fish by the river. Long Shirsho had described the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda as if it was the 18th level of hell. It was extremely dangerous, and he had been bragging for half a day. Just as he was thinking about this, the azure light that was 30% denser than the azure light around him appeared once again. It wrapped around Xian, and he felt his vision blur as he arrived at the second level. The situation on the second floor was similar to the first floor. It was still a vast and endless space, and there were still no stars or land. However, when Xian suddenly arrived in the distance, he could clearly see the backs of some fierce beasts flashing past. They seemed to be in a hurry, as if they were escaping in a hurry. Immediately after, the misty green light around him surged into Xian's body again. The familiar system prompt sounded again, leaving him speechless. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the next realm. Current realm, planet 7th order. Alright, I'm not here to challenge the pagoda. I'm here to inspect the work and accept some gifts. Will that do? In the face of all this, Xian was completely speechless. Although he spoke helplessly, he already had some guesses in his heart. Sure enough, when the misty green light appeared again and wrapped his body up and entered the third floor, Xian could see clearly more fierce beasts in the distance. Originally, the first 3 floors were not without tests. These fierce beasts should have just been illusions created by the power of the stone pagoda. However, they were shocked by the demonic dragon phantom that appeared behind Xian, and none of them dared to approach him. That was why he was able to pass through 2 floors easily. Alright, it should be the third floor. As the fierce beasts in the distance disappeared quickly, some of the misty green light on the third floor surged into his body like water. Crack! The faint sound of a bottleneck being broken rang out from within his body, and Xian's cultivation increased by another small level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the next realm. Current realm, planet 8th order. He was already at the 8th stage? Wouldn't he be at the peak of the planet 9th order after another small level? It hadn't even been a minute. As these thoughts flashed through Xian's mind, he was very excited. This broken pagoda was really a good place. It was a pity that each person could only enter once. Otherwise, wouldn't he be invincible if he entered a few more times and advanced to the next realm? Unfortunately, this was just a thought. It was impossible to realize. However, on the third floor, besides the benefits of advancing one's cultivation by a small level, it seemed like he could also obtain a special bloodline ability. Where could he put it? Yi Xian turned around and looked around. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The fourth level. He arrived at the fourth level in the blink of an eye. It took less than a minute, but Yi Xian was not happy at all. Instead, he was furious. That was too much. It was agreed that there would be at least one bloodline power as a reward on the third level, the sixth level, and the ninth level. However, just now, he had passed the third level at an unprecedented speed. Yet, the bloodline power that was supposed to be given to him was taken away for no reason. Of course, he did not know that the bloodline power on the third level was hidden in the body of a Desolation-era fierce beast that was simulated by the Science Stone Tower. Defeating that Desolation-era fierce beast would give him the inheritance of that bloodline power. However, due to the existence of the phantom of the demonic dragon behind Yi Xian, the fierce beasts on the third level were so scared that they ran away as soon as they caught a whiff of the aura of the demonic dragon. How could he get the bloodline power as a reward? That was the demonic dragon Candle Dragon. Although it was only a phantom of the inheritance, it was not something that those ordinary Desolation-era fierce beasts on the third level dared to face. After all, even their real bodies were not qualified to participate in the great battle of the Desolation era that Yi Xian had seen in the picture of the inheritance of the heaven-sundering bow. However, the demonic dragon Candle Dragon, the golden divine dragon, and the void gigantic tortoise were all existences that stirred up the wind and clouds in that great battle. The gap between them was too big. It was understandable that they would run away as soon as they caught a whiff of the aura. At this moment, Yi Xian, who had entered the fourth level for no reason, was attracted by the scenery on the fourth level after a brief moment of anger. The third level was just a misty blue, without any sky or ground. However, the fourth level in front of him was still misty, but at least there was a ground below. It seemed to be the interior of a star. There were overlapping mountains everywhere, giving off a strong sense of desolation. It was similar to the Desolation Cage world that was connected to the Forbidden Valley of the Devil Emperor Star. In the distant land of this area, between the rolling mountain ranges, the roars of some fierce beasts could be heard from time to time. It seemed that from the fourth layer onwards, the level of the fierce beasts had also increased. At the very least, they were no longer the cowards of the first three layers who would immediately turn around and run away upon smelling the scent of the demon dragon. After entering the fourth level, the green mist energy that floated in the air didn't immediately surge into Yi Xian's body like it did in the first three levels. This meant that even though he'd entered the fourth level, he hadn't successfully passed it. He reckoned that he'd have to defeat at least one fierce beast in order to achieve this. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately wandered around. Back then, when he was in the desolate ancient cage, he had seen many descendants of the desolate ancient beasts. No matter how powerful the desolate ancient beasts were, they could only act like cowards with their tails between their legs. Yi Xian really didn't place these so-called fierce beasts in his eyes. Moreover, the fierce beasts in the green stone tower were not real. They were just illusions created by the stone tower. At the same time, outside the immortal ancestor dragon pagoda. Just as Yi Xian was transferred from the third floor to the fourth floor by the green light, the ancient greenstone pagoda suddenly shone brightly. A door appeared on the third floor of the greenstone pagoda that originally had no doors or windows. Everyone present was familiar with this scene. This meant that the member of the royal family who entered the tower had successfully passed the third level. If he chose to end it here, he would be able to walk out of this door very quickly. Of course, Yi Xian was an exception. When he passed the third level, although the time it took him was slightly longer than the previous two levels, Yi Xian was so focused on finding the so-called bloodline ability that he did not notice the white exit in the misty blue light in the distance. Therefore, when the time limit passed, he was immediately transferred to the fourth level. Before that, when the portal on the third floor of the pagoda appeared, all the members of the royal family around the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda subconsciously opened their mouths wide without exception. Their faces were full of shock. How long had it been since he entered? Not even a minute, right? He had already passed the third level. Even the two geniuses in the history of the immortal royal family who had once reached the ninth level were far inferior to this speed. After being stunned for a few seconds, the members of the royal family around them suddenly burst into an uproar and began to discuss. Several of the royal uncles frowned and all had a bad feeling. As for the five princes, they all cried out in alarm. What's going on? He passed the third level just like that? It's not even a minute, right? It's not even that fast to climb the stairs directly, right? Something's wrong, something's definitely wrong. This kid cheated. I protest, I seriously protest. What the F asterisk CK, no, it should be F asterisk KED by AF asterisk King Dog. This is simply unheard of. It's over, it's over. I thought this kid was going to die inside. I didn't expect him to come out in the blink of an eye after going in for a walk. The door is already open. I don't believe he dares to go down. Following the exclamations of the 5 princes, even the dorm elder pavilion sent out a few divine senses, but they quickly retreated. Clearly, they were very surprised that Xian had passed the third level so quickly. Even Uncle Kong opened his mouth in shock at this moment. As for the Imperial Court's deputy Long Shishou, he was so shocked that his jaw almost fell to the ground. He could not understand how Xian had passed the third level in less than a minute. It was too illogical. Almost all of the royal family's elites had passed the third level of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. Even a Void Realm master could not kill those primordial beasts in the form of energy in less than a minute. At this moment, at least half of the royal family members thought that Xian would soon come out of the third level of the Greenstone Pagoda. However, the third level of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda suddenly disappeared after half a minute. The time limit was over. Everyone only had half a minute to choose. After half a minute, the door would close. The only choice was to continue. Seeing this, the 5 princes immediately began to grin. Ha ha ha, this kid is going to suffer for his pride. I'm afraid he's already been teleported to the 4th level. The beasts on the 4th level are far stronger than those on the 3rd level. Moreover, he can only make it to the 6th level before he can choose again. He won't survive. You speak as if you've passed the 4th level. 6th brother, I remember that you also came out of the 3rd level, right? You've only heard about how terrifying the beasts on the 4th level are. F asterisk CK. So what if it's just a guess? What does it have to do with you if I want to? Translator, trans and editor, trans in the 5th level. This time, Xian didn't spend too much time on the 4th level of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, only about 2 to 3 minutes. When he jumped to a mountain range, he quickly caught sight of more than a dozen desolate era beasts. Compared to the previous 3 levels, the desolate era beasts on the 4th level were indeed of a higher level. They were all at least in the black hole realm. Among the dozen desolate era beasts, there were even a few in the mystic light realm. In terms of overall strength, they were even much stronger than the descendants of the desolate era beasts in the Forbidden Valley in the depths of the demonic Emperor planet. However, in terms of the desolate era bloodline in their bodies, these desolate era beasts were obviously much weaker than the descendants of the desolate era beasts in the cage. Seeing Xian's figure appear, the dozen or so desolate ancient beasts all roared angrily, but their roars were clearly strong on the outside and weak on the inside. It was obvious that they were all frightened by the phantom of the demonic dragon Candle Dragon that appeared behind Xian. At this moment, their angry roars were just a bluff. Even so, compared to the desolate era beasts on the 3rd level who fled after hearing the news, Xian could only catch a glimpse of them. They were still much stronger. Even so, it was still a bit of an exaggeration to say that they dared to fight Xian head-on. Although Xian didn't show much strength, and any one of these desolate era beasts could crush him with a finger, the difference in strength between the desolate era beasts was actually secondary. What was more important was the suppression of their bloodlines. The immortal ancestral dragon bloodline within Xian's body had already returned to its ancestral roots. In addition to the mutated demon dragon bloodline, the innate pressure of this bloodline was already at the level of an existence like the void tortoise, and even faintly surpassed it. Facing these ordinary desolate ancient beasts, even though he was currently weak, the heavenly might of his bloodline was enough to crush everything. As the furious roars of the dozen or so desolate ancient beasts sounded out, Xian's figure flashed and went forward to welcome them. In the end, without any suspense, the dozen or so desolate ancient beasts that were bluffing immediately turned around and scattered. They didn't even have the courage to fight him head-on. However, they still had the guts to flee at such a distance. Just this alone was enough to show that they were much, much stronger than those cowards from the 3rd floor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current realm, 9th order planet perfection. As the dozen or so primordial beasts dispersed, the green misty energy in the surroundings once again surged into Xian's body. Very soon, he broke through the bottleneck of his cultivation. Xian heard the familiar sound of the system prompt in his mind. In the next moment, the green light appeared again and wrapped around Xian's body. He disappeared from the 4th floor and went to the 5th floor of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. The environment of the 5th floor was roughly the same as that of the 4th floor. The sky was green and misty, and below it was land and rolling mountains that exuded a strong primordial aura. It seemed that the environment of every 3rd floor of this immortal ancestral dragon pagoda was similar. Of course, compared to the 4th floor, the primordial beasts on the 5th floor were obviously much stronger, but they still did not dare to fight Xian head-on. With the previous experience on the 4th floor, Xian soon encountered a group of primordial beasts after searching for a while. This time, they even roared and cautiously surrounded Xian. However, in the end, Xian activated the black gold dragon scale that was suspended above his sea of consciousness, causing the demonic dragon phantom behind him to erupt with power. It even let out a roar that shook the heavens. These beasts could not withstand it and finally turned and ran away. The result was no surprise. Xian passed the 5th floor with ease, taking only 2 to 3 minutes from start to finish. When the green light wrapped around him and arrived at the 6th floor of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, Xian's cultivation had already broken through the planet realm and entered the 1st order star realm. From this moment on, he was a starry sky powerhouse of the 5th major realm. The 6th floor was the last floor of the 2nd stage. Even in the entire history of the immortal royal family, only a few hundred people had successfully passed this floor. There were probably less than 100 people who were still alive today, including those old freaks in the Elder Pavilion. From this point alone, it could be inferred that although the 6th floor was the 2nd stage of the pagoda's 9 floors, like the 4th and 5th floors, it was the last hurdle of the 2nd stage. After passing it, not only would one obtain the opportunity to choose to leave, but they would also obtain a special bloodline ability. Therefore, the difficulty of this floor was incomparable to that of the 4th and 5th floors. Xian had already sensed this as soon as he entered the 6th floor. Although the environment was still the same, the number of desolate ancient beasts on the 6th floor had increased by several times. Moreover, the individual strength of each of the desolate ancient beasts was far from what it used to be. At the very least, when facing the demonic dragon behind Xian, none of the desolate ancient beasts were afraid. Instead, they revealed their ferocious appearances. In a few short breaths, dozens of desolate ancient beasts pounced towards Xian with surging auras. There were a total of 37 primordial beasts, all of whom were at the mystic light realm. At this moment, they were all charging toward Xian together. It was no wonder that so few members of the immortal royal family could pass this floor. Even if the condition to pass was to kill one of the beasts, it was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to successfully kill one of the beasts when facing dozens of equally powerful beasts. Not only were these 37 primordial beasts powerful, but they were also extremely large. They were all hundreds of meters tall. Even if there was only one beast, it would not be so easy to kill it with ordinary means. Seeing that these primordial beasts did not fear the demonic dragon behind him at all, Xian's heart skipped a beat. His expression became unprecedentedly serious. He couldn't let these guys get close. Otherwise, any one of them would be able to crush him like an ant on the spot with a stretch of their fingers. Right now, his only choice was to kill one of the beasts as soon as possible and complete the condition to pass this floor. At that time, the azure light would immediately appear and wrap around Xian and immediately leave this place. At that time, no matter how unwilling the remaining 36 primordial beasts were, they could only roar and give up helplessly. However, these 37 primordial beasts were all at the mystic light realm. If he wanted to quickly kill one of them, Xian would have to ask the headless infant corpse for help and obtain the right to use the weeping soul blood horn again. It would be very difficult for him to quickly kill one of them. Unfortunately, when he tried to communicate with the headless infant corpse, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. There was no response at all. Killing with a single arrow at the critical moment, the headless corpse went on strike. Xian was so angry that he almost cursed, but even though he was angry, the current situation did not allow him to continue dilly-dallying. Otherwise, he would definitely die here today. That would be really tragic. In a moment of desperation, Yi Xian could only grit his teeth and use all his strength to activate the small golden bow that was suspended above his knowledge sea. Of course, he still had other trump cards that he could use. For example, the Rai-D seal that was also suspended above his knowledge sea. This seal had long been refined by Yi Xian. Not only could it release thousands of green and golden lightning bolts, it also contained the Thunder Origin Orb that he had condensed in the Demon Domain's Starry Sky Lightning Tomb. A single Thunder Origin Orb would probably kill more than half of these 37 Desolate Era ferocious beasts. But that kind of damage would be too great. Yi Xian only had 9 Thunder Origin Orbs. Every time he used one, he would have one less. His heart ached. It was the same for the thousands of green lightning bolts in the Thunder Emperor seal. Back then, he had filled his stomach in the Thunder Tomb and stored them inside. However, he had only used a little bit of them. If it was only used in this kind of situation, Yi Xian wouldn't be willing to do the same. Of course, this was also because he was absolutely certain that he could guarantee his own safety. Once a true calamity descended, the headless infant corpse would definitely not sit back and do nothing. With this kind of certainty, Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before quickly coming to a decision. Now that he had stepped into the 5th Great Realm, the Starry Sky Realm, his cultivation was much stronger than before when he used the Fallen Sky Bow. With his current cultivation base, the power that he could display when using the Fallen Sky Bow would definitely be different from before. It might not be impossible to kill a Desolate Era ferocious beast at the Mystic Light Realm. At the very least, he should give it a try. This way, he could estimate the maximum power that he could display when using the Fallen Sky Bow. In the future, when facing a crisis, he could instantly decide whether to use this ability or not. With a flash of light in his eyes, Yi Xian immediately raised his left hand. At the same time, the small golden bow that was suspended in his knowledge sea suddenly disappeared. In Yi Xian's left hand, there was originally nothing, but at this moment, a giant golden energy bow silently appeared. At the same time, the power of his cultivation and the power of his flesh and blood quickly converged towards Yi Xian's left hand as if it didn't cost money. In the blink of an eye, the bowstring of the golden bow in his left hand had already condensed. At the same time, a golden energy arrow appeared in the center of the bow, becoming more and more solid, dazzling to the eye. Wang, before the arrow was released, a buzzing sound with an extremely fast frequency sounded. The sound was low and weak, but it instantly spread thousands of miles. It seemed that the entire 6th floor space was alarmed. In the distance, the roars of countless ferocious beasts sounded one after another at this moment. All of them revealed an extremely uneasy feeling. As for the 37 Desolate Era ferocious beasts that were roaring and whistling over, their bodies suddenly paused. There was fear in their eyes. Obviously, they all realized the monstrous danger of this arrow. Roar. The primordial beast at the front was an earth dragon. It had a single horn and was fiery red in color. Its body was around 500 to 600 meters long, like a small mountain. One look and one could tell that it was an extremely ruthless existence. In fact, this was indeed the case. The 37 Desolate Era ferocious beasts all paused, and the other existences all remained silent. Only the one-horned earth dragon in the lead was extremely arrogant. Although its body paused, the ferocious flames around its body did not weaken at all. It even roared at Yi Xian provocatively. "You still dare to roar? Then, it's you." The corners of Yi Xian's lips slowly raised, outlining a ferocious arc. While muttering softly, the 3 fingers of his right hand that had been pulled to the maximum suddenly loosened. Xiao! An ear-piercing sound rang out in an instant. The golden arrow whistled out in an instant. As soon as it left the bow, it disappeared in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already in front of the one-horned earth dragon. Before it could react, it had already shot into the head of the one-horned earth dragon and exploded with a bang. At the same time, the golden energy bow in Yi Xian's left hand also disappeared in an instant. It once again turned into a small finger-sized golden bow, appearing above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, slowly rotating. To Yi Xian's surprise, this time, when the golden arrow left the bow and shot out, although the familiar feeling of weakness still appeared in his body, compared to every time before, it was clearly much weaker. Although his consciousness was still weak, it was far from the extent where his limbs would go soft after shooting the arrow. As for fainting on the spot, that was even more impossible. With the improvement of his own cultivation, when he used the fallen skybow again, not only did the power displayed by the arrow become more terrifying, but the side effects on Yixian's body were also getting weaker and weaker. This was a great thing to be happy and even surprised, but just as the smile on Yixian's face appeared, it immediately froze in the next moment. Instead, it was replaced by a touch of grief and indignation and anger. In his line of sight, the moment the one-horned earth dragons had exploded, the pupils of the other 36 desolate era fierce beasts instantly dilated, as if they were shrouded by a great sense of fear. Without exception, the 36 desolate era fierce beasts turned around at the same time, and ran away. In the next moment, the entire body of the single-horned earth dragon exploded, but the power of the arrow had yet to be completely diluted. As the single-horned earth dragon's entire body turned into flesh and blood, it completely exploded. At the same time, a misty green light rushed out from its body and shot towards Yixian. At this moment, Yixian's eyes lit up, as if he was enlightened. He instantly understood the meaning of this green brilliance. It was clearly the reward of the 6th floor, which represented a kind of bloodline ability. As long as he could obtain it, the reward of the 6th floor would be in his hands. Unfortunately, before the pleasant surprise in Yixian's heart could be completely revealed, the enormous mist of flesh and blood that was formed from the explosion of the single-horned earth dragon's entire body suddenly spread out. In an instant, it enveloped the green light that shot out and then completely disappeared, leaving not a single hair behind. Seeing the bloodline ability disappear in the blink of an eye, Yixian was stunned on the spot. At this moment, he had a bad feeling. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your realm has increased. Current realm, Star Realm Level 2. As the familiar system prompt sounded in his mind, the power of Yixian's cultivation soared again. After a short 30 seconds of stunned silence, the green brilliance suddenly appeared again without warning, wrapped around his body, and disappeared on the spot. He went to the 7th floor of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. Alarmed Elder Pavilion. As a door suddenly appeared on the 6th level of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, all the members of the imperial family waiting outside opened their mouths wide and fell into a daze. The first 3 levels in less than 3 minutes, from the 4th to the 6th level in less than 10 minutes, what kind of concept was that? There had never been such a monster in the history of the Immortal Empire's imperial family, even the 2 who had reached the 9th floor only to be teleported out as corpses had taken almost half a day to pass through the 6th floor. Compared to Yixian, who took less than 15 minutes, it was simply incomparable. How was this a trial of the pagoda? It was clearly a simple flight of stairs, going straight up without stopping to rest at all. It's over, it's over. This kid is really courting death. He's really going to the 7th level. Before anyone could regain their senses, the passageway leading to the 6th level of the pagoda had already disappeared. Everyone knew what this meant. Prince Xian was indeed a man of his word. He actually gave up the opportunity to leave the 6th level and headed straight for the 7th level. Seeing this, Long Shishou of the imperial clan court sighed. At this moment, he was really worried for Yixian. If such a monster could survive, it would definitely be the imperial family's fortune. Even if he wasn't the 18th prince, so what? His pure bloodline of the imperial family couldn't be faked. After a long sigh, Long Shishou seemed to have aged several years in an instant. He didn't think that Yixian would be able to pass through the next 3 levels, especially the 9th level. Since the beginning of time, no one in the entire immortal royal family had ever been able to pass through alive. In the distance, Uncle Kong seemed to have realized this as well. His expression finally darkened when the door on the 6th level disappeared. Originally, Uncle Kong thought that Yixian would come out from the 6th floor's portal. After all, being able to pass through the 6th floor already explained the problem. All of the royal family members that were still alive, including Long Shishou, the immortal emperor, and any of the old monsters in the Elder Pavilion, had all walked out from the 6th floor. No one dared to go to the last 3 levels. Of all the royal powerhouses who went to challenge the last 3 levels, perhaps some succeeded in passing the 7th or even the 8th level, but not a single one succeeded in passing the 9th level. At least, none of them were alive. Even though Yi Xian's performance in the tower this time was so stunning, and he passed the first 6 levels in less than a quarter of an hour, as easy as climbing a flight of stairs, in Uncle Kong's opinion, his chances of successfully passing the 9th level were still less than 30%. Because of this, when Uncle Kong discovered that Yi Xian had not come out from the door of the 6th level, his expression instantly turned gloomy. If even he was so pessimistic, there was no need to mention the others. Perhaps it was because they were certain that Yi Xian would definitely die this time. Although the imperial uncles didn't say anything, the 5 princes praised Yi Xian in a rare manner. Perhaps they felt that since they were going to die anyway, they could take advantage of this opportunity to show their generosity and care for their brotherly feelings. Sai, 18th brother, can be considered unprecedented. He passed the first 6 levels in less than a quarter of an hour. Such a stunning performance can be considered as making our immortal royal family proud. That's right. Previously, I thought that old 18th's fame was flashy but not practical. Today's matter has made me realize that old 18th is really a monster. Even if he can't be compared to the 2 ancestors in history who had reached the 9th level, compared to us brothers, old 18th is really a god. That's right, that's right. 18th brother is indeed not an ordinary person. If he can come out alive and pass the 9th level of the ancestral dragon pagoda smoothly, I will follow his lead in the future. So what? Such a stunning figure should carry the weight of the immortal royal family. That's right. 18th brother is indeed an outstanding talent of his generation. Unfortunately, he died so young. Sigh, the heavens are unfair. It's rare for our immortal royal family to encounter such an outstanding talent in 10,000 years. But it's like a flash in the pan, withering early. 18th brother, your royal brother feels injustice for you, as these fellows shamelessly put in their best performances. A series of obscure divine scents swept over from time to time from the royal residence elder pavilion in the distance. Compared to when Yi Xian passed through the first 3 levels in a short period of time, the number of imperial family elders that were alarmed this time was clearly greater. There were at least a dozen divine senses that swept over, and they stayed for a longer time. Although they still silently retreated in the end, all of the imperial family experts that felt the power of these divine senses were moved. More than a dozen divine senses of the imperial elder pavilion were no joke. Usually, when something shocking happened in the immortal royal family, only 1 or 2 elders would be alarmed. However, this time, more than a dozen elders were alarmed at the same time. This was nearly a third of all the imperial elders in the entire imperial elder pavilion. For tens of thousands of years, there had never been a situation where more than a dozen elders were alarmed at once. Just based on this point alone, Prince Xian could die without regrets. Of course, this was only the thoughts of the members of the royal family outside the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. As far as Yi Xian was concerned, not to mention alarming a third of the old monsters in the elder pavilion, even if the entire elder pavilion was mobilized, he wouldn't feel that it was worth it for him to be willing to risk his life for it. Everything else was meaningless. Only his own life was the most important thing. All this time, Yi Xian had always thought so. Therefore, from the moment he entered the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, his vigilance had been raised to the extreme. This was because the 7th level was too extraordinary and different from the previous 6 levels. The entire immortal ancestral dragon pagoda had a total of 9 levels. Every 3 levels basically had the same background. In the first 3 levels, the sky and earth were all nothingness. It was a misty world. No matter whether it was up or down, it was all in the void. The 4th to 6th levels were similar to the ancient cage world connected to the Forbidden Valley of the demonic emperor planet. Although the sky was misty and empty, the ground below was a primitive and unadorned land with rolling mountains. As for the 7th level, the 8th level, and the 9th level after the 7th level, it was obviously a different background environment. Yi Xian wasn't unfamiliar with this background environment. In fact, he was extremely familiar with it. It was the desolate ancient starry sky, in the inheritance picture of the void giant tortoise, in the inheritance picture of the heaven-falling bow. Yi Xian had seen this simple and unadorned background of the desolate ancient starry sky more than once. The moment he entered the 7th level, Yi Xian even had an illusion. He thought that he had entered the inheritance picture of the heaven-falling bow again and arrived at the battlefield of the incomparable battle that took place in the desolate ancient times. The only difference was that the simple and unadorned starry sky in front of him was not only quiet but also not a single desolate ancient ferocious beast could be seen. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The desolate ancient starry sky. The immortal ancestor dragon pagoda had 9 floors in total. The first 3 floors were the void cleansing, the 4th to 6th floors were the star land, the 7th to 9th floors were the desolate ancient starry sky. The 3 floors were of different levels, so the desolate ancient ferocious beasts that appeared in them were naturally different. The ferocious beasts that appeared in the 7th to 9th floors were all the ones that Xianxia had seen in the picture of the Skyfallen Bow. They were the ones that were qualified to participate in the battle of the desolate ancient starry sky. Because of that, the demonic dragon's silhouette behind him did not have much of a deterrent effect in this place. Indeed, the desolate ancient demon dragon was one of the most outstanding beings among the desolate ancient creatures that had the qualifications to participate in the desolate ancient era's war. However, what appeared behind Xianxia was only the phantom of a demon dragon. Just this phantom of a demon dragon alone wouldn't be able to suppress these peak desolate ancient creatures. It was far from enough. When Xianxia appeared, there was nothing but stars in the desolate ancient starry sky on the 7th floor of the immortal ancestor dragon pagoda. He did not see a single creature of the desolate ancient starry sky. However, a heaven-shaking roar suddenly rang out, and a boundless ferocious aura spread out. In the surrounding void of the galaxy, gigantic primordial creatures the size of small planets appeared one after another, one after the other. The desolate ancient ferocious beasts on the 6th floor were only a few thousand feet in size. But here, as far as the eye could see, every creature of the desolate ancient starry sky was at least 1,000 feet in size. Among them, there were even some that were several thousand feet in size. It was no longer appropriate to call them desolate ancient ferocious beasts. For the time being, Xianxia could only call them creatures of the desolate ancient starry sky to distinguish them from the desolate ancient starry sky. A look of horror appeared on his face at once. He had seen such creatures of the desolate ancient starry sky before, but only in some pictures of the inheritance. Even in the desolate ancient cage connected to the forbidden valley of the demon emperor star, the largest desolate ancient starry sky fierce beast that Xianxia had seen was only a few thousand feet in size. Xianxia only saw a large number of such creatures in the battle of the desolate ancient starry sky in the picture of the inheritance of the Skyfallen Bow. But now, it was different. In the picture of the immortal ancestor dragon sky. It had nothing to do with him. Everything in the picture had nothing to do with him. And it could not affect him. Desolate ancient starry sky. Starry sky. Ancient starry sky. You was desolate. Ancient starry sky was sky. Sky. Ancient starry sky was sky. Sky was sky. Ancient starry sky. Ancient starry sky was sky. Sky starry sky was sky. Countless members of the immortal imperial family had entered the immortal ancestor dragon sky pagoda and died there. This was a bloody fact, therefore, although Xianxia had seen many pictures of the immortal ancestor dragon sky pagoda, he had never felt such a great sense of crisis before. All the hairs on his body stood on end. Roar. Roar. Screech, numerous roars that were powerful enough to shake the void of the universe rang out. Every single one of them caused the river of stars to move. Even though they were separated by the distant starry sky, that power still caused Xianxia to tremble in fear. This had nothing to do with fear. It was a natural reaction. After all, they were all powerful and mysterious creatures of the desolate ancient starry sky. They were at different levels of life. In their nature, there was a suppressive deterrent effect. Even though Xianxia was not afraid, he could not avoid the feeling of fear in his heart. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the powerful creatures of the desolate ancient starry sky pagoda were all locking their auras on Xianxia without exception. Although there was no enmity between them, the immortal ancestor dragon pagoda had its own rules of operation. As a treasure of the desolate ancient starry sky pagoda was left in the depths of the immortal imperial city. Its purpose was to carry out some sort of scale selection for the members of the immortal imperial family. Therefore, from a certain point of view, no matter which level, the fierce beasts and creatures of the desolate ancient starry sky pagoda would subconsciously view the human experts who entered the pagoda as their mortal enemies. For example, Xianxia was clearly in such a situation. Every powerful creature of the desolate ancient starry sky pagoda that appeared in the distant starry sky pagoda were all glaring at him with huge red eyes. Their hatred was locked on him, and they rumbled toward him without moving an inch. At this moment, a strong sense of crisis enveloped Yi Xian's entire body and mind. He finally understood why there had never been a single monstrous genius in the immortal royal family who had successfully passed the 9th level's trial for tens of thousands of years. The 7th to 9th levels were all set in the desolate ancient starry sky pagoda, so it was easy to imagine how grand and powerful they were. Just on the 7th level, the creatures of the desolate ancient starry sky pagoda were already at least 10,000 feet in size. What more on the 9th level, Yi Xian had no doubt that on the 9th level, he might even encounter supreme existences like the void giant tortoise, the divine golden dragon, or the desolate ancient Xianxia. It might even be the grand battle of the desolate ancient starry sky pagoda that he had seen in the Heavens Fallen Bow's ability. If that was the case, who could successfully pass? From this perspective, the two freaks of the immortal imperial family who had reached the 9th level and died a violent death, only to be teleported out with their corpses, were truly amazing. At the very least, with Yi Xian's current strength, if he didn't rely on the headless infant's corpse and the weeping soul bloodhorn, he might not be able to charge into the 9th level. At this moment, there were countless creatures of the desolate ancient starry sky pagoda that flashed swiftly over from all directions, and every single one of them was extremely formidable. The highest realm Yi Xian knew was the 12th Great Realm, the Void Realm, and Long Huai of the Overwatch Council of the Myriad Luo Federation possessed a cultivation at this realm. But at this moment, as far as the eye could see, the aura of every single creature of the desolate ancient starry sky pagoda far surpassed Long Huai's Void Realm cultivation. Even though they weren't as formidable as the void giant tortoise and divine golden dragon, they were far from being something Yi Xian could go against now. He even had a feeling, a very clear feeling, that even if he utilized the Heavens Fallen Bow once more, he would probably return empty-handed. This ability came from the desolate ancient Xianxia that was similarly a top-rate existence of the desolate ancient starry sky pagoda, so it was naturally extraordinary. However, Yi Xian's current cultivation was limited, so even if he used his full strength and disregarded the losses, he was unable to display the true might of the Heavens Fallen Bow. Even though based on his experience from the 6th level, even though there were numerous creatures of the desolate ancient starry sky pagoda that flashed over from all directions, he only had to kill one of them in order to smoothly pass the 7th level. However, the current Yi Xian wouldn't be able to deal with even a single one of these creatures of the desolate ancient starry sky pagoda that had all surpassed the 12th Great Realm, the Void Realm. The withered bloodhorn helpless, Yi Xian could only try to communicate with the headless corpse that had turned into the headless corpse lamp tattoo on his left chest. To his surprise, although the headless corpse did not respond to Yi Xian this time, it seemed to be very clear about the situation Yi Xian was facing. The instant Yi Xian's consciousness approached the corpse lamp tattoo on his chest, the corpse lamp tattoo burned and a blood-red light rushed out from between Yi Xian's eyebrows. It was the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. This time, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn wasn't controlled by Yi Xian at all. Instead, it was controlled by the headless infant corpse as it charged out of his body. Although the situation of the appearance was exactly the same as before, because it was personally activated by the headless infant corpse and not Yi Xian using a one-time use imprint, the might was clearly different from before. As soon as it appeared, a monstrous pressure burst out, and it wasn't the slightest bit weaker than the desolate era creatures that were shooting over from the void of the galaxy in the distance. Although these primordial creatures were complete, they were still energy forms simulated by the Greenstone Tower, so there was a certain gap between them and their original bodies. Moreover, even though they had descended with their true forms, they were still far inferior to the primordial beings like the spatial tortoise, the divine golden dragon, and the weeping soul weeping bloodhorn. As a result, even though the weeping soul weeping blood ape only had a single horn left, the might of the soul fragment in the horn was still enough to contend against the primordial beings. Of course, it was only able to contend with them. It was impossible to completely crush them like Yi Xian did every time he used the weeping soul blood horn. Screech! The weeping soul blood horn expanded in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it had already reached a size of 300 meters, far surpassing the size of 3 meters in Yi Xian's hand. Such a huge blood-red horn was like a pillar that could pierce through the heavens. After it appeared, it didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately shot towards the closest ancient creature. It was a powerful creature that looked like a starry sky raging bear. It was over 10,000 meters tall, and although it was not the strongest among these primordial creatures and was even a little smaller, its aura was extremely fierce. At a glance, it gave people the impression that it was tough to deal with. However, when facing the weeping soul blood horn that shot over, the starry sky raging bear's originally ferocious momentum clearly slowed down abruptly, and its aura revealed a trace of hesitation. Obviously, it was slightly shocked by the weeping soul blood horn's unstoppable momentum. In the next instant, the weeping soul blood horn that transformed into a blood-red torrent that moved swiftly to the extreme pierced into the starry sky raging bear's chest without the slightest suspense, causing it to let out an explosive roar that shook the heavens. Subsequently, the starry sky raging bear's entire body suddenly exploded with a bang, and it transformed into an enormous mist of blood and flesh. Its entire body was obliterated, and not a single strand of hair was left behind. Even though it didn't crush the starry sky raging bear like it had in the past, it could at least be considered to be overwhelming. Xian was instantly overjoyed when he saw this scene. All of these were supreme existences that had surpassed the 12th level of the Void Realm, yet he never expected that the weeping soul blood horn would be able to crush them as well. Doesn't that mean that even if that old fellow Long Hui really infuriates me, then as soon as the weeping soul blood horn appears, he would similarly be unable to fight back and perish immediately? After all, even though he knew that these primordial creatures had surpassed the 12th level of the Void Realm, he didn't know exactly how much they'd surpassed it. If they surpassed it by a few realms, then the weeping soul blood horn would probably be able to crush Long Hui just like before. Unfortunately, this wild joy had just appeared when Xian immediately noticed that something was off. After completing this strike that was absolutely not a single strike, the weeping soul blood horn's aura had clearly weakened, and its originally extremely fierce blood-red color had instantly shrunk back and become extremely weak. Looks like this strike was its full strength, and it was probably just deceiving itself when it said it had an overwhelming advantage. The weeping soul blood horn had clearly seized the initiative, otherwise, it would probably not have been able to annihilate this raging bear with a single strike. This discovery more or less caused Xian to be slightly disappointed. Is this already the limit of the weeping soul blood horn? In the next instant, the bloody mist formed from the weeping soul blood horn's entire body rumbled and exploded, seemed to be drawn by a great suction force, and it instantly entered the weeping soul blood horn's body. The weeping soul blood horn's aura that had suddenly weakened instantly recovered, and it obviously improved slightly. Seeing this scene, Xian rejoiced again. He had forgotten that the blood horn could absorb the energy of its opponent's flesh and blood to increase its own power. After this battle, it would most likely be equivalent to being destroyed and then reborn. Although the weeping soul blood horn was only a virtual creature created by the immortal ancestral dragon Pagoda, even if its flesh and blood was not real flesh and blood, it would definitely be able to absorb the energy of the immortal ancestral dragon Pagoda. In this way, as long as it was absorbed by the weeping soul blood horn, it would obviously have the same effect on the weeping soul blood horn. It was equivalent to nourishing the weeping soul blood horn's cultivation base and strength. It seemed that after this battle, the weeping soul blood horn's power would increase again, which was a pleasant surprise. Just as he was thinking about this, the weeping soul blood horn, who had already finished this battle, once again turned into a blood-red light and shot towards Xian's body. At the same time, the other creatures in the surrounding space gradually disappeared without exception, and a small part of the thick ink-like green mist in the surroundings surged towards Xian's body. There was no doubt that he had passed this level. Sure enough, the expected system prompt sounded in Xian's mind at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current realm, 3rd order star level. Boom! With the influx of the green mist energy, Xian's body seemed to rumble, and his cultivation base instantly soared. The higher the level of the starry sky realm, the greater the difference between each level. Since entering the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, he had already leveled up 7 times consecutively. Compared to his 5th order star level when he first entered the pagoda, the difference was like heaven and earth. Immediately after, the green light appeared again and wrapped around Xian's body, instantly disappearing on the spot. He had finally passed the 7th level of the great back of the starry sky realm successfully. Throughout the entire 7th level, Xian's time was about the same as that of the 4th to 6th levels, only about 2 or 3 minutes. It was a pity that the experts outside the pagoda did not know this, otherwise, their eyes would have popped out of their sockets on the spot. No one dared to believe this. Whoosh, after a short moment, the green light appeared again. He had reached the 8th level. Screech. Roar. Starry Sky Stew. The entire 8th level was just like the 7th level from before. It was still an expanse of space like a river of stars, and it was filled with a thick and desolate aura. However, on this floor, Xian did not see many creatures of the Desolation era. After counting them several times, he was finally sure that there were only 2 of them. On the left was a celestial dragon. It wasn't a golden divine dragon, nor was it a mutated demon dragon like the candle dragon. It was just a grayish-yellow horned dragon, but its aura was still far stronger than the ordinary primordial creatures on the 7th floor. It wasn't as strong as the golden divine dragon, the void tortoise, or the desolate Xianxia, but it wasn't too far away. As for the desolate ancient creature on the right, Xian's eyelids twitched when he saw it. His eyes revealed astonishment, but of course, it was even more shock. It was actually a void weapon ladle. However, this void ladle soldier was clearly different from the ones he had seen in the black hole of life in the first universe. Even the ruler of that group of soldiers, the 9-star ladle emperor, was only an ant compared to it. He was like the soldier ladle supreme in the starry sky. It was most appropriate to call it the starry sky ladle. The 9-star ladybird queen was 1,000 feet long, but this starry sky ladybird queen was 15,000 feet long, which meant that it had a diameter of 15,000 meters, which was much larger than a star fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. Other than that, the 9-star ladybird emperor had a 9-star ghost face on its back, but this revered starry sky ladybird had 9 huge golden horns on its back. In addition to the even bigger horn on its head, there was a total of 1 big and 9 small golden horns, a ladybug with horns. What else could it be but a ladybug? As for the difference in their cultivations, there was no need to mention it. The 9-star ladybird emperor was only at the 10th realm, the grotto heaven realm, while this exalted starry sky ladybird was clearly in battle with the enormous horned dragon as soon as Xian arrived here. Their strengths were on par, which meant that the exalted starry sky ladybird was the same, and it was an existence that was only inferior to the void tortoise and the other top beings of the primordial era. Even the weeping soul bloodhorn would find it difficult to deal with such an existence. Not to mention, it had just experienced a great battle. Although it had obtained the flesh and blood energy from the exploded body of the furious starry sky bear, it still needed some time to refine it. It was not suitable for the weeping soul bloodhorn to act again. Thinking of this, Xian was so regretful that his intestines turned green. If he had known earlier, wouldn't it have been better if he had just delayed a little more? The only 2 primordial creatures on the 8th floor were currently engaged in a fierce battle. If he had come any later, both of them would have been heavily injured. At that time, he could have easily passed the level by picking up a dried fish. But it was too late to say anything now. If he wanted to pass the 8th floor smoothly, he would have to deal with at least one of the 2 primordial creatures on the left and right sides. In his depression, Xian seemed to have quickly thought of a solution. His eyes lit up, and he immediately said to himself excitedly, "That's right, since they are enemies, this prince can choose to temporarily cooperate with one of them. When the time comes, this prince will be the main attacker, and this prince will be the assistant, waving the flag, shouting, and so on. At most, I will launch a sneak attack and harass them. Wouldn't the problem be solved easily?" Speaking of this, he couldn't help but grin. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, angry roars and whistles came from the left and right sides again. Roar. Screech. Following these 2 roars and whistles, which were clearly more powerful than before, the giant horned dragon on the left and the void ladle on the right rushed towards Xian at the same time. This was clearly the rhythm of attacking him at the same time. They had agreed to cooperate and fight 2 against 1, but in the blink of an eye, he was alone, 1 against 2. The change was so fast that Xian was scared out of his wits. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and without hesitation, he turned around and fled. There was no other way. He couldn't deal with existences of this level at all. Although he had consecutively advanced 7 small stages in less than 2 hours, even so, he was still only at the 5th major stage, the Star Realm. In front of these 2, he was not even an ant. F***ck. Just a moment ago, you were fighting to the death, but in the blink of an eye, you are ganging up to bully this prince alone. Where is your heart of a powerhouse? Where is your moral integrity? As supreme beings who aren't much weaker than the supreme beings of the primordial era, aren't you ashamed to do this? Hey, 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 stop chasing me. This prince surrenders. As he turned around and fled, Xian continued to shout. Unfortunately, whether it was the giant horned dragon or the starry sky sovereign, who was charging over from the other direction, they didn't have the slightest intention of paying attention to him. If it wasn't for the fact that the two of them were extremely far away from him, even if Xian used all his strength to turn around and run, he would have been caught up long ago. As he ran, Xian tried to save himself. He kept trying to contact the corpse lantern tattoo on his left chest. Unfortunately, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, and there was no response. At this moment, the giant horned dragon and the starry sky sovereign were already closing in. Compared to them, Xian's speed was basically negligible. It was just that he was originally too far away, so it took him a bit of time to catch up. Judging from the current situation, Xian would be caught in a dozen seconds at most. At that time, he would either die in the mouth of the giant horned dragon or fall into the stomach of the starry sky ladle sovereign. Although this was a suspense, it didn't make any difference to Xian. Just as he was in despair, a gray light suddenly rushed out of his mind without any warning. Without the slightest delay, it directly shot towards the starry sky venerate beast. It was the void marrow crystal that was suspended above its knowledge sea. It was also the core of the giant void marrow essence that he obtained from the black hole of life. Now, the void marrow essence had been thrown into his undying world by the devouring system. It was fusing with his undying world, but this void marrow crystal had remained in Xian's knowledge sea. It had not played any significant role until now. Other than emitting a mysterious and obscure aura that made all the void ladle soldiers feel close to it and treat it as a mother, it had not shown any other power. Xian did not expect that this void marrow crystal would fly out on its own at this critical moment after sensing the aura of the void ladle. What made Xian even more taken aback was that such a powerful starry sky venerate was actually unable to resist at all when facing this small void essence crystal. After roaring towards the sky, the void essence crystal suddenly flashed and shot out a gray light that landed on the huge golden pillar above its head. The huge void ladle shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it turned into a little ladybug the size of a fingernail. It was absorbed into the void marrow crystal and disappeared. Damn. This is clearly a robbery. It's even more powerful than the weeping soul blood horn. This time, it actually caught one alive. The tower is exhausted. After entering the pagoda, Xian finally realized how extraordinary this immortal ancestral dragon pagoda was. It was definitely a supreme treasure of the starry sky level. After all, its interior was capable of evolving the desolate starry sky and a large number of desolate creatures, including existences close to the level of desolate supremacy. How could it be ordinary, regardless of whether it was the bloody mist of the starry sky raging bear that was blown up by the weeping soul blood horn or the starry sky venerated ladybird that was captured alive by the void marrow crystal? Although they were illusions created by the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, judging from the power they displayed, they were definitely not simple illusions. At the very least, the terrifying amount of energy the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda consumed in order to materialize them was absolutely obvious. Under such circumstances, the mist of blood and flesh of the starry sky raging bear that had already exploded was not a big deal. No matter what, it was still a spoil of war from the weeping soul blood horn, so it was more or less reasonable to collect it. However, this revered starry sky ladle was different. This was clearly a blatant robbery. It had come to someone else's territory to play the game of capturing them alive. Xian watched with trepidation. He was afraid that the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda would summon another dozen existences of the same level to besiege them in a fit of rage. If that really happened, unless the headless infant corpse made a move, everything would be over. The mysterious power of the void essence crystal was probably only useful against existences like the void soldier ladle. Even if it was at the level of the venerable starry sky ladle, its natural suppression was still there, so it was useless against it. However, against other existences of the same level, the void essence crystal definitely didn't have this ability. Furthermore, with the headless infant's cold and arrogant personality, he might not be able to give up his pride and come out to save the situation. Fortunately, his worry did not come true. After capturing a starry sky ladle that was close to the level of supreme primordial, the void marrow crystal immediately turned into a gray streak of light and flew into the spiritual altar in front of Yi Xian's forehead, returning to his spiritual ocean. However, Yi Xian peeked around cautiously but did not see any powerful ancient creatures. Even the giant horned dragon, which was already close to him, became fainter and fainter after the starry sky ladle was sucked away by the void marrow crystal. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. This meant that Yi Xian had inexplicably passed the test of the 8th level without a hitch. Furthermore, the time taken was still very short, around 2 to 3 minutes. With unexpected joy, a small portion of the green energy mist that was as thick as ink surged towards Yi Xian. Immediately after, a loud boom sounded from his body as his cultivation and strength suddenly increased explosively. After everything was over in the blink of an eye, the familiar notification from the devouring system quietly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current realm, 4th order stellar level. 4th order stellar level, the 5th major realm, the 4th order stellar level. This speed was so fast that it was nothing compared to the speed of a rocket. When he entered the pagoda, he was only a 5th order stellar level. In less than 2 hours, he had already advanced to the 4th order stellar level. One level was equivalent to an entire major realm increase. Even if no one else could do it in the future, it was definitely unprecedented. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian was still in a daze. Suddenly, he felt as if he was in a dream. Everything was so unreal. At this moment, the green streak of light quietly appeared and wrapped around Yi Xian's body. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already on the 9th level of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. In the next moment, unprecedented roars and roars surged over like a tidal wave from all directions, instantly stunning Yi Xian. The scene that unfolded before his eyes caused him to be overwhelmed with shock and petrified on the spot. This. What kind of joke is this? The 9th level is actually this? Yi Xian cried out in surprise. No, it should be said that he wailed. Ah. This is too unfair. It's clearly a certain death. At the same time, the moment Yi Xian was wrapped by the green streak of light and entered the 9th level, the entire immortal ancestral dragon pagoda suddenly blazed with a green light without warning. For a moment, the entire ancient green pagoda was overflowing with a treasure light that made people not dare to look at it directly. Ever since Yi Xian entered the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, including this time, the green stone pagoda had a total of 3 strange occurrences. The first 2 occurrences were when a portal appeared behind the 3rd and 6th levels of the pagoda, respectively. This meant that the challenger had successfully passed the 3rd and 6th levels. If he chose to leave, he could immediately walk out of the portal that appeared. Of course, this choice only had 30 seconds to make. Before 30 seconds passed, the portal would disappear. And now, this was the 3rd time the strange occurrences appeared. However, it was not the portal that appeared on the 9th level outside the pagoda. After all, Yi Xian had not passed the 9th level yet. This time, it was the entire pagoda that lit up, green radiance erupting. Moreover, it didn't immediately disappear, but rather continued to do so. This strange occurrences meant that the challenger had successfully entered the 9th level. In history, this strange occurrences had appeared twice. However, both times, the 2 geniuses of the immortal imperial family who had successfully entered the 9th level were transported out as corpses. When the challenger entered the 9th level, the entire pagoda would shine with a green light. It would continue to shine until the challenger died or successfully passed the 9th level. At that time, the green light would dim. In the previous 2 occurrences, the first time, the entire pagoda lit up for 45 seconds. The second time, it lit up for 1 minute and 8 seconds. However, at this moment, everyone outside the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda was not thinking about how long Yi Xian could last on the 9th level of the pagoda this time. Their thoughts were far from reaching that level. At this moment, everyone was still in a state of extreme shock. They were all dumbfounded as they stared blankly at the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda in front of them. It was as if they had just been struck by lightning. Without exception, this included Uncle Kong, Long Shirshou, Naples, and the purplish warbler. Even the wretched mosquito slayer was the same. As for the imperial uncles, Xiang, and the other four princes, their faces were full of expressions as if they had just been ked by a dog. Their mouths were so wide open that a fist could definitely be stuffed in an adult's fist. Even though all the members of the royal family present knew what the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda represented when the entire pagoda glowed with green light, at this moment, after the initial days, the princes still couldn't believe it and muttered to themselves in an incomparably wooden manner. Who can tell me what happened? Could it be that the pagoda is broken? That must be it. Otherwise, how could it be possible? It hasn't even been 10 minutes since he passed the 6th level, right? He's already on the 9th level? Is he toying with us? This kid is really a troublemaker. Before he died, he still caused us trouble and damaged the pagoda. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The Great War of Antiquity. Immortal Imperial City, Imperial Preceptor's Hall. Since Xian entered the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, Immortal Emperor and Imperial Preceptor Dr had been standing outside the Imperial Preceptor's Hall, looking at the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda in the depths of the inner city. Previously, when Xian passed through the first 3 levels in less than 10 minutes, Immortal Emperor and Dr were already quite shocked. Then, in less than 10 minutes, Xian directly passed through the 4th to 6th levels as if he had cheated. At that time, Immortal Emperor and Dr's feelings could no longer be described as simply shocking. They were simply aghast and almost did not dare to believe it. At this moment, when the entire immortal ancestral dragon pagoda in their line of sight suddenly shone with a green light, it meant that Xian had successfully passed through the 7th and 8th levels. Similarly, in less than 10 minutes, he had already entered the 9th level. Immortal Emperor and Dr were both shocked and almost fell from the top of the Imperial Preceptor's Hall. When they finally calmed down, both of them were already aghast. When they looked at each other, they saw a hint of suspicion in each other's eyes that they were in a dream. What's going on? Could it be that the pagoda is really broken? Otherwise, that guy. Isn't he too abnormal? This is indeed a little strange. In history, the 2 people who had successfully reached the 9th level took more than a day to reach it. How long did this guy take? Less than half an hour. Isn't that the same as climbing stairs? Immortal Emperor and Dr said nothing after they finished talking to each other. However, deep in their eyes, there was clearly a burning light at the same time, as if they had seen some kind of dawn that they did not dare to hope for. They were extremely excited. With their intellect, they would naturally not believe that the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda had been damaged. Therefore, there was no doubt about the answer. No matter how Xian did it, he had done it. In less than half an hour, he had reached the top of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda and successfully entered the 9th floor. Furthermore, he had done so with ease, in addition to the Immortal Emperor and the Imperial Preceptor, Dr, just as the entire immortal ancestral dragon pagoda suddenly shone with a green light, from the Imperial Residence Elder Pavilion, which was also located in the inner city of the Imperial City. There were also many powerful divine senses that continuously shot out and circled around the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. Although no one said anything, none of them left. Clearly, they were waiting for the final result of the 3rd attempt in the history of the royal family to reach the top of the tower. These elders were the true foundation of the entire immortal royal family. In a sense, their authority even surpassed that of the immortal emperor. When there was a major event that concerned the survival of the imperial city, the words of one of them carried more weight than the immortal emperor. However, even for them, when they challenged the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda back then, they only managed to reach the 6th floor before leaving. It was not that no one had attempted to challenge the 7th floor, but as mentioned before, all the members of the imperial clan that attempted to challenge the 7th floor had died. There were only 2 people who had made it the furthest and reached the 9th floor, and only 2 corpses were teleported out. As for the rest, they stopped at the 7th and 8th floor. Even their corpses were qualified to be teleported out and turned into nutrients for the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. Therefore, from a certain point of view, the current Xian was actually something that even these old fellows had to look up to. Perhaps Xian's current strength was not comparable to theirs, but when their cultivation strength was only at Xian's level back then, compared to the current Xian, it was probably more than just a little bit of difference. At the very least, they would be left in the dust by several streets. No matter what, even if Yi Xian failed to pass the pagoda today and was ultimately teleported out as a corpse, Prince Xian's name would definitely be recorded in the immortal royal family's genealogy and shine brilliantly. He was in the top 3 of the royal family's potential throughout history. Even if he died, he would still be honored with incomparable glory. In fact, among the elders of the royal family who were circling around the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda with the power of their divine senses, there were more or less a few who already had hope that Yi Xian would be able to come out of the 9th floor alive this time. They also wanted to know what the 7th and 8th floors after the 9th and 6th floors would be like. They also wanted to know what kind of rewards would be obtained after someone successfully passed all 9 floors, and what kind of surprises would there be. All the royal family members who knew about this were, without exception, all dead. Not a single one of them had made it out alive from the 9th floor. Although this was far too difficult, Yi Xian's performance today was simply too stunning. He had passed the 9th floor in less than half an hour. Even the 2 elders in the royal family's history who were publicly acknowledged to have the greatest potential were left in the dust by several streets. However, even these elders of the royal family who had hope in their hearts didn't know that at this very moment, Yi Xian, the person involved in the 9th floor of the pagoda, was truly in despair for the first time. Everything that had unfolded before his eyes made him believe that he was definitely going to die without a doubt. There was no chance of survival at all. Everything was too exaggerated. The starry sky was still the same starry sky from the primordial era. The living beings of the primordial era were still those living beings of the primordial era, but there were simply too many of them. This was clearly the scene of the unprecedented battle that broke out in the primordial era from the inheritance of the heaven-falling bow. It was suspected to have destroyed the entire primordial era and cut off the path to the primordial era. This wasn't the first time Yi Xian had seen such a scene, so he shouldn't have been so flustered. However, the difference was that he had seen it from the inheritance of the inheritance, so he had seen it from an outsider's point of view. But now, he clearly knew that he had entered the real battle. Because the moment Yi Xian's figure appeared, the countless living beings of the primordial era who were fighting in the primordial era all turned their heads to look at him at the same time. Even the living beings of the primordial era who were fighting in the endless battlefield did the same thing. It was as if a woman with big breasts and big buttocks had suddenly appeared out of thin air in a bustling men's bathhouse. Even a blind man would be able to smell the different fragrance of meat at the first moment. Right now, Yi Xian was such a delicious piece of cake. There was probably no one in history who could attract the attention of so many powerful living beings of the primordial era at the same time. Among them, even the supreme beings of the primordial era such as the primordial Xianxias and the golden divine dragon were very familiar with him. Unfortunately, although Yi Xian was familiar with them, they clearly didn't know who he was. At this moment, even the primordial Xianxias and the golden divine dragon were looking at him with murderous intent. What was even worse was that Yi Xian clearly had an incomparably clear intuition. This time, if he wanted to successfully pass the 9th level's test, even though he only needed to kill a single ancient creature, but it had to be a primordial sovereign at the level of the golden divine dragon. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Be impulsive. Although Yi Xian still did not know the truth behind the epic battle that happened countless years ago and was suspected to have destroyed the entire primordial era, he more or less had some guesses. After all, he had come into contact with a lot of clues, so he could always analyze some things through these clues. In his opinion, that unprecedented battle was definitely related to a shocking secret. Furthermore, the headless corpse of the infant was the core of this shocking secret. In addition, that battle affected the entire primordial era's boundless void, and all the creatures of the primordial era, regardless of whether they were primordial supremes or ordinary primordial ferocious beasts, were involved in it. Regardless of whether they were active or passive, they were divided into 2 camps. Perhaps there were some who were neutral, but they were not the main camp. The main camp was the 2 camps that were hostile to each other. The divine golden dragon, the void giant tortoise, and the primordial Xianxia clearly belonged to the same camp. Moreover, not only were they among the 108 primordial supremes in this camp, but this camp should also be on the side of the headless infant corpse. This could be seen from the fact that these guys had left behind a trace of their obsessions in the inheritance item and were fighting for territory in Yi Xian's body. As soon as the headless infant corpse appeared, they immediately cheered and retreated. as if they were excited to find that the headless infant corpse was not completely dead. As for the weeping soul blood ape that left behind the weeping soul blood horn, although its strength should also be on the same level as the primordial supremes, it was definitely not on the same side as the headless infant corpse. This could be seen from the fact that the headless infant corpse directly refined the blood horn without hesitation. At the same time, Xian saw in the inheritance image that the weeping soul blood ape stood alone outside the battle, watching the entire battle from the back of a huge star. Not only was this fellow not a paragon of the headless infant corpse's camp, but it was also not a powerhouse from the opposing camp. It was impossible for it to be a neutral existence. It was more like a schemer, as if it wanted to gain some sort of enormous benefit from this battle. Unfortunately, it failed in the end. Even the weeping soul blood horn condensed from his remnant soul's desire to live a second life was refined into a slave by the headless infant corpse. No matter how shocking its scheme was, even if it had existed for countless years, but now, everything had turned into an illusion and ceased to exist. Although there were countless ancient creatures participating in this unparalleled battle, Xian was able to tell which one of them was a supreme expert from the primordial era just by looking at their auras. As for the faction, there was no need to mention it. It was obvious at a glance. In his line of sight, Xian had seen the headless infant corpse's faction in the inheritance of the Skyfall Bow's ability. There were still 107 of them, including the golden divine dragon and the primordial Xianxia, but he did not see the void giant tortoise. There were about the same number of primordial supremes on the opposing side, about 100 of them. However, Xian was extremely unfamiliar with these primordial supremes of the opposing side. He did not recognize any of them, and due to their strange shapes, Xian could not even name them accurately. There was only one primordial demon dragon that was as large as the golden divine dragon, but its body was covered in black dragon scales. Xian recognized it at a glance. It was the legendary demon dragon Candle Dragon. He did not expect it to be the primordial supremes of the opposing side of the headless infant corpse. Legend had it that the Candle Dragon had a dragon's body and a human's head, but that was not the case. Its appearance was exactly the same as the golden divine dragon's, but the only difference was that its body was covered in black scales, and its huge dragon eyes were clearly closed. The so-called human head and human face was completely false. It must have been a rumor. Legend had it that when the Candle Dragon opened its eyes, it was day, and when its eyes were closed, it was night. The change of day and night in the universe happened when its huge dragon eyes opened. That was definitely an exaggeration, but it at least proved that the Candle Dragon's demon dragon's most powerful ability should be in its huge eyes. This was originally just Xian's guess. Although its golden dragon scales had mutated due to its bloodline reverberation, it also possessed the demon dragon's bloodline while possessing the golden divine dragon's bloodline, and even obtained a beginner bloodline ability of the demon dragon's bloodline, called the demon dragon's eyes. However, it was only a beginner bloodline ability after all, whether it was this ability or his demon dragon's bloodline. Hence, Xian did not know what the demon dragon Candle Dragon's most powerful ability was. At least, he did not know yet. However, his guess was soon confirmed. The most powerful ability of the demon dragon's bloodline was indeed related to its huge eyes. Because at this moment, the gigantic black demonic dragon that was hundreds of thousands of feet in length finally opened its eyes. Two huge beams of green light shot out from its eyes like candlelight pillars. Although the mysterious and eerie aura could not instantly cover the entire Milky Way and turn it from night to day, it was not an exaggeration to say that it reflected on the universe and looked into the depths of hell. The moment the two beams of green light appeared, a large patch of green light spread out and instantly covered more than half of the battlefield in the starry sky. Xian's entire body suddenly froze. At this moment, not only could he no longer move, even his divine sense and spiritual power became sluggish. The green demon dragon's candle light was actually so powerful. With a face full of shock, Xian subconsciously looked around. He discovered that in the entire battlefield, a large number of ancient creatures seemed to be the same as him. They were restricted by the demonic dragon's gaze that was spreading over. Although not all primordial age creatures were as weak as him, unable to move their bodies and divine sense normally in an instant, they were more or less affected. In a battle of this level, a small mistake could often lead to death, not to mention such a degree of mobility restriction. Moreover, the area affected was so large that even if the time limit was very short, it would probably affect the final outcome of this unprecedented battle. When these thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, his face was already filled with horror. The terrifying ability of the demon dragon Candle Dragon was definitely of a strategic level. It had an almost unlimited and large-scale influence. In such a large-scale battle, it was simply an invincible and supreme ability. Screech! Roar, whoosh! Sky-shaking roars and roars immediately sounded. Although the demon dragon Candle Dragon's most powerful bloodline ability was terrifying, supreme beings like the golden giant dragons and the primordial Xianxias were not affected much. Originally, their killing intent was all locked onto Yi Xian, but at this moment, they roared and roared at the Candle Dragon in the distance. At this moment, the Candle Dragon in the distance stretched out its neck and roared, dashing towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian almost fainted on the spot, because other than the Candle Dragon, the desolate ancient Xianxia in the camp also raised its left arm towards the distance. A dazzling golden bow suddenly appeared. This was clearly the rhythm of wanting to kill Yi Xian with a single arrow. Translator, Audiobook Studio Editor, Audiobook Studio. The arrival of the infant corpse Yi Xian was confused as to why the demon dragon Candle Dragon was charging towards him, but he didn't have the time to think about it in detail at this critical moment. However, he knew better than anyone else how terrifying the heaven-sundering bow was. The bow was definitely an extremely lethal weapon. Furthermore, the heaven-sundering bow wasn't a weapon, but a divine ability. It was a supreme divine ability that was passed down from generation to generation in the body of a primordial supreme being like the primordial Xianxia. It was a simple arrow, but all the power in its body, cultivation power, flesh, blood, and even life force were gathered in an instant, condensing into an arrow that was shot out with a rumble. Under such circumstances, it wasn't an exaggeration to call the arrow the heaven-sundering bow. Yi Xian had seen the primordial Xianxia shoot an arrow into the vast firmament of the desolate ancient galaxy in the inheritance of the heaven-sundering bow. After the arrow was shot, the primordial Xianxia immediately withered, which was probably the root cause of its eventual demise. The arrow was shot out, and all the power in its body, including life force, was poured into it. The result of that arrow was that a small part of the desolate ancient galaxy in the inheritance of the inheritance collapsed. Although it didn't really cause the heaven-sundering bow to fall, it did seriously injure an existence that was suspected to be the will of the desolate ancient heavenly Tao. And now, the arrow was aimed at Yi Xian. Although this arrow was different from the one Yi Xian saw in the inheritance of the inheritance, and the power that the primordial Xianxia poured into the arrow wasn't as terrifying, Yi Xian still felt like he was caged in a cage, and at the same time, he felt a chill run down his spine. At this moment, the desolate ancient Xianxia was a supreme existence at the great desolate realm. Even if this arrow was casually shot out for fun, it would definitely be able to blast Yi Xian into pieces on the spot. Not a single hair would be left behind. The reason why the other party did this was clearly because they would rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go. After all, the battle had already developed to such an extent, so it was not surprising that they would have such thoughts. Yi Xian's arrival was too strange. No matter how one looked at it, he did not seem to fit in at all. The demon dragon Candle Dragon's eyes had been closed the entire time, but when he arrived, he suddenly opened them again. Furthermore, after using his eyes to temporarily restrict the movements of most of the ancient creatures on the battlefield, he directly charged at Yi Xian. This was enough to cause some sort of misunderstanding. At the very least, the desolate Xianxia was clearly mistaken. It regarded Yi Xian as a member of the enemy's camp. Due to the strangeness of his arrival, Yi Xian might have been the key to some kind of conspiracy. Therefore, even a supreme existence like the desolate ancient Xianxia did not hesitate to use the heaven-falling bow to point at Yi Xian from afar. As long as it let go of its right hand, the arrow would instantly pierce Yi Xian's head. The heaven-falling bow was a terrifying divine ability. Even when used by a weak existence like Yi Xian, it could cross an infinite distance in an instant and appear in front of its target as if it had teleported, let alone the desolate ancient Xianxia. Yi Xian knew this better than anyone else. The only thing he needed to do now was to stop the desolate ancient Xianxia from letting go of the golden arrow in its right hand. With this thought in mind, he did not even pay attention to the terrifying demon dragon that was rapidly charging at him. He was paying attention to that fellow, in such a critical situation, it was definitely not enough to yell at the other party that he was on the same side. Not to mention whether the other party could understand him. If he yelled so loudly that the other party trembled in fear and suddenly let go of the golden arrow in its right hand, it would be too late. It was better to use the most direct way to show his loyalty. As such a thought flashed through his mind, Xian didn't hesitate at all after he finished howling. He directly activated the small golden bow that was suspended in the air above his sea of consciousness. At the same time, he quickly raised his left arm in the direction of the candle dragon. In the next moment, a golden bow that was exactly the same as the one in the hands of the desolate ancient Xianxia appeared in Xian's left hand, pointing at the demon dragon candle dragon that was charging over. Even its aura was the same. Because of the difference in size between the two, the golden bow that was slightly different in size appeared in Xian's left hand, pointing at the demon dragon candle dragon that was charging over. Although Xian did not fully activate the heaven-falling bow because it was just for show, the golden energy arrow did not appear. However, the huge golden bow and the aura that it gave off were enough to explain the problem. In addition, Xian raised his left arm and pointed in the direction of the demon dragon candle dragon, which was on the opposite side. Therefore, all the creatures of the desolate ancient era in the distance understood almost instantly. At the same time, they were all stunned. In particular, the desolate ancient Xianxia was stunned. At this moment, its entire mind was in a mess. It did not understand how the heaven-falling bow's divine ability, which was only passed down in the bloodline of the desolate ancient Xianxia, could appear in the hands of a human ant. Moreover, it was so pure. Other than the fact that its power was not as strong as its own, its aura was not impure at all. It was not inferior to its own at all. That was absolutely impossible. A large amount of flour and water suddenly rushed into the desolate ancient Xianxia's head. The former was on the left and the latter was on the right. If it moved its head slightly, it would turn into paste. However, although it was confused, at least it understood Xian's position and attitude from Xian's actions. In fact, all the other creatures of the desolate ancient era on the same side, including the golden giant dragon and the other supreme beings, looked at Xian with enmity in their eyes. On the contrary, countless creatures of the desolate ancient era on the opposing side of the demon dragon and the candle dragon roared angrily in unison. Endless killing intent covered the sky and covered the earth, firmly locking onto Xian. Xian even vaguely saw a huge eyeball in the dark void far behind the opposing side. It was very similar to the Eye of the Heavenly Way in the desolate ancient cage connected to the forbidden area of the Demon Emperor planet, but it was countless times more powerful. Although this Eye of the Heavenly Way was only slightly narrowed, when its gaze fell on Xian, it had already chilled him to the bone. Even his divine soul was frozen. This was definitely the true incarnation of the will of the Heavenly Way in the desolate ancient era. It turned out that the biggest boss of the opposing side was really the will of the Heavenly Way in the desolate ancient era. After realizing this, Xian's heart turned cold. Although the desolate ancient era was long gone, since the desolate ancient cage still existed, who dared to say that the will of the Heavenly Way in the desolate ancient era was no longer there? If it was no longer there, then who was the one who created the desolate ancient cage in the forbidden area of the Demon Emperor planet? In other words, even in reality, Xian had gotten himself into big trouble. He had casually made the will of the Heavenly Way in the desolate ancient era join the opposing side. He was definitely tired of living and courting death. As this thought surfaced in his mind, Xian even felt like dying. At this moment, when the Eye of the Heavenly Way in the distance, which seemed to be the incarnation of the will of the Heavenly Way in the desolate ancient era, slightly narrowed its eyes and fixed its gaze on him, Xian suddenly felt a sudden heat on the left side of his chest. In the next moment, an earth-shattering roar sounded. Screech. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Hundreds respond to calls. There was a saying that went, hundreds respond to a call. But at this moment, Xian learned another saying on his own, which went, hundreds respond to a call. To be more precise, it should be thousands, tens of thousands, and countless responses. The moment the headless baby rushed out of Xian's left chest, the entire vast land of war in the primordial age exploded as if a drop of ice water had been dropped into a pot of boiling oil. The headless infant corpse still had that strange appearance, but it didn't have a monstrous aura. It was small, about the size of a human baby, but it didn't have a head on its neck. Its eyes were closed, and it was hugging its head in its arms. But although it didn't look powerful, it shocked all the creatures of the primordial age as soon as it appeared. Including the demon dragon candle dragon that was charging over, including the primordial Xianxia that had just put down its left arm and put away the giant golden bow, including the giant eye of the heavenly Tao that was suspected to be the incarnation of the primordial age's will of the heavenly Tao at the back of the enemy camp. The demon dragon candle dragon was obviously scared out of its wits. Its aura froze and shrank instantly, and it retreated hurriedly as if it had encountered a real monster. It was horrified. Like the other 106 supreme-level creatures of the primordial age on the same side, the primordial Xianxia's aura suddenly surged. With endless joy, it raised its head and roared fiercely. As for all the creatures of the primordial age on the enemy camp, including the supreme-level creatures of the same level as the golden dragon and the primordial Xianxia, they were all horrified and roared furiously. As for the giant eye of the heavenly Tao that was formed from the will of the great desolate heavenly Tao at the very back of the enemy camp, it was completely opened at this moment. A gray aura that was like primal chaos surged out and locked onto Yixian and the headless infant corpse. Screech! An earth-shattering roar sounded. The small head in the headless baby's arms opened for the first time at this moment and faced the giant eye of the heavenly Tao at the primordial age. In an instant, it cut off the aura that the giant eye of the heavenly Tao had locked onto Yixian. The gazes of the two beings of the way of the heavens of the untainted land met. Although there was no sound of explosion, at the center of their gazes, the boundless void of the Star River collapsed instantly. Countless creatures of the primordial era, including several supreme beings of the primordial era from the opposing camp, were instantly sucked into the collapsing void of the Star River and turned into nothingness. It was only a single meeting of the eyes, but it was already so powerful. Now, Yixian finally confirmed that the headless baby's body was definitely an existence of the same level as the primordial age's will of the heavenly Tao. However, he did not know who had cut off its head. At the moment when the headless baby's body and the giant eye of the heavenly Tao, which was suspected to be the incarnation of the primordial age's will of the heavenly Tao, several majestic auras enveloped Yixian. However, they were not hostile at all. Instead, they carried a strong sense of friendliness and even flattery. Yixian immediately identified the origin of these auras. They were the primordial Xianxia, the golden dragon, and several creatures of the primordial age who were relatively close to him. They were all supreme-level existences of the enemy camp. At this instant, the feeling of being caged and alarmed once again arose in his heart because these auras had clearly come with the intent to protect him. Previously, Yixian had unexpectedly displayed the divine ability of the heavenly fallen Bao. Even now, the desolate ancient Xianxia's mind was still filled with paste, unable to understand what was going on. However, all of this was no longer important. At least compared to the fact that the headless baby's body, which countless creatures of the primordial age had single-handedly protected with their lives, had actually rushed out of Yixian's body. This was enough to make all the experts of the primordial age on the same camp realize the importance of Yixian. Some of the supreme existences had vaguely realized that all of this was mostly related to time and space. Even so, even though Yixian and the headless baby's body that had unexpectedly appeared in front of them and was strangely beheaded and holding its head came from a certain period of time in the future, at least one thing was certain. That was the headless infant corpse. In the end, it still survived this battle. Moreover, its guardian, Yixian, was a human ant, so their courage also made them feel gratified. This was the scene of an unprecedented battle in space during the primordial age. The fact that a mere star-grade human ant could display such courage was enough to make these supreme-level supreme existences look at him in a new light. This wasn't the main point either. The main point was that the headless baby's body that they had protected with their lives would live and die because of Yixian's life in the future. When they realized this, all 107 supreme-level beings of the primordial age were shocked. The fastest few of them immediately launched a protective barrier around Yixian to ensure his safety in this battle. As for the other supreme-level beings of the primordial age, they roared in anger and shot beams of light towards Yixian one after another. This was an inheritance that belonged to the 107 supreme-level beings of the primordial age. Perhaps the hundreds of nine-eyed golden eyes in Yixian's hands also contained the same inheritance, but it definitely wasn't as direct and powerful as the one passed down by the 107 supreme-level beings of the primordial age personally. Rumble. Boom, the 107 beams of light came from the 107 supreme-level beings of the primordial age, excluding the void giant tortoise. All of them, including the primordial Xianxia and the golden divine dragon, entered Yixian's body in a short period of time. They didn't enter his sea of consciousness and were hidden somewhere. In short, although they existed, they couldn't be seen for the time being. After doing all of this, 2 of the 107 primordial sovereigns were left behind to guard Yixian's left and right, protecting his safety. As for the rest, it was as if they'd just been injected with chicken blood as they all charged towards the enemy's camp. Yixian still didn't understand the truth of this battle. However, as he watched up to this point, he at least understood one thing. When this final battle began, the commander of his camp, the headless corpse of the infant, was basically dead. It was hard to say whether he would live or die. It could be said that this battle was initiated by the enemy camp. After the headless corpse was killed, the giant eye of the heavenly way, which was suspected to be the incarnation of the will of the heavenly way of the primordial age, led all the creatures of the primordial age of the enemy camp to carry out the final massacre of all the experts of the primordial age of the enemy camp. As a matter of fact, in history, they did succeed. The primordial cage connected to the Forbidden Valley of the Devil Emperor planet was the best proof. In that vast pool of corpses, countless experts of the primordial age of the enemy camp were buried, including supreme-level beings such as the primordial Xianxia. Even their flesh, blood, and bones after they died in battle were imprisoned by the enemy camp for eternity. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The bandit leader. This reversal might be meaningless. Even if the battle in the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda ended with the final victory of their camp, it wouldn't have the slightest impact on the history that had already become an established fact in reality. However, in all of this, other than Yixian and the headless infant's corpse, everything else, including the primordial supreme-level existences in both camps, the commander of the opposing camp, and the giant eye of the heavenly Tao that was suspected to be formed from the will of the primordial heavenly Tao. Without exception, all of them were ignorant. Therefore, the following battle seemed so real that even Yixian almost fell into a trance, suspecting that he had really returned to the primordial era in a dream. Roar! Screech! Whoosh! A series of earth-shattering roars rang out. After a short truce due to Yixian's sudden arrival, the two camps had started fighting again. The entire vast void of the primordial era as far as the eye could see was full of battlefields. This was a real massacre. The only difference was that 2 supreme masters of the primordial era had withdrawn from the battlefield and were guarding Yixian closely. This kind of treatment made his heart, which had been beating wildly, finally calm down completely. Who else would be able to enjoy such a supreme treatment as this prince is enjoying right now? With 2 supreme masters of the primordial era by his side, he strolled casually on the battlefield with his hands clasped behind his back, as if he was inspecting his work. Behind him, the 2 supreme masters of the primordial era followed closely. When some small ants from the opposing camp appeared in front of them, the 2 guards only needed to release some of their auras to make them explode and die instantly. As for those powerful supreme masters of the opposing camp, they were all held back by a supreme master of the primordial era and had no time to come. In the distance, the giant eye of the heavenly way that was suspected to be the incarnation of the will of the heavenly way of the primordial era was also fighting with the infant corpse of the heavenly way of the primordial era. That area was shrouded in a gray and chaotic aura. Even the supreme masters of the primordial era could not see the scene clearly. But at the very least, the enemy camp's commander was being held back. He definitely had no time to care about Yixian. This made Yixian even bolder. He walked and stopped, pointing out and commenting on this and that from time to time. He behaved like a leader. In the end, the 2 supreme masters of the ancients who followed him on his left and right couldn't stand it anymore. Their eyes were burning with anger. If they hadn't been sober, they would have slapped Yixian to death on the spot. Rumble! It was also at this moment that the battlefield in the distance that was enveloped by endless gray and hazy chaotic chi suddenly exploded with a shocking sound. The entire immortal ancestral dragon pagoda shook slightly. The strength of this explosion seemed to have approached the limits of this primordial treasure. Even the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda shook slightly, not to mention the primordial void that was illusory on the 9th floor. Countless stars in the primordial void exploded in an instant. The aftermath of this explosion killed countless primordial creatures. Fortunately, Yi Xian was protected by the two supreme masters of the ancients. He was unharmed, but his mind was in a daze, as if he had just been struck by lightning. Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, the endless gray and hazy chaotic qi in that area quietly dispersed, revealing the infant corpse and the giant eye of the heavenly way of the heavenly way. The infant corpse was still the same as before. It was like a piece of meat on a hot knife. It was fearless and filled with hostility. However, the giant eye of the heavenly way that was suspected to be the incarnation of the will of the heavenly way of the primordial era revealed a wisp of wisdom. It subconsciously looked at the end of the shaking primordial void, as if it had seen through the essence of this place. It realized that this place was just an illusion and that everything, including this battle, was meaningless. Screech, at the instant it withdrew its gaze, the giant eye of the heavenly way suddenly shot out an intense gray light. It clearly didn't have a mouth, yet it emitted a vicious howl that was sufficient to tear the sky apart. Subsequently, the giant eye's body instantly collapsed, and the might that spread out directly annihilated countless primordial creatures from the enemy camp. More than half of them, including the 100 supreme masters of the ancients, perished under this earth-shattering vicious howl. Only a few remained. Even the few supreme masters of the ancients from the enemy camp seemed to have realized something from the final vicious howl of the giant eye of the heavenly way of the heavenly way. All of them raised their heads and roared with unwillingness, and their figures gradually dimmed down. Obviously, this battle was finally about to end. It was difficult to say who won or lost in the end. Because even though the first to retreat was the enemy camp, they had clearly collapsed under the lead of the giant eye of the heavenly way of the heavenly way of the heavenly way. It was as if they disdained to be treated like an entertainer by the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, a precious treasure of the ancients, and wantonly toyed with it as they wished. In the blink of an eye, almost all of the supreme masters of the ancients from the enemy camp had disappeared, and most of the other primordial creatures were gone as well. Only the demon dragon, the candle dragon, was still staring fixedly at Yi Xian with a pair of bloodshot eyes. It seemed to be extremely unwilling and was looking for an opportunity to kill him. At this time, even a large number of primordial creatures from the enemy camp had already realized the truth of this primordial starry sky. Their figures had turned illusory and black, and they were about to disappear soon, including the two supreme masters of the ancients beside Yi Xian who had been protecting him all along, as well as the golden dragon and the primordial Xianxia. Everything on the 9th level was clearly coming to an end. From the moment the enemy commander voluntarily retreated, Yi Xian could be considered to have successfully passed the consideration of this level. He had become the first existence in the history of the immortal imperial family, and also the first existence to successfully pass all 9 levels of the test since the first immortal emperor of the dynasty had taken out the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, and erected it in the depths of the inner city of the imperial city. In fact, the test of the 9th level was originally almost impossible to pass. The existence of the giant eye of the heavenly way of the enemy camp, which was suspected to be the incarnation of the will of the heavenly way of the primordial age, ensured that everything was possible. But who could have expected that the headless corpse of an infant attached to Yi Xian's body was actually an existence that could contend with the will of the heavenly way of the primordial age? Moreover, the giant eye of the heavenly way of the enemy camp, which was suspected to be the incarnation of the will of the heavenly way of the primordial age, was only an illusion after all. It was an illusion created by the supreme power of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. But the headless corpse of the infant that rushed out of Yi Xian's body was different. It was real. Just based on this point, it was obvious who was superior. The current outcome was already predestined when Yi Xian had just stepped into the 9th level. And at this moment, just as the illusion of the entire 9th level was rapidly collapsing, the headless corpse of the infant that had lost its opponent instantly stared at the demonic dragon, the candle dragon, with a fierce glint in its eyes. Its aura was locked on, it was clearly going to capture it alive again. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He shuddered and a sentence suddenly appeared in his mind. 5th Order Star Order Screech, as if sensing the headless infant corpse's intention to capture it alive, the only demon dragon sovereign in the enemy camp who had yet to dissipate finally panicked. It stretched out its neck and let out a shrill roar, twisting its huge body and turning around to flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. Kakik, the baby head in the headless infant corpse's arms opened its eyes again and let out an innocent chuckle. Even Yi Xian, hearing this for the first time, instantly felt a chill run down his spine. It would have been fine if the infant corpse didn't laugh, but as soon as it did, a terrifying aura spread out. Yi Xian was on the same side, so he only felt a chill in his heart, but he didn't feel the slightest pressure. However, the demon dragon sovereign who had turned around and fled was in a miserable state. As the infant corpse's sinister laughter entered its ears, its body instantly froze. At the same time, the headless infant corpse also arrived in front of the demon dragon sovereign. With a wave of its hand, a grey chaotic light shot out, instantly leaving a mark of the headless corpse lamp on the back of the black dragon's neck. Screech, the black demonic dragon once again let out a mournful cry, but this time, it was no longer a sound. After this mournful cry, there was no more sound. Compared to refining the weeping soul blood horn back then, the process of refining this demonic dragon with the headless infant corpse was much faster and simpler. After all, the weeping soul blood horn was a real object, and this demon dragon sovereign was just an energy form imitated by the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. If there were no mistakes, the headless infant corpse only needed to cut off the connection between it and the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. However, although the refining was fast, the power of this demon dragon sovereign was left intact, but it was estimated that it would weaken every time it was used. In the end, all of its energy would be exhausted and it would basically dissipate. Unless the headless infant corpse found a way to make it absorb energy to strengthen itself like the weeping soul blood horn, and make up for it. All of this was not something Yi Xian could understand at his current level. At this moment, as the corpse lantern mosquito body appeared on its neck, the demon dragon sovereign's body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a black demon dragon the size of a little finger. If it weren't for the long horns on its head and its 4 limbs, it would be no different from a little black loach. Little Loach flew toward the headless corpse and transformed into a tattoo the size of a pinky finger on the right ankle of the headless corpse. Then, it stayed on the ankle of the headless corpse. Immediately after, without waiting for Yi Xian to ask, the headless corpse once again transformed into a gray light. With a whoosh, it flew closer and directly stuck to the left side of Yi Xian's chest, transforming into a headless corpse lamp tattoo. There were no longer any movements. At this time, on the 9th floor of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, apart from Yi Xian, there was not a single primordial creature to be seen. Regardless of whether they were from the same camp or the opposite camp, they all dissipated and turned back into a canopy of green energy. The green energy on the 9th floor was so dense that it was almost squeezing out water. Yi Xian clicked his tongue in amazement at this scene. He suddenly had a better understanding of the wonders of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. This pagoda was definitely a primordial treasure. The pagoda had accumulated a great amount of green energy over countless years. A portion of it should have been replenished by the decomposing corpses of the imperial immortal powerhouses who entered the pagoda. The green mist energy could be divided and combined. When it was divided, it was pure and mysterious green mist energy. When it combined, it could evolve into primordial creatures. Even primordial supreme existences like the golden dragon could evolve. It was truly breathtaking. At this moment, Yi Xian even had a greedy thought. He secretly thought that it would be great if he could take the pagoda for himself. When the time came, he could command the pagoda to evolve into a golden dragon or a primordial Xianxia to rush out of the pagoda to fight the enemy. Although it was a consumption type and would probably be finished in one go, the power it could display before it was finished was definitely enough to sweep away everything. Unfortunately, this was only a thought. Yi Xian also knew that this was impossible. Not to mention anything else, just the immortal imperial family's side, if he were to really make this immortal ancestral dragon pagoda disappear, then the heavens would definitely be turned upside down. As he muttered to himself, 2 small wisps of spiritual energy rushed into Yi Xian's body from the dense green mist that filled the void of the 9th level. Then, a rumbling sound rang out from his body as his cultivation level surged. Before Yi Xian could react, the familiar sound of the devouring system quietly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current realm, star level 5. He had finally reached the 5th order star level. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Then, he clenched his fists tightly. The surprise in his heart was indescribable. At least, his initial goal of entering the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda had been fulfilled. When he first entered the pagoda, his cultivation level was at the 5th order star level. Now, after passing the 9th level, his cultivation level had reached the 5th order star level. From the 4th to the 5th major realm, his strength had increased by an entire major realm. He had successfully crossed it in less than an hour. Even though Xian had always been used to riding on a rocket to increase his cultivation level, he couldn't help but feel as if he was in a dream. However, all this was obviously not over yet. Just as the system notification sounded out in his mind, the headless corpse tattoo on Xian's left chest suddenly emitted a scorching sensation without any warning. Xian clearly felt an obscure yet familiar energy flow into his body through the corpse lamp tattoo. It was as if he was familiar with the path, as if it was attracted by some kind of power, and directly charged towards his sea of consciousness. Could this be? Xian's heart skipped a beat. Then, he was instantly overjoyed. If it was really as he guessed, he had really struck it big this time. At the same time, outside the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, this time, Prince Xian obviously took a longer time to enter the 9th level of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. In the previous 6 levels, he didn't spend more than 3 minutes on each level. But now, he had spent more than 5 minutes on the 9th level. During this process, the entire ancient and unadorned immortal ancestral dragon pagoda had been glowing with a green light. This meant that the challenger of the 9th level was still working hard. He had not died yet and had not successfully passed the 9th level. It was also at this time that the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, which had been glowing with a green light, suddenly dimmed. Its brilliance was restrained, and it returned to its original state. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Before Long Shursho, Naples, Uncle Kong, and the purplish warbler could react, the 5 princes had already burst out laughing after being stunned for a moment. Ha ha ha. It's over, this kid is over. Did you see that? The portal to the 9th level did not appear. He failed to pass the pagoda. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. Seeing light and peace. Just as Xian had guessed, the obscure energy that surged out from the headless corpse lamp in front of his chest was extracted from the body of the devil dragon sovereign, who had been refined into a little loach and attached to his ankle. Therefore, as soon as this energy entered Xian's body, it was immediately attracted by the black gold dragon scale in his knowledge sea and automatically went to find it. By the time Xian reacted, this energy had already drilled into the black gold dragon scale and merged with it. In the next instant, the system's familiar notification sounded in Xian's mind once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the bloodline dragon scale has leveled up. Current level. Variant growth level. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the demon dragon bloodline ability, seeing light and peace in peace. Current level, beginner. As the system's notification sounded, the black gold dragon scale in Xian's knowledge sea clearly shone brighter. The black gold light intertwined, faintly forming a mysterious rune pattern on the surface of the dragon scale, giving off a simple and complex aura. In addition, there were also some incomparably obscure runes that appeared in Xian's mind, which he instantly comprehended. This was the demon dragon supreme's strongest bloodline ability, seeing light and peace in peace in peace in peace. Previously, the Demon Dragon Supreme had used this bloodline ability to imprison countless primordial creatures in the blink of an eye. Even the supreme existences of the primordial era had been affected to a certain extent. Xian never thought that this strongest bloodline ability of the Demon Dragon would be forcibly extracted by the headless infant corpse from the Demon Dragon's body, although it might not be complete. After all, this energy demonic dragon was just an imitation of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. Although the demonic dragons and other primordial creatures it created could basically display their respective bloodline abilities, they definitely couldn't be the complete essence. Otherwise, wouldn't this immortal ancestral dragon pagoda be able to sweep through the primordial era? Even so, even though he had only obtained 10 or 20% of its essence, it was still impressive for Xian. Unfortunately, the weakened version of the dark vision of darkness that he had obtained was only at the elementary level. The power that he could unleash would be even weaker. It would be unrealistic for him to unleash the power that the energy demonic dragon had previously displayed within a short period of time. He had to wait until Xian's cultivation level increased before he could fully display it, At this point, Yi Xian finally obtained a bloodline ability after entering the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. Originally, he also had this opportunity on the 3rd and 6th floors. However, this type of primordial bloodline ability could only be obtained from the bodies of primordial creatures that he had slain. On the 3rd floor, all the primordial creatures fled in all directions when they smelled the demonic dragon's phantom behind him. None of them dared to show themselves. Naturally, the bloodline ability that he was supposed to obtain was gone. On the 6th floor, the primordial creature that Yi Xian had slain released a ray of light that should have contained the bloodline ability of the primordial creature. Although it was only a weakened version with only 20 or 30% of its essence remaining, it was still better than nothing. Unfortunately, when the primordial creature's body exploded, the inheritance ray of light that had rushed out from its body was also blown away. The second opportunity was missed just like that. And now, the headless infant corpse had captured a demon dragon sovereign in its energy form in the style of a bandit leader. The bloodline profundity of seeing darkness and seeing light was clearly the reward for the 9th floor. Although it was only 20 or 30% of its essence, it was still a consolation prize for Yi Xian. The unwillingness in his heart was also appeased. However, just when he thought that everything was over and that he had successfully passed through the 9th floor, the exit passage should appear soon. Then, he would be able to walk out of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda with his hands behind his back in a pretentious manner. While he was enjoying the complicated gazes of the imperial family members outside the pagoda, the real surprise finally arrived. Huh? Didn't they say that after successfully passing through the 9th floor, there would be a passage that would allow this prince to leave like the 3rd and 6th floor? Muttering softly to himself, Yi Xian's shoulders shook. His figure seemed to be wandering in the void of the galaxy as he wandered around, looking for the exit passage of the 9th floor. Like this, nearly a minute passed, but he still found nothing. Not to mention a door, he didn't even see a window. He couldn't even sneak out through a window. F***ck. Could it be that they want to force this prince to stay here? Could it be that the bandit leader had captured a demonic dragon and angered this ancestral dragon pagoda? Is this the rhythm of a rogue? Muttering to himself, Yi Xian couldn't help but be moved. Needless to say, this possibility wasn't completely impossible. If that was the case, wouldn't he be completely trapped in the pagoda? Just as he was feeling depressed and thinking of a solution, he could only whisper a few words to the headless infant corpse and persuade it to release the demonic dragon sovereign. In Yi Xian's mind, the familiar notification of the devouring system suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for passing the ultimate trial of the desolate ancient pagoda. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the qualification to accept the desolate ancient pagoda. Do you want to accept it immediately? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the desolate ancient pagoda's master recognition request. Do you want to accept it? Hint, once accepted, there is a probability that you will obtain the energy of the desolate ancient pagoda in one go and increase your cultivation level. Hearing this, Yi Xian was dumbfounded on the spot. His mouth was wide open and his face was full of shock as if he had just been struck by lightning. It turned out that the true name of this immortal ancestral dragon pagoda was actually the desolate ancient pagoda. This name was even more fitting. After all, the pagoda recorded the bloodline ability inheritance of all the desolate ancient creatures. Although only 20 to 30% of their essence was recorded, it was like an encyclopedia of bloodline ability, a dazzling array. From this point of view, it was indeed a pagoda of bloodline ability inheritance of the desolate ancient creatures, and not a private property of the immortal royal family. Since this was the case, Yi Xian didn't have any psychological pressure to accept it. At the very least, this pagoda had been in the hands of the immortal royal family for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. It was their own fault for not being able to pass the 9th level and obtain the qualifications to accept the pagoda as its master. Who could they blame? Occupying a latrine but not taking a shit, that was a huge waste of resources. Following this, Yi Xian remembered the last notification of the system. Once accepted, there was a probability that he would obtain the energy of the pagoda. This was a great thing. He had just risen 9 minor levels. Could it be that he was going to continue rising? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Climbing the stairs is so tiring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully recognizing him as the owner. Ding. Congratulations to the host for regurgitating the energy of the desolate ancient inheritance tower. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current cultivation level, 6th order star level. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current cultivation level, 7th order star level. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current cultivation level, 1st order star level. Ding. Energy regurgitation complete. Would you like to collect the desolate ancient inheritance tower immediately? As the system's notification rang out in Xianxia's mind once again, the green energy in the 9th level of the galaxy void, which was so dense that it was almost dripping water, surged into Xianxia's body once again. Immediately after that, the system's notifications of leveling up rang in his mind one after another as if they didn't cost him anything. During this entire process, the rumbling sounds in Xianxia's body kept ringing out. His cultivation level kept increasing rapidly. In the end, he advanced by another 5 levels in a short period of time. He had gone from the 5th level of the star level to the 1st order star level. Xian had finally stepped into the 6th level of the star level, the nebula level. The energy regurgitation of the first owner of the desolate ancient inheritance tower had finally come to an end. The devouring system in Xian's body once again gave him a new request, asking if he should collect the tower immediately. Xian froze for a moment and couldn't help but hesitate. There was no doubt that as soon as he gave a definite answer, the tower would immediately shrink and automatically enter his knowledge sea. It would hover above his knowledge sea like the other treasures and his mind power source core. However, if that happened, the members of the royal family waiting outside the tower would definitely go crazy. Of course, no matter how crazy they were, this treasure tower was definitely an ultimate treasure of the desolate ancient era, so he still had to collect it. However, he had to be careful about how he should collect it. At the very least, Xian couldn't just collect it directly. If he did, even an idiot would know that he was the one behind it. I'd better wait until I'm a certain distance away from the tower before I give the order to collect it. It's best to take advantage of the dark and windy night to sneak over and settle this matter. Although that still won't wash away the suspicion of robbing this tower, at least on the surface, this prince will have an excuse to quibble about being innocent. That's what I'll do. After making up his mind, Xian immediately ordered the devouring system, collect it later. For now, open the door to the 9th level. I'll leave first. Also, after this prince leaves, this pagoda will immediately close. Don't pay attention to anyone who approaches, even if they are immortal emperors. Now, this pagoda is this prince's private property. How can it be open to others? The devouring system immediately conveyed Xian's wishes to the tower of the desolate ancient inheritance. The pagoda had already recognized its master, but it hadn't been collected yet. Everything would be according to Xian's wishes. Of course, it was impossible for all of its power to be completely open to Xian right now. It would gradually be open to him as his cultivation continued to increase. Otherwise, with just one word from Xian, the tower of the desolate ancient inheritance would immediately produce a large number of ancient creatures, including supreme beings of the desolate ancient level. Once this ancient army left the pagoda, wouldn't it directly sweep across the 3 universes? If that was the case, the pagoda's existence would be meaningless. To put it bluntly, it was actually an ultimate treasure that preserved the inheritance of the desolate ancient era. It was an offensive treasure that helped a certain person contend for supremacy. However, since this pagoda had already recognized Xian as its master, it was completely fine to open the door to the 9th level according to his wishes. With a flash of light, a portal similar to a space door immediately appeared on the surface of a distant star. Xian understood tacitly. With a shake of his shoulders, he rushed over. Immediately after he stepped out of the space door closed instantly. The entire tower of the desolate ancient inheritance immediately entered a closed state of hibernation according to Xian's instructions. It was no longer open to anyone, even if he was an immortal emperor. At the same time, outside the tower of the desolate ancient inheritance, before those sarcastic words from the 5 princes had faded away, a portal similar to a spatial door had already appeared outside the 9th floor of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda in front of everyone's eyes. This portal had only appeared twice in the past countless years. Both times, it was only a corpse that was sent out. Even so, this could be considered a supreme honor. This was because among the members of the royal family who had chosen to continue to the 7th level, even their corpses couldn't be sent out if they died on the 7th or 8th level. Their corpses and all the treasures on them would be decomposed by the power of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda and turned into misty green energy that accumulated in the pagoda. It was like the nutrients that maintained the normal operation of the pagoda. Of course, in addition to this, the pagoda would also absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the outside world. The reason why there was such a vast amount of misty green energy in the pagoda was the result of countless years of accumulation. At this moment, the portal to the 9th level finally appeared for the 3rd time after countless years. However, whether it was a lively Prince Xian or a lifeless corpse that was sent out from it, it affected everyone's hearts. At this moment, even the immortal Emperor and Imperial Preceptor Dier, who were watching from the peak of the Imperial Preceptor's hall, couldn't help but feel their hearts in their throats. They held their breaths and quietly waited for the moment when the result would be revealed. Only Long Xiang and the other 4 princes were still gloating over the misfortune of others. Sigh, we're going to see 18th brother's corpse soon. This is really a sad day, 18th brother, have a safe journey. Don't pretend in your next life. Do everything within your capabilities. You were just lucky outside and were praised to the heavens. Don't be so complacent. Sigh, my 18th brother, you died so tragically. Without waiting for these fellows to finish howling, Yi Xian had already walked out of the 9th floor of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. He just so happened to hear the 5 princes gloating over his misfortune. Yi Xian rolled his eyes and immediately turned to glare at them. Are you all blind? This prince is alive and well. It's just that I'm a little tired from climbing the stairs for 2 hours. Who said that I'm finished? Even if all of you die, this prince won't die. Silence, a deathly silence, everyone's eyes widened at this moment. It was as if they had seen a living ghost in broad daylight. They looked at Yi Xian in shock. Before the 5 princes could finish their words, they suddenly saw Yi Xian appear. He was alive and kicking, and his spirit was better than theirs. Caught off guard, the 5 of them couldn't catch their breath. Coupled with the unexpected shock, they almost rolled their eyes and fainted on the spot. Number 1 of the imperial family climbed the stairs? That brat really did climb the stairs for an hour. To think that we were like idiots waiting outside to watch him climb the stairs. It's only the 9th floor, but he actually took almost an hour. How slow is that? He did it on purpose, he definitely did it on purpose. What the F***ck? After all this fuss, it was really the Clansman Tower that was broken. I knew it, with that brat's character, how could he come out of the 9th floor alive? After he went in, he didn't do anything at all. All he did was climb the stairs. You guys go and try too. I've already passed the tower, so I can't go back. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity. Who cares if it's good or bad, I came out of the 9th floor alive. Seeing that Yi Xian really came out of the 9th floor of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda alive, the 5 princes couldn't accept it. Their minds were in a mess, and they couldn't even think properly. They foolishly believed Yi Xian's pretentious words. They even turned around and ordered the younger generation of the imperial family who hadn't passed the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda to take advantage of this opportunity to challenge the pagoda as well. After all, even if the pagoda was broken, the fact that Yi Xian was the only imperial family member to come out of the 9th floor alive was undeniable. No matter what, just based on this point alone, he was fully deserving of the title of number 1 of the imperial family. But if there was a large group of people following behind him, and all of them came out of the 9th floor alive, then Yi Xian's limitless glory would naturally be diluted. This was the real reason why the 5 princes instigated the imperial family members behind them to challenge the pagoda. Those fellows obviously didn't have enough brains to use. They actually believed Yi Xian's words as well. For a moment, it was as if they'd been injected with chicken blood. They put their arms around each other's shoulders and formed a group as they charged towards the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. Originally, when they were 30 feet away from the tower, a green light would appear and wrap them up and disappear into the tower. However, at this moment, more than 20 people were walking in front of the tower, jumping up and down. They were almost touching the tower, but the expected green light did not appear. After trying for a while, a full minute passed. Xian had already descended from the 9th floor. At this moment, he was chatting with Naples, the purplish warbler, Long Xirsho, and the others with a smile. However, the green light still hadn't appeared. What's the situation? Why can't I go in? It's over, it's over. This brat is really a scourge. Our immortal ancestral dragon pagoda has been ruined by him, this brat is lying. How could he break the tower by climbing the stairs? I don't know what he's been doing in there, but after reaping the benefits, he actually completely cut off the other clansman's escape route. He's so bad. This matter isn't over yet. We must investigate this matter. This pagoda is the foundation of our immortal imperial clan, yet now it was destroyed by the hands of 18th Elder. This cannot be tolerated. At this time, the 5 princes all reacted. When they realized that they had actually believed Xian's words about climbing the stairs, their faces immediately flushed red with shame and anger. They kept insisting that the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda was damaged because of Xian, and that it couldn't be used now. All the blame was placed on Xian. However, no one paid attention to these words. Throughout history, this was the first time in the entire immortal imperial clan that someone had successfully passed through the 9th floor of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda and walked out alive. Under such circumstances, it was understandable that the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda had some kind of unprecedented change. Although it seemed that the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda couldn't be used now, as long as the pagoda was still here, then everything wasn't a problem. They just needed to understand the situation of the last 3 floors from Xian. If there was a problem, then they could think of a way to solve it. Moreover, even if there was a change after successfully passing through the 9th floor, it could only be a good thing, not a bad thing. Therefore, the real higher-ups present didn't pay attention to the 5 princes' ill-intentioned clamor. The dozens of imperial clan elders' divine senses that had been circling around the pagoda also retreated one after another and returned to the elder pavilion. They weren't in a hurry. They just needed to find a time to summon Xian to understand the situation later. Even the immortal emperor and imperial preceptor Dier, who were at the peak of the imperial preceptor hall in the distance, had disappeared at some point. Apart from the 5 princes, there were only a few imperial uncles and a few members of the imperial clan present. However, Xian didn't intend to pay attention to any of these guys. At this time, he was talking to Long Xirsho, Naples, and the purplish warbler. As for Gui Hai Dao and the wretched mosquito butcher, they were standing obediently at the side. Although they didn't say anything, they couldn't suppress the joy on their faces. Even a fool could tell at a glance. Ha ha ha, kid, you're now the #1 member of the imperial clan in the entire immortal dynasty. Even the 2 freakish prodigies in history paled in comparison to you. I thought you'd come out from the 6th floor. I didn't expect you to have the guts to go to the 7th floor. What's even more unexpected is that you actually came out from the 9th floor so smoothly in such a short time. I almost believed you when you said you were climbing the stairs. I almost lost my brain. At this time, the prefect of the imperial clan court, Long Xirsho, had already patted Xian's shoulder and raised his head to laugh. While he praised Xian, he didn't forget to take the opportunity to belittle the 5 princes, who were gnashing their teeth at the side. These guys had schemed to use the imperial clan court to deal with Xian. Long Xirsho couldn't pursue this matter because of his status, but that didn't mean he could pretend that it didn't happen. The 5 princes' faces that had just returned to normal immediately turned red after being ridiculed as they looked at each other angrily, but no one dared to say a word. They didn't dare to offend the prefect of the imperial clan court. If they did, they would definitely be punished. Tell me, kid, how much did you get this time? You're the first person in history to come out of the 9th floor alive. If you say you didn't get great benefits, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Seeing that these guys were angry but didn't dare to say anything, and all of them were behaving quite honestly, Long Xirsho was an elder after all. He didn't dwell on the previous matter and turned his attention back to Xian. With a strong sense of curiosity, he directly asked him about his gains. It's nothing much. Apart from the 3 primordial bloodline abilities, I only rose 18 small ranks and 2 large realms. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Robber, bandit, bastard. Pft. Pft. The 5 princes almost spat out blood when they heard this. 3 types of primordial bloodline abilities, plus 2 large cultivation realms had been raised. They would have had to work hard for at least 100 years to obtain such benefits. Plus, they would have had to cultivate diligently every day for these 100 years. Even then, they might not have been able to reach such a level. Yet, Prince Xian had obtained such shocking benefits in less than an hour. Yet, he was still acting as if he was extremely reluctant and displeased. Comparing one to another was truly infuriating. What was even more infuriating was that this kid had actually said that his cultivation base had not even reached the star grade before this and that he had only reached the nebula grade after advancing 2 large realms. Furthermore, the cultivation base he was displaying now was really at the nebula grade 1 nebula grade. He was clearly treating everyone like pigs. How infuriating! If one could pass the 9th level of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda before reaching the star grade, countless people would have passed the 9th level in the history of the immortal royal family. Although one's innate talent was the key to passing the 9th level of the pagoda, one's strength was the foundation. Even if one's innate talent and potential were heaven-defying, one would never be able to pass the 9th level of the pagoda. This guy was clearly pretending to be innocent after getting such a good deal. He was deliberately infuriating them. What a jerk. Don't be so arrogant, old 18th. Didn't you just climb the stairs in the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda? How capable are you to be so arrogant? The pagoda is broken now. If it wasn't, those 30 people might have all come out of the 9th level by now. Just you wait. You don't deserve to be called the number 1 person in the royal family. As soon as the pagoda is repaired, we will immediately send people in to try. That's right. You are not the only one who has passed the 9th level. Old 18th, you are just lucky to be the first one. Swish, without waiting for the 5 furious princes to finish speaking, Yi Xian pursed his lips and took 2 steps forward. Suddenly, there was a clear sound of something breaking through the air behind him. Perhaps it was because Yi Xian had stepped out of the maximum range that the Tower of Desolation could accept, but this time, before Yi Xian could give the command to the Devouring system, the Tower of Desolation behind him had already shrunk on its own. It turned into a wisp of green light and drilled into Yi Xian's body, directly entering his sea of consciousness. In the central region of his sea of consciousness, it occupied a corner with the Rai-D seal, resonating with each other from afar. Such an unforeseen event instantly caused an uproar. This time even Long Shursho, Naples, and the purplish warbler were dumbfounded. The wretched mosquito slayer's eyes widened, and he muttered in a voice that only he could hear, "The Tower of Antiquity's inheritance actually recognized it as its master? Could it be?" Without waiting for the wretched mosquito slayer to finish speaking, the imperial uncles and the 5 princes finally regained their senses. Under the panicked cries of the imperial family members, they finally began to question Yi Xian at the same time. One by one, they questioned sternly and directly surrounded Yi Xian. "Old 18th, what are you doing? Are you robbing us? You are simply a robber, a bandit, a bastard. Yes, you are such a jerk. How dare you rob us in our own home? What's wrong with your head? Hurry up and return the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. You're quite bold, kid. You even dare to rob the entire immortal imperial family's inheritance pagoda in front of everyone. Is there anything you don't dare to do? Old 18th, this is not a joke. Hurry up and take out the ancestral dragon pagoda and put it back where it was. Otherwise, you will be the sinner of the entire imperial family. This is making an enemy out of the entire imperial family. What the F***ck? I've seen bold people, but to this extent, I've never heard of such a bold person. This prince has already said, this kid is simply a source of trouble. Once he entered the pagoda, he directly destroyed it. Although he obediently came out, he still destroyed the pagoda in the end. This kind of source of trouble must be chased out of the immortal planet. If one day, the Heavenly Emperor city is destroyed by him, then it will be troublesome. Don't say that, just based on the things he did, this is really not an exaggeration. As these people spoke, although the other members of the imperial family did not dare to do anything, the 5 princes and the imperial uncles did not care. They immediately released their cultivation auras, especially the first imperial uncle Long Huai and another imperial uncle. The two of them were supreme existences of the 12th stage of the Void Realm. At this moment, their cultivation auras spread out, and their auras directly locked onto Xian. They looked like they could attack at any moment. The atmosphere instantly became tense to the extreme, and a fight could break out at any moment. Long Shirshou's face was also dark, but he did not dare to speak up for Xian. He turned to look at him and said in a low, muffled voice, "I say, you brat, aren't you a little too bold? You really dare to rob in front of everyone in your own courtyard? Even if you pass the 9th level and know the way to collect the pagoda, can't you secretly sneak back in the middle of the night and rob me? I'm still here, you're clearly making things difficult for me." These words almost made the 5 princes and the imperial uncles vomit blood on the spot. Xian also rolled his eyes when he heard this. He had truly experienced the virtues of the imperial clan court's magistrate this time. In the future, if anyone dared to say that the imperial clan court was strict, honest, and impartial in front of him, Xian would definitely fight with his life. Yes, Your Highness, we know that you were just messing around just now, but now that you've played around, shouldn't you? Black lines crawled out of Naples' forehead. He raised his hand to wipe them away, while weakly persuading from the side, "Why don't we return the pagoda? Otherwise, today's matter really won't end well." Hearing this, Purplish Warbler could only nod her head vigorously, her eyes fixed on Xian. This time, she was also scared silly. In the past, she already thought that Xian's courage was big enough, but this time, Xian had successfully refreshed her impression of him. Only Uncle Kong stood outside the encirclement with a cold smile on his face. When the 5 princes and the imperial uncles rushed over to surround Xian, they didn't dare to include him. Looking at his nonchalant expression, it was obvious that he didn't take this matter to heart. However, from time to time, he would glance at Xian's back, wisps of light would appear and disappear quickly. It was obvious that he was also thunderstruck. "I say, aren't you guys being too unreasonable?" Without waiting for Naples to finish speaking, Xian, who was also feeling a little helpless, pretended to be calm on the surface and rolled his eyes indifferently. "Could it be that you guys didn't see what happened just now? This prince was about to turn around and leave, but this stupid pagoda flew into my body on its own. Now that I can't find it anywhere, what if it becomes a stone in my bladder and causes constipation? I don't care, you guys have to think of a way to get it out. What a piece of trash, isn't this King harming me? Who did we offend? This is." Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Summoned by the Dorm Elder Pavilion. Everyone looked at Xian as if they were looking at a monster, including Naples and the Purplish Warbler. Only Guihai Dao and the wretched Mosquito Slayer remained calm as if nothing had happened. Even Uncle Kong was visibly uneasy. He frowned slightly and seemed to be muttering something to himself. Xian was still so talkative at a time like this when such a serious matter had happened. His mental fortitude was indeed a little unbearable. "Hey, why are you all looking at me like that? You're making it seem like I'm lying to you. You really can't find it. If you don't believe me, you can search for it yourselves." Xian's sea of consciousness was shielded by spiritual power, so he wasn't afraid of human cultivators searching at all. Therefore, he was completely confident in this matter. It just so happened that they were still present. Letting them search his sea of consciousness would also remove suspicion on him. At least on the surface, it would give him more confidence and an excuse to justify himself. "I've already let you search, but you can't find anything." Who can you blame, seeing that he was serious and didn't seem to be joking? Long Shirshou, the prefect of the court of Imperial Clan, immediately had an odd expression on his face. He probed Xian, "Stinky brat, you aren't joking?" It was a great taboo to allow other people's cultivation power to enter one's body and search wantonly. If they entered one's sea of consciousness and caused a ruckus, it would be a big deal. If he had a crushing advantage in terms of strength, that would be the rhythm of his soul being destroyed in an instant. However, Xian didn't care about this concern at all. He was certain that these guys wouldn't be able to enter his sea of consciousness even if they used all their strength. Since that was the case, he might as well be generous and let them search as much as they wanted. The more people he tested, the better it would be for Xian. There would be plenty to talk about later. Seeing that he was so confident, the 5 princes and the imperial uncles were also very suspicious. However, they couldn't let go of such a good opportunity in front of them. If they really found the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda in Yixian's body, his previous words would be pure sophistry. Once this matter was reported to the Dorm Elder Pavilion, even with Prince Xian's current reputation, he would have to suffer a lot. Therefore, as soon as Yixian finished speaking, the imperial uncles immediately revealed expressions of interest. The 5 princes were a little self-aware. They knew that with their own cultivation, they were probably inferior to Yixian. They probably wouldn't be able to find anything even if they investigated, so they didn't say a word. Long Shishou glanced at the imperial uncles and then glanced at Yixian meaningfully. Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, he could only shake his head helplessly and smile bitterly. Forget it. You're bold enough to do this, but what else do I not dare to do? But don't worry, I'll tell you this. This is the most dangerous thing. If someone dares to take advantage of this opportunity to make a move on you, I'll kill him on the spot even if I have to give up my position as the magistrate of the imperial clan court. These words were clearly directed at Long Huai and the other 4 imperial uncles. Among the members of the imperial family present, Long Shishou was the strongest in terms of both status and strength in the imperial family. When he said these words in front of everyone, it had a certain degree of deterrence. However, he didn't leave the slightest bit of face for the imperial uncles. The imperial uncles looked at each other. Their faces were frighteningly gloomy, but no one said anything. At this time, it was unwise to go against Long Shishou on this matter. Although I've always been fair and impartial, this matter has already been widely discussed. Just as Long Shishou opened his mouth, Yixian rolled his eyes. His face unrestrainedly displayed an expression of disbelief even if this prince was beaten to death. Long Shishou almost choked and glared at him fiercely. Then, he cleared his throat and continued, but this is no small matter. So, I suggest that I and one of the imperial uncles. I'll call it Long Huai. The 2 of us just need to use our divine senses to search for old 18. After all, this is not a joke. If something goes wrong, I'll be suspicious and kidnap someone to serve in the imperial clan court. That won't be good. The group of imperial uncles looked at each other, and in the end, they all nodded. When it came to cultivation, Long Huai was the strongest among the imperial uncles. Although they were in a competitive relationship, the other imperial uncles still believed in Long Huai when it came to Prince Xian and old 18. Unless he was stupid, he wouldn't side with old 18 in this matter. The matter was settled, and none of the members of the imperial family present had any objections. Immediately after, in front of all the members of the royal family, Long Shishou was the first to arrive. He raised his hand and pressed it on Yixian's back. His spiritual sense poured in, and after a sweep, he retreated in less than a minute. Then, he smiled bitterly. Brat, today's matter is really strange. I can't find anything. There's nothing in your sea of consciousness, let alone in your bladder. It seems that you didn't lie. This matter is probably because of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. If we want to find the cause, we can only ask the old monsters in the Elder Pavilion to do it. In fact, his divine senses didn't enter Yixian's sea of consciousness at all. Everything was due to the psychedelic effect of the spiritual imprint condensed from the level 8 spiritual energy that the Mad Mosquito Emperor left outside Yixian's sea of consciousness as the last line of defense. It made him mistakenly think that he entered Yixian's sea of consciousness. Everything he saw was normal, just this point alone proved that the Mad Mosquito Emperor's strength was absolutely terrifying. Even a supreme existence like Long Shishou, who was at the 12th stage of the Void Realm, was fooled by the spiritual imprint he left behind. Wasn't this enough to prove the problem? Seeing that Long Shishou's attempt was fruitless, the expressions of all the members of the imperial family present changed, and they began to whisper to each other. The way they looked at Yixian also became strange. The 5 princes were even more nervous. The imperial uncles looked at each other, and in the end, they were still unwilling. The eldest imperial uncle, Long Huai, gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and cupped his hands toward Long Shishou. Governor, it's not that we don't believe you, but this matter is of great importance. All right, there's no need to say more nice things. If you want to try, quickly, Long Shishou waved his hand and rudely interrupted Long Huai's words. The latter snorted coldly and also raised his hand to touch Yixian's back, and immediately poured his divine senses into it. The result was obvious. His strength was slightly inferior to Long Shishou's, and the latter couldn't find any clues, so it was even more impossible for him to do so. This time, after a full minute and a half, Long Huai withdrew his right hand with a face full of unwillingness. Just as he was about to say something, an incomparably dignified voice suddenly came from the direction of the Elder Pavilion in the distance. It resounded throughout the entire inner city of the immortal Imperial City. The elders of the Elder Pavilion summon Old 18. Come quickly, without delay. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Imperial Tyrannosaurus Rex. All the Imperial Elders in the residential Elder Pavilion were well aware that Yixian wasn't the real Old 18. However, they weren't sure if Yixian was another Imperial bloodline that the Immortal Emperor had left behind. After all, this was the Immortal Emperor's private matter. Even as elders in the clan, it wasn't appropriate for them to ask. As a result, the entire Elder Pavilion was divided into two factions when it came to the matter of Yixian. One faction believed that they had to investigate thoroughly to see how the immortal Imperial bloodline in Yixian's body came about. After all, the fact that he had used Old 18's name was already very suspicious. The other faction was extremely confident in the immortal Imperial bloodline's inheritance. They believed that the Imperial bloodline couldn't be transferred from Old 18 to another person through some other method. In other words, the elders in this faction believed that Yixian was the Immortal Emperor's child. As the ruler of the dynasty, who didn't have some romantic affairs when they were young while training and traveling outside, perhaps even the Immortal Emperor himself couldn't tell when Yixian had left behind his child. Therefore, in order to protect Prince Xian's reputation, the elders in this faction decided not to pursue this matter. After all, Prince Xian's reputation in the three universes was a kind of wealth for the entire imperial family. It was really unwise to destroy it for their own people. Although the two factions of the Elder Pavilion had different opinions on this matter, the matter was still so big that it wasn't to the point of contention. Under normal circumstances, even if they really wanted to summon Yixian, it would most likely take a period of time. However, after he became the first clansman in the entire imperial family's history to clear the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda and walk out alive, the entire residential Elder Pavilion was shaken. The matter of summoning him was immediately put on the agenda. On this matter, the two factions surprisingly agreed to summon Old 18 as soon as possible. After all, even the old monsters in the dorm Elder Pavilion had not passed the 7th level. They also wanted to know what was beyond the 7th level, and how did Yixian manage to come out of the 9th level alive. In fact, the dozens of divine senses that had been circling around the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda began to discuss this matter as soon as they returned to the Elder Pavilion. Unfortunately, before they could finish their discussion, another major event occurred outside. Moreover, it was a truly world-shaking event. The disappearance of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda right after he left shook the entire Elder Hall. Therefore, the summons, which could have been delayed for 1 or 2 days, came immediately at this moment. Although there were only a few dozen imperial elders in the Elder Pavilion, even the youngest among them were the uncles of the immortal emperor. The rest were even his ancestors. Moreover, in the immortal imperial family, it did not mean that one could enter the Elder Pavilion as long as one's seniority was high enough. There were also many ancestors in the imperial family who could only be mediocre. Perhaps even a direct descendant of the imperial family did not need to care about their attitude. In order to enter the Elder Pavilion, in addition to seniority, cultivation and contributions to the immortal imperial family were more important. Seniority, cultivation, contributions to the imperial family, 3 major conditions. In fact, among these 3 conditions, seniority was almost ignored. The imperial family members who were qualified to enter the Elder Pavilion basically used the latter 2 as the criteria. However, without exception, those who could enter the Elder Pavilion had to be at least the uncles of the current immortal emperor. Therefore, seniority was included. In the immortal imperial family, the Elder Pavilion's status was extremely high. Although the immortal emperor was usually in charge of the immortal imperial family, when it came to a matter of life and death, the immortal emperor's right to speak was inferior to that of an ordinary elder. For example, this time, Yixian unexpectedly passed the 9th level of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda and walked out of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda alive as the first person in the history of the imperial family. Then, the entire ancestral dragon pagoda mysteriously flew into his body automatically and disappeared. This was a matter that shocked the imperial family and caused a lot of discussion in the imperial family. Once the Elder Pavilion intervened, the immortal emperor was not qualified to intervene. No matter what the Elder Pavilion decided on this matter, the imperial family had to abide by it. No dissenting voices could be heard. Even questioning was not allowed. This was the reason why Uncle Kong immediately frowned gloomily when he heard that the Elder Pavilion had summoned Xian. As for the other imperial uncles and the 5 princes, after being stunned for a moment, they started to take pleasure in Xian's misfortune. Of course, there was more or less a trace of envy hidden in their eyes and expressions. Although it wasn't a good thing, being summoned by all the elders of the Elder Pavilion at the same time showed Xian's importance. At the very least, none of them had ever received such an honor. Including the first imperial uncle, Long Huai. The Elder Pavilion has its own rules. I can go in by myself normally, but since I've summoned you for official business, I won't allow anyone to accompany you. Although I can still enter with you, and that group of old fellows won't dare to do anything, I'm afraid that this will instead bring unfavorable effects to you. With a gloomy expression, Uncle Kong calmly expressed his opinion as he looked at Xian and said, go calmly. With me here, that group of old fellows won't dare to do anything to you. Even if there's punishment, it must be justified. Otherwise, I'll flip over the entire Elder Pavilion, and I won't let this matter rest. Even Xian was shocked by these words. Needless to say, Naples and the purplish warbler on the side were even more shocked. Before this, they had endless wild and fanciful thoughts about Uncle Kong's identity, but after hearing these words, they realized that all their bold guesses were too conservative. An existence that dared to flip over the Elder Pavilion, how could this be described as domineering? This was simply a Tyrannosaurus Rex. In the entire Eternal Imperial family, they had never heard of such an existence. What was even stranger was that the imperial uncles, the princes, and even the members of the imperial family, including Long Shishou, didn't have any doubts. After hearing Uncle Kong's words, their eyes flickered, and they subconsciously shrank their necks. It seemed that they didn't have the slightest bit of doubt towards Uncle Kong's words. Could it be that this old man really had the ability to flip over the Elder Pavilion of the Eternal Imperial family? Thinking of this, even the wretched mosquito butcher couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. There was clearly a hint of contemplation in his eyes. Uncle Kong's words are too serious. The elders only summoned me for a chat, it's not that serious. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. A bunch of cowards. The Dorm Elder Pavilion was the most important place of the immortal royal family. Although there were only a few dozen old monsters inside, they were all terrifying existences. At the very least, the so-called 12th stage of the Void Realm was absolutely not qualified to enter. And it was far from enough. With Xian's current status in the immortal royal family, he was not qualified to know the minimum cultivation requirement to enter the Dorm Elder Pavilion. The Dorm Elder Pavilion looked like an ordinary pavilion from the outside, but after entering, it was very spacious. However, Xian did not see a single person. Not only did he not see the ordinary attendants, but he also did not see the dozens of legendary elders of the royal family. In the empty hall of the pavilion, there were only a few dozen extremely obscure but extremely powerful divine senses wandering around. Occasionally, they would sweep past Xian, but they all stopped and did not rashly enter Xian's body to investigate. As soon as Xian stood still, a few male voices of unknown ages rang out. They reverberated in the spacious hall, and it was impossible to tell where they came from. Whether you are old 18th or not, since you are allowed to enter the Dorm Elder Pavilion, your status as a direct descendant of the royal family has been recognized. You can rest assured about this. Since you are a direct descendant of the royal family, you have a duty to the entire immortal royal family. Let's not talk about the ancestral dragon pagoda for now. Tell us how you passed the 9th floor of the pagoda. Especially after the 7th floor, all the way to the 9th floor. Tell us everything, big and small, one by one. After all, they were elders of the royal family. When talking to a junior like Xian, even if they deliberately paid attention to their tone, they still vaguely revealed a sense of disdain, as if they were looking down on the common people. Xian did not take it seriously, but he did not show it on his face. After pondering for a while, he slowly said the response that he had long thought of in his heart. At the same time, he activated the black gold dragon scale in his sea of consciousness with all his might. The phantom of the demonic dragon appeared behind him, and a pure aura of the immortal royal family was revealed without a doubt. I did not see half a ferocious beast from the first to the third floor. It was a lie to say that I climbed all the way up the stairs, but the truth was that it was much easier. I did not need to climb at all. All the ferocious beasts were fled before I could arrive. Then, my strength immediately increased. My cultivation strength realm, and I was immediately wrapped up in a green light and sent me to the next floor. Of the ferocious beasts, I did not even need to climb. Of those ferocious beasts, I did not need to me, I did. Was. Is his elder? Actually, the elders had already guessed this point. After all, they'd passed through the first 3 levels and knew that Xianxia's bloodline had returned to its ancestral roots. Furthermore, it was a mutated return to its ancestral roots. It was entirely possible to scare away the ordinary primordial beasts on the first to third floors with this mutated aura alone. But what they did not expect was Xianxia's next words. Xian knew that he had passed this level. His tone immediately became indignant. Although this saved us a lot of trouble, it is infuriating that when we reached the third floor, there was supposed to be a bloodline divine ability as a reward, but the ferocious beasts on the third floor fled after hearing the news. We didn't even see a single hair of the so-called bloodline divine ability. That broken tower is so bad. It specializes in bullying honest people. Hearing his words, there were a few faint coughs in the surrounding space of the pavilion. This was a sign that the elders were caught off guard by his words. There was no one in history who dared to speak like this in front of dozens of elders of the clan in the Elder Pavilion. But what Xian said was the truth. Furthermore, he said it in such a sullen manner. It really made them speechless, seeing that he seemed to be indignant and wanted to continue talking about this matter. A strange voice finally came from a certain direction. Ahem, let's stop talking about the first 3 floors. We don't know the specific details. That's the Ancestral Dragon Pagoda's business. Let's talk about the 4th to 6th floors. There is finally land on the 4th to 6th floors. The ferocious beasts on the 3rd floor have their feet firmly planted on the ground. At least they have some backbone. However, there is still a coward on the 4th floor who is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. When the demonic dragon phantom behind me roared, it ran away with its tail between its legs and whimpered. The 5th and 6th floors are slightly better, but they are also cowards. The ferocious beast on the 5th floor was not frightened by the demonic dragon phantom, but when I took out the arrow, it also ran away like a dog with its tail between its legs. The ferocious beast on the 6th floor was even more powerful. It was only when I condensed the arrow that it ran away. In short, the first 6 levels were filled with idiots. They were all good for nothings. I didn't even use my full strength, but they were all scared away. That's fine. The key is that the 6th level originally had a bloodline ability as a reward, but after they were scared away, it was ruined. Don't you think that's infuriating? I'm so pissed off. This time, Xian's words were half true and half false. However, with his current Nebula Rank 1 cultivation, he could easily achieve this if he used the Fallen Sky Bow at full strength. Therefore, he was full of confidence. He opened his mouth without the slightest bit of pressure. When he spoke up to hear, the surroundings were deathly silent since a long time ago. Even the numerous divine senses that swept through the surroundings seemed to have frozen, and they revealed a stiff feeling. It was obvious that the dozens of elders who had yet to show themselves were all stunned by Xian's words. All the primordial beasts and beings on the first 6 levels were called good-for-nothings by him. If that was the case, then what were the rest of them, who'd only made it through the 6th level and didn't dare to make it to the 7th? Although these words were infuriating, they could not find any fault with them. When Xian passed the first 6 floors, he did not stop at all. It was almost like he was climbing a flight of stairs. It was obvious that he had not experienced any battles. Wasn't it just as he said, he had scared away those cowards? Bow? What kind of bow is that? How could it be so powerful? Just the arrow alone can scare away the primordial beings on the 6th floor? After a moment of silence, one of the elders finally spoke up and asked the key question. Xian originally didn't plan to hide this point. He had to reveal some sort of powerful foundation that didn't belong to an existence at his level. Compared to exposing the headless infant corpse and the Thunder Origin Pearl, he would rather expose the heaven-falling bow. Anyway, the Weeping Soul Blood Horn was already exposed. Adding the Fallen Sky Bow was not a big deal. At the very least, this was not his true trump card. Actually, it's not a treasure bow, but a kind of divine ability. I accidentally inherited it when I was wandering in the demon domain. That's it. It's a bit powerful, but it's just that it takes a layer of skin off after each use. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What a hoodlum. As soon as the Fallen Skybow appeared, exclamations came from all around. What? A Desolate Era ability? And to be able to display such power as a Nebula Realm Cultivator. Could it be a Supreme Desolate Era Bloodline ability? It's even stronger than the Blood Horn he used to kill Long Kuei. It's at least a Desolate Era Bloodline inheritance. What did this kid go through? Did he rob a Desolate Era inheritance secret realm? Such power is enough to scare away the Desolate Era beasts on the 6th floor. This is really, interesting. I'm afraid this kid is the only one in the history of the Imperials who can pass through the 6th floor like this. What I'm most concerned about is where this ability came from. Is there a Desolate Era inheritance secret realm in the Demon Dweller Galaxy? As the shocked voices came out, Xianxia sneered inwardly. He spread his hands and said innocently, the Blood Horn and the Fallen Sky Bow were both obtained from the Demon Dweller Galaxy's sacred ground, the Demon Dweller Galaxy's forbidden ground. When I was in the Demon Dweller Galaxy, I participated in the Black Mosquito Tribe's new Holy Sun selection. I entered with 9 other people and obtained some good fortune. These 2 abilities are what I obtained. The Blood Horn seems to have come from a giant blood ape with a single horn, and the Fallen Skybow seems to have been passed down by some ugly ghost called the Desolate Ancient Xianxia. The Demon Dweller Galaxy's environment is very similar to the 4th to 6th floors. At least the aura is the same. It's simple and ancient. The corpses of the Desolate Era creatures I saw in the tower were all there. Oh, right. When I was on the 9th floor, I saw a giant Heaven's Eye in the Desolate Era. When I came out of the Demon Dweller Galaxy's forbidden ground, one of the giant corpses seemed to have come back to life. Anyway, the scene was like a heavenly tribulation. There was also a Heaven's Eye that appeared. It blasted countless black lightning bolts and killed a large number of ferocious beasts. Even the Desolate Era beast that came back to life was killed. Hearing these secrets, gasps could be clearly heard coming from the surrounding space in the distance. After a long silence, some sighs could be heard again. The Demon Dweller Galaxy's Desolate Era cage. Even that person, his Eye of the Heavenly Tao can be seen in its full power. It seems that the legend about the Demon Dweller. The Demon Dweller Galaxy is indeed. Sigh, this kid's luck is shocking. As a human, he can actually enter the forbidden land of the Demon Dwellers. This matter is really troublesome. If it wasn't for his realm, there wouldn't be any other explanation for this. This old man simply can't believe it. What? You brat, how did you manage to fool the Devil Dwellers for such a long time? Xian was, Xian? Xian. At this moment, the surrounding spiritual senses clearly tensed up as they faintly locked onto Xian's aura once again. It was obvious that if he couldn't give a satisfactory answer, he would be suspected of being a spy for the Devil Cultivators. Xian cursed in his heart, but his face didn't reveal the slightest bit of it. He indifferently took out a Demon Cultivator's brain core and secretly gave the Devouring system an order to extract the energy from the magic core. Then, he held the Demon Cultivator's brain core in his hand and displayed it in front of everyone. Hey, this is the Demon Core, also known as the Spirit Source Core. After all the Demon Dwellers are killed and their brains are cut open, you will find it inside. I accidentally killed a few Demon Dweller scouts in the Graveyard Galaxy and cut open their brains to get this thing. I also found that there seemed to be energy inside, so I wondered if I could absorb it like the Star Source Core. After some fiddling, I finally succeeded. I didn't expect that after absorbing those few, something the size of a sesame seed would grow in my brain. It seemed to be quite useful, so I hunted there for a while. After I finished absorbing all of them, I found that I inexplicably had the Demon Dweller's Spirit Source Core. This is a good thing. In the Demon Dweller Galaxy, won't there be as many of these demon cores as you want? So I sneaked into the Demon Dweller Scout Fortress and climbed up step by step. Later, I found an opportunity to kill the leader of the Scout Fortress, Naibwa Shan. At that time, I harvested a lot of demon cores. I still have a lot in my hands. As he spoke, the spirit source core in the demon core had been completely extracted. Yi Xian absorbed it on the spot, then flipped his hand and grabbed another handful to show in front of everyone. At this point, there was no need to say anything more. Not to mention Yi Xian's demonstration on the spot, the old monsters hiding in the dark all saw it clearly. Even without this, just by seeing him take the demon core like candy and carry a bunch of them on his body, even a fool would know that he was definitely not a demon core. The surroundings once again fell into a deathly silence. This time, it was likely that the group of old monsters had been struck by lightning again. The truth behind Prince Xian's infiltration of the demon core and his impressive battle record had always been a huge mystery. Now that the mystery was solved in front of them, they didn't expect it to be so simple. The old monsters all had a feeling of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. With this feeling, sighs of speechlessness could be heard from all around. Soon after, an old monster spoke again. "All right, we've figured out those things. Now, let's talk about the main point. What are the scenes on the 7th to 9th levels of the Ancestral Dragon Pagoda? Since the Heavenly Dao Giant Eye on the 9th level has appeared, with your strength, how did you pass it? Also, where did the Ancestral Dragon Pagoda go? Don't say that it has nothing to do with you. This matter can't be hidden from us. It would have been better if you didn't mention this. Now that you mention it, I'm filled with anger. That broken pagoda is just a bunch of hooligans. It's blaming me." Yi Xian's face was full of anger. He continued, "From the 7th level onwards, it's a void of stars. At the beginning, it was fine. There was only one ferocious beast, which I killed with the blood horn. There were 2 beasts on the 8th level. They were fighting. I tricked one of them, and with the Heaven Falling Bow sneak attack, I killed the other one. The 3rd level was troublesome. Countless ferocious beasts filled the starry sky as far as the eye could see. There were also some existences with extremely powerful auras. It was like a group of bosses bringing their underlings to fight. After passing this level with great difficulty, someone actually spoke in my head. It said something about passing the 9th level and meeting the requirements of the desolate ancient inheritance pagoda. Should I accept it immediately? Although I didn't understand what was going on, I basically understood. That desolate ancient inheritance pagoda should be the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda with a different name. But the problem was that I didn't dare to accept it. If I did, wouldn't you guys fight me to the death? I didn't expect that when I finally came out and was ready to leave, the voice in my head suddenly said something about successfully recognizing me as its master. Then, that stupid brain flew into my body with a whoosh. I couldn't find it for a long time. I don't know if it hid in my bladder. It would be troublesome if it turned into a stone. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Opportunistic person. Yi Xian's words caused the huge Dorm Elder Pavilion to fall into a dead silence once again. The immortal ancestral dragon pagoda was just a name to outsiders. However, in the immortal royal family's secret archives, this pagoda was known as the Pagoda of the Ancients. Only the immortal royal family of each generation and the elders of the Dorm Elder Pavilion had the right to read the secret archives. Therefore, since Yi Xian could say the words Pagoda of the Ancients, it was enough to prove that what he said was true. Furthermore, the elders had all secretly witnessed the situation at that time. Yi Xian was indeed about to leave, but before he could take more than 2 steps, the pagoda automatically flew over and entered his body. If Yi Xian had secretly used his consciousness or spiritual power to control the pagoda, this matter definitely could not have been hidden from the elders of the royal family present. It should be known that the 12th level, the Void Realm, was like an ant in front of them. Yi Xian, an existence that was even less than an ant, really did not have the right to play such a small trick in front of him. This was where Yi Xian's shrewdness lay. From beginning to end, everything he said was a mixture of truth and falsehood. However, this group of elders had never been to the 7th level, and Yi Xian avoided certain key points. He used insignificant facts that these elders were certain of without a doubt to skirt the boundaries and cover up the truth that they had no way of knowing. In this way, everything that Xian said was really flawless. There was not the slightest flaw to be found. However, the elders were still unwilling to accept this. They believed that the pagoda of the ancients had indeed voluntarily accepted Xian as its master and entered his body. However, they suspected that he had other opportunities and gains in the pagoda. At the very least, Xian did not clearly explain how he had successfully passed through the 9th level. As the 9th level was the final level of the pagoda of the ancients, if there was any great opportunity in the pagoda that they had yet to discover, it was most likely to exist on the 9th level. Thus, after another period of silence, one of the elders finally spoke up. The 7th floor. With the power of that bloody horn of yours, it's not impossible for you to sneak past it. As for the 8th level, according to what you said, there's nothing wrong with it. It's barely plausible. It was only because he had never been to the 7th and 8th levels that he could say such words. The terror of the 7th and 8th levels had been deliberately downplayed by Xian. Otherwise, if they had really experienced it, they definitely wouldn't say such words. Without waiting for Xian to reply, the elder continued, but what about the 9th floor? According to what you said, the 9th floor is still the primordial starry sky. Furthermore, this is a great battle. It should be a reenactment of the battle that ended the primordial era countless years ago. For a battle of this scale, both sides have mobilized all their forces. Just the supreme beings of the primordial era alone are probably at least 100 on both sides. One side even has the giant eye of the heavenly Tao. Since it's an illusory object derived from the primordial, immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, it should still possess a 10th or 20% of its power. With your cultivation, how can you pass this level? This question was extremely fatal. All the other elders in the elder pavilion focused their attention on it. Xian sneered inwardly. However, he had already planned this out. He did not appear to be in a hurry as he pursed his lips and began to explain. This level is indeed very difficult. The 2 heavens prides in the history of the imperial family were stopped at this level. With my abilities, I definitely wouldn't be able to pass this level smoothly. But coincidentally, I have my own people in here. As the saying goes, there's an inside man. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this time, it would be a corpse that came out. Hearing this, the elder pavilion was in an uproar. Inside man? Our own people? What's going on? You're getting more and more ridiculous. This is utter nonsense. No, no, no. Without waiting for the elders to finish speaking, Xian waved his hand and raised his empty left arm. He grinned and said, "Ancestors, have you forgotten about the fallen sky bow that I just displayed? Hee, when I arrived at the 9th level, both sides were fighting. On the far left side, there was a huge cyan eye of the heavenly Tao narrowing slightly. On the right side, there was nothing. But the generals of both sides. Oh, right, they should be the supreme beings of the primordial era you mentioned. Their numbers are about the same. I can tell at a glance. Their auras are so strong." Coincidentally, there was an ugly ghost on the right side. It was humanoid, with 2 wings on its back and horns on its head. Let's not talk about its appearance, for fear that it would scare you, ancestors. But even though it was ugly, I felt like I had seen a relative when I saw it. Why? Because when it raised its left arm, it was holding a giant golden bow that was identical to the skyfall bow I just showed you. It was clearly made of energy as well, but it was many times bigger. Without a doubt, this guy was the original owner of the skyfall bow I obtained. It was most likely that primordial Xianxia or whatever. Don't be fooled by its ugly appearance, it was the general of the right side. No, the supreme being of the primordial era. It had a giant golden dragon standing side by side with it. As soon as I appeared, that ugly bastard was raising his arm and pointing at the azure heavens eye at the back of the left side of the camp. My sudden appearance was like a drop of vinegar in a hot pot, and my peerless and coquettish aura was simply like a firefly in the dark night. All right. Let's get down to business. Anyway, at that moment, all the people on both sides glared at me. At first, that ugly ghost thought that I was an accomplice of the bastards on the left side. He probably thought that I was up to something. The giant golden bow in his hand that was pointing at the cyan eye suddenly moved and pointed at me. That scared me. He was one of us. If he killed me, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace, right? In a moment of panic, I also raised my left arm and activated the heaven-falling bow's divine ability with all my might. Then, it was stunned. At least it knew that we were on the same side. Meanwhile, the other side flew into a rage out of humiliation. A grey dragon charged at me. When my ugly brother saw that the situation wasn't right, he immediately moved his huge golden bow and shot an arrow at him. Although I didn't kill Bo Ren died because of me. This battle achievement is naturally on my head. You know that no matter which level you are on, as long as you kill a big one, you will pass. Therefore, before I came back to myself, all the birdmen, ugly ghosts, divine dragons, and so on were gone. A large cluster of misty green light was directed at me, and I made another minor breakthrough. Then, the voice in my head appeared and gave me a big fright. Silence, a deathly silence. After hearing Yi Xian's words, the dozens of royal elders in the elder pavilion all understood what had happened. After all this time, this brat had been so lucky all the way here. Especially the last level, he had simply cheated the desolate ancient Xianxia to help him pass through smoothly, and he had the nerve to say that he didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of him. This sentence was usually followed by words of regret and regret, okay? Distribution. After a long time, voices came from the main hall of the dorm elder pavilion again, but they all had a strange meaning. That tower is really gone? Don't play any tricks, kid. This tower means a lot to the royal family. We can't let you take it away. That's right. Even if you pass the test to take the tower, this is not allowed. The Immortal Tower of Inheritance is the foundation of the entire immortal royal family. When we entered the tower to train, we all received 1 or 2 ancient bloodline inheritances. It's because of this tower that our immortal royal family has produced so many talents. Hand over the tower, and we'll forget everything that happened before. Be a good 18th. As long as you don't have any disloyalty, the immortal royal family will guarantee you a lifetime of glory. They finally laid all their cards on the table, Yi Xian sneered inwardly. These old guys were really shameless. They just called it the Ancient Tower of Inheritance, and now they're calling it the Immortal Ancestral Dragon Tower. They clearly know that this tower has nothing to do with the immortal royal family, and even Yi Xian knows about this, but they still have the nerve to say such things. This bunch of old fogies, the speed at which they turned hostile was comparable to Hong Do and Lai Feng. I wonder if their facial muscles and nerves have been damaged. Oh, right. Speaking of which, it seems that Hong Do Lai Feng hasn't been dealt with yet. Although Yi Xian wasn't a vengeful person, Yi Xian wasn't magnanimous enough to let go of someone who offended him in front of his face. When he had the chance, he would definitely deal with that guy. After a short pause, his thoughts quickly returned. He frowned and spread his hands. With a helpless expression, he said, "In any case, I can't find where it is. After all, it's a primordial treasure. Maybe it has some ability to avoid detection. Do you think I want to take something like this? I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, but I'm afraid of thieves thinking about it. It's not like it's a bloodline inheritance. Others can't take it away, but I'm still worried about it." Although what he said was reasonable, he was not very particular about it. Without saying a word, he had described the group of imperial elders as thieves. There were clearly some cold snorts coming from all around. Finally, some of the old fellows could not hold it in anymore and were already angry. "Brat, you better know your place. Otherwise, this won't be over." "That's right. If you don't hand over the ancestral dragon pagoda, you will be a sinner of the imperial family. Although you won't be executed, you will still be punished. In this old man's opinion, he should be banished to the Death Star field. If he is not summoned, he will never be allowed to return." "Humph, so what if you're famous in the 3 great cosmoses and famous in the Myriad Net Federation? The Death Star field doesn't even have heaven and earth spirit energy. If you go there, you won't even be able to travel at night. The more glorious it is, the more bitter your heart will be. I advise you to think twice. Don't make a mistake." Alright, since the soft approach didn't work, here comes the hard approach. At this moment, the anger in Yi Xian's heart was aroused. These old fellows were truly too shameless. However, he wasn't afraid. If they really dared to make a move, the headless infant corpse wouldn't just stand by and watch. Moreover, he still had a few Thunder Origin pearls. So what if these old fogies were all old monsters whose cultivation had far surpassed the Void Realm? Even if a single Thunder Origin bead couldn't kill one, it wouldn't be a problem for it to severely injure one. At that time, Xian would only need to throw out 4 or 5 of them. After injuring a few, these old fellows might not dare to be so unyielding. Who knew how many of these seemingly unremarkable little sweets Xian had in his hands? What if he casually grabbed a bunch of them? Wouldn't the entire Imperial family's elder pavilion of the immortal Imperial family be seriously injured? That would truly be piercing the heavens. It wouldn't be Xian piercing the heavens, but them. As the foundation of the Imperial family, once the elder pavilion lost its deterrent power, there would definitely be a major change. When that time came, the consequences would be truly terrifying. These old fogies definitely wouldn't dare to gamble. In short, if they really fell out, Xian wasn't afraid at all. If worst came to worst, he'd just kill his way out of the immortal Imperial city and leave on his own, free and unfettered. This nuisance of Prince Xian's title was obtained at a cheap price anyway. It was fine if he didn't want it. There was nothing to feel bad about. Thinking of this, Xian's tone suddenly became cold. Since you don't believe anything I say, then fine, you can search yourselves. In any case, you've already searched twice. Humph, you immortal Imperial family should be familiar with this kind of thing. These words weren't polite at all, clearly expressing his strong dissatisfaction. No one was willing to have their body searched wantonly by someone else's divine sense. Previously, if he hadn't seen that Long Shisho had good intentions and wanted to help Xian get out of this situation, Xian probably wouldn't have agreed so easily. But now, although he'd taken the initiative to suggest this, Xian's dissatisfaction was far greater than before. The group of Imperial elders fell silent for a few moments. Then, a divine sense extended towards Xian's body. Although there were dozens of elders present, this matter only needed one person to do it. There was no such thing as infighting and scheming in the Elder Pavilion. As this divine sense entered Xian's body and began to search, after a fruitless sweep, it extended towards his sea of consciousness. At this moment, Xian's heartstrings tightened. Xian wasn't sure if the spiritual imprint condensed from the 8th level of the Mad Mosquito Emperor could block the divine sense of an Imperial Elder. No matter how strong the Mad Mosquito Emperor was, he'd only left behind a spiritual imprint, not his actual body. Sure enough, as the opponent's divine sense approached Xian's sea of consciousness, the edge of Xian's sea of consciousness burned. The spiritual imprint left behind by the Mad Mosquito Emperor seemed to be facing a great enemy. It looked like it couldn't resist. Just as Xian was feeling nervous, the left side of his chest suddenly burned. Then, the divine sense that was approaching the edge of Xian's sea of consciousness quickly retreated like a frightened rabbit. In the blink of an eye, it left Xian's body. Somewhere in the Elder Pavilion, there was a faint groan. The headless infant corpse had made its move. Although it had only revealed its aura for a brief moment, it had still injured the Elder slightly. The pagoda is indeed in this kid's body. However, it seems to be extremely resistant to my probing divine sense. It even briefly displayed its power as a warning. At this time, the Elder who'd suffered a small loss spoke up. This kid doesn't have the ability to control all of this. It looks like the pagoda entering his body has nothing to do with him, but the pagoda is too important. We can't just leave it lying around. Send him to the Death Star field. There's nothing more to say. Seconded. Seconded. Following another elder's suggestion, all the other elders actually seconded it. This made Xian very surprised. This bunch of old guys knew that the pagoda was in his body, yet they still dared to ask him to leave the immortal star? Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Clearly, the elder in charge of investigating had mistaken the aura of the headless infant corpse for the aura of the desolate ancient inheritance tower. This was normal. The headless infant corpse was a supreme existence from the desolate ancient era. Its aura was very similar to the desolate ancient inheritance tower. It was common knowledge that Xian had the desolate ancient inheritance tower in his body, but no one knew about the existence of the headless infant corpse. Therefore, it was only natural that this elder would think that this wisp of aura was the desolate ancient inheritance tower. Since the investigation had failed and they had even tested the attitude of the desolate ancient inheritance tower, there was no point in keeping Xian. Although the elders present had powerful cultivations, they knew that they could not forcefully influence the will of the desolate ancient inheritance tower, therefore, Xian quickly left the elder residence. From beginning to end, he did not even see the face of a single elder of the royal family. This made him very unhappy. Although these old fellows spoke nicely, they clearly did not recognize the royal bloodline in his body. Otherwise, they would not have not shown their faces. Of course, Xian was in the wrong. He was a fake, so there was no reason to expect them to treat him well. Thinking of this, Xian's heart calmed down, and his mind quickly focused on the so-called Death Star region. After all, that star region had already become his place of exile, and before long, he would leave the undying star and head to this place. In the distance, the 5 princes and the royal uncles all left behind a royal informant, quietly waiting for the result of Xian entering the old pavilion. At this moment, seeing him walk out of the pavilion safe and sound, these royal informants all had stunned expressions on their faces. They looked at each other and hurriedly left. Uncle Kong, Long Shishou, Naples, the purplish warbler, Gue Haidao, and the wretched mosquito killer heaved a sigh of relief. They all came forward to welcome him. Xian did not stand on ceremony. He asked directly, "What is the Death Star field?" The wretched mosquito killer and Gue Haidao clearly did not know. They were confused. Like Xian, they turned to look at the others. However, when Uncle Kong, Long Shishou, Naples, and Shan Ziying heard the words Death Star region, they were slightly startled and their expressions immediately changed. Long Shishou frowned and said in a muffled voice, "Why are you suddenly asking this for no reason?" Naples and the purplish warbler exchanged off in Gue Haidao Shun, Naples and the purplish warbler. Uncle Kong was furious. Those old bastards' dads actually dared dads of the Dars. How dare those bunch dards did studio? Studio Shishou studio. Is Xianxia studio of. After he finished speaking, a vast and boundless cultivation aura gushed out from his body. It was actually not the slightest bit weaker than the aura of the group of elders Xian had sensed in the elder pavilion, and it even faintly surpassed them. Following the sudden appearance of this cultivation aura, Uncle Kong was about to fly into the sky in anger, but was stopped by Xian with a wry smile. "Uncle Kong, you can't be afraid of this matter. The entire ancestral dragon pagoda has been taken away, and you're only sending it to the Death Star region. This is already very generous of you. You should first tell me where that place is. Since I'm going there anyway, I can make some preparations to avoid dying there." Hearing these words of consolation, Uncle Kong presumably understood that Xian was indeed in the wrong. He sighed, and the aura gushing out of his body instantly dispersed. Then, he frowned and explained, "Although you're going to the Death Star region, those old fogies probably don't want to kill you. After all, the ancestral dragon pagoda is still in your body. If you die there, the immortal imperial family will really suffer a great loss." Although he understood this point, Uncle Kong's indignation did not lessen in the slightest. He was still indignant, but those old fogies still don't have any good intentions. They want to put you under house arrest. The Death Star region is located in the central region of the Third Universe. It's a star region between the immortal imperial court of the Science and Technology faction and the 10 extreme celestial palace of the Cultivation faction. Moreover, that star region is not the graveyard star region. There are no wormholes that lead to other universes, so after entering the Death Star region, you won't be able to leave the Third Universe even if you want to. You can only be put under house arrest and remain in that star region, which is like a black hole and lacks even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, wasting your time. Also, I have to remind you that although that star region is like other star regions and has countless stars, since it's called the Death Star region, you should be able to guess that all the stars in that star region are real dead stars. Even if you cut open a huge star body, I'm afraid you won't be able to find a single star core origin. In that case, if they restrict you from leaving the Death Star region without an edict, then you won't even have the resources for your daily cultivation. Even if you can gather some before entering the Death Star region, you'll run out of resources after a long time. Who knows how long those old fogies are going to put you under house arrest? If it's thousands of years, no matter how many cultivation resources you bring in, I'm afraid they'll all be used up. At that time, your cultivation will stagnate, and no matter how talented you are, it'll be the same as being crippled by them. And they only need to wait until the time is right. When they see that you've become a cripple, they probably won't even care about the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda that took the initiative to recognize you as its master. At that time, they'll drag you out and draw the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda out of your body. Then, they'll do whatever they want with you. It doesn't matter whether they kill you or release you, you're just a cripple anyway. At this point, the indignation on Uncle Kong's face disappeared and was replaced by sadness and even loneliness. Xian had always been a mystery to him. Uncle Kong clearly knew that this dragon pavilion was different from the dragon pavilion, but he was still very supportive of Xian. He didn't have time to investigate this matter in detail, but at this moment, looking at Uncle Kong's incomparably lonely appearance, he was at least completely sure of one thing, and that was that Uncle Kong really treated him with sincerity, and this kind of sadness that came from the bottom of his heart couldn't be faked. Before Xian could think about this matter in detail, the expressions of Naples and the purplish warbler had already changed greatly. Although they already knew about the situation in the Death Star region, what Uncle Kong said later and even the calculations of those old freaks in the old pavilion was something they didn't expect. At this time, when they heard that Xian was almost completely tricked to death by the other party, and that he couldn't escape, could only be put under house arrest, and was basically a cripple with only a dead end, Naples and the purplish warbler were instantly enraged. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Making a fortune in silence. A star field, even if it's called the Death Star Field, can't be without merit. Before Uncle Kong could speak, Long Shirsho took over the conversation. He looked at Xian and continued, although this vast Death Star Field is not like the Graveyard Star Field, which is rich in star core origin, it also has other mineral resources. Therefore, many experts from the two camps of the human race have entered the Death Star Field to collect all kinds of minerals. Among them, there is a mineral called the Devouring Source Crystal. It is an extremely rare resource in the three universes. Once it is produced, it will immediately be bought by the two camps and even the other Federation races in the second universe. In order to buy this Devouring Source Crystal, the Immortal Dynasty, the Tenju Celestial Palace, and the other Federation races in the second universe have even set up an organization in the Death Star Field specifically to buy this crystal. It is said that even the Tianji race in the first universe has spies there. Their purpose is also to buy this Devouring Source Crystal. However, this resource is a hot commodity in the three universes, so it basically won't fall into the hands of individual experts. Therefore, even I have only seen it once. That was when an elder of the Immortal Dynasty, who was in charge of buying this thing in the Death Star Field, returned to the Immortal Star. Because he bought a lot at that time, he bought more than 20 Devouring Source Crystals in 10 years. He showed it off proudly, and I was lucky enough to see it once. Hearing those words, Uncle Kong did not have much of a reaction. However, Naples and Shan Yuanzing had faces full of shock. The Immortal Dynasty had specially arranged for an elder to be in charge of buying this thing in the Death Star Field, and he had only bought more than 20 Devouring Source Crystals in 10 years. And he felt that it was a good harvest and proudly showed it off when he returned. What kind of treasure was this thing? Xian's eyelids twitched wildly. He swallowed, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and asked in a calm tone, "What is this Devouring Source Crystal? Is it that precious? What does it look like?" Long Shirsho didn't think too much about it and casually described the Devouring Source Crystal. When Xian heard this, his eyelids twitched even more fiercely, but this time he didn't ask again. He was afraid that if he said too much, it wouldn't be good if someone saw through it. How was that a Devouring Source Crystal? It was clearly a Devouring Source Crystal. The reason why Xian returned to the Everlasting Dynasty under the identity of Prince Xian was that it would be very convenient for him to find the Devouring Origin. But now, before he could even make a move, the Devouring Origin actually had news. Moreover, it was a specific piece of news. This was simply a huge surprise. For Xian, this was definitely the biggest gain he'd had since entering the starry sky. Other than the headless corpse of an infant, even the large number of multi-pupil thought crystals he had obtained from the corpse pool could not compare to this news. Although the multi-pupil thought crystal was a rare resource, and it was very likely that it could not be found anywhere other than the desolate cage in the Demonkin star system. After all, this item had a crystal with the corpses of the desolate ancient beings. It was the inheritance crystal left behind by their obsessions after death. Even so, in Yixian's opinion, it was still not as important as the devouring origin. With the devouring origin, one could exchange a large number of treasures with the devouring system, as well as unlock various auxiliary systems and obtain more system functions. Although the devouring system was created by the imperial tutor of the everlasting dynasty, Dr. Yixian already knew this when he obtained the devouring system. According to his estimation, the real creator of the devouring system should be the pioneer of the human race's technology camp, Xingbo, who represented the highest technology of the human race. After all, this system was used to select geniuses from the human race. Its level was definitely not low. Dr. should have inherited Xingbo's dying wish and perfected the incomplete devouring system before releasing it. Therefore, even if Dr. was still alive, it was probably impossible for Yixian to decode the additional functions of the devouring system through him. Only by obtaining a large amount of the devouring origin and conducting a normal transaction or decoding with the system could it be realized and make the system more powerful. This was also the reason why Yixian had always been so concerned about the devouring origin. Before this, finding the devouring origin was his first priority, and finding the energy needed to evolve the world bugs was his second priority. Now that the second priority had been resolved, the only thing Yixian was worried about was the devouring origin. He did not expect to encounter such a good thing during this banishment. In the eyes of others, the Death Star region could be a dangerous place. After all, once Yixian entered it, he was not allowed to leave the Death Star region without an imperial edict. However, to Yixian, this restriction did not exist at all. The cultivation resources in his hands were as plentiful as mountains. A large amount of star core origin was calculated in cubic meters, and he also had a large number of multi-pupil sense crystals. There were tens of millions of weeping soul beasts. It was enough to sustain the cultivation of all the forces under his command for a long time, not to mention him alone. Furthermore, the Death Star region claimed that all the stars were dead stars and did not have the source of the star core, but this was not absolute. If it was anyone else, they might not even be able to try, but Yixian possessed the bloodline of the starry sky devouring beast, so he could smell the source of the star core with his nose. It was absolutely impossible for him to not be able to find the source of the star core from the Death Star region. Furthermore, even if he was banished, Yixian was a prince after all. Furthermore, he was not an ordinary prince. The immortal dynasty would definitely provide him with some resources. This was enough. In short, to Yixian, the Death Star region was not a dangerous place. In fact, it was a blessed land for him to silently make a fortune. At this moment, Yixian could not wait to grow wings and fly there immediately. At that time, it did not matter if they were from the technological faction or the cultivation faction. It did not matter if they were from the Federation of the Second Universe or the Tianji clan of the First Universe. In short, whoever dared to fight with him for the devouring origin would be destroyed without a second word. This prince has decided. I must go to the Death Star region. No one can stop me. I will fight anyone who tries to stop me. At this moment, Yixian's heart was filled with pride. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Uncle Kong. He grinned and said with a bashful face, Uncle Kong, why don't you help me go through the back door and urge those old things from the Elder Pavilion to hurry them up and send out the edict immediately? I really can't wait to die. The Death Star region is a good place. These words shocked everyone. This time even Uncle Kong and the wretched mosquito butcher had their mouths wide open. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The victorious army Prince Xian had lost the entire immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. The imperial resident elder was furious and banished him to the Death Star field. Without an edict, he could never return to the dynasty. When the news spread, the entire dynasty was in an uproar. Countless fans of the prince were dumbfounded and stunned. Although many of the prince's fans were angry, when they figured out what the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda was, they all shut up and could only sigh. As for the princes and uncles in the dynasty, they were all overjoyed when they heard the news. Without an edict, he could never return to the dynasty. This was basically an eternal banishment. Since he was banished, how could he be qualified to compete with them for the imperial power? Prince Xian's threat was finally eliminated. Originally, they were worried that Yi Xian would use Uncle Kong's power to move around the dynasty and even force the imperial resident elder to change the edict. It was possible that he could tactfully change the punishment. Uncle Kong had the ability to do this, and he would do such a thing. He was a sentimental person. Otherwise, as a dignified person, he wouldn't have been cooped up in the 18th prince's residence and become an old servant. However, after asking around, they threw this last bit of worry out of the window. Uncle Kong was moving around the dynasty, but he wasn't interceding for the 18th prince. Instead, he was running resources for him. He wanted to get as many warships and cultivation resources as possible from the dynasty. This was the attitude of someone who had accepted their fate. When they received this news, the princes and uncles were as if there was a grudge between them. They didn't care about some resources. Even if the 18th prince made a name for himself in the Death Star field, they wouldn't care as long as he didn't come to the immortal planet to compete with them for the imperial power. As for the imperial resident elder's banishment edict, it was basically unchangeable. In history, there were a total of more than 10 people who were banished to the Death Star field, and all of them died of old age there. In order to let the 18th prince leave as soon as possible, the princes and the imperial uncle not only used their own connections to secretly help Uncle Kong, helping him to open up connections and get more resources. They even sent people to send a batch of resources to the 18th prince's mansion as the imperial brother and the imperial uncle. On the surface, they were expressing their condolences, but in reality, they were looking at Yi Xian eagerly. They couldn't wait for him to accept the gift and leave immediately. Yi Xian originally didn't think of this, but when he saw that his royal brothers, who viewed him as a thorn in their side, were rushing over to give him gifts, he immediately rolled his eyes and felt that he had found another way to make money. The Death Star field did not produce any cultivation resources, and he represented the imperial dynasty in guarding one of the regions. Although he would be accompanied by the imperial dynasty's fleet, and there would be supply ships transporting resources every year, it was just enough for daily consumption, and there would not be more. In fact, if the elder Ge and the other old bastards did something behind the scenes, they might even deduct the yearly ration. Since that was the case, he naturally had to fish up as much as he could before he went there. Now, it was time to talk about the details of the distribution. The Death Star field was very vast, and it was basically about the same size as the Graveyard Star field. As it was in the central region of the Third Universe, it was between the territories of the Cultivation Camp and the Technological Camp. Although the Death Star field did not produce any cultivation resources, it produced good things like engulfing origin crystals. Therefore, whether it was the Tenju Celestial Palace of the Cultivation Camp or the Immortal Dynasty of the Technological Camp, they all had bases in the Death Star field. Although there were no life-bearing planets in the Death Star field, with the current technology, it was completely no problem to transform a Death Star field into a man-made life-bearing planet. In the star field that belonged to the Immortal Dynasty of the Technological Camp, the person in charge was a royal elder. Of course, he also took turns to guard. In addition, there was also a fleet. In the past, they also took turns to guard. However, now that Prince Xian asked for people and ships from the Imperial Dynasty, the defense of this fleet was handed over to Yi Xian. In other words, besides Yi Xian, the fleet that he brought was basically exiled as well. As a prince of the Imperial Dynasty, it was naturally impossible for him to be exiled to the Death Star field. Who would know if he secretly sneaked out? However, it was different if he was given a position. There were people watching him every day, and he had to report to the royal elder in charge every once in a while. Therefore, he could basically eliminate the possibility of sneaking out to the Death Star field to take a breather. Yi Xian understood all of this clearly in these 2 days. However, it was also because of this reason that he made up his mind and decided to take advantage of it before leaving. He wanted to get more resources before leaving. As for the fleet, the imperial court had also agreed to Yi Xian's request. Admiral Naples led a fleet of the Immortal Army to accompany him, and that fleet was filled with trusted aides of Naples. If they didn't take them away and stay on the Immortal Star, it would be because their grandmother didn't love them and their uncle didn't love them. They had long since been branded with Prince Xian's bloodline, so they could only obediently follow Yi Xian and leave. The entire fleet had 2 intergalactic fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters, 5 intergalactic fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters, 10 large fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters, and 50 stellar-level warships with a diameter of 3,000 meters. With such a huge fleet, General Naples' rank was no longer enough to be its commander. In fact, a 3-star general was required to oversee even an intergalactic fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Therefore, taking advantage of this opportunity, the Immortal Army, under the orders of the Imperial Court, raised the rank of Naples' general by 1 rank. Now, he was already a 4-star general. This could be considered a military reward for successfully rescuing Prince Xian from the First Universe. Other than that, the other officers who had been to the First Universe were also promoted. In this matter, the Imperial dynasty was very generous. Everyone was happy. After the fleet was settled, Yi Xian went to visit the 5 princes and the 10 uncles one by one. He said that he was going to say goodbye. After all, he didn't know if he would see them again in this lifetime. The first one he visited was the eldest prince's residence. In the end, after he went, Yi Xian didn't even get up with the wretched mosquito slayer. In the end, the eldest prince finally understood. He endured his heartache and gave Yi Xian some resources. Only then did Yi Xian get up with a grin. With this as an example, the rest was much smoother. After 15 visits, he obtained another large amount of resources. At this point, in addition to the official resources that he obtained from the Imperial Court and the private resources that he extorted from the royal family, the resources in Yi Xian's hands had already reached a level that even he was shocked. The time to set off had finally come. In the end, before they set off, Yi Xian waved his hand and directly changed the name of the Neapolitan fleet. He abandoned the original Immortal Army and changed it to the Victorious Return Army. Upon hearing the name of the fleet, the princes were completely dumbfounded. They suddenly felt like they had been cheated. Victorious Return? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Prisoner Release. Finally, the Victorious Return fleet set off and left the Undying Star. The Imperial Court gave Yi Xian a month's time. He had to reach the Death Star field within a month and report to the Imperial Court's elder. In fact, 10 days was enough to travel from the Undying Star to the Death Star field using wormholes. It would be even faster if they were all universal fortresses. Even if Yi Xian's Victorious Return fleet had 53,000-meter-long stellar-level warships, it would take at most 20 days to reach the Death Star field. The extra 10 days were for him to adjust his condition and enjoy the scenery along the way. After all, it was rare for him to come out after entering the Death Star field this time. Of course, this was only what the Imperial Court's elders thought. Yi Xian didn't think so. Once he had gotten enough of the devouring source, he would leave immediately. At most, he would take the Naples fleet with him. If the Imperial Court didn't agree, he would just take his own territory. It was worth mentioning that the Imperial Court only gave Yi Xian 2 universal fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters, 5 universal fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters, 10 universal fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters, and 53,000-meter-long stellar-level warships with a diameter of 3,000 meters, but in fact, the Victorious Return fleet wasn't of this scale. Firstly, any universal fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters was actually a fleet of warships. Stuffing a few 3,000-meter-long stellar-level warships with a diameter of 100,000 meters was like child's play. This time, Yi Xian was basically selling himself to the Imperial Court. If the Imperial Court was stingy in this aspect, he couldn't accept it. The 2 universal fortresses each had 50 stellar-level warships. In addition to the 5 universal fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters, there were also a large number of planetary-level warships with a diameter of 1,000 meters. Inside the universal fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters, there were also patrol ships that were a few hundred meters like small private warships. If one didn't consider the size of the battleships, the number of battleships in Yi Xian's hands was close to 1,000. It was definitely a large fleet with full functions. In addition, he had the Lightning Fortress, the Black Mosquito, the Black Wind, and the Holy Sun Fortress. Even the Wild Dragon battleship had grown from a small fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters to a large fortress with a diameter of almost 10,000 meters under the premise of a large amount of resources to support the growth of the race. All in all, Yi Xian had enough warships to rule an entire star system. It wouldn't be a problem even if he wanted to rule a territory. Following the departure of the fleet, all of the forces that Yi Xian had left behind at the 18th Prince's mansion to set up defenses were all taken back into the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind. The entire 18th Prince's mansion was once again empty, with only Uncle Kong remaining. Previously, Yi Xian was worried about him, but now that he knew Uncle Kong's mysterious identity, he wasn't worried at all. Before he left, Uncle Kong didn't say anything else. He just assured Yi Xian that although there were some people who came to harass him before, that was because he hadn't shown his power yet. However, because Yi Xian had shown his power this time, some people who had forgotten his identity finally remembered the past. Therefore, in the future, no one would dare to come to the 18th Prince's mansion. In addition, he reminded Yi Xian to return as soon as possible. Uncle Kong said this with great certainty, as if it was a matter of course. This made Yi Xian, who had originally planned to sneak away, feel very uncomfortable. In addition, the purplish warbler originally wanted to go with him, but then he remembered something and finally returned to Tianming Imperial Capital. However, before he left, he told Yi Xian that they would meet again soon. In this way, the only ones who followed Yi Xian out of the Undying Star, other than his original team, were Naples and Ying Tai. This girl couldn't run away even if he beat her, so Yi Xian resigned himself to his fate. The only regret was that he wasn't able to find a chance to deal with Hong Do and Lai Feng before he left. However, Yi Xian also thought it through and let him stay on the Immortal Star. Just treat it as Yi Xian's wish. Maybe the next time he comes back, it'll be to deal with this guy and settle the grudges from before. In any case, Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry to travel for a month. In addition, he just advanced more than a dozen small stages in a row. Now, he was already at the first stage of the 6th realm, the Nebula realm. There was really no need for him to use this little bit of time to cultivate. Therefore, Yi Xian spent most of the time looking at the scenery and was very satisfied. Taking advantage of the boredom during this period of time, Yi Xian finally remembered that there was still one matter that he hadn't dealt with for a long time. That was that the 1,000+ Federation experts in the Myriad Heaven prison were still locked up in the Black Wind's great fortress. It was time to let them out. Anyway, he had already reached a certain level. Even if these guys went out and spread rumors, he wasn't afraid. In fact, they didn't know Yi Xian's identity at all. Even Long Xian, who had been locked up with them and claimed to be Prince Xian like a madman, didn't take those words seriously. No one would associate such a madman with Prince Xian. After making the decision, Yi Xian summoned the Black Wind Fortress with a wave of his hand and let it sail between the enormous victorious return fleet without any delay. Yi Xian led Gui Hai Dao and the wretched mosquito killer directly to the Black Wind's lower cabin, the Myriad Prison. In the Myriad Prison, the nearly 100,000 soldiers were still building their nests. After Yi Xian arrived, he immediately checked the situation. There was no other example of a second person being eaten by a soldier in a rage. It seemed that Prince Xian had done this on his own accord and couldn't blame anyone else. Because of this, Yi Xian recalled that when he left the Undying Planet, there was a monstrous aura of resentment coming from the inner palace of the Imperial Palace. It was most likely from concubine Mei. Although she didn't appear, she should already know that Yi Xian wasn't the real Prince Xian. Perhaps, like the other princes, she subconsciously thought that Yi Xian was the culprit behind Long Xian's murder. In fact, if she really wanted to find him, Yi Xian might have tactfully told her the truth. After all, he had received a favor from her back then. The drop of immortal ancestral dragon blood had fallen into Yi Xian's hands through concubine Mei. However, since she had chosen to tacitly accept this hatred and had no intention of finding out the truth, Yi Xian could only accept it helplessly. So be it. With his current strength and foundation, it wasn't like he couldn't take the blame. At this moment, after Yi Xian entered the Black Wind's Myriad Prison, he directly revealed his identity as Prince Xian. He also took the initiative to release the thousands of people and brought them away from the Black Wind. They entered the Victorious Return Fleet's flagship, the Victorious Return Fortress, and were allowed to check on recent events through the fortress's star network. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. We are Vermin Heavens. I didn't expect so many shocking things to happen in less than half a year. If we weren't standing on the Immortal Army's starry sky fortress, I definitely wouldn't have believed this. I would have thought that I had met with a liar. Prince Xian is truly a god. So, he was the one who did everything. TSK, TSK, TSK. Not only were the prisoners on the Black Wind released by him in secret, the 10,000 experts of the Federation in the bottom cabin of the Black Mosquito were also saved by Prince Xian. If that wasn't the case, how could His Highness achieve such a stunning feat? He actually rushed to the 11th place on the Heaven leaderboard. We participated in all of this. This is a supreme honor. In the future, when I tell my descendants that I also participated in the Heaven leaderboard's advancement to the 11th place, it would be so glorious. Ayaya. Unbelievable. It's too unbelievable. I didn't expect that in the past half a year, we actually accompanied Prince Xian on a trip to the first universe in the Black Wind's lower cabin. We almost turned the entire Fiend Star Zone upside down. Who in the family would dare to say that I didn't do anything in the future? Yes, yes, yes. Although we didn't do anything or even show up, we must be of great use to His Highness since His Highness kept us. If His Highness was really in danger, we would definitely take action. In a sense, we were backup forces that accompanied His Highness on a trip to the Fiend Star Zone. Yes, yes, yes. The last one is the main point. At that time, there were more than 10,000 prisoners in the Black Wind's lower cabin. Why did His Highness keep us? We are all elites. His Highness deliberately kept us here to nurture us as His direct subordinates. Brothers, we mustn't disappoint His Highness. I am willing to go to the Death Star Zone this time. I am willing to go. Count me in. I am also willing to go. Yi Xian was stunned on the spot when he saw the passionate expressions of these fellows and heard the shocking words that came out of their mouths as if they were taking it for granted. Gui Haidao, on the other hand, did not react. Perhaps he had the same thoughts as the others. He believed that Yi Xian had kept the 1,000 or so experts of the Federation alive for some reason. On the other hand, the wretched mosquito slayer was clearly a sensible person. At this moment, when he heard this group of people coming to a conclusion and labeling themselves as elites of the Federation who were of great use to Prince Xian, he was stunned for a moment before an expression of admiration appeared on his face. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at this person and then at that person. The more he looked at them, the more he found them to be compatible. For a moment, he actually felt that they were of the same mind. In the face of Yi Xian's shock, this group of people became even more pleased with themselves. They felt that they were indeed smart and had not let down Prince Xian's expectations. Before Prince Xian could tell them the truth, they had already guessed it. Such a performance was definitely worthy of the word elite, thus, one of the people craned his neck and held, "We are elites." Immediately after, the others seemed to have found a common voice in their hearts. One after another, they all raised their arms and held, as if they had just been injected with chicken blood. Moreover, the rhythm of their voices was surprisingly harmonious. In less than 10 seconds, the 1,000 or so people's voices converged into one, "We are elites, we are elites." These thunderous words resounded throughout the command deck of the Victorious Return. In the blink of an eye, every single one of the Stronghold's officers, including Naples, were struck dumb. Every single one of them was dumbstruck. As for Yi Xian, he subconsciously shuddered. When this sentence entered his ears, it was clearly different in tone. It was as if they were howling that classic sentence, "We are pests. We are pests." This was especially so when he saw the wretched mosquito slayer acting as if he had found a soulmate. Very quickly, he started to get along well with this group of people. All of them were laughing merrily, and occasionally, they would speak passionately. In that instant, he felt very uncomfortable. However, since this group of people had already spoken up and were so passionate about it, if they were suddenly attacked now, a few of them might even die on the spot. In order to avoid such a tragedy, Yi Xian could only grit his teeth, pinch his nose, and admit to this matter in the end. It just so happened that he had already made plans to take root in that Death Star field and develop long-term. After all, as mentioned before, the entire Everlasting Dynasty had only managed to obtain about 20 Devouring origins in 10 years. Even so, the dynasty's resident elder, who had brought the Devouring origins back to the Everlasting Star, was overjoyed. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to obtain this item. That was not a star core origin. With the bloodline of the devouring beasts of stars, Xian could smell it directly with his nose. Since this item was so difficult to obtain, even he could only sigh in disappointment when he oversaw the Death Star field. In this sort of situation, Xian really did need a large number of talents under his command. Since these 1,000-plus elites of the Federation were able to be captured and imprisoned by the Black Wind Fortress of the Demon Scout Legion instead of being killed on the spot, this was enough to prove their value. With the help of these people, it would be more or less helpful for Xian to gain a firm foothold in the Death Star field as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Xian's heart immediately calmed down. The only thing he needed to be wary of now was to not let the wretched Mosquito Slayer get too close to these 1,000 Federation elites. Otherwise, it would be hard to guarantee that they would become a swarm of locusts that would wreak havoc everywhere. However, from the way the wretched old man was acting with these people, it seemed that this matter was going to be a little difficult, and not a small one at that. Thinking of this, Xian suddenly felt a bit of a headache. In the following month, the entire top-floor command module of the Victorious Return was bustling with activity. The 1,000 Federation elites seemed to be on steroids every day. One moment, they would come up with an idea, the next, they would come up with a development plan. Often, in the short span of a morning, a large pile of documents and reports would be sent to Xian's desk. If he read them a little slower, he would be buried in them. Although most of them were nonsense and not practical at all, considering that these people were passionate and worthy of praise, Xian did not want to dampen their enthusiasm. Therefore, even when he read the most imaginative documents and reports, he just pinched his nose and felt disgusted. He did not lose his temper or anything. However, it had to be said that there were some truly talented people among these people. At the very least, Xian saw quite a few extremely perfect development documents. Even he admired them. Unknowingly, Xian looked forward to the Death Star field even more. On the last 3 days of the month, the Victorious Return fleet finally entered the Death Star field. Although they were still at the edge, everything that entered Xian's eyes made him instantly stunned. His entire heart turned cold. Translator, Transan Editor, Transan A Pauper's Paradise. Just as Xian had learned, the domain of death was a desolate, dark, black hole-like region. Although this wasn't a real black hole-like region, as soon as one entered the edge of this region, one would find that the stars in the vast starry river were gone. All the stars in sight had withered and died. None of them emitted any light or heat. As a result, this vast region of the starry river was like a pool of stagnant water. There weren't any energy fluctuations in the starry river, not to mention the spiritual chi in the air. In a word, this region of the starry river was like a real dead land. There was no light, no heat, and no natural energy fluctuations. The only thing that could be seen were the experts who were working hard on the dead stars like laborers. These experts weren't prisoners. They had all come to the domain of death on their own accord, just like the experts who had gathered in the domain of the buried domain to excavate star core origins. The only difference was that the experts who had gone to the domain of the buried domain were mainly excavating star core origins. Although there were other kinds of mineral deposits, star core origins were the main targets. As for the starry sky masters who appeared in this dead star field, their targets were all kinds of rare and precious minerals. A star had completely withered and died. The light and heat in the core of the star had been completely burned away, leaving behind only a black, skeleton-like star. However, inside the star, there would be some mineral deposits of essence left. These mineral deposits had experienced the life and death of the star, from emitting light and heat, and then completely withered away, so they had some special effects that other normal stars did not have. This also caused their value to soar by a lot. Usually, if they dug up a little, they could trade it to some weapon refiners or forces that needed it, and they could exchange it for a considerable amount of cultivation resources. Besides, although there were countless stars in the boundless starry river, almost every starry river was ruled by a force. The heavenly river star was right next to the domain of the buried domain. If there were powerhouses from the Milky Way galaxy who did not care about the survival of the Milky Way galaxy and used destructive means to excavate mineral deposits around the Milky Way galaxy, then the Milky Way galaxy's federal garrison would not sit idly by. Therefore, even in the domain of the buried domain, the experts who were excavating star core origins wouldn't use destructive means to excavate. Most of them would just drill a shaft that led to a dying star and see if there was any star core origin in its core. If there was, they would take it. If there wasn't, they would just leave. Basically, the damage to the star itself wouldn't be too obvious. Even the stars in the domain of the buried domain that were on the verge of death had suffered such a result, not to mention the normal stars in the starry river star. No one would dare to use destructive means to excavate, which would limit the speed of excavation and the efficiency of mining. However, it was different in the domain of death. No one knew how the domain of death had come into being, but all the stars in this vast area had died. There wasn't even the slightest bit of light or heat in the starry river. The natural energy that usually drifted in the starry river didn't exist either. It was as if there was an invisible force that had devoured everything. Some people might have suspected this before. However, no matter whether or not anyone had tried to find out the truth, at least on the surface, no relevant information had ever been disclosed. There was only one thing that everyone knew, and that was that this star field, an extremely vast star field, had completely lost its normal function. The only thing that was left was the last value of mining mineral deposits. Therefore, in this field of death, all the experts in space could excavate as they pleased. If they were certain that a certain valuable mineral deposit was hidden on a certain planet, and if they had the ability to do so, they could gather a few of their friends and work together to directly smash the entire planet into a pile of rubble. Nobody would care about it, however, although this greatly improved the efficiency of excavating mineral deposits and made the operation more convenient, it also inevitably stirred up the entire domain of death into a black smog. Because this domain of death was in the middle of the forces of the third universe of the human race's technology camp and the cultivation camp, both the Immortal Dynasty and the 10 Ultimates Heavenly Palace of the cultivation camp had stationed fleets and high-level officials to guard this place. However, the only purpose of these official forces entering this domain of death was to collect all kinds of mineral deposits, especially source crystals. This purpose alone had already put all their attention into it. Who would care about the destruction of this domain of death, for a long time, because the official forces of the two camps, the 10 Ultimates Heavenly Palace and the Immortal Dynasty, were indifferent to the mining of mineral deposits in this domain of death. They only cared about the results and did not care about the process. As time passed, all the experts who entered this domain of death and dreamed of excavating a piece of source crystal and making a windfall became more and more unscrupulous. This situation had been going on for many years. The entire vast and boundless domain of death had been destroyed, but everyone had long been accustomed to it. No one felt that there was anything wrong with it. It was under this background that Xian came to the domain of death. Everything that entered his eyes, from all kinds of things in the distance, it was very difficult to see a few complete stars. Even if there were, they were the type that was incomparably huge and difficult to completely destroy, forcibly blasting them into a pile of starry sky dust. However, even the surface of such giant stars was basically dug up into an unsightly state. Not a single giant star was intact. It was as if a huge heavenly dog had bitten off a piece or a few pieces of it. It was a ghastly sight. In contrast to this desolate and miserable scene, a large number of experts of the starry sky were either standing in the void with their physical bodies, casting various spells and magical abilities, or rummaging through the pieces of rubble of different sizes formed by the destruction of the stars. Or, they were squatting in their respective warships, firing cannons at the stars or the larger pieces of the stars. These guys were all covered in dust and grime. A large number of stars and pieces of the stars had been blasted away, causing a cloud of dust to fill the sky. Under such circumstances, it was absolutely a luxury to want to keep one's personal appearance clean and tidy. Therefore, all of the diggers that entered his eyes were in a sorry state. It reminded Xian of some of the gold miners in the black gold mines from his previous life, a group of poor bastards who held on to the dream of getting rich. Regarding all this, Naples obviously did not know. After being stunned for a while, even he could not help but fall into shock, as if he had just been struck by lightning. He muttered to himself, F***ck. Can these guys still be considered experts of the starry sky? Since this general was born, I have never seen experts of the starry sky more miserable than this. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Elder Suzy. When if one were to consider the entire Death Star field as a whole and draw a line in the middle, then to the east of the border river would be the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palaces' sphere of influence. The 10 Ultimate Celestial Palaces' headquarters in the Death Star Field would be in the center of the eastern half of the star field. West of the Domain of Death would be the sphere of influence of the Immortal Dynasty. The Immortal Dynasty's headquarters in the Domain of Death would be at the center of the western half of the Domain of Death. The two sides rarely interacted with each other and only focused on mining, secretly competing to see who would gain more. Xianxia's enormous fleet had entered from the westernmost part of the Domain of Death, which was also the border of the Immortal Dynasty's sphere of influence. Such a large fleet, with its main force being high-grade space bastions and intergalactic fortresses, naturally attracted the attention of many as soon as it entered the domain of the western half of the Domain of Death. However, when the countless mining powerhouses saw the Immortal Dynasty's insignia branded on the ship's hull, they quickly looked away and busied themselves with their own work. Every 10 years, there would be a fleet from the Immortal Star coming over for a change of guard, and the supply fleet would come once every 2 years. Therefore, the old foxes who had been in the Death Star Field for a long time were basically used to this kind of situation. Although this time's defense fleet seemed to have come a few years earlier, just this point alone was obviously not enough to attract their abnormal attention. After all, everyone knew that the Tenju Celestial Palace and the Everlasting Dynasty were the official forces stationed in this Death Star Field, so it was impossible for them to fight. If that really happened, it would be an internal strife of the human race, and no one could bear this responsibility. In fact, even the person in question, Xian, probably didn't realize that not long after his arrival, the 10 Celestial Palaces and the Immortal Dynasty's official forces stationed in the Domain of Death really did start fighting, causing a huge uproar in the 3 universes. Perhaps Xian couldn't be said to be the initiator of all this, but he was definitely the main instigator. It was also after that incident that the name Prince Xian once again resounded throughout the 3 universes. However, after that incident, when people mentioned Prince Xian's name again, they could only shake their heads and smile bitterly. Most of them would only have strange expressions on their faces. Even after being sent to the Domain of Death, he was still so restless. It was truly Xian was clearly a lonely firefly in the dark. Wherever he went he was destined to be a draw. All of this was for later. At this moment, the entire fleet was deathly silent. Even the 1,000+ elites of the Federation, who had just been released by Xian from the bottom of the Black Wind and were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, were all dumbfounded. Looking at the countless figures working hard like miners in the vast starry sky outside, they all subconsciously shivered. They suddenly felt that although they had been locked in the bottom cabin of Black Wind for a year or so, or even a few years, compared to these poor laborers in front of them, they were already very happy. At least they didn't have to work. Although they couldn't cultivate, they could just lie down on the ground and sleep for as long as they wanted. Just like that, in the dead silence, the entire fleet of Triumph entered the Domain of Death from the western edge of the Domain of Death and headed toward the eastern Domain of Death. What they saw along the way was basically the same. It was only when they approached the central area of the western Domain of Death that they saw more and more dead stars that were still intact. It seemed that although the official forces of the Eternal Dynasty stationed in this Domain of Death didn't care about other matters and only cared about the amount of minerals they could harvest, the starry sky masters from all directions of the Eternal Dynasty, or rather, the poor miners from the Eternal Dynasty still sensibly avoided the area where the headquarters of the Eternal Dynasty was stationed in this Domain of Death. They didn't dare to completely destroy this Domain of Death. After a full 7 days of normal sailing, the triumphant fleet finally arrived at the central region of the Western Star region. Looking around, it was already extremely quiet. Although the stars in sight still did not have the slightest bit of light or heat, and there was not the slightest fluctuation of energy in the void, at least the hustle and bustle that covered the sky and blocked the air was no longer there. In fact, even if this place was still filled with dust and smoke, it didn't have much of an impact on the headquarters of the Eternal Dynasty stationed in the Domain of Death. At most, it was just a visual flaw. The star where the headquarters of the Eternal Dynasty was located was an incomparably huge star. It wasn't inferior to the extremely rare Eternal Star. Such a gigantic celestial body, like all the other celestial bodies in this star field, had actually walked into the path of death. It was hard to imagine what it had experienced, and what kind of monstrous force could cause such a terrifying celestial body to fall into such a miserable state. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. This sentence didn't have the slightest meaning when applied to this giant star. It seemed that in this domain of death, where there was no light or heat, all the stars, even the black holes, would completely die under the influence of some kind of force. Seeing all this, Yi Xian's heart trembled. At this moment, he finally had a clearer understanding of the mystery of this domain of death. At the same time, he had a huge guess in his heart. All this couldn't be related to the origin of devouring, right? Could it be that all the energy, whether it was the natural energy drifting in the void of the galaxy or the internal energy of countless stars, had all been absorbed and plundered by the origin of devouring, that he still didn't know how it was formed, where it was located, and how he should use to explore and discover it? When this thought popped up in his mind, Yi Xian shuddered. He didn't dare think too much about it. He shook his head and swept his gaze across a vast plain on the huge star in front of him. A huge man-made transparent protective shield of special alloy covered the entire vast plain like a bowl. It was estimated to be close to 10,000 kilometers in size. And this was merely an ordinary plain on a huge planet. From this, one could see how vast this planet was. In the center of the huge transparent protective shield stood a huge city, surrounded by a few other smaller cities. This city was called Old Su City because the headquarters of the everlasting empire stationed in the west of the domain of death was here. The strongest people of the empire who watched over this place were usually the elders of the royal family's Old Su pavilion. They would change every 10 years. There were several dozen elders in the royal family's Old Su pavilion, and they would take turns to watch over this city for 10 years. Right now, the last elder of the royal family who had entered Old Su City was called Long Ziwen. Before they set off, Yi Xian had already asked Uncle Kong about this elder Ziwen after investigating this situation. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales: A show of strength. Although the victorious returned fleet had changed the name of the fleet, the Immortal Legion's emblem on the ship had not changed. Therefore, as the fleet arrived, the protective barrier of the Old Man City in the central region of the huge planet in front of them slowly opened. Another fleet of the Immortal Legion drove in from outside the city and directly charged into the starry sky. They didn't even meet Yi Xian and immediately left. The fleet that was originally stationed at Su Laoxiong City had already stayed in this godforsaken place for 5 whole years. The commander of the fleet was probably sick of it and couldn't wait to sprout wings and leave this place. Yi Xian didn't care about this. He led the entire fleet and landed below the protective shield of Su Lao City. He observed the entire majestic city and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. They even made greenery inside the protective shield. There should be a large oxygen generator. The environment is no different from a habitable planet, so it won't be too difficult. As soon as he finished speaking, the protective shield of Su Lao City slowly closed up. This clearly showed that they didn't intend to let Yi Xian's victorious return fleet enter. Although the speed at which the protective shield closed up was slow, with the fleet's speed, they could all enter the protective shield before it completely closed up. However, since the other side had already expressed their intention to not enter, Yi Xian couldn't possibly do that. Besides, this kind of base-like majestic city even had a giant protective shield. How could it not have a space defense system? If they forced their way in, once the other side activated the space defense system, Yi Xian's victorious return fleet would more or less suffer some damage. At that time, the other side would have no one to argue with. The entire fleet was something that Yi Xian had painstakingly obtained from the Immortal Dynasty. Even if he lost a planet-level warship that was 1,000 meters long, he would still feel heartache. How could he possibly take this risk? Tell the fleet to stop. If we go out, will we meet that old ghost Ziwen? Humph, the moment he arrived, he gave us a show of strength. Su Laoge is really awe-inspiring. Yi Xian's expression immediately turned gloomy. As he spoke, Naples glanced at the communications officer beside him. The latter immediately issued Yi Xian's order. The entire huge victorious return fleet stopped outside the protective shield of the majestic city and hovered above the majestic city. In the next moment, Yi Xian walked out of the main passageway of the victorious return. Behind him were Ing Tai, the wretched mosquito butcher, and Naples, as well as 2 major general guards. They were all existences whose cultivation bases were at the 9th level of the origin realm, the same level as 8-star Wang Piao and Suifeng Tai. Currently, there were only a few Origin Realm experts on Yixian's side. Of course, there was one more person who surpassed the Origin Realm and could even easily crush a Void Realm expert. That person was the demon dragon Candle Dragon, who had been captured alive by the headless infant corpse. Although this wasn't a trump card, it wasn't a power that could be used lightly. In addition, Naples and Ingtai were both at the 11th realm of the Mystic Light Realm, while the wretched Mosquito Butcher was at least at the 12th realm of the Void Realm. This could be deduced from the fact that Dr. had recognized his identity and evaluated him in front of the Immortal Sovereign. However, Yixian still didn't know his cultivation base, strength, or true identity. However, after probing the Black Mosquito Star and the Undying Star a few times, Yixian had basically confirmed one thing, and that was that the slave imprint in the source core of this old fellow's brain wasn't as ineffective as it was in the beginning. It should have undergone some sort of mutation, which was why his words and actions were so different from the other demon slaves. It was also because of this confirmation that although Yixian was still a little worried about the wretched Mosquito Butcher, he was no longer worried about him having ulterior motives. Instead, he was worried that this old fellow would be unreliable and cause him trouble. In essence, it was already different. At this moment, a group of 6 people walked out of the main passageway of the flagship fortress on the victorious return. They didn't use a small patrol ship and just crossed the void with their physical bodies, descending toward the majestic city within the protective shield below. The other party seemed to have the same idea. The protective shield closed until there was only a gap of about 100 meters before stopping. This gap was so wide that even a small private battleship couldn't pass through. It could only pass through people. Although the majestic city only covered an area of about 100 square kilometers, there were still some small satellite cities around it. The entire green gloomy world under the protective shield covered an area of about 10,000 square kilometers. This showed that the Immortal Sovereign dynasty had put in a lot of effort and painstaking effort to manage this place. With such a large area spanning 10,000 square kilometers, not only was there a protective shield blocking out cosmic rays and cosmic dust, but there was also lush greenery inside. In this vast Death Star region, it was like an oasis in the desert, attracting a large number of experts who entered the Death Star region to stay here. Therefore, after Yixian's group of 6 entered the interior of the protective shield through the 100-meter-long passageway, they looked around and saw that the cities were filled with people moving about. There were even shops, markets, restaurants, and the like. Everything was no different from the scenery on the other ordinary human administrative planets. It was just that the area here was much smaller. In addition, although there were also many figures of the imperial family guards in Beiluxing City, which was surrounded by more than a dozen small cities, compared to the other small cities around it, this place was obviously much more deserted. If the surrounding small cities were to be compared to civilian cities, then this majestic city in the center was obviously the official territory of the Immortal Sovereign dynasty. Ordinary people would not have the qualifications to enter at will. Every 10 years, the elders of the imperial family would take turns to guard this place. They would make this place seem like a small country outside of the outer realms. Inside the base, which was thousands of miles away, they would actually enclose 100 miles of land as their private territory. It was very impressive. Old 18th, right? Don't forget that you are being sent here. Just as Yixian was sneering in his heart, an old man's voice suddenly came from Beiluxing City. The other party clearly did it on purpose. His voice resounded over the entire base and could be heard clearly in every corner of the protective shield that spanned 10,000 square kilometers. Obviously, you are being sent here, but you made such a scene. It seems that old thing Long Kong has been working hard for you. Unfortunately, this kind of thing is useless in front of this elder. If you are sent here, then you should be sent here. Otherwise, wouldn't the imperial edict of my elder pavilion be useless? In the void within 1,000,000 square kilometers to the east, you can choose any dead star as your base. My old residence city is not a place for you to enjoy life. Remember, although you are sent here by the imperial family, you still have a duty. You shoulder the important mission of guarding Elder Pavilion City. The Sovereign Dynasty gave you such a large fleet, but it is not for you to show off your power. If there is any imperial edict in Elder Pavilion City, you must lead the fleet to it immediately. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. A new broom sweeps clean inside the protective shield. Inside and outside the cities, a large number of strong men in the starry sky were looking up at the sky in astonishment. Their gazes were focused on Yi Xian and the other 5 people. They had heard of Prince Xian's name for a long time, but the news of his banishment had not spread to the Death Star field. Therefore, after being stunned for a moment, these strong men in the starry sky began to whisper to each other. Their gazes toward Yi Xian gradually became strange. The legendary Prince Xian was nothing more than this, so what if he was famous in the starfield? He was still scolded like a dog when he met an elder of the imperial family's dorm elder pavilion. This display of strength was obviously intended to make things difficult for him, and it was extremely obvious. Otherwise, why would the strong men in the starry sky, who were thousands of miles away from the dorm elder city, hear it clearly? This was clearly intended to make things difficult for him. Most importantly, the other party was an elder. It was said that this Prince Xian was rumored to have bravely ventured into the first universe alone. It seemed that there were more or less rumors. Now, under the reprimand of Elder Ziwen, he did not even dare to fart. Some of those words were spoken without any intention of lowering their voices. It was obvious that they were spoken with the intention of currying favor with Elder Ziwen. As for the others, although they did lower their voices, in this current situation where the surroundings were deathly silent, anyone would be able to hear them clearly if they were paying attention. At the very least, Yi Xian had heard everything. The anger in his heart had completely erupted from this. This old thing is really not polite. Is he trying to display his strength? This old man is a new broom who sweeps clean. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately sneered. He cupped his hands in the direction of the dorm elder city and said, Long Ziwen, right? I'll respect you as an elder. This prince is only here to greet you. Don't think too highly of yourself. I wouldn't want this dorm elder city even if you offered it to me. Isn't it just a rundown city? This prince can build one myself. It might not be worse than yours. Besides, you just said that this prince was sent here. Since I've been sent here to the Death Star field, I can't return to the imperial court for the rest of my life without an imperial order. Even if I disobey an order, how bad can the situation be? Find someone else to take care of this troublesome dorm elder city's defense. This prince is not interested. As for the fleet I brought. I'm sorry, but you said it yourself. It was Uncle Kong who sent it to me. The dynasty didn't give me any official edict, saying that this fleet is used for defense. Since that's the case, it's this prince's private army. Federation. And if of the. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian cupped his hands once more. He glanced at the dumbfounded Naples and the others behind him and was about to leave. How dare you? Long Ziwen's angry roar came from Dorm Elder City. At the same time, a majestic aura soared into the sky. It was originally invisible, but it instantly turned into a huge palm that covered the sky. It was hundreds of miles wide. In the blink of an eye, it covered the sky. With a flip of the palm, it slammed down on Yi Xian and the others. Form of pressure? That's a cosmic light realm technique. Prince, retreat. Naples was shocked. As he spoke, he grabbed Yi Xian's shoulder. He wanted to pull him behind him, but he didn't move at all. With his mystic light realm cultivation, he couldn't move Yi Xian at all. Naples was stunned for a moment. Only then did he remember that although Prince Xian's cultivation was at the 6th stage, the Nebula realm, in reality, he had even killed mystic light realm experts who were at the same level as him. Prince Xian's true cultivation had always been a mystery, but it was probably not below his. He had taken things for granted when he tried to protect his master in a hurry. Yi Xian naturally didn't have that kind of strength. However, when Naples' right hand touched his shoulder, an equally majestic power that wasn't any weaker than the huge palm in the sky suddenly surged out of his body. How could the current Naples be able to move him? Screech! This power turned into an illusion that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall. It was the energy body demon dragon Candle Dragon that the headless infant corpse had captured alive. Although it was only a wisp of aura released by the headless infant corpse, it was enough to form this enormous demon dragon illusion behind Yi Xian. The original body of the demon dragon, even in its energy form, was hundreds of thousands of feet tall. It definitely wasn't something a cosmic light realm expert could match. Rumble, a thunderous roar instantly resounded from the horizon. The enormous palm formed from the pressure of the cosmic light realm cultivator's cultivation instantly melted like a snowball that had encountered a blazing sun. It collapsed at a rate visible to the naked eye. At the same time, a muffled groan came from Su Laoxiong City. Immediately after, Su Laoxiong exclaimed in shock, "Demon Dragon Illusion? It's actually Nebula Realm? This definitely isn't your own power. The ancestral dragon pagoda is indeed in your body. It's actually protecting its master?" The old man wasn't stupid. He saw the truth with a single glance. However, he couldn't have known about the existence of the headless infant corpse. Cosmic Light Realm? What kind of realm is that? Elder Ziwen is indeed impressive. A Cosmic Light Realm cultivation base sounds very impressive. Yi Xian sneered. Although these words were said in the direction of Naples, they were clearly pointed at the mulberry tree and cursed the locust tree. The expressions of the starry sky experts outside the cities below became even more strange. The Black Hole Realm is the 8th Cosmic Light Realm. After the Black Hole Realm is the Origin Realm, Grotto Heaven Realm, Mystic Light Realm, Void Realm, Genesis Realm, Cosmic Light Realm. After that, I don't know. Naples subconsciously raised his head to look at the sky behind Yi Xian. The demon dragon illusion had disappeared, but his face was still full of shock. He cupped his hands and said, "The Cosmic Light Realm is the 14th Cosmic Realm. After that is the last of the 15 Cosmic Realms, the Cosmic Realm." The first 15 Cosmic Realms? So there are other realms after the Cosmic Realm? And it sounds like there are quite a few of them? Yi Xian seemed to be interested. He asked as if there was no one else around. It was as if he had completely forgotten about Su Laoxiong City's Su Laoxiong family elder Long Ziwen. This was blatant disregard. However, the people in Su Laoxiong City below fell silent. Although Long Ziwen was strong, he wasn't confident enough to think that he could kill Yi Xian, who was under the protection of the ancestral dragon pagoda. It was wise for him to remain silent. However, he obviously couldn't let go of today's matter. What an arrogant and domineering old 18th. Good. 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 Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Rise of the Mighty City. You don't have to worry about this. This prince isn't that close to you. Tell me. Yi Xian sneered. This time, he didn't even bother to salute. Before he finished speaking, he had already turned around and led Naples' group of 5 toward the Fortress of Triumph. In the blink of an eye, they entered the fortress. The entire fleet sailed majestically into the distance. However, it wasn't the Eastern Star region that Long Ziwen had indicated, but the Northern Star region. This clearly showed that they had made up their mind to go against him. You point to the east, and I'll go north. The old and old were so angry that a few groans could be heard from the mighty city again. The starry sky experts inside and outside the surrounding cities were all shocked. Everyone felt as if they were walking on ice. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. At the same time, Yi Xian, who had returned to the command cabin on the top floor of the Fortress of Triumph, shook his head helplessly with Naples and the others. After returning, they found that there was actually a celebration party going on inside. It could even be described as thunderous cheers. The soldiers of the Immortal Army under Naples' command naturally wouldn't do such a thing. The ones who were causing trouble were the 1,000 or so Federation elites who had just been recruited by Yi Xian. Seeing Yi Xian return, a group of people immediately surrounded him. They were so excited that all kinds of ideas covered the sky and earth. "Boss, are we going to set up our own sect?" "That's a good idea. Didn't the Immortal Dynasty grow up step by step like this?" "Yes, yes, yes. This way, us old buddies will all be credited with founding the empire in the future. This is a grand undertaking that will last for thousands of years. Boss, let's do it." "Shoo. What's wrong with you guys? How can you say something like that so casually? We have to keep a low profile at the beginning of our venture. It's fine if this matter is known only to the insiders." "Boss, you haven't built up your power yet. How can we let the Imperial Dynasty know that you have a change of heart?" "That's right. Everything starts from taking over the mountain and becoming the king. We have to strengthen ourselves step by step. Our ultimate goal now is to keep it in mind. We can't reveal boss's secret. It will affect our grand undertaking in the future. Xian did not dare to get involved in this kind of situation. He gave Naples a wry smile and hurriedly made his way to his cabin. The moment he left, the wretched mosquito slayer waved his arms and shouted loudly. He raised his hand and beckoned the few people who were the most excited in this group of people gathered together. 3 days later, a giant dead star appeared in the void ahead. Although it was not as big as the one in the old Sioux city, it was not far off. What was even rarer was that the surface of this planet was extremely flat. Large expanses of plains were clearly visible, and there were even some traces of decaying plants, indicating that it should have been a planet of life. However, because it was located in this Death Star region, like other planets, it had strangely entered a period of death. Its energy had dissipated completely, and it had completely disappeared. That's it. That's where I made a fortune in the Death Star field. It's this planet Victorious Return. After casually naming the planet, Xian's stronghold Victorious Return immediately led the entire fleet towards the surface of planet Victorious Return, occupying the largest plain. Grand and vigorous construction began in an instant. In addition to the numerous battleships, fortresses, and strongholds in the fleet, all kinds of resources and technological equipment were incomparably complete. In addition, Xian brought out the Black Mosquito, Black Wind, and Saint's Demon Scout fortresses. Even the intelligent androids in Lightning Fortress were put to use. The construction of Victorious Return City was practically changing with each passing day. Tens of millions of mosquito beasts and 100,000 void soldiers shone brilliantly in the construction of Victorious Return City. Such a huge amount of fresh troops was something that even old Sioux City did not have. In addition, the 1,000 or so elites of the Federation covered almost all walks of life. Among them, there were even a few who could be considered to be skilled refiners. As for technological talents, there was no lack of them. With them around, some of the urgently needed equipment were manufactured one after another in a short time. As for the various kinds of iron ores, rare metals, and the like needed to refine the construction alloys, the countless dead stars in the surroundings were all mineral deposits. Xian spread the word that he would buy them at double the price. In addition, they were just some ordinary minerals. The starry sky powerhouses who entered this star field were usually too lazy to collect them and just threw them into the void like garbage. After hearing the news, a large number of powerhouses flocked over. Under the pouring out of one storage artifact after another, a small half of the plain was almost filled with all kinds of ordinary metals and ores. Following that was the great refined alloy. With the molds designed by more than 1,000 Federation elites, all the refined alloys were directly molded into shape. In the end, they were assembled like building blocks. All that was left was to fuse the interfaces. This greatly shortened the construction time of Victorious Return City. In the end, in less than 3 months, a majestic steel city was quietly erected on the vast plain of planet Victorious Return. Although it was only 1,000 li in circumference, it was still a majestic city located in the center. Around it were more than a dozen slightly smaller cities. Even the starry sky protective shield that enveloped the entire Victorious Return City with a diameter of 1,000 li was set up. The only troublesome thing was the greenery inside this 1,000 li majestic city. Fortunately, the interiors of several starry sky fortresses had green belts in the cabins, transplanting some fast-growing plants. After nearly 3 months, the 1,000 li circumference of Victorious Return City was finally covered with eye-catching greenery. At the same time, the scouting teams that Xian had sent out to collect information also returned one after another. The organizational structure of these scouting teams was very complex. They were basically composed of 3,000 li long stellar-level battleships. In addition to the soldiers of Victorious Return, there were also mosquito beasts, soldiers, and demonkin experts. In addition, all the small stellar-level fortresses under Xian's command were also sent out to patrol the surrounding star fields. Often, the center of the dozen scouting teams would be guarded by a small stellar-level fortress. If any scouting team encountered danger, the small stellar-level fortress in the center would be able to immediately provide assistance. In this way, the safety of the forces under his command was guaranteed. Although the scale of Xian's forces wasn't small, most of them were demonkin, mosquito beasts, and void soldiers. Naples didn't have too many human experts under his command. Any loss of personnel was very difficult for him to bear. In fact, it was the same for the large number of demonkin, mosquito beasts, and void soldiers. Yi Xian had already left the demonkin star field long ago. The original troops under his command were too few to be replaced. Therefore, it could be said that he spared no effort when it came to the safety of his personnel. In less than 3 months, all the scouting teams returned one after another, collecting a large amount of information. This information was categorized by the professionals under Naples and analyzed by the thousands of Federation elites. In the end, it formed a systematic and detailed report that was delivered to Yi Xian. Situation in the starfield. Yi Xian flipped through the encyclopedia about the Dead Star region in his hands and quickly gained a comprehensive understanding of the Dead Star region. There was no need to elaborate on the other information regarding mineral deposits. In the Death Star field, the Death Stars had all kinds of ordinary mineral deposits and rare metals. There had even been epic mineral deposits unearthed in the past. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted so many starry sky experts. Supreme Grade, Legendary, Epic, and Supreme Treasures, these 4 levels could be applied to almost any item in the starry sky environment, whether it was natural minerals, man-made warships, or all kinds of magical equipment produced by refining technology. Even if it was only the size of a fist, one could exchange for a massive amount of cultivation resources. For example, Yi Xian had several cubic meters of level 99 colored planetary core origin. That was a level 99 colored planetary core origin. A single level 99 colored planetary core origin the size of a fist could be exchanged for a massive amount of ordinary planetary core origin. Moreover, it was priceless, and even priceless. In addition to this kind of epic grade mineral, this Death Star field also produced starry sky supreme treasure grade mineral, the so-called Devouring source crystal. However, even in the Death Star field, the grade of the source crystal Devouring starry sky supreme treasure was only a guess. Whether it was really a starry sky supreme treasure had not been officially confirmed by any official. Many of the starry sky experts who had flocked to this vast star field, dreaming of mining even one Devouring source crystal and making a fortune from it, didn't even know the specific use of this Devouring source crystal. Usually, every time a starry sky source crystal was unearthed, it would immediately be purchased by some mysterious forces, Everlasting Dynasty, 10 Ultimates Heavenly Palace or other official organizations at a high price. As for what it was used for, none of them knew, nor were they interested in asking. As long as they could dig up the Devouring source crystal and use it to exchange for a large amount of cultivation resources, it was enough for them. In addition to the Eternal Dynasty's Old Sioux City and the 10 Ultimates Heavenly Palace's Black Firmament City in the eastern part of the Domain of Death, there were a large number of other forces that were frequently active in the vast Domain of Death. On the surface, the teams of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe could be seen from time to time. Among them, there was no lack of cosmic light realm masters who could contend with Long Ziwen. In the dark, the servants of the Heaven's Legacy race and the masters of the 100 races competed for every Devouring source crystal that was unearthed. It was said that there were even a few true Heaven's Legacy race clansmen guarding this place. Generally speaking, even though this Domain of Death was located in the central region of the Third Universe, between the 10 Empyrean Heavenly Palaces and the Immortal Dynasties, its overall situation was much more complicated than that of the Domain of the Graveyard of Death. Even Yi Xian was surprised by this. In the official base of the 10 Ultimates Celestial Palace, Black Firmament City, there's also a supreme cosmic realm powerhouse overseeing it. This person's name is Huai Dongzi, and he's a vice palace master of the 6th Ultimates Celestial Palace. The 10 Absolute Celestial Palaces have a total of 10 Celestial Palaces. In each Celestial Palace, there is 1 main and 4 vice palace masters. In general, the vice palace masters are equivalent to the imperial elders of our everlasting dynasty. In terms of numbers, there are dozens of vice palace masters and above in the 10 celestial palaces of the cultivation camp, which is equivalent to the number of imperial elders in the imperial elders pavilion. Taking the intelligence booklet from Yi Xian, Naples flipped through it while introducing the details of the major forces in this Domain of Death to Yi Xian. In addition to Huai Dongzi, in the official base of the 10 Empyrean Heavenly Palaces, Black Firmament City, there's another person whose status is equivalent to yours, Your Highness. He's the young palace master of the 6th Ultimates Celestial Palace. It's said that he followed Huai Dongzi to the Domain of Death more than a year ago. He's probably here for the trial. In addition to that, there are also many teams of experts from various races in the Federation of the Second Universe, including the 100 slave races of the Tianji clan and a team of experts from the Tianji clan who have yet to be specifically confirmed. However, these teams are all mobile and basically change places after a fight. They don't have fixed bases like Black Firmament City and Imperial Elders Pavilion. When they hear that a devouring source crystal has been unearthed, they immediately flock there, threatening, enticing, and using all kinds of methods to compete. At this point, Naples stopped talking. Yi Xian put his hand on his forehead and sighed. Alas, this small domain of death is so complicated. All the forces of the three universes have gathered here, both openly and secretly. Even if only one devouring source crystal has been unearthed, it's like a rotten egg with a rotten shell, attracting a swarm of flies. This situation is really a headache. Cough, cough, Your Highness, it seems that we have to get involved in this next. Naples was obviously a little embarrassed by the description of him as a fly that stung a rotten egg. He coughed twice and reminded Yi Xian. It doesn't matter. As long as there are benefits, then so be it. Yi Xian waved his hand indifferently. For the sake of the devouring source crystal, he didn't mind at all. Instead, he even grinned, but even if we have to be flies, we have to be the biggest flies among them. Naples' face turned green when he heard this. Without waiting for him to speak, Yi Xian spoke again. Right now, these guys are competing for the devouring source crystal. It's nothing more than fighting openly and secretly. On the surface, they'll offer a high price to tempt them, or if that doesn't work, they'll secretly rob them. This isn't a problem for us at all. Release the news that Triumph City is officially open. We welcome all the Starry Sky Masters who have a lot of mineral resources to settle in. In addition to the devouring source crystal and some other rare minerals, even if it's some ordinary minerals and useful metals, we'll still buy them. However, the purchase price can only follow the market. As for the devouring source crystal, the purchase price given by Triumph City is 3 times the price of the last source crystal unearthed at the current stage. If it's sold in batches, this price can be doubled. In addition to ordinary cultivation resources such as low-grade star core sources, as long as you can take out the devouring source crystal, we can even provide barter. In terms of cultivation resources, we can even provide level 8 black and level 9 color star core sources. As for other refining resources, we can also provide various Starry Sky Legend and Starry Sky Epic grade ores, odd crystals, and even finished magic weapons. In addition, since Triumph City is newly opened, there will naturally be a big promotion. If you bring the devouring source crystal to trade within a year, all of the above benefits will be doubled. Huh? Aren't these conditions too generous? Are you trying to monopolize? Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio new big promotion, have you heard? Prince Xian of the Immortal Dynasty is here. He's the only one in the last 10,000 years to enter the top 10 of the heaven list, although he only stayed there for less than 3 seconds. Damn. Brother, you just came out of seclusion, right? Isn't this news from a few months ago? You're only bringing it out now to play to the gallery. It's already outdated. That's right. We've seen the huge Triumph City from afar countless times. How could we not know that Prince Xian has entered the Death Star field? Hehe, speaking of which, Prince Xian is indeed better than meeting in person. He dared to go against the dynasty's elders as soon as he arrived. He actually cast aside the responsibility of guarding the old city and established his own faction. In less than 3 months, he built a majestic Triumph City. My brother is amazing. What you're saying is nothing. The news I just received is more explosive. Do you know? After Triumph City was built, it's finally going to open for business. They're buying all kinds of mineral resources, even ordinary resources and ores. In terms of devouring origin crystals, they're clearly selling them at 3 times the price of the last one. If you don't want ordinary origin crystals, they're even offering to barter. They're offering large amounts of level 8 black and level 9 color high-end origin crystals. They're rich and overbearing. That's right. This news has been confirmed. In addition to cultivation resources, they're also offering other kinds of resources, including materials and finished artifacts. They're also offering Starfield Legend and Starfield Epic Grade. As long as you can take out enough Devouring Origin crystals, you'll have everything you want in a trip to Triumph City. These aren't the most explosive news. Haven't you heard? With a wave of his hand, Prince Xian set a new date of 1 year. Within 1 year, all the conditions mentioned above will be tripled. In other words, if the Devouring Origin you have can be exchanged for a level 9 colored pill according to the high price he offered, you will have 3 level 9 colored pills in your hands within the first year. Heavens, this is a tycoon. Is Prince Xian crazy? He's clearly trying to monopolize the Death Star field. Once these conditions are set, the other forces will probably go crazy. So what? Seeing that you're heading towards Victorious Return City, you should be planning to settle down there, right? Prince Xian has spread the word that as long as you have a certain amount of resources in your hands, after completing the transaction, you will have the right to live in Triumph City. Of course, you will have to pay a certain amount of fees every year, but if you can continue the transaction, then this fee will be waived. This is the Milky Way, and even the old dormitory city does not have this kind of preferential treatment. Anyway, this old man has decided that this time, we will go to Triumph City for the transaction. Prince Xian is so generous, this kind of business partner can't be found anywhere else. While they were talking, they could already see a huge planet in front of them. Although the green land on the planet was only 1,000 kilometers in size, all the facilities, including the starry sky barrier, were fully prepared. Moreover, there was a huge fleet docked outside the barrier. There were 3 starry sky fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters, giving people a strong sense of security at a glance. This city was none other than Triumph City, in the entire vast and boundless Death Star field, including the Tenju Heavenly Palace's sphere of influence in the eastern region. The current Triumph City was already famous. It was the 3rd fixed city base in this star field. Following this group of people who had coincidentally gathered together in the starry sky, they quickly headed towards Triumph City. No one noticed that among the crowd, there was a young expert who looked like a thin monkey who had not spoken a single word from beginning to end. Even his eyes were looking left and right, appearing extremely restless. It was only after he followed the crowd into Triumph City's starry sky barrier that the nervous expression on his face slightly relaxed. In Triumph City, Yi Xian followed the practice of the Heavenly River Star Federation's affairs platform and set up a Triumph City affairs platform. It sounded very grand, but in fact, the departments and organizations inside were very simple, with only a few categories. They were divided into ordinary mineral deposits, top-quality mineral deposits, legendary mineral deposits, epic mineral deposits, and supreme mineral deposits. After that, there was also a department for resident applications. The so-called supreme mineral deposits of the starry sky had only been discovered in the Death Star field, and it was a mineral that had not been publicly recognized by the major forces. It was the Devourer Source Crystal. In other words, starry sky experts who wanted to trade for Devourer Source Crystals could directly go to the Supreme Mineral Deposit area. At this time, in front of the first few windows, there were some starry sky experts lining up. Even in front of the Epic Mineral Deposit trading window, there were some starry sky experts in 2s and 3s, inquiring about the details of the transaction. It was even more so for the resident applications, with more than a dozen windows lined up with long queues. Only the area for the supreme mineral deposits of the starry sky had no one in front of the 4 windows. At this time, a figure walked over. It was the skinny starry sky expert. His cultivation wasn't very strong, just 3rd order star realm, but he wasn't too weak. He still looked quite nervous, especially when he walked alone to this desolate establishment for the supreme mineral deposits of the starry sky. As a large number of surprised gazes gathered on him, the muscles all over his body seemed to have stiffened, and his whole person was numb. In each of the 4 windows, there was an expert in mineral deposit appraisal from the 1,000+ Federation experts. At this time, in front of the skinny starry sky expert's window, a middle-aged man in his 30s smiled faintly and asked. The skinny starry sky expert was still very nervous. Although his voice was weak, his words instantly stirred up 1,000 waves in the surroundings. I want to trade for Devourer Source Crystals, but I don't want ordinary cultivation resources. I want 9th order 9 colors. In the Death Star field, the appearance of every Devourer source crystal was destined to cause an uproar and even a bloody storm. An unassuming Starry Sky expert suddenly said that he had a Devourer source crystal in his hands was unprecedented. Even if there were, they didn't dare to make a sound, lest they be robbed. This person dared to reveal his wealth in public because of Prince Xian's fame and the strength he had displayed. Even so, among the large number of Starry Sky experts around, there were still some whose eyes lit up. Countless gazes swept over the skinny Starry Sky expert with unkind intentions. Some of these people were stragglers, occasionally acting as guests to rob others, while others were from various major factions. At this moment, after hearing that the skinny Starry Sky expert had a Devourer source crystal in his hands, after pondering for a while, many people immediately left quietly. As for Yi Xian, after receiving the news, he hurried over with the wretched mosquito butcher, Ying Tai, and Naples. Seeing the skinny Starry Sky expert, Yi Xian bluntly said, "This is this prince's territory. Don't worry, those who dare to rob me are tired of living. Even if the transaction is completed, this prince will guarantee your safety. You can stay in Triumph City as long as you want. In the future, all the Starry Sky experts who trade for Devourer source crystals will receive this treatment. Well, let's get down to business. How many do you have?" 10, 10. Boom. Golden mouth jade words 10, 10. Huh? 10, 10, 10? The two sentences sounded similar. The first sentence was weakly spoken by the skinny monkey-like master while vigilantly looking around. The last sentence was repeated by Yi Xian, whose expression had greatly changed, with a face full of shock, as confirmation. Only when the skinny monkey-like master nodded weakly again did Yi Xian completely believe what he had just heard. Suddenly, a huge wave of surprise surged into his heart, almost causing him to jump up in joy. 3 years of not opening, but opening can eat for 3 years, these words were really well said. As soon as Triumph City opened for business, in the first transaction of Devouring source crystals, he had actually encountered such a super big customer. It was like a meat pie falling from the sky, no, a rain of meat pies, almost causing Yi Xian to faint on the spot. It had to be known that in the past 100 years, although Devouring source crystals were produced almost every year, it was basically one at a time, at most 2 at a time. But even so, it still attracted the attention of the various great forces in the Death Star field, whether in the open or in the dark, to compete for it. But now, the heavens had sent a great master who actually said he had 10 Devouring source crystals. This was really hard to believe, but Yi Xian did not have the slightest doubt. Why? Who would dare say in public that they had a lot of these things? If so, as soon as they left Triumph City, they would definitely die without a burial place. And if he said so but could not take them out, would Yi Xian let him take refuge in Triumph City? Even a fool wouldn't do such a stupid thing like digging a hole for himself. In other words, the skinny monkey-like Starry Sky Master must have 10 Devouring source crystals. 10 of them, it didn't sound like a lot, but hadn't it been mentioned before? There was once an elder from an immortal dynasty who had been stationed in the Death Star field for 10 years, but after returning to the immortal star, he brought back more than 20 Devouring source crystals, which caused a sensation at the time. That elder felt that his contribution was huge and even proudly showed off, allowing some of the masters from the dynasty who were not qualified to come into contact with this important resource to see the true face of Devouring source crystals. 10 years, more than 20 Devour source crystals, and this was the result of a royal elder, representing the Everlasting Dynasty's official faction in this Death Star region. And now, Yi Xian had only been in the Death Star field for a little more than 3 months, and he had actually obtained 10 of them at once. If this news were to spread to the immortal star, the imperial family elder who had thought that he had made a great contribution would probably vomit blood on the spot. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's breathing quickened. It took him a lot of effort to suppress the urge to rush up and rummage through his pockets. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Tell me, what do you want?" "This prince only has one sentence: I will guarantee your safety. Resources, you can have them as long as I have them. I want cultivation resources." Perhaps it was because Yi Xian's public guarantee had calmed him down, but the originally nervous expression on the skinny master's face clearly disappeared, replaced by an excited flush. Before Yi Xian could reply, he had already continued, "But I don't want ordinary star core sources, I I want high-quality goods, the kind that can help in breaking through the bottle strength barrier. Of course, I also know that although level 99 colored source crystals are only star epic level resources, they have been recognized by the three universes for many years. And although Devour source crystals are known as star treasures, they are only rumors and can't be taken seriously. Plus, star core sources are more practical. I don't even know what these Devour source crystals are used for, so it's useless to keep them. So, according to the current market price, 3 Devour source crystals should be able to exchange for 1 level 99 colored source crystal. I have 10 of them, so you can give me 3 level 99 colored source crystals. As for the extra one, it's a gift from me. Hearing this, there was an uproar again, but none of the Starry Sky Masters felt that such a transaction was inappropriate. What the skinny monkey-like master said was indeed the current market price, and it was no exaggeration to say that even if they took out 3 devouring source crystals, they might not be able to exchange for a single 9th grade 9 colored crystal. After all, this Death Star field did not produce star core sources. Although the major forces had prepared a large number of cultivation resources for Devour source crystals, they did not include level 99 colored source crystals. This kind of thing was rare even on the Immortal Star. No one was stupid enough to exchange one strategic resource for another. There were definitely level 99 colored source crystals on the Immortal Star or the Tenju Sky Palaces, but they definitely did not have as many as Yixian did. It would not be a problem at all to throw out a few hundred star core sources. Perhaps this was the fundamental reason why the skinny monkey-like powerhouse had come to Triumph City today. A high-grade star core origin had a huge and obvious effect on breaking through the bottleneck of one's cultivation base. He was only at the star-grade realm, so he needed this kind of thing. The countless starry sky powerhouses in the surroundings were in an uproar. Apart from envy and jealousy, there was no other expression on their faces. At the thought that the skinny monkey in front of them would soon possess 3 level 99 colored stones, the eyes of some of the people who had not harbored any evil thoughts gradually flickered. Yixian did not care about any of this. After listening to the skinny master's words, he sighed inwardly. What an adorable fool. However, his face broke into a grin. According to what you said, 10 Devour source crystals for 3 level 99 colored source crystals is acceptable. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings were once again in an uproar. However, the skinny monkey-like expert suddenly became nervous. As the person involved, he was naturally the most sensitive existence. The word power that Yixian said gave him a bad premonition. However, the words that followed made his jaw drop. All the starry sky masters around him almost exploded in anger. However, I won't give you 3 level 99 colored source crystals. Yixian grinned and glanced at the pale skinny master. Then, he smiled again. Did you forget that this prince said that there would be a big discount every year? All the rare mineral resources will be sold for 3 times the original price. Therefore, this prince will give you 9 level 99 colored source crystals. Wow, 9? Damn. Doesn't that mean that 1 Devour source crystal can be exchanged for 1 level 99 colored source crystal? What the F***CK? He's hit the jackpot. This kid has hit the jackpot. Prince Xian is indeed a genius. Level 99 colored source crystals are strategic resources even in the hands of great forces. He doesn't take them seriously at all. Bullsh*T, who doesn't take them seriously? He's a man of his word, a man of his word. With your brain, you'll definitely suffer a loss no matter what business you do. Go to hell. All around, countless star masters were in an uproar. There were all kinds of comments. The skinny master was so excited that tears came out of his eyes. 9 level 99 colored source crystals. He had never thought that he would have such a terrifying amount of cultivation resources. With these 9 colored source crystals, if he could walk out of the Death Star region alive, he would be able to take out 2 or 3 9-colored source crystals in the territories of any small country under the 3 great empires of the dynasty. He would be able to exchange them for an administrative planet. This was the rhythm of a meteoric rise. A sensitive character, this prince has a lot of grade 9-colored. At this point, Yixian suddenly thought of something and took out 10 jade boxes from his undying world, arranging them in a row in front of him. Then, the 10 jade boxes opened by themselves one after another. Inside each jade box were 3 grade 9, 9-colored star core sources, each the size of an infant's fist, exuding a dazzling light. For a moment, Yi Xian's face was bathed in 9 colors. In an instant, cries of alarm rang out like a tide from all around. These starry sky masters had never seen grade 9, 9-colored star core sources before, but now, 30 of them had suddenly appeared in front of them, so they couldn't help but cry out in shock. Any one of these 30 grade 9, 9-colored star core sources could be exchanged for a large amount of cultivation resources. Even a grade 7, purple star core source could be exchanged for more than 100 pieces. Therefore, the eyes of this group of people almost immediately turned red. Among them, several black hole realm masters and above even began to flicker. If it weren't for the fact that this was Triumph City and there was a huge fleet above the city's protective shield, they would have snatched these star core sources on the spot. As everyone can see, this prince has so many grade 9, 9-colored star cores, not to mention other cultivation resources. So, don't think that after completing the transaction with this brother today, the cultivation resources in this prince's hands will be insufficient. Like I said, as long as you have Devour Source crystals, I'll give you whatever you want. While speaking, Yi Xian waved his hand again and put away 9 of the jade boxes, leaving only one floating in front of him. Inside, there were 3 grade 9, 9-colored star cores. At this point, the surrounding starry sky masters suddenly realized that he had taken out so many grade 9, 9-colored star cores just to show off his wealth and reassure the people. Many people curled their lips, but there was nothing they could do. At this time, Yi Xian spoke again, looking at the skinny monkey-like man. I can only give you 3 grade 9, 9-colored star cores. Boos immediately sounded from all around. The skinny monkey-like man was startled for a moment before a bitter smile surfaced on his face. 3 pills was originally a normal price. Moreover, there was no supply even if one had the money. Previously, he had only asked for 3 pills. It was just that Yi Xian had said that within a year, Triumph City would have a big promotion, and that all transaction prices would be tripled. That was why he was so shocked, stunned by the 9 ninth grade, 9-colored stones that were about to be in his hands. From the looks of it now, all of this was just wishful thinking. Prince Xian would probably find an excuse to strip him of his right to receive the 3 times the price of the Nuzhong discount. Although it didn't matter, it was just that after being pleasantly surprised, he was suddenly disappointed. In his heart, he felt a little uncomfortable. This kind of untrustworthy person, the next time there was a chance to devour source crystals, there was no need for him to return to Triumph City. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, Yi Xian's voice sounded again. As for the other 6, this prince will replace them with other star cores of equivalent value and give them to you. It's not that I'm reluctant to part with the 9 grade 9 9-colored star cores, but with your current cultivation, it's too much of a waste to directly use them for cultivation. You should save them for when your cultivation is higher in the future and break through the bottle strength barrier. As for the 6 grade 9 9-colored star cores, this prince will give you 2 grade 4 green star cores, 100 grade 5 red star cores, 100 grade 6 blue star cores, 50 grade 7 purple star cores, and 10 grade 8 black star cores. In terms of value, in fact, these can't compare to the 6 grade 9 9-colored star cores. After all, the latter has a price but no supply. However, to you, the actual meaning and use of these cores is much greater than the 6 grade 9 9-colored star cores. With them, you can directly enter seclusion in Triumph City. It doesn't matter even if it takes a few decades. No one will chase you away, and you will have enough cultivation resources. When you come out of seclusion, your cultivation will have increased, and today's matter will gradually be forgotten. Plop. Skinny 7 will never forget Prince's kindness and will only repay it with his life. Before Yi Xian could finish speaking, Skinny monkey-like fell to his knees with a plop, tears streaming down his face. All this touched him. In the Death Star field, where there was mutual deception, as long as there was enough profit, even companions would stab one in the back. Yet, Yi Xian, who only had a transactional relationship with him, was so considerate of him. It was really rare. Admittedly, part of the reason why Yi Xian said this was because he was putting on an act to attract more experts from the starry sky who possessed devouring origin crystals. However, most of it was because of his sincerity. 10 devourer source crystals were of great significance to him. In Yixian's heart, he was actually quite grateful to this starry sky master who called himself Skinny 7. As for Skinny 7's sincere surrender at this moment, Yixian had not expected it. It could only be said that he had unintentionally planted a willow tree and it had turned into a shade. As he spoke, Skinny 7 took out an ordinary small space box from his storage magic treasure and handed it to Yixian. Yixian scanned the box with his divine sense and a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. It was indeed Devourer source crystals, exactly 10 of them. The quantity is correct, exactly 10 of them. Yixian did not want to be seen by others and immediately stored the small space box in his undying world. At the same time, he waved his hand and took out another small space box, which floated side by side with the previous jade box containing 3 level 99 colored origin crystals. Then, this small space box slowly opened, revealing a pile of various star core origins. At the top were 10 level 8 black origin crystals the size of pigeon eggs. The quantity was exactly the same as what Yixian had just said. The surrounding starry sky masters' breathing quickened again. Among this pile of star core origins, the lowest level was level 4 green origin crystals. Moreover, there were already 2 cubic meters of level 4 green origin crystals. There were even 10 level 8 black origin crystals. The rest of the starry sky masters were red, blue, and purple origin crystals. However, to Yixian, these star core origins were nothing. They were just a drop in the bucket. In addition to the large amount of star core origins he had excavated in the graveyard domain using the Devourer star bloodline, the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship that he had obtained later on were even more abundant. Therefore, at this moment, Yixian waved his hand and closed the 2 small space boxes, allowing them to float slowly towards Skinny 7. When they landed in his palm, there was not even the slightest ripple in his eyes. Everything was so normal that he did not take it to heart at all. It was as if he had just given away an ordinary item. As for this, it just so happened to solidify Thin 7's heart. He received the 2 small spatial boxes that fell into his palm, cupped his hands, and thanked them. Then, he stood behind Yixian and used his actions to express his determination. Fishing in muddy water after completing the transaction, Yixian left Triumph's trading platform with Skinny 7 and returned to Triumph City's main city. Triumph City was composed of 1 main city, 9 satellite cities, and 10 cities, surrounded by 9 satellite cities. All starry sky masters could enter, but those who wanted to stay for a long time had to submit an application to Triumph City's trading platform. Otherwise, they could only stay for 3 days at most before they had to leave. The main city was where Yixian's direct subordinates were stationed. At the center of the main city was an alloy castle, in which Yixian lived. At this time, Yixian and Skinny 7 had just returned from the first floor hall of the alloy castle. Naples, Ing Tai, Wretched Mosquito Butcher, Gui Hai Dao, Li Mosquito, Swafeng Tai, and the other demon slave experts were all present. Triumph City was his territory, so the demon slave experts that Yixian had hidden in the Black Wind and Black Mosquito were all released. They also needed to be tempered and grow. Apart from Gui Hai Dao, Song Qingyu and the other Kiliarchs were also released to take charge of the main city's defense, patrolling, and other tasks. As for the 9 satellite cities outside the main city, they were taken care of by the human experts under Naples. Unearthing 10 Devourer source crystals at once, this kind of thing has never happened in the history of the Death Star field. You should know how sensitive you are. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it tugged at the heartstrings of all the large and small forces in the Death Star field. After sitting down, Yixian turned to look at Skinny 7 and said with a faint smile, "But don't worry, as long as Triumph City is still here, no one can touch you. This prince isn't afraid of that old monster in Old Sioux City, so the other forces don't even dare to openly establish a base in this star field, so this prince doesn't need to worry about them. Properly stay in the main city. Whether it's to cultivate in seclusion or to do other things, this prince has promised that you can stay in this Triumph City until you feel confident that you can guarantee your safety after leaving this place. Then you can leave." Skinny 7 cupped his hands and asked with a bitter smile, "Your Highness, don't you want to know where I got these 10 devouring source crystals from?" "I do want to know." To be able to take out 10 devouring source crystals at once, it would be impossible for you not to have made a major discovery. Yixian nodded, not bothering to argue. "However, this secret is extremely important to you, and I'm sure you won't be willing to tell this prince. If this prince insists on knowing and you refuse to speak, the final result can be imagined. As a result, sooner or later, the starry sky masters in the outside world will find out. At that time, it will be a loss of credibility, and no one will come to my Triumph City to trade for the devouring source crystals. It can be said to be a loss for a small gain, so there's no point in asking. What if I'm willing to be honest? Hearing that Yi Xian did not take the initiative to ask him because of this reason, Skinny 7 could not help but be stunned. In the end, he shook his head with a bitter smile. To be honest, the origin of these 10 devouring source crystals is indeed quite secretive. However, for Skinny 7, it was already a stroke of luck that I was able to obtain these 10 crystals. Even if there are other devouring source crystals in that place, Skinny 7 will definitely not have the luck to obtain them again. In addition, thanks to your Highness' generosity, Skinny 7 has obtained a large amount of cultivation resources. Next, I will wholeheartedly cultivate in seclusion. This is the way of the king, and I have no intention of asking for more. This secret should naturally be revealed to your Highness. Speaking up to here, Skinny 7 cupped his hands again. Skinny 7's previous words were sincere. Since your Highness is already Skinny 7's lord, it is only right for Skinny 7 to tell you the truth. Yi Xian frowned. Needless to say, this temptation was really hard for him to refuse. The devouring source crystals were just too important to him. Seeing that he was silent, Skinny 7 cupped his hands again. Then, he explained in detail how he had obtained the 10 Devour origin crystals. After a short while, Skinny 7, who had explained everything clearly, retreated and was taken away from the central castle by Gui Hai Dao. He settled down in the main city and cultivated in seclusion. Yi Xian, Naples, and the other direct descendants stayed in the hall on the first floor of the central castle. Everyone fell into deep thought as they pondered over what Skinny 7 had just said. After a long time, Naples shook his head and smiled bitterly. He sighed and said, "I'm afraid this matter is difficult. I didn't expect Skinny 7 to obtain the 10 devouring source crystals from Black Heaven City in the eastern region of the Death Star region. He probably didn't have the confidence to return safely to the western region that belongs to the Imperial Dynasty after making a move there. That's why he kept them in his hands until now, but in this way, this information is not very useful to us. If we had known this before he came and completed the transaction with your Highness, we could have secretly infiltrated the eastern region controlled by the Tenju Heavenly Palace. But now, we can't. If Skinny 7 stays in Triumph City, the other forces will definitely believe that your Highness has known the secret of him obtaining the 10 devouring source crystals. And they won't dare to take the risk of entering Triumph City to rob him. So, the only way to know where the 10 devouring source crystals were produced is through your Highness. At this moment, I'm afraid that all the big and small forces in the entire star field, including Old Su City and Tenju Heavenly Palace's Black Firmament City, are already paying close attention to our Triumph City. Under such circumstances, wanting to quietly slip into the eastern star field is simply impossible. Once our whereabouts are leaked, the forces will know that the 10 devouring source crystals came from the eastern star region. Even if they don't know the specific location near Black Heaven City, it's still extremely disadvantageous for us. At least, Black Heaven City, which controls the eastern star region, will definitely obstruct us from entering the star region that belongs to them. Although we can act secretly and sneak in under the disguise of the First Universe's Tianji clan forces, it will be very inconvenient. But in that case, it will be extremely inconvenient for us to do anything. We won't even be able to officially reveal our fleet. We will be greatly restricted. These words were exactly what everyone, including Yi Xian, was thinking about. At this moment, hearing him say it all out, everyone suddenly looked at each other, speechless. Since we're being watched, we can't eat alone anyway. At worst, we'll just play baccarat and make a fortune together. When the good stuff is unearthed, we'll just have to rely on our own abilities to snatch it. What's there to be conflicted about? Right at this moment, the wretched mosquito slayer at the side suddenly muttered to himself. As he muttered softly, he curled his lips with an indifferent expression on his face. Besides, that place is not a good place. There has to be someone who is going to die. This kind of good thing is naturally to let someone else be the scapegoat. Damn it, the next time you dare to pick your black hairy and smelly feet in front of this prince, I'll immediately chop you up. Yi Xian rolled his eyes and immediately made a decision. If that's the case, then we'll do the opposite. As the saying goes, it's easier to catch fish when the water is mixed up. This time, we'll first mix up the water, then wait for an opportunity to act. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The wind and the clouds before the devouring system was rewarded by Yi Xian for killing the ruler of the god realm and successfully walking out of the 9 heavenly stars and upgrading the system to the starry sky level devouring system. His devouring system had activated many complicated subsidiary systems. For example, it could be used to exchange for all kinds of things, such as divine weapons, elixirs, martial arts, treasures, puppets, and so on. There was also a forging system that could be used to forge divine weapons and make them more powerful. There was even a bloodline system that allowed Yi Xian to possess the bloodlines of various divine beasts, such as the sword god bloodline, the war god bloodline, the immortal phoenix bloodline, and so on. Each bloodline had a different ability. In addition, there was also a treasure system that could be used to obtain treasures of various abilities by completing missions given by the system. In general, the devouring system could do many things. Although it was only an artificial intelligence system created by the human race's technological pioneer, Xing Bo, it had the potential to grow. However, many subsidiary systems of the devouring system required certain conditions to be activated. Before the devouring system was upgraded to the starry sky rank devouring system, these conditions required the consumption of the devouring source. After the upgrade, the activation of these subsidiary systems became more complicated. Before the conditions were met, the system would not even give a prompt. For example, when Yi Xian's personal starry sky communication system was activated, the system prompt was given when he encountered the fragment of the immortal grade starry sky superbrain. Before that, Yi Xian had no idea how to activate the personal starry sky communication system. The system did not give any prompt regarding the activation conditions. As for the devouring source, after the system was upgraded to the starry sky rank devouring system, it was reduced to a currency for exchange. Of course, this did not mean that the function of the devouring source was weakened. On the contrary, after the system was upgraded to the starry sky rank, not only did the function of the devouring source not decrease, it even increased. This was because after the system was upgraded, the items available for exchange in the original system exchange shop were refreshed. It was impossible to enter the starry sky realm and exchange for low-level treasures below the starry sky rank. That would be too useless. In the refreshed system exchange store, in addition to various treasures, there were even various rare mineral deposits, some precious bloodlines of ferocious starry skies beasts, and so on. Compared to the previous exchange store, it was even more attractive. Even Yi Xian, who was currently surrounded by wealth, was especially moved by some of the treasures and the bloodlines of the ferocious beasts. Even some of the rare minerals were the same. If he could exchange for them, he would be able to fuse and refine the battle weapon, the demon blood star tier sword, the battle armor, the indestructible glass armor, and the battleship Dongshu shuttle. At present, these 3 most basic treasures were already at the starry sky epic grade. If they were fused and refined again, they would have a chance to enter the starry sky supreme grade. Man-made starry sky treasures were rare. Treasures like the Rai D seal were naturally formed in the universe. The only man-made starry sky treasure that Yi Xian knew of was the life fortress, Long Yi Ro, left behind by Xing Bo. If the 3 basic treasures he used to protect himself could all advance to the level of a starry sky treasure, then just by relying on them, Yi Xian's overall strength would rise to another level. However, starry sky supreme grade treasures were not to be underestimated. It was also for this reason that since these 3 basic treasures were upgraded to the starry sky epic grade, Yi Xian had not been able to find a suitable treasure of the same kind to fuse with them again. Most likely, this wish would fall on the system exchange store attached to the devouring system. Some of the treasures and rare minerals in the system exchange store would be a good match. Unfortunately, Yi Xian only had one origin of devouring, which was given to him by the system after his devouring system was upgraded to the starry sky level. He had not been willing to use it, nor could he use it. This was because the exchange price of all the treasures in the starry sky level system exchange store started at 100 origin of devouring. Some of the top treasures and minerals even required hundreds or even thousands of origin of devouring. Even with the 11 origin of devouring in his hands, it was far from enough. He could not even exchange a single strand of origin of Devouring. Because of this, Yi Xian was determined to get the place in Black Sky City that was suspected to have a large number of origin of Devouring crystals. No matter what, he could not miss it. Even if it means starting a war with the Tenju Heavenly Palace's Black Sky City in the Death Eastern region, this prince will not hesitate. Clenching his fists, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. At this moment, he had made up his mind, this prince is not afraid of those old monsters in the Immortal Dynasty's resident Elder Pavilion. If they push me to that extent, I will still turn hostile. As for the Tenju Heavenly Palace of the Cultivation Camp, humph, Skinny Seven's attack was 10 devouring origin crystals in one go. When the news spread, the entire Death Star field was in an uproar. The gazes of all the major forces converged on Triumph City. This was especially so after they found out that Skinny Seven had actually expressed his allegiance to Prince Xian on the spot and had actually stayed in Triumph City for a long period of time. Furthermore, he had stayed in the main city of Triumph City, one of the 10 guards. This was enough to prove that he had indeed become part of Prince Xian's camp. These upper echelons of the various powers, who were either overtly or covertly paying attention to Triumph City, all realized one fact. That was, the secret behind Skinny Seven's 10 devouring origin crystals had definitely fallen into Prince Xian's hands. In other words, Prince Xian would soon make a move. All the major forces would need to do was to observe in secret and follow him after he made a move. Then, they would be able to follow the clues and achieve their final goal. For a time, the entire Death Star field was in turmoil. Various forces, big and small, arranged for their eyes to be constantly on the Triumph Star and closely observed all the movements. At the same time, they also quickly deployed their manpower and forces, ready to move out at any time to fight for the mysterious place suspected to have a large number of origin of devouring crystals. It was also at this time that an incomparably explosive news suddenly spread. Caught off guard, all the forces, big and small, who were paying attention to Triumph Star, were stunned. This was because this news came from Triumph Star, and it was personally said by one of the higher-ups of Prince Xian's direct subordinates. The mysterious place suspected to have a large number of origin of devouring crystals was actually not the Death Western Starfield controlled by the Immortal Dynasty's Old Sioux City, but the Death Eastern Starfield controlled by the Cultivation faction's 10 Ultimates Heavenly Palace, Black Heaven City. When this news spread, it immediately caused a sensation in the entire Death Star field, and it was confirmed on the same day. Triumph City issued an official comment, confirming the authenticity of this news. Such an accident caught all the forces, big and small, who were either overtly or covertly paying attention to Triumph City, off guard. Before they could react, a large number of Starfield Masters had already rushed from the Death Western Starfield controlled by the Immortal Dynasty's Old Sioux City to the Death Eastern Starfield controlled by Black Heaven City. They originally thought that this was just a smokescreen by Triumph City. The purpose was to lure away the forces, big and small, who were covetously eyeing Triumph City, so that they could take the opportunity to go to the real target area. Black Firmament City. Before the expedition, Yi Xian had stored the Lightning Stronghold, the Black Wind, the Black Mosquito, and the Saint Child into the Undying World within his body. Furthermore, other than leaving behind some necessary forces to guard the main city of Victorious Return, more than 70% of the Mosquito Beasts, soldiers, and other direct forces had all returned to these few strongholds and great fortresses. This was a surprise attack force that would be of great use in the upcoming direct confrontation. After all, the warships that ordinary experts could store into their bodies were usually small private ones. Even if they opened up a storage space in their bodies, it wouldn't be too big. Yi Xian's Undying World was a special case because it had a storage space attached to the Devouring system. Even those above the Mystic Light Realm and Void Realm would only be able to store a large fortress if they had a large interspatial space. Only those who were stronger would be able to store a fortress that was 100,000 meters in diameter. Although it wasn't a secret that Yi Xian had this ability, not many people in the Death Star region knew about it. After all, it took time for some information to be transmitted from the Undying Star to the Death Star region. Apart from this, Yi Xian had left Victorious Return City to lead his troops to the Death Star region. On the surface, the warship he had dispatched was the Victorious Return Fortress. The fleet also consisted of two 50,000-meter-wide fortresses, 4 10,000-meter-wide fortresses, and 10 3,000-meter-wide stellar-level warships, as for the 100,000-meter-wide fortress, the Victorious Return Fortress, as well as all the other smaller fortresses, and warships, they were all left behind on Victorious Return City to be in charge of defense. As this enormous fleet sailed out of Victorious Return City's protective barrier and headed straight for the Death Star region, the large and small powers that were still hesitating finally completely believed the news that Xian had released. Because the fleet that Xian had left behind at Victorious Return City could no longer be diverted. There was only one fortress left, which was barely enough to protect Victorious Return City. Therefore, this was enough to determine that Xian's fleet was just a diversion. After confirming the authenticity of the news, the large and small powers in the Death Star region immediately began to move. Immediately mobilize Black Heaven City. We must reach there before Triumph City's fleet and gain the geographical advantage. In the dark space, a deep, muffled voice rang out from a pitch-black fortress. Afterwards, the fortress activated a concealment formation and vanished. There were more than 10 battleships of different sizes circling around it. There were small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters and large fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters. These battleships were all completely black, and there was a huge red bull head painted on the outer walls of the battleships, explaining their origins. This huge fleet was clearly from the Barbarian Bull clan of the Second Universe. The Barbarian Bull clan was also one of the allied clans of the Wanluo Federation. At this moment, following the disappearance of the Barbarian Bull fleet's flagship fortress, the Barbarian Bull clan, all the other large and small battleships in the surrounding space also activated their concealment formations and quietly sped towards the Death Eastern Territory. This was only a microcosm. In fact, almost all the numerous clans of the Federation of the Second Universe had stationed a fleet in the Death Star region. However, because this was not the Second Universe and was not their territory, these fleets of the Federation of the Second Universe did not establish a fixed base like the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palaces and the Immortal Dynasty. This also greatly facilitated their gathering and devouring of source crystals. In general, if they could acquire source crystals, they would. If they could not, these fleets of the Federation of the Fleets would conceal the insignia on the battleship's outer walls and immediately transform into space robbers, brazenly robbing them. Compared to these fleets, which at least dared to openly reveal their tracks before deciding to use force to rob, the fleets of the Tianji clan of the First Universe, which were the most popular in this vast Death Star region, could only conceal their tracks even more. No matter when or where, almost all the battleships of the huge fleet of the Tianji clan of the First Universe had activated their concealment formations, concealing their tracks and acting in secret. This huge fleet was led by 2 starry sky fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. There were also many other small starry sky fortresses and large fortresses that were 10,000 meters tall. They were formed by the gathering of the hundreds of slave clans from the First Universe. At this moment, this fleet of the Tianji clan from the First Universe was also rapidly rushing towards the Death Eastern Territory. Not long after Xian's Triumph fleet left Triumph City, from the central area of the Death Western Territory, the fleet of the Immortal Dynasty, led by a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, also sailed out of Grand Old City and rushed towards the Death Eastern Territory. This fleet was not large in number, and it was the private army of Long Ziwen. However, although the size of the fleet was not eye-catching, the commander of this fleet this time was a supreme expert of the 14th realm, the Cosmic Realm, Long Ziwen himself, of the Immortal Dynasty's imperial family. Therefore, no one dared to underestimate this small fleet that represented the Immortal Dynasty. Long Ziwen alone was enough to take on 2 or 3 starry sky fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. As all the forces in the Death Star field, large and small, organized huge fleets to converge in the Death Eastern Starfield, Black Heaven City, which was located in the center of the Death Eastern Starfield, was in an extremely tense state, as if it was facing a formidable enemy. Black Heaven City was different from Grand Old City in the central area of the Death Western Territory. It was the base camp of the human clan of the Third Universe stationed in the Death Eastern Territory. If Grand Old City was a steel city that showed the crystallization of the power of modern science and technology everywhere, then Black Heaven City, which was also built on a huge Death Star, lacked too many technological factors. It was also a huge and majestic city, but it was shrouded in a vast black fog all year round, so that when looking at it from a distance in the void, the whole city was like an immortal city in the sky above the ninth heaven. It was only because of this thick fog that seemed like immortal fog that the city was called Black Heaven City. Some people said that Black Heaven City was actually a powerful magic treasure in the shape of a huge city. It was the treasure of one of the Tenju celestial palaces in the human clan's cultivation camp. It could be big or small at will, and when it needed to be moved, it could be instantly turned small and easily moved to another place by using the treasure control technique. As for whether this saying was true or not, it had never been confirmed. It was just a guess. Compared to the more open human clan science and technology camp, the Tenju celestial palaces, as the supreme overlord of the human clan's cultivation camp, had always been very mysterious. They had little contact with the outside world and were extremely conservative. End of chapter 3158. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.